Chapter 1. Unexpected Journey. At the age of 20, if one fails to become a national master, there is no hope for the rest of one's life. This is an unyielding rule in the realm of professional Go. Even though the restrictions on the age of professional players have gradually been lifted, this statement continues to haunt Yi Xiaochuan like a nightmare. Sweat drenched his clothes, trickling down his arms, moistening the tips of his fingers as he hesitated to place the black stone. In stark contrast to Yi Xiaochuan, who was drenched in sweat and laboriously calculating every move with utmost caution, his opponent appeared remarkably at ease. Around 18 or 19 years of age, the pinnacle of their Go prowess, the young man Yi Xiaochuan faced was none other than Ming Shu, a leading candidate for the title of Go Sage. Ming Shu leisurely picked up a white stone. A smile gracing his face with just one move, he shattered all of Yi Xiaochuan's aspirations. I concede. Actually, uncle, you're still quite impressive, it's just that. Enough already. Yi Xiaochuan was acutely aware that his opponent had foreseen the outcome of the game midway through. Having calculated all of Yi Xiaochuan's offensive strategies with formidable prowess, any subsequent tactics were barely even a deception in the face of Ming Shu. I voluntarily resigned from my rank, and shall never touch a Go board again. Tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of Yi Xiaochuan's eyes as he made his earth-shattering declaration, pushing past the reporters and fleeing in a disheveled manner like a wild dog. Many are unaware that, aside from retirement, professional players can also voluntarily demote themselves. Demotion entails a professional player submitting a request to the governing body to relinquish their status as a professional and become an amateur, thus forfeiting eligibility for professional competitions. Numerous players, unable to withstand the fierce competition or compelled by life circumstances, inevitably demote themselves to participate in amateur contests for substantial prizes. Yi Xiaochuan, however, was different due to a wager. He voluntarily chose to demote himself and vowed never to engage with Go again. At precisely 7:30 in the evening, professional 7th Dan Yi Xiaochuan faced off against Ming Shu, conceding mid-game and voluntarily demoting himself. Teacher Zhao. Yi Xiaochuan was once hailed as a prodigy and regarded as a potential Go sage, yet he has now succumbed to the rising star Ming Shu. What are your thoughts on this? What a pity. I can only say it's a pity. Yi Xiaochuan was once a child of great promise, and we all believed he was the next Go sage, but now at 35, he has achieved nothing in the Go community. The driver, irritated, switched off the radio, muttering about how anything could come up, while cautiously observing the inebriated Yi Xiaochuan through the rearview mirror. For some reason, the driver felt a sense of familiarity with this man. Isn't it amusing? Humph. At 35, still clinging to the professional circle, how laughable. Isn't it just? The driver replied, casually venting. What nonsense about being a prodigy, it's all a load of rubbish. I used to pay attention to that Yi Xiaochuan, but he's nothing but an embarrassment now. Yi Xiaochuan sikofut distainfui. 35 is indeed considered aged in the professional Go scene, once exalted as a genius. Yi Xiaochuan had repeatedly attempted to attain the title of Go Sage, only to serve as a stepping stone for others. Formerly fervent fans now cursed him with increasing vitriol. Unable to tolerate the slander, Yi Xiaochuan engaged in an online spat with these detractors. Yet the reality was that his skills had severely declined. Not only was he unable to claim the title of Go Sage, but he was also struggling to survive in the professional arena. Thus, he had taken on the challenge against the new generation representative, Ming Shu, declaring that if he did not win, he would voluntarily demote himself and never touch Go again. Pull over, driver. But we haven't arrived yet. Yi Xiaochuan, clutching a bottle, dragged his inebriated body and slowly shifted, but inadvertently stumbled right into a muddy puddle by the roadside. What a strange person. The taxi driver, recognizing him as a drunkard, wished to avoid trouble, promptly started the car, and only after driving a good distance did he suddenly recall that the drunkard was none other than Yi Xiaochuan. Rain began to pour, large droplets mercilessly striking Yi Xiaochuan's face. Dizzy and disoriented, a chill crept into his heart as the inebriated Yi Xiaochuan fumbled for a cigarette from his pocket, placing it in his mouth, but struggled to ignite it. In a daze, he seemed to collide with something and staggered, tumbling again into a puddle. Muttering incoherently, he He managed to stand, but was abruptly startled by the screeching of brakes. The headlights flickered intensely, blinding him, and instinctively, he raised his hands to shield himself, but it was already too late. Startled, his body felt heavy, and his vision spun wildly. A searing pain jolted through Xiaochuan, who flailed his arms in panic. But the next moment, when he opened his eyes again, everything around him had transformed. Where's this? Though the people, events, and objects surrounding him were utterly foreign to Xiaochuan, one thing remained etched in his very being. Go! In a square hall, approximately 12 or 13 youths were engaged in pairs, locked in intense games. They were wholly absorbed in the Go boards, exhibiting fierce matchups. Yet, something was amiss. Thud! With the placement of a stone, cracks appeared on the board, as if a tremendous force had violently struck the thick walls formed by the white stones. Xiaochuan gasped, questioning whether it was merely a trick of his eyes. Rubbing his eyes and confirming repeatedly, he realized it was not an illusion, because the next move by the player wielding the white stones shimmered with an inexplicable glow, instantly mending the fissures in the wall. The black stone's move, a mere touch, could be deemed exceedingly poor, or what we refer to as a blunder. Not only did it fail to threaten the white stone stronghold, but also inadvertently aided the white player, rectifying its own flaws. Xiaochuan scanned the situation with a keen eye. With that single touch, the black stones had lost approximately 20 points in a localized area. The situation utterly dire, the black player was doomed, with insufficient points to continue, and would have to concede mid-game. This touch can be deemed the losing move of this game. A localized loss of 20 points is irretrievable, Xiaochuan remarked, picking up a black stone and casually commenting, simultaneously placing it with precision on the only weak point of the white stone's formidable wall. If it had been this cut, the situation would still be uncertain. As the saying goes, a true gentleman observes chess without speaking, although in Xiaochuan's eyes, the black stones were destined to lose. The game had not yet concluded. The two players were still fiercely battling on the board, and Xiaochuan's interruption had directly provoked the young man playing the black stones. The youth rose abruptly, shoving Xiaochuan aside. Were you, a worthless waste without a spirit, daring to disrupt my game? With an air of authority, the bizarre scene re-emerged. Behind that youth flickered a yellowish light with crimson eyes. A bull-headed creature gasped, its visage grotesque as it glared at Xiaochuan. Name, Ruenyo. Spirit, bull-headed man. Description, the bull-headed man never plays games lightly. Always aims to crush opponents hidden. A spirit? The atheistic Xiaochuan had never believed in mythical beings, adhering strictly to scientific reasoning. Yet the scene before him was undeniably real. The shove from Ruenyo felt as if he had been struck hard by the bull-headed man, causing him immense pain. Xiaochuan had never witnessed such a phenomenon. He was utterly convinced he had traversed into another realm. Moreover, it appeared he had been transported into some inexplicable mythical world. Overwhelmed with fear, Xiaochuan could not afford to linger, hastily retreating and attempting to flee. A waste is simply a waste. Ruenyo scoffed. Yin Weiner, let's continue. The girl, Yin Weiner, seemingly oblivious to Ruenyo's words, remained entirely focused on the Go board. She had realized that the cut was indeed the sole flaw in her stronghold. Had Ruenyo not touched it, but instead made that cut, how would she have responded? Yin Weiner lifted her gaze towards the direction Xiaochuan had fled, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 2. The first move at the heavenly origin. Is this truly the game played by the wasteful young master of the Yi family? Indeed, master. Ruenyo and Yin Weiner paused their review at the touch move. The so-called review, in Go terminology known as replaying the game, refers to the process of reenacting the recorded moves after a match to assess the effectiveness and key points of the strategies employed during the game. It is generally used for self-study or for seeking guidance and analysis from experts. Had it not been for that scoundrel Xiaochuan suddenly disrupting the game, with just that one move, I could have undoubtedly crushed Yin Weiner, Ruenyo lamented, unaware that he had played a losing move. A waste who knows nothing about Go dares to lecture me on losing 20 points in that locality. Pure nonsense. Ouch. Master, what are you doing? The elder produced a ruler and struck Ruanyo, causing him to flee in a panic. While administering the blows, the elder scolded him. After studying Go for so long, you still manage to play such a stinky game. Don't even think about claiming to be a disciple of the Rue family outside. How could that be? I played perfectly well, still daring to retort. Ruanyo received another smack from the elder, and only after the elder laid out the subsequent variations did Ruanyo finally come to a realization. What Yi Xiaochuan had said was indeed correct, that single touch not only failed to yield any advantage, but also harmed himself, resulting in a double loss of position, totaling 20 points. How is that possible? A person who knows nothing about Go could discern the changes with just a glance. Is this still the same waste who had entered the Go Academy through connections and idled away his time? The elder closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Go summon that lad from the Yi family. I wish to put him to the test. Understood. Yin Weiner complied, forcefully dragging the reluctant Ruanyo in the direction of Yi Xiaochuan's departure. Turning back to observe Yi Xiaochuan, she was utterly astonished by the scene before her. Every street and alley was teeming with Go academies regardless of age or gender. The conversations were perpetually centered around the game of Go, discussing life and death situations, strategies, and in-game techniques, their enthusiasm undiminished. More alarmingly, not only were there academies scattered about, but numerous Go stalls also adorned the surroundings, and each person bore an eerie luminescence to varying degrees. Symbolic spirit, Great Python. Description, particularly adept at constricting attacks, slowly cornering opponents into a dire predicament, relishing the sight of their struggles as they near their demise. Oh, what a macabre affinity. Yi Xiaochuan couldn't help but shiver, not solely from the unsettling interest of the scar-faced man before him, but also from the great python coiled around him, hissing as it flicked its forked tongue in his direction. Meanwhile, the white stones wielded by his opponent were already ensnared in a dire predicament. Symbolic spirit, chestfield mouse. Description, no need for elaboration, it stinks of defeat. The little mouse, burdened by a basket woven from twigs, cowered in its master's hand, trembling in fear before the great python. Upon examining the board, a solitary white stone had inexplicably appeared in the center, and the player had failed to abandon it in time, only to find themselves increasingly ensnared, accumulating dead stones until it was far too late to escape. Yet the scar-faced man did not hasten to consume this solitary stone instead. He chose to defer his moves at critical junctures, waiting until his opponent was on the verge of survival to swiftly and decisively pierce through their eye positions, leaving no opportunity for them to escape. Even the most discerning observer could see that the scar-faced man was toying with his opponent, leading them to mistakenly believe they were on the brink of survival, causing them to flail desperately, leading to even more dead stones accumulating. Truly perverse. Shall you concede now? Bah, I have not lost yet. Ha ha. The scar-faced man suddenly revealed a sinister grin, saying, Dare you raise the stakes? Let us wager on whether this great dragon can survive. Let the challenge commence. In the eyes of the great python coiled around the scar-faced man, a fierce glint suddenly flashed, and it opened its cavernous maw, as if it were about to swallow the chestfield mousehole. The scar-faced man's next move, a stark departure from his previous nonchalant approach, directly targeted a crucial point on the board, severing the formation of two eyes, and the massive dragon was caught by the throat. What is happening? Ha 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 ha. Watching his opponents panic, the scar-faced man laughed malevolently, reveling in their futile struggles for survival, ultimately resigning themselves to being devoured. Meanwhile, the chestfield mouse in his opponent's hand seemed to lose all vitality, transforming into a mere shadow. Could it be that I was mistaken? Yi Xiaochuan rubbed his eyes. Once more the events of the day had been absurd enough already. He distinctly saw the chestfield mouse dissipate into vapor, greedily consumed by the great python. After absorbing the chestfield mouse, the python's form swelled dramatically, its brilliance intensifying. The man, once connected to the symbolic spirit, suddenly turned pale and collapsed. Could it be that the symbolic spirit and its master are intertwined? Oh, is that not the useless young lord of the Yi family? The scar-faced man evidently noticed Yi Xiaochuan's gaze fixated on the great python, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is it possible that even a useless young lord devoid of a symbolic spirit could perceive my great python?" Those around him erupted in laughter. Who does not know that the useless young lord of the E family lacks a symbolic spirit? In this world where Go reigns supreme, the absence of a symbolic spirit signifies an inability to study or delve into the intricacies of the game, rendering one forever estranged from Go, particularly for one hailing from the renowned Go lineage of the E family. In this realm, every individual, regardless of age, is born with their own symbolic spirit. To be without one is an extraordinary anomaly, a rarity of 1 in 10,000. In other words, Yi Xiaochuan is the infamous 1 in 10,000 pariah? Are you referring to that grotesque python coiled around you? Yi Xiaochuan scoffed. Such vile and perverse methods are antithetical to the pursuit of chess. You a good-for-nothing who doesn't even grasp the basics of capturing and removing stones. Dare lecture me on the way of chess? Do you have the courage to play a game with me? Scarface was about to continue his tirade, but Yi Xiaochuan abruptly interjected, a plan forming in his mind. I could deign to guide you in a game, but the customary wager is the symbolic spirit of each player. Since you lack your own, what incentive do I have to play with you? Then what do you propose? The E family, as a renowned lineage of Go masters, wouldn't renege on their word, would they? Scarface revealed his most venomous expression. If you lose, your family will compensate me with a symbolic spirit. Agreed, Yi Xiaochuan declared with unwavering confidence. In his previous life, he may not have attained the title of chess saint, but he was at the very least a professional Go player. In Yi Xiaochuan's eyes, Scarface was a mediocre player, no more than an amateur 1 or 2 dan. He could give him a 9-stone handicap without issue. It was the enigma of the symbolic spirit that he couldn't quite fathom. It's not as if that python can suddenly buy me mid-game, can it? Yi Xiaochuan harbored such reservations, but the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, leaving him no choice but to proceed. Yi Xiaochuan, playing as the black pieces, made his inaugural move, the 10 gen. Chapter 3. Unexpected Complications 10 gen. Observing Yi Xiaochuan's seemingly earnest placement of chess piece, Scarface initially suspected a ruse. However, upon realizing his opponent's opening move at the 10 gen, he erupted in uproarious laughter. Bystanders who had initially gathered, anticipating a spectacle, shook their heads and dispersed. What was to follow would merely be Scarface's merciless thrashing of a child ignorant of the intricacies of Go, offering little entertainment. I have violated no rules, nor have I resorted to trickery. What impropriety lies in placing the first move at the 10 gen? Very well, considering the spiritual emblem at stake. I shall deign to instruct you in the art of Go. Yi Xiaochuan was, of course, cognizant of the strategic principles of gold corner, silver edge, grass belly. Any student of Go who dared to place their first move at the 10 gen would undoubtedly face a stern reprimand from their instructor. In a past life, it was said that an ancient master, under the rules of the seat system, pioneered the Tongan-based leaning strategy. The ancient Go player Du Fu of Juling, renowned as the foremost player in the realm, invariably initiated his games with a move at the 10 gen. It is said that the ancients favored confrontation with the 10 gen as the center point of the board, serving as a pivotal point for influencing the entire game. However, without in-depth research and considerable skill, participating in the Tianyuan match would essentially be akin to self-sabotage. Yi Xiaochuan had no inclination to engage in the fanciful notions of universal harmony. He had his own ideas. Strangely, this was the first thought that crossed the mind of the scar-faced man. The young master of the Yi family was notorious for his debauchery. Although he hailed from a prestigious lineage of Go players, he possessed not a shred of interest in the game. One could understand that after years of exposure, he might grasp the fundamental rules and be familiar with a couple of established patterns. Yet the scar-faced man had employed a deceptive maneuver that was effortlessly countered, leading to a rapid stabilization of the local situation. In this realm, Go is profoundly reliant on innate talent. The emblematic spirit serves as a manifestation of an individual's aptitude, and the study of the game is intricately connected to this symbolic essence. Were it not for the illustrious reputation of the Yi family backing him, one could argue that Yi Xiaochuan, lacking even an emblematic spirit, would not even qualify to study Go. Furthermore, Yi Xiaochuan was widely recognized as a notorious scion of indulgence, exhibiting not the slightest interest in Go. Apart from being compelled to study at the Go Academy for a mere hour each day, he squandered the remainder of his time in revelry. How had one never heard of such a slothful young master displaying diligence? Let me test this. The scar-faced man pondered to himself, as in the lower left corner. Yi Xiaochuan executed a low, small point with black, following it with a low enclosure and a small jump, while the white stones deviated from the established pattern, opting instead for a two-space jump. 18.5 points of deception. In his heart, Yi Xiaochuan suppressed a laugh. The so-called 18.5-point deception was merely a ploy that led him to fall for his own white pieces. Though he had captured the corner, the surrounding black pieces were impenetrably thick, clearly indicating he had been ensnared in a trap. Named for the living corner of 18.5 points. This tactic was aptly dubbed the 18.5-point deception. The response was quite straightforward. Instead of mere push, one should simply jump to fill the gap, thus resolving any disconnections. For a novice who had just begun to learn the game, falling for such a ruse could lead to a significant disadvantage, prompting one to concede defeat. However, having been a professional player in his previous life, how could he fall for such a juvenile trick? In actual play, he too employed the jump to fill in, rendering the deception ineffective. The scarred face, feeling disgruntled, assumed that Yi Xiaochuan had merely studied the 18.5-point deception. Thus, he hastened his moves, eager to conclude the match swiftly. Yet as the game progressed, the scarred face increasingly sensed something amiss. A deception only yields profit when it successfully benefits the opponent. With both tricks dismantled in the opening phase, he had already incurred losses. If he wished to reclaim points, he would be compelled to play excessively bold moves, especially against an opponent like Yi Xiaochuan, who naturally executed many extreme plays. Yi Xiaochuan remained unperturbed. Even with punitive measures in mind, he nonetheless sought to maintain stability without incurring point losses. The formidable external influence left the serpent, adept at entangling attacks, with no avenue for offense. By the mid-game, his opponent had no isolated pieces. Damn it, the scarred face cursed, feeling an inevitable surge of anxiety. The points lost in the initial two established patterns were astonishingly maintained by Yi Xiaochuan until the very end. In a matter of moments, the game concluded, resulting in a mere disparity of 7.5 points. The intensity of their contest captivated an ever-growing throng of onlookers. Scarface, his countenance betraying his chagrin, found it unbearable that this ostensibly inept young master had bested him. This match was merely a pedagogical exercise, Scarface exclaimed, baring his teeth and striking the chessboard with vehemence. His eyes welled with a faint redness as he added, "A guiding hand to instruct you, young master, in the art of the game." Upon hearing Scarface's pronouncements, the assembled crowd echoed his sentiments in a chorus of agreement. Indeed, how could young Master Yi possibly triumph at chess? A scion devoid of even a semblance of spiritual aptitude must have resorted to some form of chicanery. Yi Xiaochuan, undeterred, perceived Scarface's inevitable inability to accept such an outcome. Observing the man's reddening eyes, Yi Xiaochuan emitted a soft snort. "Shall we partake in another round, then?" "Come then," Scarface retorted, slamming the chess box and rolling up his sleeves. Yi Xiaochuan's chess moves did not seem particularly astute, and he himself had not yet exerted his full capabilities. As time elapsed, in the first game, Yi Xiaochuan, wielding the black pieces, secured victory by 17.5 points. In the second game, Yi Xiaochuan, now commanding the white pieces, triumphed by 26.5 points. The third and fourth games followed suit. The pace of their play accelerated, yet Scarface's defeats mounted. Indeed, by the fifth game, in fewer than 30 moves, a localized collapse ensued, compelling him to concede defeat during the opening phase. Himeme, Yi Xiaochuan chakit inyardli, reveling in the subtle manipulation of his adversary. If you relish in toying with your opponents, then you shall taste the sting of being played yourself. How could this be? Scarface muttered in disbelief. The scarred face, with eyes ablaze, seethed with rage as he abruptly overturned the chessboard. The serpentine form coiled around him shimmered with an even more intense brilliance, hissing and flicking its tongue its eyes fixated unblinkingly on Yi Xiaochuan. A chill surged through Yi Xiaochuan's heart, prompting him to hastily retreat into the crowd. In that fleeting moment, he swore that had he been a moment slower, he would have undoubtedly been devoured by that massive python. Do you intend to cheat? Who is cheating? It's clearly you. I lack even a symbolic spirit. How could I possibly cheat? Though Yi Xiaochuan felt a tinge of fear, his voice remained unwavering. You are the one who has lost 5 rounds, and you are also the one unable to accept defeat. The onlookers chattered amongst themselves, having already lost to Yi Xiaochuan. Witnessing such blatant dishonesty only served to further embarrass the scarred face. Breathing heavily, he plopped down onto the ground, willing to bet, willing to lose. I will offer this symbolic spirit as compensation. The massive python advanced directly towards Yi Xiaochuan. Scarface had anticipated that Yi Xiaochuan, lacking a spiritual root, would be incapable of harming his serpent. Even if the matter were to be investigated, the Yi family wouldn't concern themselves with a street corner gamble. Scarface, observing Yi Xiaochuan's retreat, wore an arrogant expression. Why are you evading? As per our agreement, this python is yours. Why are you running? He guffawed. Before Scarface could fully express his mirth, Yi Xiaochuan's pallid countenance suddenly regained a flush of color, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Azure light fragmented into potent torrents, swirling around Yi Xiaochuan. The lunging python was abruptly seized by these currents, suspended in midair, and pulverized as if caught within a colossal, cerulean millstone. In a state of hazy consciousness, Yi Xiaochuan found himself adrift in a realm of darkness. As the great python was crushed, its power surged into Yi Xiaochuan's being, manifesting a colossal chessboard within the vast ocean of his awareness. Accompanying spirit, AlphaGo. Chapter 4. The companion AlphaGo in a certain year and month of his past life. Within the span of a mere week, the enigmatic master known as Master achieved an astonishing record of 60 wins, 0 losses, and 1 draw. A hard-earned draw that occurred only because the opponent had disconnected mid-game, likely out of despair upon realizing defeat was imminent. Among those 61 rapid chess matches, notable participants included esteemed figures like Teacher Nya and a host of other top-tier Go masters, effectively rendering the majority of renowned experts in the Go community victims of the dog's prowess. With a history spanning over 2,500 years, human Go was utterly obliterated by this extraordinary computational might. Yi Xiaochuan was utterly convinced that the entity residing in his mind was none other than AlphaGo. What an international farce it would be if he possessed an AlphaGo within his brain, wouldn't he that render him a human, autonomous cheat? As the azure light gradually faded, the expansive realm of his spirit crystallized into an immense chessboard. Yi Xiaochuan, suspended in midair, had never beheld such a spectacle. With a mere thought, a black chess piece coalesced before him and gently descended to the center of the chessboard. The pieces materialized one by one, black and white intermingling, precisely reflecting the first game's record against the scar-faced adversary. Given that it was AlphaGo, its functionalities should be somewhat comparable. Yi Xiaochuan pondered this as the brilliance once again ignited, presenting several strategic options and their respective probabilities of victory. Alas, was this not a cruel deception? Yi Xiaochuan cast a glance and cursed under his breath. What kind of AlphaGo was this? The options provided were merely those that a K-level player could devise, and the probability fluctuation chart was utterly disheartening. Companion spirit, AlphaGo level, novice description. The path of chess is straightforward and devoid of deceit. It is the tricksters who employ cunning tactics. AlphaGo 0, indeed, is based on computing power, continually practicing through self-play, requiring thousands of games to hone its skills. However, the current AlphaGo relies on Yi Xiaochuan's intellect, having assimilated the symbolic spirit of the scar-faced man to achieve growth, and its present capability only reaches a K level. Naturally, Yi Xiaochuan's mind could not rival that of a computer, which could effortlessly engage in countless games within moments. This implies that Yi Xiaochuan must persistently absorb symbolic spirits or study the game records to train AlphaGo. Truly a vexing predicament. Yi Xiaochuan felt as though his mind were on the verge of exploding. To walk the dog, one must also cultivate it. What kind of logic was this? while the protagonists in other stories acquire various miraculous abilities upon their traversal, be it martial arts manuals or the legendary dragon-slaying saber. Xiaochuan finds himself resorting to a mere external aid, requiring him to nurture it from the ground up. Reluctantly, he must allow his K-level alpha dog to gradually devour the massive python, perhaps even evolving in the process. Thoughts drift back. In reality, only a fleeting moment has passed. The expressions of those around him remain frozen in astonishment. A companion spirit. The young master of the E family has actually awakened a companion spirit. Good heavens, this is monumental news. The symbolic spirit is inherent to every individual from birth, determining their innate talent and style of play, growing alongside them on their journey in chess, providing substantial assistance. In contrast, a companion spirit resembles a divine artifact bestowed upon a protagonist midway through a narrative. It may possess ancient scrolls, chessboards, or even exceedingly rare chess spirits, which do not require initial nurturing and can directly enhance the player's skills. Depending on its rarity, it is conceivable for a K-level novice to ascend to the ranks of a professional chess player. Perhaps he has been somewhat too ostentatious. After all, in the eyes of others, Xiaochuan was merely a good-for-nothing scion yesterday, and now, inexplicably formidable, he is bound to attract unnecessary trouble. He understands the wisdom of maintaining a low profile. Brother, why are you still lingering here? If you do not return soon, Father will surely chastise you. A youthful voice reached his ears, and Xiaochuan followed the sound, discovering a little girl of approximately 10 years old. She was tugging at the hem of her garment, her eyes shimmering with urgency. Her fair and tender skin, along with her graceful demeanor, exuded the charm of a refined young lady, while still retaining the unique vivacity of her peers. With her small mouth pursed in a look of distress as she clutched her clothing, she was utterly adorable. A slight ache throbbed in his head, and a fleeting memory washed over him. The unbreakable bond of blood and familial affection that Xiaochuan would never forget. Brother E, what's wrong? Do you not recognize me? Ia's eyes sparkled as she gently brushed her hand against Xiaochuan's forehead. You're not feverish. Are you feeling unwell? Ia, his most cherished sister. How could he ever forget her? Suddenly, he scooped her up in his arms, unable to resist the urge to pinch her round, delightful cheeks. Ia winced in surprise, nestled in his embrace, huffing in annoyance. Her charming little demeanor only fueled Xiaochuan's desire to tease her further. Brother, you always bully me. We must hurry back, or Father will be angry. Xiaochuan paused, recalling the past version of himself, someone who squandered his days in frivolity, indulging in revelry and stirring up trouble, often receiving his father's reprimands. Intuition urged Xiaochuan that lingering any longer would lead to unfavorable consequences. Hastily, he set Ia down and took her small hand, swiftly maneuvering through the increasingly dense crowd surrounding them. The scarred face, stripped of its symbolic spirit, glowered menacingly in his direction, raising a hand as if to strike. It was wise to depart without delay. Although this body bore a less than favorable reputation, being a member of the E family afforded him a degree of protection. The Scar Man would likely think twice before acting against him. The two moved in tandem, and before long, they traversed the street and arrived at the heart of the city, the E residence. Indeed, it was renowned as a prestigious family in the realm of Go. The architecture was imbued with distinctive charm, and the unassuming houses along the peculiar streets were remarkably elegant, each structure boasting its own exquisite gardens. To his astonishment, Xiaochuan realized he was, in fact, quite the affluent young heir. No wonder his former self reveled in indulgence. With such wealth, one could squander it for 10 lifetimes, truly extravagant. As they wandered through the vast gardens, they occasionally encountered groups of youths engaged in matches, all drawn to the E residence to study the art of Go. This experience further instilled in Xiaochuan a sense of pride in his family's grandeur. You dare to return. Where else have you been roaming? Third brother, spare me the scolding. If not for little sister's protection, I would have long since dealt with you. Before even catching a glimpse of his father, a torrent of reprimands assailed Xiaochuan's ears. Being the fourth in the E family lineage, Xiaochuan stood before his third brother, a strikingly handsome and impeccably dressed young man of considerable poise and refinement. Cognizant of his previous deportment, Xiaochuan, feeling culpable, dared not retort. Make haste, enter. Whatever admonishments father bestows, simply offer your contrition. I understand. His third brother was taken aback, for Xiaochuan, typically boisterous and embodying the archetype of a dissolute son, was uncharacteristically compliant today. However, he had no time to dwell on it. Chapter 5. The game in contrast to the casual classifications of amateur ranks in his previous life. Such as the K levels, the assessment of strength and the grading of ranks in this world are exceedingly stringent. Unlike certain provinces in his past life that, to appease parents and foster a sense of accomplishment in children, instituted ranks like 9K, 15K, or even 20K. Furthermore, among the amateur 5-dan ranks, distinctions existed between strong and weak players. Some dojos would even bestow amateur 5-dan certificates for a fee. It was not an exaggeration that a strong amateur 5-dan could give a handicap of 3 stones to a weaker one. Such disparities were reality. Even the distant third brother hurried back, and naturally, Yi Xiaochuan understood the purpose of his father's visit. In this continent where Go reigns supreme, the triennial Go examination resembles the college entrance examination of a previous life, treating all participants, regardless of wealth, age, or status, with absolute equality. It serves as a pivotal turning point for the impoverished, offering them a chance to alter their destinies. The rules mirror those of past assessments. With divisions into the Dao group and the Qi cultivation group, there is no concept of skipping levels. However, only those who achieve notable rankings can gain admission to esteemed Go academies for further study. Yi Xiaochuan, I believe you should refrain from bringing shame to our Yi family this year. There is no need for you to pursue Go any longer, his father suddenly interjected, pulling Yi Xiaochuan back from his thoughts. The deeply ingrained fear of his father prevented him from looking up. If the owner of this body were still the previous ineffective young master, he would undoubtedly feel elated at being spared from the pressures of Go. Yet, Yi Xiaochuan's heart was heavy with conflicting emotions. In his past life, he had lost the final match and, bound by a wager, not only failed to secure even the lowest professional ranking, but also became the subject of ridicule within the Go community. He felt that this reincarnation was a second chance bestowed upon him by fate, an opportunity to rectify the regret of not achieving the status of a Go sage. To deny Yi Xiaochuan the chance to engage with Go again was simply inconceivable. He had resolved to become a Go sage. I wish for Yi Xiaochuan to be granted another chance, he thought. It was none other than his third brother who spoke, preempting Yi Xiaochuan and his younger sister. Iya. At the age of 16, his third brother was a full 6 years his senior, and his chess prowess was at the level of a chess cultivator. The stage following entry into the Dao. In Yi Xiaochuan's memory, his third brother had always regarded him as the disgrace of the Yi family, never deigning to speak to him. Why would he speak up for him now? Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to prevent our Yi family from bearing such a disgrace as you. Indeed, Yi Xiaochuan caught a glimpse of his third brother's frigid gaze, identical to the one in his memory. His intercession was solely for the sake of the family's honor. Yi Xiaochuan, you were prepared for this, were you not? I do not wish for it to end in this manner. Must it be like 3 years ago, when you suffered utter defeat in all 8 matches, causing the Yi family to lose all face? It was from that time that Yi Xiaochuan earned the widely known epithet of the family's good-for-nothing young master. Not only did he lack his own symbolic spirit, but he also suffered complete defeat in the competition 3 years prior, becoming a laughingstock among the various families. His father remained silent, and his younger sister, Iya, wished to plead his case, but after a moment of contemplation, she found herself at a loss for words. Aside from eating, drinking, and merrymaking, Yi Xiaochuan's mind was never truly focused on Go, save for the hour he was forcibly bound to the chess academy each day. I have undergone a transformation. I am no longer the person I once was. Yi Xiaochuan's gaze was resolute, as if he were a completely different person. In overcoming the deep-seated fear of his father, he raised his head anew, for the figure standing here was no longer the worthless young master, but rather himself, Yi Xiaochuan. Oh, I am curious to witness what progress you have made. The father's voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, was uttered coldly, suggesting perhaps his utter disappointment in himself. I have heard that you have acquired your own companion spirit. Regardless of how you manage to procure it, what I require is a tangible improvement in your chess skills. With that, he commanded the servants to bring forth a chessboard in pieces. Father, you do not wish to challenge me, do you? It seemed that the third brother had begun to realize something. The father waved his hand, and two figures emerged from the side. Xiaochuan felt a sense of familiarity. They were a boy and a girl, both around the age of 12. The boy, with fiery red short hair, exuded an aura of volatility, clearly not one to be trifled with. The girl, strikingly beautiful despite her youth, was undeniably a raw gem, destined to become an enchanting beauty in the future. Were these not the two individuals, Rui Nio and Yin Wanner, whom Xiaochuan had just encountered at the chess academy? Today I shall serve as your opponent. Rui Nio, with his fiery temperament, was already irked by Xiaochuan's interruption and had just executed a move that even his master greatly admired, dismissing Xiaochuan as a cheater. I shall see just what abilities you possess. Ruiniu and Yin Wanner, both of the same age as Xiaochuan, are adept players at the entry level. Third brother is naturally aware of Xiaochuan's character, given his previous demeanor as a young master. It seems implausible that he could triumph over Ruiniu. Brother, why don't I plead on your behalf? Yi suggested. Just watch. Brother is no longer the same devilish figure he used to be. Xiaochuan, with a confidence that dispelled Yi's concerns, elicited her astonishment as she widened her eyes in disbelief. Although Xiaochuan still showed her the same affection as before, he felt like an entirely different person. I am willing to play, but I refuse to compete against you, Ruiniu. What? Ruiniu's eyes bulged, resembling an enraged bull, yet he restrained his fury, aware that this was Yi's territory and the family head was present. How dare you? Without further ado, as Xiaochuan took his seat, he grasped several pieces tightly in his hand and placed his fist firmly on the board. Miss Yin, please. Yin Wanner seemed to have developed an interest as well. Previously, during the game, Xiaochuan suddenly transformed, revealing an astute ability to discern the flaws in her formation, a move that even garnered admiration from his own mentor. In his recollection, this seemingly inept young master, Xiaochuan, appeared unexpectedly gentlemanly. With a light snort, Yin Wanner retrieved a piece from the chess box and placed it upon the board. This was the rule of guessing first and go. One party would present several pieces, while the other would guess whether the number was odd or even. The party that guessed correctly would then take the black pieces. Xiaochuan unclenched his fist, holding an odd number piece, marking the commencement of a pivotal match that would determine his continuation in the competition. Yin Wanner would play with black, while Xiaochuan took white. With a resounding snap, the piece landed, and a familiar brilliance erupted once more. When Xiaochuan regained his senses, he discovered that the surroundings had gradually blurred, leaving only the board, the pieces, and the two players engrossed in their match. He could distinctly perceive that within this extraordinary space, his mind was serene, devoid of distractions, focusing solely on the myriad possibilities of the game. Indeed, this world was astonishingly magical. The match between Xiaochuan and Yin Wanner officially commenced. Chapter 6. The 12 Diagrams of Tianyang. With the advent of AlphaGo, which swept away numerous Go masters, we have undeniably entered the era of artificial intelligence. The most significant distinction between the pre-AI era and the present is the obsolescence and simplification of numerous established strategies. For instance, the renowned complex strategies such as the demonic sword, the avalanche, and the great inclination have all found new interpretations, rendering them nearly obsolete in contemporary play. Conversely, the long-standing adage, when in doubt, play a 3-3 has emerged as the most conspicuous alteration in strategy during the AI era. Naturally, Xiaochuan, living in this epoch, has embraced the tactics and formations of AI, as well as the most advanced theories of established plays. Of course, given Xiaochuan's genuine prowess, he could effortlessly defeat Yin Wanner, a mere child, and thus holds no desire to crush her, but rather to guide her and explore the theoretical landscape of Go in this world. For instance, in the lower right corner, he executed a common small point attachment retreat, and after Yin Wanner, playing black, extended her position, she chose to play a tiger rather than a connection. Under the theoretical framework of the AI era, after the small point attachment retreat and the subsequent tiger play, Yi Xiaochuan, commanding the white stones, could easily take the initiative, while the black stones in that locality surprisingly lacked advantageous moves. According to the theories of the bygone era, there were methods to connect, yet the white stones could still simply stabilize and then play a tiger. Should the opponent remain unsatisfied and extend further, the white stones could respond accordingly, showcasing a range of tactics before once again seizing the initiative. In practice, it was evident that Yi Xiaochuan's white stones, having gained 2 moves to seize the larger territory, faced no dissatisfaction, while Yin Wanner suddenly realized that she had not gained any significant advantage in that locality. This exemplifies the complete domination of AI theory over the traditional methodologies of the past. How has Yi Xiaochuan suddenly become so formidable? Alas, it remains a mystery from where he acquired such unorthodox techniques. Three Brother was astonished by Yi Xiaochuan's rapid improvement in chess skills after just a few days apart. Initially, he believed that as long as Yi Xiaochuan could avoid a loss within 40 moves against Yin Wanner, he would have proven himself worthy. However, to his surprise, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, with Yi Xiaochuan remarkably executing a proper opening without falling behind. On the other hand, Ruenyo scoffed at Yi Xiaochuan's unlearned moves, dismissing them as mere strokes of luck. Yet it was Yin Wanner, the person directly involved, who was most astounded. Where had these techniques come from? With daily exposure at the chess academy, even a pig might learn a move or two. Yet, the academy had never taught any of this. Pausing her own pieces, Yin Wanner, though shocked, maintained her usual icy demeanor as she fixed her gaze on Yi Xiaochuan and asked, "Have you been concealing your true strength all along?" "Surely, you yist." With a humble smile, Yi Xiaochuan's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard, whether it was a mere illusion or not. Yin Wanner sensed that the maturity he exhibited in his every gesture while playing chess was far beyond what one would expect from a child of his age. The members of the Yi family, from Yi Xiaochuan's father to his elder brother, were all strikingly handsome, and his younger sister, Iya, was exceedingly charming. Naturally, Yi Xiaochuan, having perfectly inherited the family's genes, was no exception. However, previously overshadowed by the stigma of being deemed unworthy, he had gone unnoticed by Yin Wanner. Now, as she observed him deeply contemplating the game, the remarkable maturity he displayed, far surpassing that of his peers, left her utterly astonished and momentarily spellbound. "Is something the matter?" Yi Xiaochuan finally raised his head, a smile gracing his lips as he gently inquired, noticing her hesitation to make a move. "Curse be it." Jan Vania felt embarrassed, a flurry of inexplicable emotions stirring within her, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily buried her face, pretending to study the chessboard intently. Such subtle actions could hardly escape Yi Xiaochuan's notice. Despite his previous failures in the chess arena, he had navigated the complexities of romance with finesse, remaining unscathed amidst the myriad of affections. He had encountered many a young girl's innocent thoughts before. Could it be that this little girl has developed a fondness for me? Yin Wanner's tender age certainly made her naive. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. In this world, where traditions hold less sway, girls at the age of 12 are already considered of marriageable stature. How absurd! Yi Xiaochuan mentally berated himself countless times. His affections lay with those possessing fair skin, beauty, and long legs. Fortunately, within this peculiar realm, there existed a remarkable ability to calm and center his mind. As his thoughts returned to the chessboard, any convoluted notions were effortlessly dispelled, allowing him to focus solely on the game of Go. He regarded this as a mere interlude, and both players resumed their match. Yi Xiaochuan keenly observed that Yin Wanner exemplified the archetype of a study room player. This term describes those who excessively pursue established strategies and principles found in literature, placing an overemphasis on theoretical knowledge while failing to grasp the underlying intentions behind the myriad of variations. Such players deliberately shun direct confrontations, aspiring instead to triumph through their perceived grand strategy and realm. Curiously, the current state of the board reflected Yi Xiaochuan's intentional alignment with this approach. midway through the game. Neither side had engaged in a single skirmish. For instance, in the four corners, both players exhibited decorum, devoid of conflict, as they focused on securing territory and surrounding empty spaces. Yi Xiaochuan was acutely aware that if he scrutinized the flaws in his opponent's formation, even the most unreasonable moves could be crushed through sheer calculation. However, as previously mentioned, he found no necessity to dominate a child, opting instead to prolong the game, deliberately making a few slower moves, aiming for a victory by a mere half point. As the game neared its climax, poised for a potential entrapment, the board underwent a sudden transformation, finally illuminating for Yi Xiaochuan the reasons behind Yan Wanner's excessive pursuit of the study room style. Accompanying spirit, 12 diagrams of Tianyang, fragment, level. The 12 moves recorded in the long-lost masterpiece are particularly precious. Currently, only 4 of them remain. Should one manage to gather the complete Tianyang 12 diagrams, it would unveil a comprehensive elucidation of each past master. Remarkably, from the subtle strength exhibited by Yan Wanner, Yi Xiaochuan sensed a multitude of exceedingly intricate variations. Yet her current level of comprehension rendered her unable to grasp their essence, thus shaping her present style of play. If the Tianyang 12 diagrams were to be fully assembled and accompanied by the guidance of a sage, it would indeed be an inexhaustible treasure. Even more astonishing was the fact that upon the influx of the Tianyang 12 diagrams' power into Yan Wanner's being, there emerged an extraordinary computational ability. In the face of Yi Xiaochuan, who had fully revealed his prowess, she held her ground in a remarkably complex lethal scenario, executing lethal moves with every play. Was this the terrifying nature of the accompanying spirit? Yi Xiaochuan finally comprehended that claiming to possess AlphaGo as a mere human-like walking cheat was to underestimate this world entirely. If everyone possessed such an extraordinary artifact, would it not be a realm teeming with walking dogs? Truly, the Tianyang 12 diagrams are deserving of their reputation. Ruenyo chuckled, remarking that allowing Yan Wanner to display her strength was indeed a stroke of fortune for Yi Xiaochuan. Those spectating the game, including the Patriarch and even Iya, were astonished by the unprecedented symbiotic spirit. Forcibly elevating amateur skills to a professional level must entail repercussions. As Yi Xiaochuan pondered the variations, he observed Yan Wanner. As he anticipated, such a state could not be sustained indefinitely. Confronted with Yi Xiaochuan's all-out effort, Yan Wanner, with her mind operating at peak capacity, soon succumbed to fatigue and began to falter. Alas, Yi Xiaochuan sighed, wondering about the true extent of the burden imposed by the heavenly Yang 12 diagram. Ultimately, he relented, holding back at a crucial point in their local skirmish, allowing her dragon to escape. After a simple consolidation, he concluded the endgame. The final result was announced. Yi Xiaochuan wins against Yan Wanner by half a point. With a thud, as the onlookers expressed incredulity, Yan Wanner collapsed. The crowd rushed to her aid, and Yi Xiaochuan, with swift reflexes, caught her in his arms. Looking at the maiden in his embrace, he saw her eyes were red and brimming with tears as she gazed at him. The renowned ice beauty, Yan Wanner, had shed tears. Her eyes were red-rimmed, glistening with tears. Realizing she had fallen into Yi Xiaochuan's arms, she wept even more grievously, raising her fist to strike him. This was no mere childish tantrum. In this world, learning Go is akin to cultivating immortality. An initiate into the Tao is comparable to one who comprehends the profound mysteries of the universe, capable of shattering stone with their bare hands. To enter the Tao is akin to establishing a solid foundation. It is no exaggeration. Yi Xiaochuan nearly coughed up blood. How could a child of barely over 10 years possess such strength? Yet, constrained by pride, he could not bring himself to abandon a weeping girl on the ground. Chess is merely chess, so why the tears? Woe is me! How did you suddenly become so formidable? Yan Vanne was inconsolable. Her cries echoing in their intensity. We followed the game manual precisely. How could I lose? Why? Though reluctant to concede, it was undeniable that Yi Xiaochuan had indeed triumphed by half a point. Ruenyo was left astounded, unable to comprehend such an outcome. I certainly did not go easy on you. Yi Xiaochuan gently set Yan Wanner down, nearly choking on his own frustration. The force with which she played was astonishing. As Yin Er wept more fervently, a multitude of questions danced in the minds of the onlookers, yet with the conclusion already reached. It was clear that Yi Xiaochuan was destined to continue the game. Thus, the match was abruptly halted, and Yin Er, still sobbing, fled the room, leaving Rui Nio to remark, "You'll have your comeuppance," before departing. Upon returning to his own quarters, Yi Xiaochuan hastily consumed a meager meal, darkness having already enveloped the sky. Remarkably, this was merely the first day since his arrival in this new realm, yet it seemed he had already entangled himself in a myriad of troubles. Nevertheless, the prospect of pursuing his dream of becoming a Go master in this world filled him with joy. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Yi Xiaochuan began to piece together the memories of his predecessor inhabiting this body. Unfortunately, the previous owner's indulgent lifestyle as a frivolous young master had left him with little knowledge of Go and scant information regarding the game. However, he was intimately familiar with the local delights of food and drink. "What use is this knowledge?" he lamented. "Initially, I surmised that my profoundly sophisticated AI Go theories would be sufficient to dominate this world. However, after witnessing Yin Er's formidable Sun Sky 12 diagram technique in today's match, I, Yi Xiaochuan, have become somewhat uncertain about my own capabilities. It is unprecedented for an amateur child to rival professional Go players in calculation solely through the power of a symbiotic spirit. Currently, it is understood that those who have entered the way possess a skill level equivalent to approximately a 5K rank from my previous life, while chess cultivators have already attained a strength of amateur rank 2 or 3. The levels above chess cultivation will undoubtedly be even more stringent and formidable. Coupled with the innate symbolic spirits and the existence of symbiotic spirits that function like divine artifacts or secret manuals. The only certainty for Yi Xiaochuan is that in this world, there are individuals far superior in realms beyond comprehension. My own skills, which were at the bottom of the professional ranks, are definitely insufficient. My forehead felt slightly feverish, and I splashed cold water on my face in an attempt to regain composure. It was through the reflection in the basin that I, Yi Xiaochuan, scrutinized myself with such meticulousness for the first time since arriving in this world. A 12-year-old boy, youthful and vibrant, perfectly inheriting the Yi family's genes, and possessing an undeniable handsomeness. His appearance bore a resemblance to my former self, yet his eyes held a maturity rarely seen in children of this age, exuding a unique charm. More importantly, this body is only 11 years old, precisely the prime age for improving one's Go skills. It is widely acknowledged within the industry that the optimal age for learning chess is around 4.5 years old, with the peak of one's abilities typically ranging from 16 to 22. Beyond this age, one's chess skills tend to decline gradually as the years advance. While there are indeed older players who continue to achieve commendable results, the correlation between age and chess prowess remains an undeniable truth. In his previous life, Yi Xiaochuan succumbed to defeat at the hands of a mere teenager, Ming Shu, at the age of 35, further substantiating this notion. Thus, this current reincarnation presents Yi Xiaochuan with a divine second chance. Perhaps in this world, with the gift of youth, his chess skills can flourish once more. As Yi Xiaochuan contemplated this exhilarating prospect, he resolutely set a goal to resume the intensive training he had undergone in his youth at the dojo, determined to refine his skills and ascend to the status of a chess sage. As the saying goes, haste makes waste, while maintaining his training. He also needed to gather chess records from this world. The computational abilities of the symbolic spirits and their accompanying entities are by no means inferior to that of AI. Moreover, he possesses the growing AlphaGo, making it imperative to train and enhance it in preparation for the unpredictable challenges that lie ahead. Unbeknownst to him, as Yi Xiaochuan pondered these thoughts, he had wandered into the garden. The chill of the late-night breeze sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to consider returning. Yet, he was drawn by the sight of lights ahead, where shadows appeared to be engaged in a game of chess. It was his sister, Yi's room. To his surprise, she was still playing chess at such a late hour. Intrigued, Yi Xiaochuan knocked on the door. Upon receiving a response, he opened it to find his sister, Yi, meticulously reviewing a chess game by lamplight. "Brother, you've come," Iya exclaimed with delight. Despite their brief acquaintance as siblings, Yi Xiaochuan couldn't help but feel affection for his endearing sister. Who wouldn't dote on such a gentle and lovable girl? This game is from my match with a classmate at the chess academy earlier today, though I unfortunately lost. Would you mind replaying it for me? Of course. The fundamental skills of Go encompass life and death, establish patterns, and the ability to recreate a game from memory with precision, which reflects a player's essential qualities. For Iya, this is a task approached with ease. As she carefully arranged the pieces, Yi Xiaochuan noticed a white cat lounging beside the board, stretching and yawning. Its appearance quite charming. The emblem of agility, the spirit cat signifies nimbleness and grace, succinctly illustrating Iya's style of play. Indeed, within merely 30 moves, Yi Xiaochuan discerned the crux of Iya's approach. She placed great emphasis on the elegance and fluidity of her formations, disdainful of heavy and cumbersome shapes. While this style is commendable, an excessive preoccupation with aesthetic appeal can lead to the neglect of fundamental tactics. For instance, in the midst of a fierce confrontation, the true contest lies in calculating moves. In the relentless pursuit to outmaneuver the opponent, one may resort to strategies typically criticized by instructors as foolish, which often prove pivotal in determining victory. Take, for example, this corner. Though the move of bending 3 may be deemed unwise, it simultaneously attends to both sides' weaknesses. A single corrective move can seamlessly rectify any unfavorable positions, whereas opting for a tiger's mouth might leave the opponent with opportunities to exploit and a potential source of contention. As she had yet to finish her sentence, Iya pouted, turning her head away in displeasure. The once languid white cat beside the chessboard suddenly bristled, issuing a warning growl towards Yi Xiaochuan, seemingly equally dissatisfied with his clumsy move. The chess reflects the player. Iya stuck out her tongue at Yi Xiaochuan and exclaimed, "Such an unsightly formation must surely be the work of a hideous creature. I refuse to play." Clearly, it is the characters that reflect the individual. Yi Xiaochuan broke into a sweat, pondering how he might remedy the situation. Chapter 8. A solitary man and a woman. Iya, let me explain. I shan't listen. You expect me to play with such an atrocious formation? Absolutely not. Sister Ya's resolve was unwavering. It seemed unlikely that her thoughts would change in the near future. The white cat by the edge of the chessboard stared intently at her, a reminder of the formidable spirit that Yi Xiao had encountered before. Should it leap forward and claw at him, it would be quite unpleasant. Shifting his approach, Yi Xiao aligned his guidance with Ya's style of play, offering a few strategic suggestions. Ya, now increasingly curious about her brother's true level of skill, chose to trust her beloved brother. Moreover, through simple calculations, she found that the moves pointed out by Yi Xiao were indeed problematic upon further analysis. Ya could be considered exceptionally gifted. She grasped concepts with remarkable ease, seeing his sister so joyful and engrossed in her subsequent maneuvers. Yi Xiao felt a sense of inexplicable contentment wash over him. This moment reminded him of his own days spent learning chess, a time marked by relentless dedication and a deep exploration of the intricacies of Go. However, a sigh of melancholy escaped him as he glanced around the room, his eyes falling upon a corner that shimmered with starlight. Curiously, he reached to investigate, discovering a book inscribed with the title 10,000 Gatherings of Chess Strategies. "Brother, you must not touch that." The melodious voice of his younger sister, Ya, echoed in his ears, yet Yi Xiaochuan's thoughts were entirely ensnared within the pages of Wan Hui chess manual. As his fingers swiftly turned the pages, one chess position after another surged into his mind like a torrent of energy. The Wan Hui chess manual elucidates. Chess embodies the essence of the heavens and earth, encapsulating the principles of yin and yang, the dynamics of movement and stillness. The arrangement of celestial bodies, the nuances of wind and thunder, the authority of life and death in spring and autumn, and the forces that shape mountains and rivers. The book is adorned with side notes and illustrations of moves and terminology, encompassing numerous chess positions and annotations. Its focal point lies within the 101 life and death problems, aptly named the wild ape crossing water and entering the hole to catch fish, which are not only vividly titled but also of exceptional quality. Casually flipping through its pages, Yixiachuan found the problems exceedingly challenging. They were not only engaging, but also demanded remarkable computational prowess to unravel. Merely skimming through, he became deeply immersed, never anticipating that this world held a tome as profound and captivating as the Xian chess classic from his past life. At this moment, the superiority of AlphaGo became evident. Within the brief span that Yixiachuan perused the book, he had indelibly imprinted its contents in his mind. More importantly, alongside the influx of this immense power, he could distinctly sense that his AlphaGo had evolved. With the high-quality chess manual Wanhui Qijue as a reference for training, the computational power will ascend to a new echelon. Yi Xiaochuan was filled with exuberance. AlphaGo could not only instantaneously record the games encountered, but also utilize these games as a reference, thereby enhancing and upgrading its computational capabilities. As long as there are sufficient high-quality manuals like Wanhui Qijue, it is believed that it will not take long for AlphaGo's strength to surpass even his own. Brother. His thoughts were abruptly pulled back, and Yi Xiaochuan found himself returning from the realm of chess, having finished perusing the Wanhui Qijue. Are there any more similar manuals or books? Ah, brother, have you forgotten? This is the most treasured manual of the Yi family. As a family secret, Wanhui Qijue is not merely a chess manual. It embodies a power that can assist the reader in enhancing their chess skills and nurturing their symbolic spirit. Its value is irreplaceable, and ordinarily, it would be impossible for others to even touch it. Merely flipping through its pages can elevate one's abilities. The thought of it is daunting. In order to ensure that his sister Iyo achieves commendable results in the upcoming competition, he had only borrowed it for 3 days. Brother, do you realize how precious this is? Even third brother cannot touch it without our father's permission. Yi swiftly snatched the Wanhui Qijue from Yi Xiaochuan's hands, declaring, "Even if it's you, brother, I cannot lend it to you." "Ha ha, dear sister, you may as well keep it for yourself." Yi Xiaochuan faced it lightly, casually flipping through the pages, having already absorbed the entirety of the Wanhui chess manual and its intrinsic power, a feat perhaps only achievable by his emblematic spirit, AlphaGo. With a deft motion, a pristine copy of the Wanhui chess manual appeared in his hands, discreetly tucked away in his bosom. This was the new functionality of AlphaGo post-upgrade. Any chess games it had recorded could now be reproduced in a facsimile edition, although it lacked the nourishing qualities that could invigorate an emblematic spirit. It remained a valuable asset, significantly enhancing one's chess prowess. "Then I shall not disturb you. I must hurry back to rest," he declared. "My brother is becoming increasingly peculiar." Gazing at Yi Xiaochuan's retreating figure, his sister, Iya, could only sigh before returning to her unfinished chess game. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaochuan was eager to return to a tranquil space to thoroughly delve into the 101st life and death problem, a true treasure among treasures. He was confident that if he could master the Wanhui chess manual, his skills would surely flourish. As the moon ascended overhead, the night crept in unnoticed, prompting Yi Xiaochuan to quicken his pace. The expansive courtyard had its drawbacks, and he began to empathize with the troubles of the affluent. "Who goes there?" Suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted by. Perhaps it was merely a feral cat or a rodent. Perhaps his eyes had deceived him. With this thought, Yi Xiaochuan quickened his pace, hurrying homeward. Yet, as he was about to shut the door, a hand suddenly reached out. "Who's there?" Yi Xiaochuan attempted to close the door, but his adversary's strength was too formidable, and they pressed inward. Fear gripped his heart, and realizing he was outmatched, he relinquished his hold. The shadowy figure stumbled forward, nearly losing balance. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiaochuan prepared a bolt, but the other's hand clamped down on his shoulder, causing him to fall backward. A captivating fragrance filled his nostrils, utterly intoxicating. In this perilous moment, Yi Xiaochuan paid it no mind, his hands flailing wildly in the darkness. This, it seems. Alas, just as a realization dawned upon him, a sharp slap landed squarely on his face. "You scoundrel! Ouch! Ouch! Why are you striking me?" Upon recognizing his assailant, he realized it was none other than Yan Wanner, whom he had bested earlier that day. Could it be that, alone together, she coveted his beauty and sought to ambush him in the night? Moreover, scoundrel! Another stinging slap followed. Jan Wanneres fast flushed crimson, her body trembling with shame and indignation, her eyes fixed on Yi Xiaochuan with an unmistakable murderous intent. Chapter 9. Midnight Musings on the board. The game of Go is characterized by its infinite permutations. History bears witness to the fact that no two games are ever precisely identical. Even the formidable computational prowess of artificial intelligence cannot fully exhaust the myriad possibilities inherent within Go. Numerous established sequences remain subjects of ongoing debate. While the kaleidoscopic nature of Go is readily comprehensible, Yin Wanner found herself somewhat perplexed by Yi Xiaochuan's references to AI, Kujie's AlphaGo sequences, and a plethora of novel theories that were entirely unfamiliar to her. The existence of sequences not even documented in ancient texts only served to further enshroud Yi Xiaochuan's enigmatic skill in an aura of mystery. Une senge, Yi Xiaochuan elucidated. While adhering to established variations found in books is undoubtedly sound practice, Go transcends mere rote memorization. It is not a predictable game of rock, paper, scissors where players simply establish formations and then proceed according to a rigid set of rules. The interplay between players' pieces, their individual styles of play, and even their mental states during the game all contribute to the intricate tapestry of the contest. Go is a microcosm of complexity, encompassing a vast array of factors and undergoing constant transformation. This is precisely where its allure lies. Observing Yin Wanner's somewhat bewildered expression, Yi Xiaochuan elected to physically manipulate the stones, arranging them on the board to illustrate a simple scenario of mutual encirclement. Consider the situation, he began, where both players have established rudimentary formations in the corners, followed by extensions to the sides and safeguarding of their respective corners, culminating in a state of mutual encirclement. As Yi Xiaochuan elucidated, he picked up a black stone. The next turn was undoubtedly the most significant for the black pieces, as the empty corner in the lower right beckoned. Should one opt for the corner move 3-3, an intriguing dilemma arose regarding from which direction to obstruct the white pieces. Yin Wanner, wielding the white stones, engaged in this cerebral duel with Yi Xiaochuan, who commanded the black. Within this confined space, they managed to extrapolate numerous variations from a single established pattern. At that moment, Yin Wanner was astonished to discover that this particular move, based solely on directional choices, could yield an infinite array of outcomes. Within one of those branches lay a plethora of deceptive maneuvers, as well as a dichotomy between thick influence and solid territory, each branching into countless results. How could this be? I'm following the established game records, she pondered, her fingers delicately gripping the stone. Yet she found herself unable to make a move after prolonged contemplation. Many of the variations she encountered had never been documented in the game records, and she was further astounded by the depth of Yi Xiaochuan's strategic prowess. The game records explicitly indicated that this pattern was erroneous, leading to local disadvantages, thus forming a habitual reluctance to consider such a strategy. Yi Xiaochuan then shifted his discourse, positioning several stones in the vicinity, and remarked, "However, what if there are other stones in concert? Although it might initially appear to be a significant blunder, with the right synergy, the dynamics of offense and defense could swiftly alter, resulting in a disadvantage for the opponent. Furthermore, consider this move. Although it too suggests a loss, it is not excessively detrimental and is, in fact, acceptable. By capturing an opponent's stone, the local control improves, and one's emotional state might also gain an advantage." So this is another expression for a Joziki in Go. Yi Xiaochuan distinctly recalls his instructor informing him of this maneuver during his childhood lessons. Although it may incur a slight disadvantage, it fosters a more agreeable disposition and enhanced control. Our instructor never mentioned this, Yi Xiaochuan interjected, halting Yin Wanner's discourse. Humans are creatures of habit. While adhering to books and scores is undoubtedly correct, one must never allow it to ossify into a habit, becoming a blind spot in one's contemplation during a match. Yin Wanner experienced a sudden epiphany, her gaze riveted upon the variations Yi Xiaochuan presented on the board. Unbeknownst to her, within a brief span, Yi Xiaochuan had imparted several techniques, leading to a breakthrough in her chess prowess. "It's heartening that you've taken note. Now that you comprehend the cause of your defeat," Hasten home to slumber. It's quite late, and the presence of a solitary man and woman together in a room may arouse suspicion. No, Yi Xiaochuan initially intended to offer a few pointers and promptly dispatch Yin Waner home. However, he did not anticipate Yin Waner's resolute stance, insisting that he demonstrate the subsequent variations and review the day's game. You certainly conceded to me today, didn't you? I did not. Yin Waner's eyes once again welled with tears. Yi Xiaochuan detests seeing girls cry, especially late at night. It's difficult to explain. If you attempt to send me away again, I shall truly burst into tears and call for assistance. Yin Waner bit her lip and lightly stomped her foot, declaring, I will stake my entire reputation to ensure you pay the price. All right, I concede. I am frightened of you. It was no exaggeration when Yin Waner spoke of her mood swings. Just moments ago, she had been a pitiful sight, tears streaming down her face. But in the blink of an eye, she transformed into her usual icy demeanor, leaving Yi Xiaochuan in a cold sweat. In pursuit of mastering chess, she seemed unperturbed by her own vanity. As the moon hung low, it hurriedly descended. Time flew by, and with the first rays of sunlight streaming down, Yi Xiaochuan realized he had unwittingly spent an entire night entertaining Yin Waner, marveling at the vitality of youth. Let there be no misunderstanding. The term entertaining referred to the fact that Yi Xiaochuan had dedicated the entire night to elucidating the various continuations and applications found within the chess manuals for Yin Waner. It was unrealistic to expect Yin Waner to immediately alter her playing style. It was far more prudent to accommodate her existing habits, correcting and supplementing the blind spots she encountered. However, it was quite peculiar how effortlessly he felt teaching her, as in his previous life. Yi Xiaochuan had struggled to impart knowledge to younger students, lacking the innate talent for teaching. Yet, with Yin Waner, he sensed a profound humility and earnestness. Previously, Yi Xiaochuan had embodied the image of a frivolous young master, so how could he possibly earn Yin Waner's respect? Yet, over the past 2 days, he had indeed given her a refreshingly new impression, subtly leading her to believe that he surpassed even her own teacher in skill. But how could that be? I must take my leave now. I shall return to seek you out tomorrow. The once frigid expression finally bore a hint of joy, although tinged with weariness. The exhilaration that follows a night spent immersed in chess is perhaps beyond the comprehension of those who have never delved into the depths of Go. Regardless of your sentiments, as I bid farewell to Yin Waner while standing at the threshold of the Yi family home, I realized that it had been ages since I had felt such emotions. At the age of 35, both my mental acuity and physical stamina had waned. Not to mention, an all-nighter dedicated to chess was now an unattainable feat. Merely staying up late would induce a throbbing headache. Ah, the joys of youth. Yet, before I could finish my thoughts or even stretch my limbs, darkness enveloped my vision, and sharp pain shot through my head. Ouch! In an instant, I understood. I had been ensnared in a sack and struck with a heavy object. Kidnapping? Impossible. I am a young master of the Yi family. Who would dare to abduct me? The moment the words escaped my lips, I regretted my bravado. My assailants rained down blows upon me, and in the pitch blackness, I endured every conceivable punishment. Upon hearing my defiance, they intensified their assault. Countless thoughts raced through my mind, and I couldn't help but ponder about my father and mother in another world. Would I truly meet my end here before attaining the status of a Go master? Spare my life, spare my life. Yi Xiaochuan, in a moment of desperation, resorted to pleading, for he was merely an ordinary person in his past life. And fear of death gripped him. Around him, 4 or 5 individuals hurriedly hoisted Yi Xiaochuan away. Chapter 10. The Villain's Accusation in Yi Xiaochuan's Recollection. This was a world where the game of Go reigned supreme. The higher one's skill in the game, the greater the rank of their spiritual embodiment. Attaining the level of a Go practitioner allowed one to wield their spiritual embodiment to perform feats akin to those of immortal cultivators, and this is no exaggeration. Furthermore, this world was governed by unyielding rules. Firstly, it was absolutely forbidden to employ any means of cheating beyond the use of spiritual embodiments and accompanying spirits to secure victory. In this realm, regardless of age or gender, all were fervent devotees of the game. For players, the ethics of the game held paramount importance. Petty theft and dishonorable acts were looked down upon, let alone acts of kidnapping. Thus, as Yi Xiaochuan endeavored to recall related events, he found himself at a complete loss. He had, however, heard whispers of those who, through the total consumption of other spiritual embodiments, experienced a substantial increase in their Go prowess. These were the so-called evil practitioners. Could it be that he had encountered such an evil practitioner? Had his AlphaGo been exposed, attracting the malicious gaze of nefarious individuals? Yi Xiaochuan was lost in these chaotic thoughts when suddenly his body was unceremoniously slammed into the ground. Before he could utter another word, several burly men dragged him from the sack, binding his hands and feet with hemp rope and silencing his protests with a gag. "Boss, it's him!" With a muffled cry, Yi Xiaochuan strained to focus his gaze, only to discover it was the scarred-faced man. It appeared this wretch had returned seeking vengeance. Undoubtedly, he was a practitioner of dark arts. The scarred face grew increasingly agitated, his voice rising with a tone of distress. As he lamented through tears and snot, "I witnessed him devour my symbolic spirit, and everyone knows he possesses no skill in Go. I cannot fathom what deceitful methods he employed to defeat me." The villain cried foul first. Yi Xiaochuan felt a deep regret for not having imparted a more severe lesson at that time, resulting in this scarred individual seeking retribution. After all, Yi Xiaochuan was a scion of the Yi family. Though his reputation was rather tarnished, he could easily leverage the family's influence to ensure the scarred man faced some consequences. "Oh, is that not the so-called worthless heir of the Yi family?" The voice resembled a delicate hand crafted from a pool of pristine water, imbued with an enchanting allure that stirred the soul. It possessed a bewitching quality, capable of igniting a fervent desire in the heart of any man of sound constitution. Upon beholding the source of the voice, one was met with a vision of captivating allure. Her expressive eyes spoke volumes, and her ebony gown accentuated her curvaceous figure, while glimpses of her alabaster skin further captivated the gaze. Having been exposed to a plethora of so-called peerless beauties in his previous life, recognized the woman before him as a siren of unparalleled allure. Had he been his 35-year-old self, he would have unhesitatingly initiated a conversation, sought her contact information, and even contemplated the names of their future offspring. However, at the tender age of 12, harbored lofty ambitions of becoming a renowned Go master. "Forgive me, fair lady," he mused. "I am but a youth, and we are ill-suited." The woman reclined languidly on the plush sofa, her exposed alabaster thighs commanding the unwavering attention of the men present, yet none dared to steal a glance. With a delicate pipe in hand, she exhaled a plume of smoke, exuding the commanding presence of a mafia queen. The young master of the family is renowned for his lack of spiritual affinity, rendering him incapable of learning Go. How could he possibly be a heretic cultivator? It is the unvarnished truth. I witnessed it with my own eyes. My spiritual serpent met its demise at his hands. Listening to Scarface's earnest account, the beauty's interest was piqued, and with the assistance of those nearby, she arose and slowly approached Yi Xiaochuan. As the beauty drew nearer, a rose fragrance mingled with a hint of milky sweetness, creating an exceptionally pleasing aroma that even Yi Xiaochuan couldn't help but inhale deeply. The rag was removed from his mouth, and the beauty stood before Yi Xiaochuan. Evil cultivators are scorned by the world, especially when it comes to the Yi family producing an insidious offspring. Consider this Meng Lian cleansing the Yi family's reputation. The woman waved her hand, and 4 or 5 burly men instantly surrounded them. "It's just a pity to have such a handsome face. Do you have anything to say?" "I do, of course I do." He was acting on behalf of justice, teaching Scarface a lesson. How could he die in such an ambiguous manner? Your subordinate is the one with an insidious mind. He uses despicable means to set up stalls in the streets, using symbolic spirits as gambling chips to devour other people's chess skills. I want him fair and square, teaching him a lesson. Cheating is out of the question. Yi Xiaochuan explained, "Many people were watching that day, and the truth can be found with an investigation. The symbolic spirit, a companion bestowed upon every individual at birth, serves not only as an invaluable ally in enhancing one's chess prowess, but also as a lifelong companion. The use of the symbolic spirit as a gambling token is strictly prohibited. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man immediately changed his demeanor. Indeed, many gathered to witness the scene, for this constituted a grave offense, one that would incur severe penalties if discovered. Almost simultaneously, another burly man rushed into the room and whispered something in Meng Ling's ear. The revelation that the scar-faced man had employed his symbolic spirit for gambling came to light in an instant. With a mere wave of her hand, Meng Ling ordered his removal, and he was promptly dragged away, likely facing dire consequences. What of the massive python that had consumed the symbolic spirit? I am no malevolent practitioner. That python is perfectly fine. I merely intended to teach that scar-faced man a lesson. After declaring this, Yi Xiaochuan summoned the previously devoured python from his chest domain. A flash of light ensued, and the python, freed from its restraints, hurried off to seek its master. While malevolent practitioners directly devour others' chess abilities for their own gain, Yi Xiaochuan's alpha dog resembles a process of replication. The early 1-way chess decision was merely a reproduction of existing chess strategies, marking a significant distinction from the malicious consumption of others' abilities. May I be released now? Meng Ling gently closed her eyes, contemplating for a moment, aware she had apprehended the wrong person. She ordered her subordinates to untie Yi Xiaochuan. His arms and thighs bore considerable swelling, remnants of the injuries inflicted by the black bricks earlier. However, this did not hinder his mobility, though it caused some discomfort. I shall settle the score with you later. As Yi Xiaochuan spoke, he pushed open the door, and the dimly lit environment indeed made him feel somewhat uneasy. He longed to leave swiftly. However, upon exiting the room, he was utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. It resembled the opulent casinos of Macau from his past life, extravagantly adorned, with the entire hall featuring meticulously crafted decorations of considerable expense. Unlike the poker tables and slot machines typically found in casinos, this grand hall was dominated by an array of chessboards of various sizes, surrounded by fervent onlookers placing bets on precious game strategies. Go was the singular game that captivated the hearts of the masses in this realm. Suddenly, Yi Xiaochuan recalled that Blade of the Bone Scraper was the moniker of this formidable female leader, a figure that was unequivocally not to be trifled with. Renowned as the most dangerous individual. Wait, did I permit you to leave? With a commanding shout from several burly men, Yi Xiaochuan was restrained once more, and behind him echoed Meng Ling's melodious voice, which, despite its charm, sent shivers down Yi Xiaochuan's spine. How can I trust that you have not cheated, when you lack even the slightest semblance of spirit? Chapter 11. Genius and Madness. A warm breath brushed gently against Yi Xiaochuan's earlobe, sending a shiver down his spine. The enchanting beauty was neither a tender refuge nor a gentle embrace. Rather, it was a grave for heroes. The bone-cutting knife that Meng Lian wielded was not merely a moniker. Moments ago, he distinctly heard the chilling echoes of anguished wails. Undoubtedly the punishment inflicted upon the scarred face for wagering his soul. When he next beheld the scarred visage, one ear had been severed, and the pitiful cries resonated through the air. Indeed, she was the ruthless queen of the underground gambling dens, employing merciless tactics. What do you desire? She inquired, her demeanor exuding indifference. Do not claim that I lack respect for the Yi family. I detest trickery above all. If you manage to win this game under my watchful eye, it will prove your integrity. At that moment, Yi Xiaochuan dared not utter a word of dissent, fearing he might share the same fate as the scarred man. It was far wiser to accept the challenge of the game openly, even if death loomed. One should meet it with courage. After all, when it came to chess, Yi Xiaochuan had never conceded to anyone. There would be no what-ifs. His resolute demeanor intrigued Meng Lian. She pondered whether he was truly confident or simply aware that he could not escape the clutches of this formidable challenge. Such self-assurance likely stemmed from genuine talent. Exhaling a ring of smoke, Meng Lian retrieved a chess manual from her pocket and stated, "You should be well acquainted with the rules here. Every game requires a stake. Entering such a place, how could one not place a bet? Moreover, Yi Xiaochuan could distinctly sense the formidable power contained within the chess manual held by Meng Ling, a treasure of immense value. It was as if a fish had encountered water. Not only could a high-quality manual enhance his companion spirit, AlphaGo, but which player could resist the allure of a chess manual? It was simply drool-inducing. The Wan Hui chess decision had already shown Yi Xiaochuan that the development of Go in this world was by no means inferior to the AI era of his previous life. The opportunity to engage with more formidable opponents and to study Go theories he had never encountered before was utterly irresistible. And that was the star-picking manual. Goodness, the leader had actually brought that manual out. How could this wasteful young master of the Yi family possibly present an equally precious manual as a wager? From the remarks of bystanders, he could ascertain the rarity of that manual, which only fueled Yi Xiaochuan's determination to seize it. Surely, he too possessed an equally valuable stake. With a confident smile, Yi Xiaochuan reached into his bosom and produced a treasure that would astonish all present. Wan Hui chess decision. Although it was merely a facsimile edition in his possession, he wondered if it could serve as a wager. Upon further inspection, Yi Xiaochuan revealed not just one, but a total of 3 copies. The other 2 facsimile editions of Wan Hui chess decision were to be used to wager on himself. The entire venue was left in utter shock. Wan Hui chess decision. The treasures of the Yi family, even if merely in the form of rubbings, are exceedingly precious. Typically, only the closed-door disciples of the Yi family are permitted to peruse them. To possess the authentic versions, which form the very foundation of the Yi family's legacy, is a rarity perhaps only the young master of the Yi family could present, let alone 3 complete volumes. However, unbeknownst to others, Yi Xiaochuan has produced these with AlphaGo, with an abundance at his disposal. Now, the news has spread beyond this chamber. It has reached the entire casino, attracting an increasing number of spectators. Some have already shouted for the betting to commence, viewing Yi Xiaochuan as an unwitting fool. Who does not know that Yi Xiaochuan is notoriously recognized as the wasteful young master? It is assumed he would not even know how to handle the pieces, making this a seemingly foolproof opportunity for profit. At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan's opponent has made his official entrance. Nama, Dulong. Symbolic spirit, Night Crow. Level, chess practitioner. The newcomer is quite youthful, around 16 years of age, clad in a flowing black robe that envelopes him, seemingly shy of light. Yi Xiaochuan recalls this individual. The memories of his true self reveal that Du Lang is known as the youngest reigning champion in the underground casino, boasting an impeccable record of 149 victories, making him the most sought-after contender in this clandestine arena. Within the realm of chess practitioners, few can rival him, and rumors abound that Du Lang has surpassed the chess practitioner level. Yet for reasons unknown, he has not ascended further. Ah, so you're to be my opponent, witnessing my 50th consecutive victory. As Du Lang took his seat, a look of disdain etched upon his face. The night crow, perched upon his shoulder, exuded an eerie and ominous aura. Coupled with his pronounced dark circles, it undeniably rendered Yi Xiaochuan somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, regardless of the opponent, I shall exert my utmost effort. Securing these 150 victories is paramount. Suddenly, Du Lang's expression turned manic as he erupted into laughter, his deranged demeanor instilling a sense of dread in those present. The initial move was determined, with Du Lang playing black and Yi Xiaochuan white, and thus the game commenced. At that moment, the odds were revealed. 100. It was evident to all that one side was the youngest reigning champion, Du Lang, while the other was the notoriously inept young master. Even when the combined value of 2 volumes of Wan Hui Chi Ju was considered, the odds reached a staggering 1-100. This implied that should Yi Xiaochuan triumph in this match, the value of the 2 volumes wagered would multiply 100-fold, accompanied by the star-harvesting record bet by Mengling. An extraordinary profit indeed. Yi Xiaochuan felt a twinge of regret for not wagering a few more volumes. Upon receiving Mengling's consent, the match officially commenced. It was at that instant that a bizarre scene unfolded. Du Lang's robe flared open, enveloping the surroundings in a dense shroud of black mist. This was the chess realm. In a previous game with Yan Wan'er, he had also been drawn into the realm of chess, albeit in a manner entirely distinct from the present encounter. The chess realm accompanying Yan Wan'er, imbued with the celestial energy of the 12 images of Tianyang, benefited both players. altering their computational abilities, overall perspective, and even their mental states to varying degrees. However, now, as the black fog thickened, Xiaochuan found himself unable to discern even the chessboard and pieces before him, as if he were wholly ensconced in another dimension. The chess realm is a unique ability that awakens once one reaches a certain level of chess mastery. Upon complete mastery, it allows the player to ensnare their opponent within a world that is entirely their own, showcasing different effects based on one's inherent attributes and characteristics. This marked Xiaochuan's inaugural experience playing against an opponent of chess cultivator caliber, and it was also his first encounter with a fully realized chess realm. This was astonishing. As he gradually lost his five senses, an ordinary person might have succumbed to tears, yet, to everyone's surprise, Xiaochuan erupted into laughter. To the observers, it appeared as though Xiaochuan collapsed onto the chessboard after being drawn into the realm, only to suddenly sit up, his pupils dilated, and his face contorted into an eerie grin. Had this lad lost his mind upon losing his senses? How intriguing, Meng Ling observed intently. Under the scrutiny of so many onlookers, Xiaochuan could not possibly cheat. Furthermore, given his performance, it was evident that this was his first experience in the chess realm. Without the aid of a symbolic spirit, he would inevitably lose his senses instantaneously, unable to see, hear, or smell, and even incapable of grasping the pieces. How then could he proceed with the game? However, Xiaochuan swiftly acclimated to this sensation, and with trembling hands, he endeavored to extract a white piece from the chessboard. This was an extraordinary feat, prompting the question of whether Xiaochuan possessed innate genius. Chapter 12. The second pair of eyes clack. The sound of a chess piece falling resonated. He could hear it. Despite being enveloped in this murky darkness and the forfeiture of his senses, Xiaochuan could distinctly perceive the luminescence of the piece's placement, albeit fleetingly. Like a pebble cast into a pond, it left only ripples in its wake. Was it his passion for Go that responded to him? Blind Go, perhaps? Undeterred by the loss of his senses, Xiaochuan slowly raised his stiff hand, retrieving a white piece from the container, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. How was it possible? Unable to see, touch, or hear, how did Xiaochuan accomplish this? 4-4, Hoshi. 1717, corner enclosure. 417, Komoku. It was initially presumed that the game would conclude with Xiaochuan's concession during the opening phase. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiaochuan remained impervious to the influence of Du Lang's chess domain, accurately placing the white pieces on the board. The seemingly inevitable defeat now held an element of uncertainty, making the match the focal point of the underground gambling den once more. There it is, Du Lang's signature move. Even if that young master of the E family can see, I doubt he's ever encountered this variation. I wager that within 40 moves, Xiaochuan will face a devastating defeat. Is this intricate jōzeki specifically employed in conjunction with a sensory-depriving chess environment? Emerging in the lower right corner of the board is none other than the large avalanche jōzeki, renowned for its myriad variations. The complexities of the large avalanche can be overwhelming for novices unfamiliar with its intricacies, making it a veritable flying knife. A single misstep can lead to local annihilation. Duran, is this your stratagem? Concealed within the shadows, Durant unveils a sardonic smile. The chess environment, conjured from the spirit of the night raven, serves to impede the opponent's senses. In conjunction with a particularly intricate jōzeki, it is precisely this strategy that has rendered Durant invincible, culminating in an astounding record of 149 victories without a single loss. Ebony ravens unfurl their wings, circling above the chessboard. Crimson eyes gleam with sanguinary intent, fixated upon Xiaochuan, where ravens gather, carrion abounds. The spoils of battle, severed limbs, and fresh blood constitute the night raven's sustenance. Undaunted by the large avalanche, eschew complexity, pursue simplicity, such as Xiaochuan's strategy, abandoning the sequence to seize a large point elsewhere. Let us observe your response. Xiaochuan, wielding the white stones, eschewed the anticipated fierce skirmishes in localized areas, opting instead to disengage and secure a corner, pursuing the most straightforward variations, a strategic approach hitherto unseen by Du Lang. The placement of a stone in the 3 to 3 point, followed by blocking the subsequent knight's move, a maneuver reminiscent of the intricate Mi Dao, was adroitly circumvented by Yi Xiaochuan with a simple response, thus avoiding the complexities of the Mi Dao. It was akin to a well-prepared fist striking cotton, rendering it powerless. Damn it, Dulang cursed invately. His intent to complicate the situation thwarted by the seasoned Yi Xiaochuan's artful avoidance. The raven that lingered above the chessboard seemed to diminish in its sanguinary hue, replaced by a pallor of weakness born of hunger, as it alighted upon Dulang's shoulder to rest. On the vast expanse of the grasslands, myriad carnivorous beasts roamed, packs of hyenas, lions, tigers, cheetahs, and bloodthirsty crocodiles. Yet, these fierce predators rarely engaged in internecine strife, their survival instincts warning them of the potential for wounds sustained in such conflicts, wounds that could impede future hunts and lead to starvation. Dulang, you have misconstrued your position. Before you does not lie a docile prey awaiting capture. Quite the contrary. Point. With the descent of that white stone, a strategic point was struck, precisely targeting the flaw in Dulang's formation. Given his predilection for impetuous attacks, he was bound to make an overzealous move. Xiaoquan, having discerned Dulang's tactics, meticulously lured him into launching an offensive, and this precise point struck at his very jugular. Caw! The symbolic cry of the night raven echoed as it fell from Dulang's shoulder, writhing in agony upon the ground. The dense black mist gradually lightened, allowing Yi Xiaochuan to glimpse Dulang's exceedingly grim visage. How could this be? Surrender? Absolutely not. Dulang's expression twisted in rage as he hastily retrieved a piece and made a move, foolishly attempting a counterattack. Yet, as soon as the piece was placed, a pang of regret struck him. Yet another impulsive blunder in his eagerness to strike. Accustomed to manipulating his opponents with ease, he found himself incensed by Yi Xiaochuan. The intricacies of battle in complex situations are my forte. I shall not be defeated. Oh, then let us see. In Yi Xiaochuan's eyes, the so-called complex scenario described by Dulang was merely a fade. The moment he executed his move, he had already ensnared Dulang within his rhythm, systematically dismantling every avenue of attack Dulang had calculated. A desperate attempt to seize the initiative, this was Dulang's final struggle. Yet, as he surveyed the board once more, analyzing the situation, he sorrowfully realized that Yi Xiaochuan's white pieces formed an impenetrable fortress devoid of any weaknesses. Conversely, it was he who, in his haste to attack, had rendered his formation unstable, rife with vulnerabilities. Indeed, the tide had turned. As the black mist continued to dissipate, Dulang lifted his gaze once more, only to be met by a pair of eyes fixed intently upon him. Startled, Dulang had witnessed the eyes of a murderer, revealing a chilling indifference to life, utterly terrifying. He had also encountered the bloodthirsty gaze of a beast, filled with an insatiable thirst for blood. Yet, what he now faced was unlike anything he had ever seen. Eyes devoid of any trace of humanity, cold and emotionless, fixated upon him as if they could see through to the very depths of his being. Could these truly be the eyes of a human? Even a stone possesses a flicker of spirit. Under the tension of the game, he suddenly found himself being scrutinized by those horrifying eyes, cold sweat trickling down his brow, rendering him momentarily paralyzed, causing the piece in his hand to tumble onto the board. The second pair of eyes. In an instant, Dulang comprehended the reason behind Yi Xiaochuan's ability to play chess even after losing all his senses, ensconced within the realm of night crow chess. From the very onset of the game, every maneuver he devised had been entirely deciphered by those eyes. In their presence, his strategies were mere trifles. The outcome of this match had been predetermined from the beginning. Dulang was destined to lose. If Yi Xiaochuan were notice, he would understand why Dulang felt such trepidation. The gaze emanating from AlphaGo was purely a manifestation of computational prowess, devoid of any emotion, yet strikingly lifelike. Unable to fathom the nature of machinery, compounded by the uncanny valley effect and the tautness of his spirit, it was entirely natural for him to feel fear. The tide had turned. Dulang conceded defeat. The spectators erupted in a furious chorus of condemnation. Bottles and chess pieces hurled towards him. Damn it. I've lost everything because of you. What a farce, this so-called Emperor of Defense. That Yi Xiaochuan undoubtedly cheated. Du Lang, why don't you just perish? All sorts of unpleasant words were hurled, for in their eyes, it was a surefire venture, having wagered a substantial sum. Du Lang's loss was an unprecedented upset. Silence, please. Huh. An inexplicable pressure suddenly enveloped the entire venue, causing those of lower spiritual rank to falter, collapsing to their knees with a thud. Chapter 13. Windfall. Silence. This invisible force instantly subdued everyone present. Even though this pressure was not directed at him, Yi Xiaochuan could still sense its immense power. Is this the might of the symbolic spirit? This match was conducted under my witness. Meng Lian and Yi Xiaochuan engaged without any acts of deceit. The match stands valid. Upon concluding her remarks, Meng Lian presented the chess manual to Yi Xiaochuan. Seizing the manual with alacrity, Yi Xiaochuan was immediately enveloped in a surge of starlight. He once more plunged into the depths of his mental sea, where the colossal chessboard beneath his feet had materialized, forming Yi Xiaochuan's exclusive chess domain. The Zhaixing manual elucidates that the structure of the game is like celestial mechanics. The chess principles embody yin and yang. The Tao serves as the warp and weft, with squares arranged in intricate patterns. Similar to the Wan Hui chess strategies, it contains several recorded chess games, granting Yi Xiaochuan a foundational understanding of Go in this world. Its essence lies in a comprehensive analysis of starpoint josekis, covering everything within Yi Xiaochuan's comprehension in meticulous detail. Even more astonishing is the manual's interpretation of starpoint josekis, echoing the solutions of AI from his previous life, complete with annotations. This serves as proof that Go in this world is no less advanced than in the AI era. The more intricate and complex variations require Yi Xiaochuan's gradual study. As he turned to the final page of the dense Zhaixing manual, AlphaGo had already recorded everything and undergone an even more startling transformation. The Zhaixing manual and Wan Hui chess strategies, two exceptionally precious chess manuals, possessed immense power, sufficient for AlphaGo to attain evolution. Glimmers of starlight gradually coalesced into a sphere, accelerating until it became a massive orb of light. More significantly, Yi Xiaochuan could sense that the orb possessed its own consciousness. You can hear me, can't you? The fluctuations of thought could be felt with remarkable clarity. Yet the luminous orb remained unable to respond accurately to Yi Xiaochuan. For a long time, Yi Xiaochuan had been intrigued by the external manifestation of his companion's spirit, Alpha Dog, and now it appeared even more elusive. Alas, this is something beyond my current control. The transformations of Alpha Dog must be set aside for the time being. Although it seems an eternity has passed in the vast ocean of the mind, in reality, it is merely a fleeting moment. When Yi Xiaochuan opened his eyes once more, the star chart in his hand had been entirely inscribed within the mental expanse. This star chart must hold great value for mismingling, does it not? Am I truly so shameless? No, no, no. The glimmer of restrained anger in Mengling's gaze made Yi Xiaochuan hastily retract his words upon realizing his faux pas. Such an intricate game manual is beyond my comprehension. It would be more prudent to return it to Miss Mengling. Not daring to be remiss, Yi Xiaochuan reverently presented the chess manual with both hands, saying, "Once my skills have reached a certain level, I shall seek to borrow it from Miss Mengling again." Moreover, Yi Xiaochuan harbored his own concerns about retaining the manual. Despite its invaluable nature, the contents of this chess manual had already been entirely replicated by AlphaGo. Flaunting it so ostentatiously today would inevitably lead to future troubles, as everyone would be aware that Yi Xiaochuan possessed the transcribed versions of the star-plucking manual and the myriad convergence chess secrets. It would be more prudent to return it to Meng Lian, thereby currying favor with her. Furthermore, this transcribed version of the myriad convergence chess secrets was a personal gift to Miss Meng Lian, entirely unrelated to the Yi family. You are indeed astute, young man. Having reached this point, Meng Lian naturally accepted the two chess manuals, instructed her servants to put them away, and led Yi Xiaochuan to stand before everyone in the underground casino. Listen, Meng Lian declared, her commanding presence once again dominating the scene. Yi Xiaochuan has proven his strength through this match. Furthermore, I want you all to hear this. Yi Xiaochuan is a friend of mine, Meng Lian. None of you are permitted to cause him any further trouble. With that, the contest officially concluded. Given Meng Lian's words, those who had lost their bets could only accept their fate. Who would dare to seek trouble with Yi Xiaochuan? This was naturally an unexpected delight for Yi Xiaochuan. Upon entering this world, the more experts like Meng Lian, the better. Bring tea, she commanded. When I took my seat again, the treatment was markedly different. Not only were there exquisite pastries, but also a dedicated attendant pouring tea, akin to the hospitality reserved for esteemed guests. A stark contrast to the treatment I received upon being thrust into this casino. Do you truly wish to forego this star chart? Such a precious game record is beyond my current capabilities to comprehend, and it would be wiser to return it to Miss Mengling for safekeeping. I'm quite curious. How did the former version of you transform into someone so formidable overnight? Mengling paused momentarily before continuing. Is it related to your companion spirit? Indeed, my secret was unveiled. Yi Xiaochuan bitterly licked his lips, at a loss for words in response to Mengling. Yet she waved her hand, choosing not to press further. My subordinate was the one who initially offended you, and I must extend my apologies on behalf of my underling, as a form of recompense. At that moment, Mengling produced 2 gold tokens from seemingly nowhere and continued. Are you familiar with the cloud auction? In Yi Xiaochuan's recollection, even as the young master of the Yi family, he had only heard whispers of it. No inquiries are made regarding origins or sellers, and all bidders must conceal their identities, donning unique gold tokens to gain entry. Ancient manuscripts, secret treasures, divine artifacts, and even companion spirits, an array of extraordinary items are sold there, though their provenance often remains a topic for negotiation, with many being ill-gotten gains from nefarious cultivators. Indeed, this is the entry proof for the cloud auction. Mengling smiled gently, saying, a wager of 1 to win 100 can yield quite a fortune. The name Bone Scraping Blade truly resonates, for when that woman smiles, Yi Xiaochuan no longer perceives any allure or seduction. Rather, it feels as though he might as well endure a few scrapes upon his very bones. Clearly, she does not intend to let him claim the wager of 1 to 100 without consequence. What do you desire? She inquires. You've misunderstood me. I have no interest in your wealth. I simply cannot procure such a large sum in a short time. With a dismissive wave of her hand, for burly men laboriously bring forth a large chest. Upon its opening, a radiant golden light nearly blinds Yi Xiaochuan's titanium alloy eyes. Never in this life, nor in his past, has he encountered such an abundance of wealth all at once. Even with the privileges of being a scion of the Yi family, the sight of such copious gold leaves him utterly astounded. Are you suggesting that this is merely half of what you have won? He could scarcely fathom the staggering amount won at the odds of 1 to 100. Such a fortune, if placed in the public sphere, could easily purchase half a street of chess halls. Even with extravagant spending, it would take a decade or more to exhaust such wealth, a sum inconceivable to an ordinary person, enough to sustain a lifetime of frugality. However, upon reflection, it becomes understandable. The value of 2 ancient volumes of the Wan Hui chess strategy is indeed considerable, and those who frequent this gambling den are certainly not the impoverished. No, he must not keep this money on his person. Yi Xiaochuan has no desire to awaken to violence and robbery. Losing money is trivial, but one's life is paramount. Moreover, such a considerable sum in gambling cannot be directly wagered in gold. It is often represented by substitutes akin to the chips used in casinos of the past. It is indeed implausible to conjure such a vast amount of money in a short span. Chapter 14. Seeking trouble upon returning home from the underground casino, Yi Xiaochuan reclined on his bed, plunging into the boundless ocean of his mind. With the treasures of Wanhui chess, decision and star picking codex in hand, he was determined to delve deeply into their intricacies. The vigor of youth bestowed upon Yi Xiaochuan an extraordinary capacity for calculation and boundless energy. He could distinctly feel that after a continuous 24-hour endeavor, he experienced only a slight fatigue. Thus, the first thing he did upon arriving home was to immerse himself in the study of chess strategies. It had been a long time since he felt such a sensation. Xiaochuan could not help but reflect, if only he had recognized this in his previous life and diligently pursued it, perhaps. No, there are no perhaps. Xiaochuan had resolved to cherish this opportunity and vowed to become a chess master in this world. With this thought, his mind stirred, and through the luminous orbs within the chess realm, the board beneath him was instantly filled with pieces. The principles of strategy, life, and death, and the study of games are regarded by Xiaochuan as the most fundamental skills, essential for daily practice. Thus, he commenced with the study of games. Before long, Xiaochuan had completely memorized a segment of ancient games recorded in Wan Hui chess decisions, totaling 293 moves. Despite Xiaochuan's professional level, he remained in awe of the profound skill exhibited by the two unparalleled masters. Certain pivotal moves, without annotations, would have left even Xiaochuan perplexed by their intricacies. For instance, the established opening strategy, despite AI's conclusions, still presented variations that were distinctly different. Go indeed offers boundless transformations and infinite profundities. Upon opening his eyes again, Xiaochuan realized he had achieved the training goal he had set for himself, clearly sensing an enhancement in his skill. These 2 volumes of game records are truly treasures. A knock echoed from outside the door, and upon opening it, Xiaochuan was greeted by his sister. "Yeah? Brother, are you all right?" Iya inquired, her face etched with concern as she handed him a meal. "Are you sick? What's wrong?" Why would you say that?" As he spoke, Xiaochuan felt an unusual hunger and began to devour the food voraciously. "If you hadn't opened the door, I was about to call someone to force it open. I merely slept a little longer." "A little longer?" It was only when he saw the apprehensive look on Iya's face that Xiaochuan sensed something was amiss. Upon inquiring, he discovered that he had slept for an entire day and night. Yet, in his recollection, he had been engrossed in studying 2 chess manuals within the chess realm. Could it be that training in this realm also possessed the wondrous effect of rejuvenation? He stretched his limbs, marveling at the absence of any fatigue. Instead, he felt invigorated, with no trace of the weariness that typically followed training. Xiaochuan was pleasantly surprised, realizing that he could now engage in daytime matches and nighttime training, effectively doubling his available time. "Honestly, where have you been wandering off to? And you have a wound on your forehead." Iya retrieved some medicine she carried with her and gently applied it to Xiaochuan's injury, her face etched with concern. "If you keep acting this way, I'll simply ignore you." It was early morning, and the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, illuminating Xiaochuan's face, making him appear particularly vibrant. Outside, the courtyard buzzed with activity, the crisp sound of chess pieces colliding against the board filling the air. After breakfast, he strolled with Iya through the expansive courtyard, surrounded by fellow chess students of similar age. It was the Chess Academy's disciples that formed the bedrock upon which the Yi family stood. The main academy alone boasted 1,000 students, not to mention the various branch academies scattered throughout the land, solidifying their status as a prominent family in the world of Go. Despite his family's prominence in Go, Xiaochuan studied at the Rue Chess Academy. This was a compromise made by the former Xiaochuan in order to indulge his desire to go out and play. "Xiaochuan, are you planning to skip class again to go out and play? Aren't you afraid of your father's wrath? Where do you intend to go today?" Within the hallowed halls of the academy, scions of noble lineage and affluent progeny congregated, their disdain palpable toward the ostensibly inept young master, Xiaochuan. Their interactions were characterized by sardonic remarks and derisive jests, which Xiaochuan, in his elevated spirits, chose to disregard. As he contemplated which lecture to attend, a sudden, forceful pressure bore down upon his shoulder. "Xiaochuan, whither do you stray?" "Mind your own affairs," he retorted. Empowered by the assimilation of the myriad convergence chess treatise in the star, plucking manual into his AlphaGo, Xiaochuan's strength had burgeoned, rendering him no longer susceptible to the indignities he once suffered. He seized the assailant's wrist, subtly applying pressure before executing a swift pull, sending the offender sprawling ignominiously onto the ground. The aggressor, Yu Tian, was known to Xiaochuan, a mediocre talent whose chess prowess paled in comparison to the likes of Rue Neo and Yin Waner. Yu Tian held Xiaochuan in contempt and frequently orchestrated group humiliations against him, further fueled by his aspirations as a suitor to Yin Wanner. In times past, Xiaochuan would have silently endured such affronts, opting to ignore Yu Tian's provocations. However, circumstances had changed. You, a mere ruffian, dare address me by name? What's gotten into you? Yu Tian, his corpulent frame smarting from the fall, was aided to his feet by his retinue. Flushed and panting, he demanded, "Why did Yin Wanner emerge from your chambers the morning before yesterday? I reiterate, it is none of your concern." Yu Tian was momentarily rendered speechless by Xiaochuan's unexpected retort. Whether it was due to the pain from his recent fall or sheer astonishment, he found himself at a loss for words, especially as he was usually the one to bully Xiaochuan. As the crowd of onlookers grew, Yu Tian's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly regained his composure, spitting disdainfully before raising his fist to strike. However, bolstered by enhanced agility, Xiaochuan deftly sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a swift kick to Yu Tian's backside. A yelp of surprise escaped Yu Tian as he clutched his rear, his features contorted in agony. The jeers of the surrounding students, coupled with his discomfort, brought him to the brink of tears. He longed to command his lackeys to retaliate against Xiaochuan, yet found them exchanging hesitant glances, none daring to act. "Are you all just going to stand by and watch me get bullied?" he exclaimed in frustration. "But boss," one of his subordinates awkwardly scratched his head, "this is the E family territory. If we lay a hand on the young master of the E family, what will happen?" Indeed, the others chimed in, further inciting Yu Tian's ire. "You." With a sudden spark of inspiration, Yu Tian proposed, "Dare you to play a game of chess with me? The loser must bow and admit defeat. Were you, a mere nobody, to challenge me to a game of chess? One ought to take a moment to reflect upon one's own visage. When it comes to the art of insult, Xiaochuan undoubtedly stands as a paragon, possessing an unparalleled ability to articulate scathing remarks without resorting to profanity. It is worth noting that in a previous life, Xiaochuan was not easily outmatched in the realm of online banter, often leaving his adversaries, including the beleaguered Yu Tian, in a state of utter despair. Ultimately, unable to contain himself, Yu Tian sought to engage Xiaochuan in a physical confrontation, only to find Xiaochuan deftly collapsing to the ground. Did fear grip him? As Yu Tian pondered the unexpected turn of events, he was bewildered that his strike had not yet landed, while Xiaochuan lay sprawled on the floor. Was it possible that Xiaochuan, in a moment of trepidation, sought to plead for mercy? Yu Tian was resolute in his determination to not let Xiaochuan escape unscathed, intent on teaching him a lesson before the onlookers. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sight of Yin Wanner, her gaze ablaze with fury, fixed upon him. "Vanya, please allow me to explain. Woe is me. Yu Tian seeks to strike me without cause." Xiaochuan feigned injury, clutching his abdomen and wailing upon the ground, while Yu Tian, with his fists still raised, found himself at a loss for words. Blast it. Chapter 15. Talent Without Virtue. "Wanner, you must listen to my explanation. I had heard tales of your character, yet I never anticipated you to truly embody such persona." YNWNR's inherently frigid tone now appeared even more aloof. The facts lay bare before her, rendering UTIN's explanations feeble and insipid. Xiaochuan, embodying the epitome of a duplicitous charmer, feigned a pitiful demeanor as he reclined in YNWNR's embrace, relishing the unfolding spectacle. Ultimately, both UTIN and YNWNR appeared to Xiaochuan as nothing more than immature children. Yet in the realm of bullying, Xiaochuan resolved to impart a lesson to UTIN, a far more refined approach than resorting to physical confrontation, an exquisite form of psychological reprisal. Observing UTIN's pallid complexion, a tempest of anger and frustration stirring within him, nearly on the verge of tears, Xiaochuan contemplated bringing this farce to an expeditious conclusion. "Let us play chess. I shall defeat you through skill, and you shall never bully me again." "Huh, all right." Upon hearing Xiaochuan's consent to the game, UTIN's ashen face regained a hint of color, instinctively believing that victory was assured. He hastily rushed to the chessboard, eager to reclaim his dignity through the match. However, in truth, Wei Xiaochuan's words were intended for YNWNR. Regardless of the outcome of this game, the result would remain unchanged. You need not engage in chess with UTIN, irrespective of winning or losing. I shall not allow him to bully you again. Yes, I understand. I will not lose this match. Had UTIN been privy to the genuine thoughts swirling within Wei Xiaochuan's mind at that moment, he would have been seized by an almost unbearable rage. Competing for affection with a mere child? It's not that Yi Xiaochuan is immature. It's just that seeing all the vibrant young aspirants around him, he felt an urge to play a game of Go. As simple as that. Talented but lacking virtue describes you perfectly. I am undeserving of such praise. A game of guidance, then. The two sat down, black first, white second, taking turns placing their stones. Playing against a mere child, Yi Xiaochuan naturally handled it with ease. Seeing his opponent play a star point, he simply attached himself to it. Noticing that Yue Tian played a komoku, he did the same. Attach. Attaching to a star point is clearly a losing move. Seeing that he really didn't know how to play, with approaches to the corner being high, low, or even a large knight's move, how could he so rashly attach himself? Indeed, he's clearly hurting himself. Beside him, a junior companion observed Yi Xiaochuan's chess moves and began to commentate with great confidence. Yue Tian, witnessing Yi Xiaochuan's gameplay, felt a surge of disdain, interpreting the opponent's actions as a sign of contempt. Overcome by emotion, he impulsively severed the connection and plunged into combat. Indeed, Yi Xiaochuan aimed to play closely to his adversary. What of it? The two engaged in a fierce struggle at the corners. In response to the severing, Yi Xiaochuan executed a remarkably audacious move, clearly intent on capturing the entire corner territory. In truth, faced with the capture, Yue Tian merely needed to extend and retreat to securely safeguard the corner territory. Had he done so, Yi Xiaochuan would have suffered a significant loss, as the board's formation would have been rendered indecipherable. However, in that moment, Yue Tian too became emotionally charged, failing to grasp the situation clearly, and in a perplexing lapse, he severed his opponent once more. In a straightforward contest of calculation, Yue Tian was no match for Yi Xiaochuan. Within fewer than 20 moves, Yue Tian had already succumbed. With the two severed groups failing to survive, the more he sought to eliminate his opponent, the more he inadvertently fortified Yi Xiaochuan's position. The already doomed pieces should have been abandoned without delay, lest they multiply in demise. A hasty charge, such reckless aggression only served to bolster his opponent's formation. Even if granted 3 successive moves here, survival would remain elusive. Prioritize the initiative. In this context, one must sacrifice pieces to secure the advantage. The battle must yield profit. Execute the decisive blow. As Yi Xiaochuan critiqued Yue Tian's moves, he seemingly nonchalantly yet flawlessly dismantled the I position, effectively annihilating the entire group of stones. He exuded an air of a mentor, which only fueled Yue Tian's frustration, leaving him with no choice but to forfeit pieces. With another audacious move, Yi Xiaochuan left Yue Tian paralyzed by fear, stripped of the sharpness he had displayed at the opening. He could only retreat in panic, allowing his opponent to gain the upper hand, leading to even greater losses. This exemplifies the psychological shifts inherent in the game. After all, humans are not AI, nor are they mechanical. It is a common plight for novices. Losing a group of stones in the opening can shatter one's composure, resulting in an increasingly timid playstyle and mounting losses. However, the fallen stones possess a certain value, serving as an inexhaustible treasure trove of opportunities. The more dire the situation, the bolder one must be. Finding a way out of despair and turning the tide in adversity is the true allure of Go. Unsurprisingly, under Yi Xiaochuan's relentless pressure, Yue Tian was left with only 2 surviving stones, a meager outcome born from desperate consolidation. There was no need to tally the score. The result was crystal clear. So, Yue Tian, are you convinced this time? Before Yi Xiaochuan could speak, it was Yin Wanner who interjected. From now on, you are forbidden from bullying Yi Xiaochuan. Do you hear me? This time, I faltered. If only I had been steadier, even the very person, Yue Tian, felt embarrassed to continue the conversation. A loss is a loss, and what is more, Yue Tian's current inability to defend himself only adds to the humiliation. Yi Xiaochuan must have deceived you. He surely played a trick. Yi Xiaochuan would never be like you, unable to admit defeat and bullying others instead. Yue Tian, rendered speechless by the confrontation, sank to the ground in tears, his appearance utterly pitiful. After all these years of acquaintance, you chose to believe that useless young master rather than me. Yue Tian's sobs transformed into wails as he cried out, Yin Wanner, I like you. Please do not despise me. Yet, such shameless behavior from Yue Tian only repulsed the girl further. Even Yi Xiaochuan could not bear to watch. He patted Yue Tian on the shoulder, saying, Take care, brother. Observing the two of them, arm in arm, laughing and chatting, and reflecting on his pursuit of Yin Wanner over the years, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. But after only a few days, she had grown close to Yi Xiaochuan. His anger intensified. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Amidst his tears, filled with resentment, Yue Tian vowed to ensure that both Yi Xiaochuan and Yin Wanner would pay the price. Meanwhile, back with the two, Yi Xiaochuan discreetly revealed the object he had been holding, a gold medal from the cloud auction. How would you have that? Shoo. With an air of secrecy, Yi Xiaochuan presented Yin Wanner with a gold medal, enjoining her to maintain discretion. Upon reflection, Yin Wanner emerged as the most suitable choice. Yi Xiaochuan's other acquaintances in this world were largely convivial companions, individuals who regarded him as a generous benefactor, possessing scant knowledge of Go. Should he venture forth alone, unfamiliar with the local economy and ignorant of the auction's protocols, errors were inevitable. Thus, he resolved to enlist the company of the worldly Yin Wanner, in the hope of unearthing some hidden treasures. Disregard the provenance of this item, he urged. Are you inclined to accompany me? Chapter 16. The dragon-slaying spectacle inconceivably. The fabled cloud auction was ensconced within the Tianxiang Grand Restaurant. Yi Xiaochuan entered the establishment with practiced ease, promptly beckoning a waiter to escort him and Yin Wanner upstairs. A profound concealment in plain sight, indeed. Who would suspect that the enigmatic cloud auction was concealed within this restaurant? It would behoove us to maintain a low profile. Yi Xiaochuan discerned that the restaurant's patronage was unusually robust, undoubtedly drawn by the allure of the cloud auction. In theory, a discreet approach was advisable, but Yi Xiaochuan, the renowned scion of the Yi family, was celebrated for his indulgence in Epicurean delights and revelry, while remaining conspicuously ignorant of Go. Therefore, Yi Xiaochuan's presence in the Tianxiang Grand Restaurant was entirely unremarkable. Pray, what auspicious winds have carried the young master of the Yi family hither? What is the matter? Must I notify you in advance, just to enjoy a meal, young master Yi? I dare not. The waiter greeted with enthusiasm. Welcome to the VIP Supreme Private Room, summoned by the esteemed young master of the Yi family. At that moment, Yi Xiaochuan had donned a splendid attire, holding a folding fan, with a jade pendant hanging at his waist, exuding the air of a carefree and refined young gentleman from a wealthy family. Yan Van trägt behintig Xiaochuan, and as she observed his pompous demeanor, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Go is a game of elegance, cherished by noble families since ancient times. And in this world it remains so. Those who study the game value both its ethics and the cultivation of character, striving for refinement and tranquility, rather than indulging in the base pleasures of the mundane world. The ostentatious feasting typical of young masters is something that Yin Wanner, a lady of a prestigious lineage, scorns with disdain. Truly, some habits die hard. Have I misjudged you? Who says that those who study Go cannot savor exquisite cuisine? Yi Xiaochuan strode forth with confidence. Inhaling the fragrant aromas that filled the room, his appetite awakened. It's merely a fa ade, he replied. Besides, is it not human nature to fill one's belly? Shall we attend the auction with empty stomachs? The Tianxiang Grand Restaurant, with its first and second floors bustling with ordinary patrons, gatherings, and gastronomic delights, offers a stark contrast to the third floor, reserved exclusively for the elite and illustrious individuals of society. Here, private rooms and secluded spaces abound. However, Yin Wanner accompanied Yi Xiaochuan to the fourth floor, where the expanse is vast and the scenery is utterly captivating. This level is frequented by young masters and gentlemen in small clusters, engaging in games of chess, gambling, and revelry, creating an atmosphere of ease and leisure. Upon ascending to the fourth floor, the breathtaking view was overshadowed by a pungent aroma of alcohol that caused Yin Wanner to frown. Yet, her attention was drawn to a significant chess match unfolding before her, featuring two highly skilled players engaged in a fierce duel. The black pieces made a critical error, severing the connection to the white pieces, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. Although the black pieces succeeded in isolating the white pieces, they themselves faced a vulnerability due to insufficient eye positions. I predict that in the ensuing battle, the black dragon will, in its quest for longevity, recklessly collide with the white pieces, ultimately leading to its demise and the loss of the game. The commentator, possessing a commendable understanding of the game, elucidated the situation with remarkable clarity, captivating the audience of young masters, who erupted in applause. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Wanner found the commentator's insights to be quite astute. The severing move could indeed be seen as a hasty blunder aimed at eliminating the opponent. The momentum had shifted against the black pieces, and it seemed inevitable that they would succumb in this match. Naturally, those betting on the white pieces celebrated jubilantly, while the opposing group sank into despondency, drowning their sorrows in drink. Yet, I remained unconvinced. Alara gazed pensively at the market trends, momentarily lost in thought. A sudden dissenting voice jolted her back to reality, just as she was questioning how there could be a shift in this seemingly doomed situation. She turned to find that the speaker was none other than Yi Xiaochuan. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Her words immediately drew the attention of everyone present to Yi Xiaochuan and Alara. Even Alara, who was usually aloof, felt profoundly uncomfortable. The crowd, recognizing the newcomer as the rumored young master of the Yi family, who was said to lack even a semblance of spiritual energy, erupted in laughter. Some were doubled over, nearly convulsing with mirth, and one person even spewed wine onto the floor. All right, everyone settle down," the chess commentator said, not taking Yi Xiaochuan seriously. Instead, seeing him as a source of amusement, he jested, "What profound insights does the young master of the Yi family have to offer?" Alara tugged at Yi Xiaochuan's sleeve, urging him to stop speaking. However, Yi Xiaochuan, with his keen understanding of the game, could immediately discern the true state of affairs. He found the commentator's explanations to be utter nonsense, misleading the audience. Thus, in front of the numerous diners on the fourth floor of the Tianxiang restaurant, he eloquently shared his own insights. In a clash of forces, the side with more chi prevails. This seemingly decisive move was indeed somewhat reckless, but it does not diminish the black piece's ability to decimate the white pieces. "Oh, I am eager to see what brilliant move the young master of the Yi family has in mind." Here, in the face of the interruption from a chess player, Yi Xiaochuan remained unperturbed, swiftly retracting his folding fan and casually placing it upon the chessboard. This move was entirely detached from the main battlefield, representing a strategic maneuver in a distant corner, far removed from the intense confrontation at hand. The audience erupted into even more raucous laughter, and even Yin Wanner felt a twinge of embarrassment. What was Yi Xiaochuan thinking? In the midst of a fierce duel, how could a brilliant move possibly emerge from an entirely unrelated corner? I found myself in agreement with the sentiments of a nearby onlooker. To his astonishment, Yi Xiaochuan discovered that someone in the crowd actually supported his viewpoint. To discern the significance of that move was no small feat in a seemingly inconspicuous corner. A scruffy-looking man, his face adorned with stubble, flushed with excitement, drained his cup in one gulp, and then produced a solid gold ingot from his pocket, slamming it onto the table. "I wager that the outcome of this match hinges upon this very move." It turned out to be a drunken fool trying to assert his dominance. Yet the sight of that gold was undeniably tempting, prompting others to join in with enthusiastic shouts of increased stakes. Most, however, were merely mocking the young master of the Yi family for associating with a drunkard. What a match made in irony. As the grand chessboard lay in the backdrop, the fierce duel between the two players commenced in earnest. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon materialized. A burst of resplendence illuminated the scene. akin to an aquatic dragon undulating and churning in the water, stirring up colossal waves that surged skyward. It spiraled above the onlookers, its ebony scales shimmering with a dark, golden luster under the sun's radiant gaze. The player wielding the white pieces, empowered by the embodiment of spirit, transformed into a phantasm, brandishing two argent, colossal axes. With overwhelming force, he cleaved through the oncoming tidal wave. It was a veritable feast for the senses, akin to telepathic traversal and naked eye 3D, as the spectacular battle to slay the dragon unfolded before the captivated audience. Yi Xiaochuan exclaimed his utter delight, realizing that this was an experience forever unattainable in his previous existence. The pivotal move, the sever, which was the subject of much discussion, resembled a dragon emerging from the ocean, conjuring layers of waves, rising from the ground. The towering waves, reaching dozens of meters in height, threatened to engulf everything in their path. Yet, the white player remained undaunted in the face of such a fierce offensive. Parry, lengthen, retreat, clack, clack, clack. In a riveting contest of strategy, the black and white pieces engaged in a sequence of 6 moves, with the black dragon, besieged and desperate, resorting to erratic maneuvers in a frantic bid for survival. Meanwhile, the white player maintained a calm composure, refraining from hasty actions, each defensive move blocking, extending, retreating, though seemingly unremarkable, effectively sealed all escape routes for the black dragon. Beyond the confines of the board, the clash between the two sides had escalated into a tumultuous spectacle, with neither party willing to yield an inch. Each advance was met with counterattacks, creating a labyrinth of tension and intrigue. Spectators were entranced, their exhilaration palpable, as some passionately rose to cheer for their chosen side. Returning to Yi Xiaochuan, despite the dramatic flair of the game, the unfolding scenario adhered precisely to his calculations. The beleaguered black pieces, cornered with no alternatives, could see no path to salvation beyond a singular move. Those versed in the art of chess could foresee the subsequent 3 moves, a feat of divine insight, wherein the unpredictable transformations were anticipated. Predicting 5 moves ahead exemplified strategic intelligence, employing wisdom to secure victory. Beyond 10 moves, it devolved into a test of brute strength, where conflict was inevitable, engaging in direct confrontation without the aid of intellect. Professional players often anticipate variations, extending 20 moves ahead as a commonplace skill. Ascending to the legendary status of the chess masters from a past era, one could perceive all transformations within 50 moves. Among the gathered crowd, save for Yi Xiaochuan and an elder gentleman, none had the foresight to envision changes beyond 20 moves. At this critical juncture, the game took an unforeseen turn. An unexpected revival emerged for the beleaguered black dragon, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. No longer desiring to prolong the struggle, the black dragon soared into the heavens, ascending to new heights. Heavens, a robbery is taking place here. How could this be possible? A brilliant move. However, the white pieces lack inherent resources for a KO fight. Even with such a clever strategy, they are powerless to reverse the situation. No, since there are no inherent resources, one must seek alternatives beyond mere killing. Suddenly, everyone realizes that the move to penetrate the corner is crucial for the life and death of the corner itself. Consequently, the resources derived from this situation are boundless, and the white pieces are destined to lose this KO. Then, what if one were to abandon the corner and focus entirely on slaying the dragon? Yin Wan'er expressed her doubts, while Yi Xiaochuan remained silent, merely smiling as he observed the board, encouraging Yin Wan'er to continue watching. The white pieces appear to have no alternative but to stubbornly relinquish the corner, wasting 3 moves before ultimately slaying the formidable dragon. Yet, as the white player basked in the dragon's blood and severed its head, victory did not bring him joy, but rather an overwhelming sorrow. The village he had fiercely protected was now engulfed by monstrous waves, countless lives lost to the deluge. This represented a significant loss in the game, as the 3 wasted moves had cost him valuable territory. The outcome was revealed. Black secured victory with a lead of 4.5 points. Upon the announcer declaring the result, the audience erupted into a fervent applause. Meanwhile, The two players, hidden behind the scenes, bowed to each other in gratitude, adhering to the etiquette of Go in the presence of all the onlookers. There was no animosity between them. The victor remained humble, and the vanquished composed, embodying a mutual respect and admiration. This is the true allure of Go. Ha ha, my young brother. It is thanks to you that we were able to triumph in this match today. Not at all, not at all. The uncle rose to his feet, clapped Yi Xiaochuan on the shoulder, and flashed a hearty smile. However, the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him caused Yin Waner to retreat repeatedly, while Yi Xiaochuan furrowed his brow. In his world, alcohol had no place. His aspiration was to pursue the path of the chess master, and thus, he rarely indulged in drinking to keep his mind perpetually clear. The only occasion he had succumbed to inebriation was also his last. Reflecting on this, Yi Xiaochuan felt a tinge of sorrow. The uncle seemed to sense the discomfort the two felt regarding his odor and, with a grand gesture, invited them to a sumptuous feast, exhibiting a remarkable generosity. After this brief interlude, they did not lose sight of their primary objective, intending to consume some sustenance before the upcoming auction. Yi Xiaochuan was a distinguished VIP patron of this establishment, and naturally, they opted to ascend to the 5th floor to evade the clamor of the 4th. As they made their way upward, Yi Xiaochuan glanced back only to find the uncle had vanished, leaving behind an imperceptible trail of wind. The upgraded AlphaGo had become more attuned to symbolic energy, and Yi Xiaochuan sensed that the uncle was extraordinary. He discerned that the move he had made was not a drunken whim, but rather a meticulously calculated play. Yi Xiaochuan was certain that this uncle was a master. What was he pondering? Nothing of consequence. The 5th floor is a realm accessible only to distinguished clients like Yi Xiaochuan. The dining area not only boasts a splendid view, but also exceptional sound insulation, rendering the clamor from below utterly inaudible. The table is adorned with an array of exquisite dishes: squirrel fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, Peking duck, Longjing shrimp, along with a multitude of other delicacies that Yi Xiaochuan cannot name. Each dish is not only visually captivating, but also a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. The mere fragrance tantalizes Yi Xiaochuan's appetite. Yin Waner regards such base pleasures with disdain, yet hunger has gnawed at her for quite some time. And as a young lady, she feels reluctant to indulge as voraciously as Yi Xiaochuan. Doesn't your teacher advocate moderation and self-cultivation? Yi Xiaochuan's manner of eating is utterly unrefined, completely disregarding the presence of a young woman beside him. In my opinion, that's all nonsense. How can one learn chess on an empty stomach? Moreover, you're still in your growing phase. With that, he inadvertently cast a glance her way, momentarily recalling the soft sensation of embracing Yin Waner before. This little lady had developed quite well. Rogue, Yin Waner exclaimed in anger, but ultimately, she could no longer resist the allure of the delectable food and began to eat as well. So delicious! It must be acknowledged that the prior proprietor of this physique cannot be faulted for their daily indulgence in lavish feasts, ascending to VIP status. Had I, also known as Xiao Chuan, possessed such affluence, I might have succumbed to the allure of such culinary temptations. Having satiated their appetites, the duo summoned the waiter. As instructed by Meng Lian within the gambling establishment, they presented the golden token directly to the waiter. The waiter's countenance underwent an instantaneous transformation. The previous joviality replaced by solemnity, a change swifter than a theatrical mask shift. Please follow me. The Cloud Pinnacle auction is about to commence. Regardless of identity, status, or the means by which it was acquired, be it through theft or otherwise, any possessor of a golden token is granted entry to the Cloud Pinnacle auction, even the young master of the esteemed E family. The pair trailed the waiter, arriving at a corner where a hidden mechanism was activated. With the whirring of gears, a once impenetrable exterior wall fissured, gradually revealing an aperture. Proceed, if you please. Chapter 18. Mysterious Identity. The sound of gears turning reached my ears, accompanied by the clattering of chains, as I distinctly felt my body descend rapidly into the depths below. In this world, the concept of electricity was non-existent. What could barely be termed an elevator operated solely on gears or manual labor. yet it was perplexingly swift. I pondered the source of its propulsion. In an instant, I felt a jolt as the elevator came to a halt, and the doors creaked open, revealing an unknown depth underground, a realm utterly different from surface. Before me lay an expansive and cavernous space, stretching infinitely in all directions, filled with a cacophony of voices. Vendors sat cross-legged on the ground, hawking an array of goods for eager customers to peruse. Both vendors and patrons were clad in heavy, flowing robes, their faces obscured by an assortment of masks. From mere appearance, one could only discern height. Distinguishing between genders was impossible. Yin Er and I had already donned the black robes and masks we had prepared in advance. Here, concealing one's identity was of paramount importance. This was the underground black market, an elusive realm untouched by the law. I had heard tales warning to keep a vigilant eye on one's possessions, for thieves were rampant in this place. If one were to lose something, they could only accept their misfortune. The most valuable possession of Yi Xiaochuan at present is the metal from the auction, and fortunately, accompanied by Yin Er. He promptly concealed the metal in his bosom upon her reminder. It appears that Yin Er has merely heard of such matters, as this is her first visit to the underground black market, and both exhibit a profound interest in the wares offered by the surrounding vendors. "Look at this," Yi Xiaochuan said, taking a chess manual from Yin Er's hands. The initial chapters detail the matches of two unparalleled masters. However, Yi Xiaochuan felt no trace of spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that from the 60-second move onward, the subsequent moves were utterly nonsensical, filled with common errors that bore no connection to the preceding strategies. This was evidently a fragmented manuscript that had been later completed. After pointing out several of the blunders to Yin Er, Yi Xiaochuan continued, "The annotations are nothing but fabrications. Many established patterns and variations have been severely misrepresented." The vendor was clearly taken aback, and one could easily imagine the expression hidden beneath the mask was one of utter dismay as he snatched back the chess manual. "Begone. Go wherever you please. How dare an unknowledgeable fool speak out of turn? If some novices who have just begun to learn Go were to take this as a treasure and follow the guidance within, it would indeed mislead them." The two individuals redefined the black market, a place rife with confusion and deception, where counterfeit goods abound, yet a few genuine treasures may be concealed, albeit with exceedingly slim odds. Casual browsing reveals a plethora of subpar, rudimentary Go books and an abundance of forgeries masquerading as ancient texts. Fortunately, with Yi Xiaochuan's prowess in Go, he could discern the fakes at a glance. Several times, Yin Er attempted to make a purchase, only to be thwarted by Yi Xiaochuan's intervention. The underground black market might deceive the untrained eye, but the main event clearly lies at the auction house, where these individuals likely await the commencement of the auction. Yin Er nodded, her attention drifting away from the vendors. One could distinctly sense the surrounding crowd coalescing into a surging tide, indicating that the auction was about to begin. Unbeknownst to each other, the two began to follow the throng. As the crowd thickened and became somewhat constricted, fearing they might become separated, Yi Xiaochuan resolutely took Yin Er's hand. This sudden gesture, coupled with the crowd's density, left Yin Er surprisingly unresistant. Abruptly, she was jolted, and before she could react, a hand slipped beneath her robe and snatched the gold medal. "Curse be it!" Yi Xiaochuan, with swift reflexes, cursed under his breath as he seized the assailant's arm. But to his astonishment, this small-statured individual possessed extraordinary strength. With a single struggle, he broke free from Yi Xiaochuan's grip and vanished into the crowd. What would they possibly do now? Yin Er felt a surge of panic. The value of the auction's gold medal was self-evident, immensely precious, especially since it was not rightfully hers but a gift from Yi Xiaochuan. Could she merely accept her loss? With no time to utter a word, she grasped her own garment, and together they plunged into the throng. The thief was clearly a seasoned criminal, exhibiting agility and an intimate knowledge of the surroundings. Each time Yi Xiaochuan was on the verge of seizing him, the thief would swiftly pivot and evade capture. "He is leading us in circles." Yi Xiaochuan suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation and urgently called out, "Hurry, pursue him." Unfortunately, they were a moment too late. The thief had already infiltrated the auction venue, and was waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting Yi Xiaochuan, he brandished the gold medal, seemingly mocking him. It became clear that the thief had been circling with the sole purpose of being present when the auction commenced. Meng Ling had once informed Yi Xiaochuan that the cloud auction recognized only the token, not the individual, regardless of their identity, skill, or status. As someone who had never entered the auction, Yi Xiaochuan was unaware of its intricacies, and capturing the thief was thus an impossible endeavor. That medal belongs to us. He is nothing but a thief, Yan Vania exclaimed. However, the guard responsible for verifying the medals paid her no heed, adhering strictly to the policy of recognizing only the token. Standing mere steps away, Yin Wanner found herself powerless against the thief and lost her chance to enter the cloud auction. You go in alone. I shall wait for you outside. I shall confront that thief at once. You wait here, Yin Wanner declared. She reasoned that the thief's audacity was indicative of his fearlessness towards Yi Xiaochuan. Moreover, the rules of the cloud auction house prohibited any form of conflict or violence. Thus, once the thief had entered the auction, Yi Xiaochuan would be powerless to intervene. Yi Xiaochuan had his own considerations, yet he still hoped to accompany Yin Wanner into the auction. As they proceeded, he perceived a remarkably familiar figure. Even shrouded in a heavy black cloak, Yi Xiaochuan could unmistakably identify the man as the one he had encountered earlier. It was undeniable. Did he also possess a golden badge from the cloud auction house? The man seemed to recognize Yi Xiaochuan as well. Yet he offered no greeting and instead advanced directly toward the thief. What do you intend to do? He demanded. Surrender the badge. On what grounds? The thief retorted. But before he could finish, the man swiftly twisted the thief's arm before the guards, causing him to yelp in pain and obediently relinquish the badge. He tossed it to Yin Wanner with one hand while forcefully shoving the thief away with the other, delivering a decisive kick that sent the thief sprawling out of the venue. Curiously, the guards did not intervene against the man. The thief, eager for retribution, found himself obstructed at the entrance. It seemed that the man's identity was far from ordinary. Having reclaimed the golden badge, the pair was permitted entry into the auction hall. Just as Yi Xiaochuan intended to express his gratitude, the mysterious man had vanished without a trace. Indeed, it appeared that his identity was quite remarkable. The auction commenced in earnest, while a thief outside seethed with frustration, rendered powerless. The two individuals chose not to pursue the matter further and joined the throng entering the auction hall. Chapter 19. Wealth and opulence. If the underground black market is predominantly filled with deceitful trinkets, the items auctioned here truly opened Yi Xiaochuan's eyes to a realm of magnificence. For instance, the jade pendant he had just acquired, exuding a warm luster, featured a carving of two dragons spiraling around a radiant sun. The sun, slightly raised, was adorned with a touch of red lacquer. Upon gentle caress, it became evident that the sun's hue was not merely a painted embellishment, but the natural red of the ancient jade itself, translucent and resplendent. The double dragon sun pendant was not only exquisitely crafted, but also possessed a calming effect, which is paramount for a chess player, as maintaining a serene mindset amidst external distractions is crucial. Yi Xiaochuan found himself increasingly enamored with it, hence his decision to purchase it as a gift for his sister. Yeah, if these were merely trinkets, one would be gravely underestimating the cloud auction. They were merely appetizers preceding the main course. The auction hall buzzed with fervor, an array of rare treasures dazzling Yi Xiaochuan's senses. 20 gold. Yi Xiaochuan raised his paddle without hesitation, dramatically inflating the initial bid of 2 gold for the white moon pendant to a staggering 10-fold. What? Is that not acceptable? Very well. This gentleman bids 20 gold. Any further bids? Once, twice, thrice. As the crowd turned their gaze, facing the skeptical looks directed at him, Yi Xiaochuan remained unfazed, instead delighting in the recently acquired white jade pendant. Its cool touch was not only refreshing, but also invigorating, and its exquisite design was sufficient to please Yi Xiaochuan. It's a gift for you. Huh? Yin Wanner expressed her surprise, not only at Yi Xiaochuan's unexpected direct offer of 20 gold coins, but more significantly, at his readiness to bestow such a precious gift without hesitation. Just take it. No need for so much unnecessary chatter. Coco, too. found the back-and-forth bidding tedious and deemed it more efficient to simply multiply the offer tenfold. This, before Yin Wanner could respond. Yi Xiaochuan thrust the white jade pendant in her hands and raised his placard once more. 30 gold coins. To everyone's astonishment, the initial bid of 3 gold coins for the chess manual had been escalated tenfold by Yi Xiaochuan. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating about which young master was so extravagantly wealthy, boldly raising the price tenfold without hesitation. 35 gold coins. 60 gold coins. Some, undeterred by reason, bid 35 gold coins, only to be stunned when Yi Xiaochuan once again doubled the offer, now proposing 60 gold coins for a single chess manual. This was deemed excessive. Several had calculated that the value of the manual capped around 30 gold coins, and purchasing it for 60 would undoubtedly result in a significant loss. They shook their heads, unwilling to increase their bids further. Yi Xiaochuan, 60 gold coins for a chess manual. Although it was not her own money being spent, Yin Wanner felt a pang of regret, exclaiming, "What an immense loss." While money is merely an external possession, the precious chess manual is a priceless treasure, and acquiring one is tantamount to a lucrative investment. I am aware that the Yi family is quite affluent, but this is excessive. Even Yin Wanner could not help but gasp in astonishment at the figure inscribed on the silver note handed to her by Yi Xiaochuan. 1, 2, 3, 4. It boasted a staggering 4 zeros. What does it mean to possess tens of thousands of gold coins? Yi Xiaochuan's wealth transcended mere affluence. It was extraordinarily abundant. Where did you acquire such a fortune? She inquired. That is of no concern to you, Yi Xiaochuan replied casually. To me, money is akin to dust. You should assist me in identifying any intriguing items. In the auction hall, Yi Xiaochuan and Yin Wanner undoubtedly became the focal point of attention. Whatever caught Yi Xiaochuan's, I was instantly bid up tenfold, leaving little room for others to participate. Though cloaked in black robes and masked to conceal their identities, the gathered crowd could discern from their voices and silhouettes that Yi Xiaochuan was quite young. After estimating his age, they speculated about various prominent young masters. Yet after much deliberation, they could not reach a definitive conclusion, with some even suspecting that he had altered his voice. 20 gold. Indeed, once Yi Xiaochuan expressed interest, the starting bids surged tenfold, inciting the ire of the crowd, who feared that he was intent on disrupting the event. 22 gold. 26 gold. 31 gold. The prices have been progressively inflated, and some, undeterred by skepticism, are determined to confront Yi Xiaochuan directly. Among them are not a few auction shills, deliberately driving up prices to secure a certain profit margin. It appears that the crowd has collectively accepted Yi Xiaochuan as a wealthy, yet exceedingly foolish young heir. The price has escalated to 39 gold. Otherwise, even Yin Wanner could discern that this is clearly a case of intentional price manipulation. She might advise Yi Xiaochuan, saying, "It is merely a collection of game manuals, and there is no necessity for such exorbitant pricing." While Yi Xiaochuan is indeed affluent, it does not imply a lack of intellect. 60 gold. A collective gasp ensues. Yi Xiaochuan's bold move astonishes the entire assembly. A game manual that was originally priced at a mere 2 gold has now soared 30-fold. This individual must truly be deranged. 65 gold. After a considerable wait, with no one raising the bid, the auctioneer, convinced that Yi Xiaochuan would inevitably double the price as he had done previously, trembled as he raised his paddle. Yet, despite the anticipation, silence reigned for an extended period, leaving even the auction host feeling somewhat awkward. With the first, second, and third calls echoing in the chamber, the host eventually struck down the gavel. One could only imagine the despair of the auctioneer, as despite the item being from their own collection, the substantial commission carried its own risks. As per the agreement, a certain price must be paid, but to spend 65 gold on a mere worn chess manual would surely invite ridicule from peers. Thus, although the bid exceeded market value by 30 to 50%, Yi Xiaochuan still emerged with significant gains. The chess manual was swiftly absorbed into the vast ocean of his intellect, and while it lacked the rarity of the esteemed 10,000 chess decisions and star-picking manual, it remained an invaluable reference. Yi Xiaochuan retained a keen interest in this auction, having overheard discussions that the Paisida, our assistants, would be the elusive chess spirit. The chess spirit, Yi Xiaochuan, far more precious than the accompanying spirit, has never laid eyes upon. Unlike the accompanying spirit, which symbolizes a certain essence, the chess spirit possesses profound wisdom. It may either reside within ancient manuscripts or emerge from the intense matches among skilled players. In essence, its origins are diverse, and it has the remarkable ability to learn autonomously, enhancing its prowess over time, thus playing an irreplaceable role in elevating its master strategic skills. Just then, Yi Xiaochuan suddenly noticed a group of individuals stealthily rising, seemingly preparing to depart. Among them, one person caught his attention, the very thief from earlier. Indeed, they're accomplices. I shall observe what they intend to do. Indicating for Yan Waner to visit the restroom, Yi Xiaochuan rose to his feet, following the swift footsteps of the group. Chapter 20. The realm of nihility. The group moved with remarkable speed, weaving through the throngs of people, navigating the intricacies of the auction venue as if they were intimately familiar with its layout. Yi Xiaochuan's companion spirit, AlphaGo, had attained the rank of chess master, enhancing not only its power but also its swiftness, enabling it to keep pace with the group. Furthermore, with its chess skills having reached mastery, ordinary individuals could not contend with Yi Xiaochuan, a source of his confidence. One among them had just stolen Yan Waner's gold medal, and despite being pursued, had entered the auction house, likely with ill intentions. Yi Xiaochuan resolved to follow them for further insight. As he trailed behind, the surrounding lights grew dimmer. It seemed they had arrived at a storeroom of sorts within the cloud-top auction house, filled with various items of all sizes. A sign reading "No entry for unauthorized personnel. Consequences at your own risk" hung at the entrance. Yet, inexplicably, the two guards who were supposed to be on duty lay unconscious. "Hey, is everything all right?" Yi Xiaochuan exclaimed, rushing forward to investigate. They were still breathing. They bore no visible injuries, but their faces were ashen, their skin parched and shriveled, reminiscent of descriptions from ghostly films of a bygone era, as if their essence had been drained away. What could have caused this? Suddenly, Yi Xiaochuan realized that the group he had been tailing had vanished without a trace. Following the direction in which they disappeared, Yi Xiaochuan hurried along, noticing that the surrounding merchandise grew increasingly valuable. To plunder? That couldn't be. As it stood, there were some exceedingly precious treasures, and if their intention was truly robbery, why were these treasures not missing? Where had the other guards gone, and why were the two unconscious figures at the entrance in such a state? There could only be one explanation. Something of even greater value lay ahead, and that group was after it. The chess spirit? Without dwelling on it, Yi Xiaochuan heard voices, as if two factions were confronting each other, vying for something. But when Yi Xiaochuan lowered himself and peered in the direction of the sound, he discovered that their target was not a chess spirit at all. The object of their contention was a young girl confined within a rusty iron cage. Her garments tattered and torn. Heavy chains and shackles encircled her hands, feet, and ankles, immobilizing her in the very center of the cage. The girl was already exceedingly feeble, with no strength to spare for the struggle unfolding before her. She merely lay prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath, as if on the verge of expiring and departing this world. To the naked eye, her palms, arms, shoulders, chest, feet, and back bore horrifying scars. Veins throbbing, Yi Xiaochuan never imagined that the so-called chess spirit would be a girl subjected to such cruel treatment. "Jiang Chu, I advise you not to meddle," the leader, at the head of a group of black-robed figures, said menacingly. "Are you aware of the consequences of interfering here? Merely a band of wicked and depraved heretics. Evil cultivators?" The term resonates ominously. These so-called evil cultivators embody the most malevolent epithet across this land. They exploit every means beyond the rules to achieve victory, devouring other symbolic spirits and crippling their abilities, actions that are intolerable to society. As the mask of Jiang Chu is lifted, Yi Xiaochuan finally perceives the true visage of Jiang Chu, and to his astonishment, it is none other than the very uncle who had just treated him to a meal at the Shangyun Tavern. Before him, the leader of the evil cultivators produces a game piece from his bosom and hurls it at Jiang Chu. Accompanying the descent of the piece is the unmistakable sound of clanging metal. A streak of wind surges forth as the flying piece sparks upon contact, only to be cleaved in two by a swift blade. Before Jiang Chu appears a phantom, reminiscent of a chivalrous warrior wielding a sword amidst the wind. If the symbolic spirits and companion spirits are imbued with ethereal essence, then the chess spirits are the culmination of all worldly spirits. Distinct from the former, the chess attendants are genuine humans, those on the brink of death, by sheer chance or through voluntary sacrifice, may offer their souls, forever imprisoning them within their master's chess realm, earning the title of chess attendant, the servant of the player. Astonishingly, Jiang Chu possesses a warrior as his chess attendant. The battle rages on. The black pieces lie severed, and white pieces are scattered in disarray. Yet, Jiang Chu's attendant skillfully counters the multitude of pieces hurled at them. With a swift motion, he cleaves through the barrage of pieces again, appearing to grant Jiang Chu the upper hand. However, a sense of foreboding looms. Jiang Chu, already aware of the trap that had been set, hurriedly attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Unbeknownst to him, the ground beneath his feet had been strewn with numerous chess pieces, which had formed a formidable barrier, confining Jiang Chu within. The leader removed his mask, revealing a sinister grin, while the other malevolent practitioners similarly spread their arms, conjuring their respective symbolic spirits. These diverse manifestations converged, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. We shall offer our souls to unlock the Void Realm and seal both sides completely. The so-called Void Realm is a nefarious and ruthless technique employed by practitioners of dark arts. It is a unique chess domain that compels both parties to wager their respective chess capabilities. Should one lose this match, they would forfeit all their chess strength, and even their cherished symbols of spirit, companion spirits, and chess spirits would be transformed into sustenance for the victor. To unlock the Void Realm requires profound and enigmatic chess prowess. Without it, one cannot proceed. The cost of such an endeavor is unimaginable, as losing the game entails not only the loss of chess strength, but also the peril of having one's soul consumed by the Void Realm. This is precisely why those who practice such dark arts are deemed malevolent. A burst of radiance enveloped the entire room, followed by a thick shroud of black mist that engulfed Jiang Chu, dragging him into the Void Realm, with Yi Xiaochuan unable to escape the fate as well. Upon entering this realm, Yi Xiaochuan could distinctly perceive that the darkness here, unlike the symbolic spirit knight crow-possessed by his previous opponent Du Lang, was a profoundly pure malevolence, an evil that resonated deeply within the soul. It was pure darkness, pure wickedness. As consciousness returned, both sides had already erupted into battle within this void. The symbols of the malevolent cultivators had coalesced into a horrifying monstrosity, forcefully stitched together. With the head of a deer crowned by the horns of a rhinoceros, its jaws bore sharp fangs, while its equine body sported a tiger's tail, adorned with wings of an unknown creature. This terrifying creation, a product of several symbols amalgamated and infused with a portion of souls, was currently engaged in a fierce confrontation with Jiang Chu's chess attendant. The long blade gleamed with a chilling light, slicing through the air to unleash a flurry of sword energy toward the beast, only to be met with a formidable defense. In the face of the charging monstrosity, the chess attendant refused to cower, skillfully retreating while evading the impact, only to be violently hurled away by a subsequent blow. To escape this void, victory in the game was imperative, yet Jiang Chu, ensnared in battle, found it impossible to divert his attention to contend with the malevolent cultivators. Jiang Chu, I advise you to concede early, muttered the deranged leader of the malevolent cultivators, his eyes bloodshot and his visage twisted with fury. The price for opening this void shall be repaid with your chess attendant. Chapter 21. The Demon Blade Master. From the moment one sets foot upon this desolate land, a profound chill emanates from the very marrow of one's bones. The landscape is barren, devoid of life, and amidst the clash of combatants, a surge of sword energy slices through the air, causing the ground to fissure and the heavens to split asunder, as if the universe itself were weeping. Even the fabled realms of the underworld and the 18 layers of hell pale in comparison to this scene. The cold wind wails mournfully, and suddenly, thunder and lightning erupt, rendering any thought of leisurely games of strategy utterly inconceivable. Merely standing upon this ground demands immense courage. To escape this void, one must triumph over their opponent. Jiang Chu struggles to fend off the onslaught of the stitched monstrosity, barely holding his ground, let alone vanquishing the foe. Should Jiang Chu falter, it is certain that Yi Xiaochuan would find no avenue of escape either. Thus, there remains but a singular choice. Yi Xiaochuan sheds his dark cloak and removes his mask. The onlookers, including the malevolent practitioners and Jiang Chu, are momentarily taken aback by the youth's striking visage, only to be met with the ensuing roar of the amalgamated beast. With an earth-shattering howl, the creature opens its cavernous maw, seemingly poised to consume the very world itself. As a swirling mass of darkness rushes toward the young man with the force of a tempest, a colossal storm engulfs the entire void, the winds sharp as blades, forcing Yi Xiaochuan to squint against the ferocity. Damn it! How did you get caught up in this? The chess servant brandished his long blade once more, a pillar of celestial light descending with ferocious speed. Alas, it was a moment too late. A colossal vortex of tempestuous winds had already enveloped Yi Xiaochuan entirely, followed by a cataclysmic shockwave that slammed into the boy's form. Visible undulations rippled through the air, succeeded by an earth-shattering sonic boom that echoed through the surroundings. Boom! As the smoke dissipated, crimson droplets began to fall, though these were not Yi Xiaochuan's. Rather, it was the elder Jiang Chu, who had selflessly interposed his own body to shield the boy from the devastating blow. His initial, seemingly unreliable drunken demeanor had vanished entirely, replaced by the ghastly sight of grievous wounds revealed by his tattered garments. Blood had thoroughly saturated his frame. In Jiang Chu's eyes, Yi Xiaochuan was merely a child inadvertently caught in his conflict. Before Yi Xiaochuan could utter a word, a second concussive spiral followed in quick succession. Find a place to hide quickly. I can manage. Jiang Chu seemed to have misheard. The palpable shockwave left him no time to ponder. His body instinctively shoved Yi Xiaochuan aside, attempting to once again withstand the impending impact. However, the youth behind him appeared to unleash an even greater power, instead pushing the elder out of harm's way. A burst of light flashed, succeeded by an even more intense detonation. A massive cloud of dust engulfed everything within sight. Pwahahaha! That Jiang Chu and the unknown whelp must have been obliterated into mere fragments by now. We shall claim Jiang Chu's chess servant as our prize. The malevolent practitioners brushed off the dust from their bodies, their eyes glowing a deeper crimson. In their perception, the two had been reduced to mere fragments by the explosion's shockwave. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Their adversary not only survived but stood before them unscathed. Undeterred by the blast and its aftermath, the young boy appeared pristine and composed, casually confronting the sinister practitioners. How could this be? As long as you win this match. Isn't that enough? The radiant orb above the boy's head shone brilliantly, and the sudden burst of light momentarily blinded the practitioners. 19 lines converged and intersected, forming 361 crossing points, crafting a vast chessboard beneath their feet. The luminous sphere above Yi Xiaochuan was none other than his companion spirit, AlphaGo. Child, you seem unaware of what constitutes a malevolent practitioner, do you? The leader of the practitioners, his face a mask of villainy, commanded the stitched monstrosity to attack Yi Xiaochuan, proclaiming, by any means necessary to achieve victory is the hallmark of our kind. Why would we engage in a fair game with you? A wall of wind materialized, sealing off the area from above. Beyond this tempestuous barrier, Jiang Chu and his chess attendant suppressed the stitched creature. Crucially, this wind wall severed all connections between the practitioners and the monstrosity. At that moment, the conditions for the match were established, and the practitioners felt an oppressive force emanating from the depths of their souls, manifesting as a string of numbers above their heads. 45 minutes. It is precisely during this match that there is no countdown. Once one party exhausts their time, a forced outcome will ensue, leading to the complete collapse of the void. The losing party will have their soul, chess prowess, symbolic spirit, companion spirit, or even their chess attendant utterly shattered. Curse it! The leader of the malevolent cultivators muttered under his breath, and upon seeing that Xiaochuan was merely around 12 or 13 years of age, he was once again filled with confidence, exclaiming, "You cannot genuinely believe that you can outplay me." Meanwhile, a host of malevolent cultivators hovered ominously above the chessboard, their respective symbolic spirits taking shape once more. Indeed, Xiaochuan faced not just the leader of the malevolent cultivators, but all of them present. 1 versus 12. Bang! As the chess piece descended, Xiaochuan uttered not a single word. The sky had already begun to fracture. This realm of nothingness would likely not endure for more than 45 minutes. Outside, Jiang Chu was engaged in battle against the stitched monstrosity, and the longer he delayed, the greater the peril for Jiang Chu. With the placement of the black piece in Xiaochuan's hand, the numbers above began to flicker, marking the commencement of the countdown. It was Jiang Chu who, with his unparalleled sword qi, had crafted the conditions for this match. It was his error to entangle the youth in this void, and now he compelled him to confront the evil cultivators alone, forcing him to endure this match. What began as a mere acquaintance transformed under the impact of the shockwave. Jiang Chu gazed into Xiaochuan's unusually mature eyes, which far surpassed those of his peers. Almost as if compelled by a higher force, he allowed the youth to engage in this contest. The auspicious tavern recognized the brilliance of that singular move, a testament to Xiaochuan's extraordinary chess prowess. While his inclusion in this cloud auction indicated he possessed considerable strength. What is right and what is wrong? Presently, Jiang Chu could afford no further distractions. Should he let the stitched monstrosity, a manifestation of numerous evil cultivators, go free, it would undoubtedly assault Xiaochuan, disrupting the match. The chess servant, Demon Blade Master, had once fallen prey to a treacherous scheme orchestrated by evil cultivators during a game, resulting in the shattering of his symbolic spirit and the brutal slaughter of his family. In pursuit of vengeance, he willingly imprisoned himself for eternity within the chess realm, dedicating his lifetime of knowledge to assist Jiang Chu, determined to eradicate all evil cultivators. The sword energy surged forth, and Jiang Chu was enveloped in steam, exuding warmth. In the blink of an eye, his wounds began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace, quickly forming scabs that shed away, leaving only faint scars behind. To buy time for Xiaochuan, and more importantly, to eliminate this detestable group of evil cultivators, Jiang Chu had a crucial task ahead of him. With sword in hand, the Demon Blade Master Jiang Chu charged forward alongside his companion towards the grotesque creature. Chapter 22. The Mirror, the Glimmer of Light emerges. A robust rhinoceros charged at Xiaochuan. Clap! A black piece descended, the two pieces harmonizing in a dazzling display, forcefully deflecting the oncoming rhinoceros. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this piece and another black piece nearby formed a formidable pair of horns, perfectly restraining the potential of the opponent's advance on this flank. After being cornered to one side, Defay dismantled the position. Though not as solid as dismantling from the center, it carried a risk of being penetrated. Yet the overall formation was more agile. Observing the entire board, Xiaochuan was reluctant to waste his pieces in this area. Indeed, after exchanging moves, the opponent showed no hesitation in targeting Defay's formation, but this had long been accounted for in Xiaochuan's calculations. Without lingering too long, he swiftly established his position once more. Damn, how do you play this game? I also did not anticipate such a facile maneuver being executed here. The nefarious leader of the heretics delivered a resounding slap, causing his subordinate to retract his spiritual emblem with a mumble. That probing attempt was, in fact, his brainchild, but alas, his skill proved inadequate. Instinctively, he knew that penetration was imperative, but upon encountering an unexpected counter-strategy, he contemplated retreat. The inconsistency in his tactical approach inevitably led to a significant disadvantage. Observed the discord among his adversaries and formulated a countermeasure. In a multi-opponent scenario, even with disparities in skill, a considerable advantage exists. Through thorough deliberation and discussion, they can often achieve a transcendent effect, where 1 + 1 surpasses 2. Furthermore, With a dozen opponents, blind spots are virtually non-existent, and their physical stamina provides an absolute edge, precluding errors in the endgame due to exhaustion. However, the 45-minute constraint precludes ample time for exhaustive deliberation and optimal point selection. Moreover, with the heretical leader at the helm, the others merely offer suggestions, subject to reprimand for miscalculations. After the failure of his probing tactic, the individual's spirit waned, and he dared not speak, nullifying the advantage of numerical superiority. If the situation is deliberately steered toward complexity, internal strife and discord will inevitably arise, rendering 1+1 a mere encumbrance. In his previous life, Yi Xiaochuan was renowned for his versatile chess style. He possessed a keen ability to discern the distinctive characteristics of his opponent's gameplay and adeptly adjust his strategy accordingly. Although he appeared to be facing an insurmountable challenge against 12 adversaries, he astutely recognized the internal discord among them. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaochuan abandoned his traditionally steady approach and executed an audacious move, Skyward Cloak. How audacious to dare envelop them with merely 3 pieces. The leader of the malevolent faction sneered incessantly, dismissing him as nothing more than a reckless child, brimming with arrogance. Given the overwhelming odds of 12 against 1, the leader felt no fear, deftly pinching a white piece between his fingers, and thus the battle commenced. With each move, they engaged in a fierce contest. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaochuan harbored concerns that Jiang Chu outside could not withstand the pressure for much longer. After deep contemplation, he decided against a retreating move that would have been prudent and instead chose to advance boldly, aiming to engulf the entire block of white pieces and compel the malevolent faction to concede in the middle game. There's a breakpoint. Look, the kid can't hold on any longer. We must cut in swiftly and seize that large block of black pieces. Fool, do I really need to tell you that? The sinister leader of the heretical sect would certainly not relinquish this critical juncture. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely severed the connection, recognizing the advantageous position of the battle. His crimson crown, adorned with a fleshy wattle at the throat and a slender neck encircled by a ring of soft white feathers, rendered him grotesquely unappealing. The emblematic spirit of this malevolent leader was an immensely formidable vulture. The behemoth's wingspan exceeded 4 meters, placing it among the giants of the raptor family. As one of the apex predators in the food chain, its ferocity was unparalleled, unwilling to tolerate the arrogance of prey far inferior to itself. With its colossal wings unfurled, the monstrous creature swooped through the air, lunging fiercely towards Yi Xiaochuan. The very existence of this gigantic vulture instilled a profound dread within him. As it pounced, Yi Xiaochuan instinctively attempted to evade, only to be met with raucous laughter from the heretics. "Are you frightened, little ghost? If you're scared, hurry up and concede. I might spare your life." The haunting memories of being hunted by such a vulture surged in his mind, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Curse be it! Yi Xiaochuan struck his chest vigorously, seeking to regain his composure, yet the terrifying recollections lingered indelibly. For the first time, he encountered the chilling specter of death in this world. Was he destined to fail, losing not only the external contest, but also his very life? Was this truly where his journey would come to an end? Memories of a past life suddenly flooded his mind, leaving Yi Xiaochuan with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Isn't it quite absurd to still linger in the professional realm at the age of 35? What utter nonsense about being a genius. It's all a farce. How shameful it was for me to have once paid such attention to Yi Xiaochuan. That was his most humiliating match, where Yi Xiaochuan, in fulfillment of a promise, voluntarily demoted himself, permanently exiting the professional world, compelled to accept his declining skill and the impossibility of ever attaining the title of chess sage again. In the vast ocean of his consciousness, a colossal mirror appeared, reflecting his former self. At 35, disheveled with an unkempt beard, his face was a wretched sight. Clad in tattered suits, holding a bottle of liquor, utterly intoxicated. Yet, the youthful figure in the mirror bore a striking resemblance to him. Handsome, dressed like a wealthy heir, radiating vitality. Once, you were hailed as a prodigy, earning the title of professional chess player at the tender age of 9. directly referred to as the successor to the chess sage. The young boy, with a folding fan in hand, smiled at Yi Xiaochuan and said, "I was born without a symbol of spirit, a waste incapable of learning Go, a wasteful heir known to all. But what of it? Yi Xiaochuan. He is also Yi Xiaochuan, albeit the Yi Xiaochuan of this world. You stepped into the professional arena at the tender age of 9, while at 9, I was coerced into studying the incomprehensible intricacies of the absurd game of Go, enduring daily humiliation and mockery." The Yi Xiaochuan in the mirror suddenly expressed profound anger, exclaiming, "Look at your pitiable state. What distinguishes you from me?" The scene shifted, revealing my current self, still ensnared in a game, paralyzed by the psychological torment inflicted by the colossal vulture of failure. I found it nearly impossible to lift a piece, let alone stand, as I buried my head in my arms, trembling uncontrollably. Defeat. Tears streamed down unbidden, glistening as they fell. Yi Xiaochuan yearned to weep uncontrollably, harboring a deep loathing for the painful reality of being deemed worthless once more. Yet perhaps, change is still possible. Chapter 23. Victory and Defeat. Bang. A mere single retreat unleashed an astonishing force. Even the leader of the malevolent sect could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, staring intently at the young boy before him. What on earth is happening? Yi Xiaochuan skillfully executed a single retreat, seamlessly transitioning into a playful monkey face, effortlessly handling the overwhelming forces arrayed against him with just 3 pieces, moving with the grace of a leisurely stroll. How is this possible? In a fleeting moment, it remains a mystery what Yi Xiaochuan accomplished. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that he would not be allowed respite in his endeavors. Once more, he commanded the vulture to launch an assault against him, and that radiant light re-emerged. A colossal sphere of light inexplicably materialized above Yi Xiaochuan's head, pulsating as if infused with life. As the vulture charged forward, it transformed into a multitude of luminous blades. The air was filled with a piercing sound of slicing, followed by the anguished cries of the vulture, as crimson blood instantaneously stained the chessboard. In a moment of vulnerability, the leader of the malevolent faction felt a sudden chill in his ears as a warm stream trickled down his face. The agonizing wails of the leader echoed as he writhed on the ground, for one of those radiant blades had severed half of his ear. With unwavering focus, Yi Xiaochuan remained entirely absorbed in the chess match, regardless of the leader's cries of torment or the cacophony of insults hurled by the other malevolent beings. All of his attention was devoted to the game, undistracted. Yi Xiaochuan had experienced the ruthless lengths one might go to for victory, and now he was determined to vanquish his opponent with absolute power. "Damn it! You have truly provoked my ire." The nefarious cultivator chieftain clutched at his mangled ear, blood cascading down. He seized a nearby subordinate, his right hand clamping onto the man's shoulder. Ignoring the underling's desperate pleas, he plunged his hand into the nape of the man's neck. The subordinate's face contorted in agony, bereft of even the strength to cry out, his skin visibly shriveling with alarming speed. The vulture eviscerated the man's spiritual symbol in one bite. It dawned on Yi Xiaochuan that the 2 guards who had collapsed at the auction house were in a similar ghastly state. Yet, the evil cultivator chieftain was far more ruthless, draining his subordinates' chess prowess entirely, leaving nothing behind. The associated life force ebbed away gradually, until the man was nothing more than a macabre husk. So, this was the true advantage of the 12 against 1. The wound on the evil cultivator chieftain's ear healed visibly, and the vulture soaring in the sky swelled in size once more. A new variable emerged on the chessboard. The white pieces wielded by the evil cultivator chieftain became incredibly incisive in their attacks, each move aimed at vital points, decisive in their execution. Forcibly enhancing chess prowess? You are mistaken, young one. This is no mere forced enhancement. The subordinate appeared to have discerned something, gazing at the evil cultivator chieftain in terror. Yet, faced with the chieftain's sinister smile, he realized his leader would stop at nothing to secure victory. He attempted to flee, summoning his spiritual symbol, leaping from midair in a desperate escape. But where was he? The realm of emptiness. Before he could even take 2 steps, he was struck down by a colossal vulture. Witnessing the insignious spirit of the smaller beings, all resistance appeared futile. He could only watch helplessly as his master's skull was shattered by the vulture's beak, bloodthirstily devouring flesh, while he himself gradually transformed into a mere wraith. The chess power was once again relayed back to the leader of the evil cultivators, resulting in a staggering enhancement of his computational ability. Yet this was still insufficient. The boss has gone mad. Run for your lives, cursed the others as the vulture's prey shifted to other malevolent cultivators, having already consumed 2 insignia spirits. Its monstrous size rendered the remaining cultivators powerless, leaving them to desperately flee through this void. Yi Xiaochuan could distinctly perceive the genuine enhancement of the leader's chess power. It was not akin to Yan Wan'er's instantaneous ascent, which came with formidable side effects. Unbeknownst to them, 2/3 of the time had elapsed, and aside from the anguished cries of the evil cultivators, there were occasional thunderous roars. The void could no longer withstand the pressure. Visible cracks appeared in the sky. The ground trembled and fractured, and magma erupted forth, resembling a primordial behemoth with a gaping maw, voraciously devouring everything before it. The once desolate hellscape now resembled an apocalyptic nightmare. As other heretical cultivators were preyed upon by the vultures, the patchwork monstrosity outside the game board, deprived of its power source, was cleaved in 2 by Jiang Chu's blade. This afforded him the leisure to observe the chess match. He was not only astounded by the inhuman tactics of the heretical cultivator leader, but also profoundly impressed by Yi Xiaochuan's unfathomable chess prowess. Having voraciously consumed several heretical cultivators, the leader's chess skills surged, rapidly ascending in level. Yet, he could only manage to draw with Yi Xiaochuan. The situation became chaotic. Even Jiang Chu struggled to discern the state of affairs. However, the heretical cultivator leader involved had begun to sense something amiss. How can this be? How is this possible? He bellowed. Regardless of how his chess skills improved, Yi Xiaochuan consistently outmaneuvered him. The fact that he was being dominated by a mere child of 12 or 13 years old drove the heretical cultivator leader to the brink of madness. His ultimate move was now the decisive play. Yi Xiaochuan's chain of black pieces was critically threatened by this move, which at first glance seemed untenable. However, the most pressing issue was the scarcity of time, precluding any meticulous calculation. In the heavens above, colossal fissures appeared, and amidst the dense clouds, gales howled and lightning flashed. Simultaneously, with a deafening roar, the earth erupted, spewing forth molten lava that scorched everything within sight. Alas, time had run out. Rumble. The entire space shattered, and the chessboard beneath their feet split in twain. The game was over. Outside the chessboard, Jiang Chu felt as though the world had been turned upside down, forcefully ejected by a tremendous impact. In the fleeting moment before his vision faded completely, he distinctly witnessed the 2 torrents of black and white entwined in a deadly embrace. Who, after all, emerged victorious? Time passed, though its measure was lost to him, and suddenly, Jiang Chu opened his eyes wide. His memories vividly recalled being thrust from the void, twisting and compressing in an endless expanse, his very being torn asunder into fragments. The profound agony that pierced his soul was an indelible mark upon him. "Ah, you are awake?" A youthful voice broke through his reverie. He turned to see the boy standing unscathed before him. Having narrowly escaped death, he was already aware of the outcome. Jiang Chu felt a swell of emotion. He had believed the game was unwinnable, yet this boy had somehow triumphed. "By the way, I still do not know your name." "I am Jiang Chu, the Demon Blade Master." Though their encounter had been brief, their bond had grown as deep as life and death. The name Jiang Chu was now etched in Yi Xiaochuan's memory. As he regained his composure, the duo stepped out of the void and found themselves back in the bustling backstage of the auction. The clamor of voices surrounded them. It was the crowd from the cloud auction. "Quick, hide!" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chu seized Yi Xiaochuan and pulled him into a secluded corner, summoning the symbolic spirit of the Demon Blade Master. With the spirit's assistance, a gust of wind materialized, forming a one-way mirror that shielded them from sight. A marvel to behold. Chapter 24. The Caged Maiden. Damn it. It's the followers of the evil cult. The boss will certainly execute us if the crucial merchandise is lost. They couldn't have gone far. Find them. The cloud auction must have discovered the unconscious guard, and such a gruesome scene could only be the work of a heretical cultivator. The group proceeded to inspect, heading directly to the warehouse's epicenter, the auction's Piscida assistance. The chess spirit, through wind traces coalescing into a screen, allowed Yi Xiaochuan to clearly perceive the captive girl's wretched condition. Her limbs were shackled tightly, her body riddled with scars, and she was on the verge of death. What chess spirit? It was clearly a living person. Having lived in an era of peace, Yi Xiaochuan could not fathom a living girl being locked in a cage. To be auctioned off as merchandise. Unfathomable rage surged within him. But Jiang Chu seemed to have discerned Yi Xiaochuan's intent, firmly covering his mouth, signaling him not to act rashly. Intuition also warned Yi Xiaochuan against causing a disturbance at the cloud auction. Seeing the caged girl unharmed, the cloud auction's entourage breathed a sigh of relief. While intensifying patrols to find the troublemaking heretical cultivator, the auction neared its conclusion. Finally reaching the moment for the chess spirit's debut, the iron cage was wheeled away by a group of people. Once they had departed, the wind traces dissipated, and Jiang Chu and Yi Xiaochuan emerged from an inconspicuous corner. Why did you restrain me? The cloud auction is not merely an auction house. It is the lord of the underworld. Do you wish to antagonize the entire underground network? Regardless, Jiang Chu vociferated, under no circumstances shall we instigate a disturbance here. How could she possibly be the so-called chess spirit? She is, after all, a living, breathing human being. Indeed, Jiang Chu was quite astounded upon their initial encounter. Be it a symbolic spirit, a companion spirit, a chess attendant, or a chess spirit, they all necessitate a vessel of their own, and must rely on the chess dimension to acquire the energy required to materialize. Yet, the maiden confined within the cage is an authentic human being. I merely received intelligence that the heretical cultivators have been remarkably active of late, and having pursued them hither, I have come to thwart their designs. However, he continued, be it the heretical cultivators or anyone else, no one shall treat a maiden as a chattel, to be bartered as merchandise. I shall liberate her. Having donned the black robe anew and affixed the mask, Yi Xiaochuan's resolve was unwavering. That such preposterous affairs could transpire in this world was utterly intolerable. Since disrupting the Cloud Summit auction was not an option, he would avail himself of the local conventions to rescue the maiden. Yi Xiaochuan and Jiang Chu, one preceding the other, discreetly evaded the patrolling sentinels, and upon their return to the auction venue, the atmosphere had reached its zenith. As the curtain was drawn, the visage of the maiden in the cage was unveiled before the assembly. A chess spirit, not an entity of pure energy, and furthermore, capable of evading the constraints of the chess realm, is virtually unheard of and unseen. More significantly, the maiden's countenance was so extraordinarily refined that it elicited gasps of astonishment and blatant admiration from all present. Chess spirits are rare enough, but one possessing both corporeal form and such unparalleled beauty is exceedingly precious. Should one forge a pact with her, the chess spirit would be absolutely subservient to her master. And with a modicum of training, the possibilities are unimaginable. Those who gain entry into this cloud-top auction are invariably high-ranking officials, scions of wealthy families, or masters of the game of Go. The thought that these individuals, outwardly respectable, are in reality such depraved creatures when their identities are concealed filled Yi Xiaochuan with disgust. Yi Xiaochuan, where did you go? There was a slight issue. Upon returning to their seats with Jiang Chu, Yi Xiaochuan briefly explained Jiang Chu's identity to Yin ER, who was taken aback. The demon saber? Are you truly the demon saber Jiang Chu? Yin ER could scarcely believe what she was hearing, never imagining that the drunken, disheveled uncle was none other than the renowned demon saber, who had just assisted her and formed a connection with Yi Xiaochuan. Yi Xiaochuan was unaware of Jiang Chu's fame, but there were more pressing matters at hand. Look quickly. Yin ER shared Yi Xiaochuan's sentiment. Such an event was utterly preposterous. How could they auction off a living person as if she were mere merchandise? Yi Xiaochuan, can we save her? Even if you didn't ask, that was my intention. With unwavering resolve, Yi Xiaochuan declared that even if he lacked sufficient funds, he would disrupt the auction to rescue the pitiable maiden. Whether due to the excessive clamor or the excruciating pain from her wounds, the maiden groggily opened her eyes, only to find herself still confined within the iron cage. How long had it been? Since the dawn of her memory, she had been perpetually encircled by iron chains. To prevent escape, her Achilles tendons had been severed, and she had lived her days in captivity, transferred from place to place, with indifference and brutality being the only responses to her pleas. The cold, the agony, had long since numbed the maiden's heart, being displayed naked as a commodity for these beasts to ogle aroused not even a ripple of emotion within her. A voluminous black robe concealed his form, and beneath the mask, the countenances of those below the stage were indiscernible. However, pairs of avaricious, malevolent eyes weighed heavily upon the maiden, suffocating her. Pain, cold, hunger, loneliness, isolation, indifference. A myriad of negative emotions tormented the maiden, driving her to the brink of madness. There was, through the dense crowd, a pair of fervent eyes caught the maiden's attention. Was it compassion? No. Unlike the others, she had never encountered such eyes in the young man before. But what did it matter? She couldn't help but sneer. Behold, she is utterly stunning. I must possess her. The young maiden, possessing an enchanting beauty that could topple nations, suddenly broke into a cold smile, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around her. Such a morbid allure was utterly captivating, yet only Yi Xiaochuan comprehended the true essence of her smile. Anger, an overwhelming tide of fury, surged within him. Had it not been for Jiang Chu's restraint, Yi Xiaochuan might have charged forward without hesitation. The maiden's chilling laughter was a clear manifestation of the numbness that follows profound despair. She had perhaps glimpsed Yi Xiaochuan's intent to rescue her. But what difference did it make? Yi Xiaochuan suppressed his inner wrath, striving through his gaze to convey his unwavering promise to save her. Yet the maiden turned away, resigning herself to fate, her eyes closing in desolation. There were malevolent cultivators present as well. Following Jiang Chu's line of sight, Yi Xiaochuan discerned numerous pairs of eyes among the crowd, fixated upon them with an aura of lethal intent. Not only were the 12 malevolent cultivators who had previously fought present, but countless others remained hidden within the throng. Yi Xiaochuan, Jiang Chu, and Yin Wanner had become targets. A chill crept down his spine. The sensation of being enveloped by countless murderous gazes was profoundly unsettling. Nevertheless, Jiang Chu surmised that the malevolent cultivators would not dare to act openly during the auction at Cloud Summit. The strength of the auction house was unfathomable, and more crucially, should any malevolent cultivator's identity be revealed, they would inevitably be besieged by all present, no matter how many there were. They would be slain on the spot. Chapter 25. Surging Undercurrent Chengdu is the name of the city where Yi Xiaochuan resides. It is dominated by three major powers, the Yi family, the Rue clan, and the Changyue alliance. The first two are family-based organizations, while the latter is an alliance formed by various smaller factions seeking to break the monopoly of family resources. The Cloud Summit auction is replete with numerous high-quality game manuals, secret treasures, and various artifacts that enhance one's chess prowess, all of which the Changyue alliance is unwilling to forfeit. Rumors circulate that the Cloud Summit auction, an illicit organization, can be held in Chengdu once every 3 years. Supported by the Changyue alliance. This not only serves to bolster the overall strength of the Changyue alliance, but also provides a venue for resource transactions among its various smaller factions. Within the auction hall, a mix of individuals can be found, and it is precisely the Changyue alliance that organizes this event. What motivates the evil cultivators to take such drastic actions is beyond our concern. At the Cloud Summit auction, we do not discriminate based on identity. Whether one belongs to the Yi family, the Rue clan, the Changyue alliance, or even the evil cultivators, all are treated as guests. In the center of the second floor of the auction hall, representatives of the Changyue alliance have already detected the movements of the evil cultivators, furiously questioning the personnel of the Cloud Summit auction. What secrets does the chess spirit conceal that would compel these evil cultivators to expose their identities in such a frenzied manner? This matter does not concern us. Our sole responsibility is to ensure profitability and uphold the fairness of transactions. After a prolonged deliberation, the Ling ER alliance opted to eschew confrontation with the diabolical cultivators, provided their presence did not disrupt the auction or impinge upon their interests. They resolved to permit the malevolent practitioners to acquire their desired objects unimpeded. Amidst the fervent exclamations of the audience, the auction formally commenced. A base price of 20 gold pieces is hereby established. 200 gold pieces. Acclaimed Yi Xiaoshuan. His pronouncement reverberating through the hall as he instantaneously escalated the bid tenfold. At this juncture, the majority of those in attendance harbored an ardent desire for the exceptionally rare chess spirit, precluding any facile relinquishment of their pursuit. The assembled throng responded in kind, successively brandishing their placards. In response to the bicentenary gold piece bid, counteroffers of 300, 400, and 500 gold pieces were proffered. Ere long, the price had been elevated to quadruple digits. The Ling ER alliance, heeding prior directives, prescribed the artificial inflation of prices by shills within the venue, largely owing to apprehensions regarding the malevolent cultivators. Consequently, those brandishing their placards were, with the exception of Yi Xiaochuan, individuals of considerable renown within the capital, their exorbitant bids deterring the majority of onlookers. A solitary gold coin, when translated into purchasing power, sufficed to sustain an ordinary laborer for a month. Sums exceeding triple digits represented fortunes that the vast majority of individuals would be unable to expend in the course of several years. It could be asserted that those who persisted in bidding, apart from Yi Xiaochuan, were figures of considerable eminence within the capital. Damn it, what is that brat's background? Could he be affiliated with one of the three major powers? Investigate him at once. Upon receiving the subordinate's report, the investigation's findings evoked a collective intake of breath. Utilizing discreet channels to contact the organizers of the cloud auction, it was discovered that the young man's entry pass originated from the notorious bone carver, the underworld kingpin. Meng Lian. Could he be associated with Meng Lian? Damnation, why would Meng Lian, instead of tending to her clandestine operations, meddle in the cloud auction? Esteemed factions such as the Yi family, the Rue clan, and the Changwei alliance of Chengdu were not intimidated by Meng Lian. Their relationship had always been one of mutual non-interference. However, affluent scions of smaller factions dared not provoke Meng Lian. Her ruthlessness was legendary in Chengdu, a fact universally acknowledged. Observing the young man's unwavering resolve in doubling the bids, it became evident that he was determined to acquire the chess spirit, explaining his substantial wealth. Once his background was revealed, the remaining bidders, who had previously been vying for the prize, promptly withdrew. When Yi Xiaochuan subsequently bid 6,500 gold coins, an absolute hush fell over the assembly, and no one else dared to counter. 6,500 gold coins. This revelation surprised not only Yin Waner, but also Jiang Chu. He was aware that Yi Xiaochuan was the rumored prodigal son of the Yi family. Yet his chess prowess was profound, and he possessed considerable wealth, contradicting the rumors. To Yi Xiaochuan, money is but an external possession, utterly insignificant when weighed against the act of saving lives. Meanwhile, the group of malevolent cultivators remained unervingly still. It was quite perplexing to discern their true intentions. Just as the auctioneer was about to strike the wooden hammer to declare that Yi Xiaochuan had successfully bid for the chess spirit, the sinister cultivators finally made their move. 10,000. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to trust their own ears. A staggering sum of 10,000 gold coins. Even Yi Xiaochuan was taken aback. The audacious bid from these malevolent cultivators clearly indicated that the girl in the cage held immense significance for them, making it even less likely that they would allow her to slip from their grasp. What was to be done? After spending a considerable amount, Yi Xiaochuan found himself with merely 8,000 gold coins remaining. The exorbitant price of 10,000 was beyond his means. Damn it! Was he truly to relinquish the girl to these vile cultivators? Throughout this bidding war, Jiang Chu had not been idle. He was discreetly investigating the situation. The number of exposed malevolent cultivators was already in the dozens, with countless more lurking in the shadows. Attempting a forceful acquisition seemed utterly hopeless. The adversaries were numerous, and even the legendary and formidable Demon Blade, Master Jiang Chu found himself at a loss. Yi Xiaochuan. A voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts. Yi Xiaochuan turned to see Du Lang, the very subordinate of Meng Ling from the underground casino. What brings you here? He inquired. He. Duran, still bearing that morbid and ghastly mien, suddenly broke into a smile, sending a shiver down Yi Xiaochuan's spine. Durant leaned in, whispering something into Yi Xiaochuan's ear, who immediately grasped his intent, raising his placard at the final moment of the bidding. 12,000 gold coins. Bang! The gavel fell, declaring Yi Xiaochuan the victor in the acquisition of the chess spirit. A palpable sense of malice enveloped him, as countless eyes bore into Yi Xiaochuan. The heretical cultivators seemed to be conferring amongst themselves, before rapidly departing the venue in small groups. You are in peril, Yi Xiaochuan, Durant chuckled ominously. These heretical cultivators risked assembling here for the sake of the chess spirit, having been willing to offer 10,000 gold coins. Do you truly believe they will simply relinquish their pursuit? That is of no concern to you. Rather, why were you willing to lend me the funds? I am consumed with the desire to tear you apart. Durant had never intended to assist Yi Xiaochuan, having lost the gamble in the casino that day. Far from helping Yi Xiaochuan, he wished he could tear him to pieces on the spot. Then why? Miss Meng Lian had already discerned the movements of the heretical cultivators. Aiding you was at the behest of Miss Meng Lian. Chapter 26. Repercussions. Everything invariably comes at a price, especially considering Dream's magnanimous loan of 4,000 gold coins. As the sovereign of the underworld, Dream is unlikely to engage in unprofitable transactions. Xiaochuan was mentally prepared to either reimburse this substantial debt or to bear the inevitable consequences. Extend my gratitude to Miss Dream for her assistance today. I am determined to repay this sum. Refrain from such presumptuousness. Durance cast a disdainful glance at Xiaochuan. His eyes filled with contempt. This paltry sum is utterly inconsequential to Miss Dream. He continued, I am uncertain what stroke of fortune befell you, boy. But Miss Dream's assistance is a boon indeed. Yi Xiaochuan stood with utmost respect, even in the presence of Dulong. After all, it was Dulong who had made the effort to come, bringing with him a substantial sum of money on behalf of Meng Lian. It would be remiss of Yi Xiaochuan not to express his gratitude. After bidding farewell to Dulong, who left without explaining Meng Lian's motives for assisting him, Yi Xiaochuan was acutely aware that he owed a debt to Meng Lian, one that he must repay. With the Cloud Summit auction officially concluded, attendees began to disperse. According to protocol, Yi Xiaochuan, Yin Waner, and Jiang Chu made their way to the backstage area of the auction venue, where they presented their banknotes, signed the necessary documents, and completed all formalities. At last, they were granted access to the girl in the cage. Accompanied by the staff, they entered a dimly lit passageway, descending a flight of stairs that led further down below the auction hall. The damp, shadowy surroundings were illuminated only by faint glimmers of light, and a musty odor mingled with an unidentifiable stench filled the air, causing Yin Waner to frown deeply. It was difficult to fathom how the girl in the cage could endure such a dismal environment. With a loud clanking of iron chains, Yi Xiaochuan hurried forward, and the girl suddenly appeared before him. Hey! The sound of the lock being opened was met with the terrified gaze of the young girl. The sudden appearance of others seemed to startle her, and the pain from her injuries rendered her unable to flee, leaving her to collapse weakly to the ground. Emitting pitiful groans, Yi Xiaochuan approached with utmost caution, gently grasping her wrist, which felt chillingly cold. Why have you locked him away? He belongs to you, and I shall concern myself with nothing else. After handing the key to the iron shackles to Yi Xiaochuan, the staff departed, leaving him alone with the girl. He could distinctly feel her tremble the moment he held her wrist, and the horrifying scars left by the lashes on her body told a harrowing tale of her previous torment. What is your name? Yi Xiaochuan asked, endeavoring to soften his voice, gently inquiring so as not to incite her fear. Although the girl was utterly weak and incapacitated, she still attempted to evade his gaze. Murmuring softly, please let me go. I beg you, do not hit me. Sorrow overwhelms, an unrelenting sadness. What kind of treatment has the girl endured? And why is she in such a state of panic? Without uttering much, Yi Xiaochuan silently unfastened the iron chains binding the girl and draped his garments over her shoulders. Yin Waner also procured some food and clean water. It appeared that she had not tasted decent sustenance in a long while, and in her weakened state, she could not feed herself. Instead, Yin Waner gently offered morsels to the young girl. After consuming a small amount, the girl succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. In such a condition, it seemed unlikely that any inquiries could be made. Jiang Chu observed the girl's plight. Having accompanied Yi Xiaochuan with the intention of asking questions about why these malevolent practitioners were so fixated on her, going so far as to offer 10,000 gold coins and mobilizing numerous individuals at great risk. It is crucial to understand that the mobilization of over 100 malevolent practitioners is a matter of grave concern for all factions. Every action taken by these practitioners is invariably accompanied by chaos and bloodshed. They are unlikely to relinquish their pursuit so easily. Once this auction concludes, I shall ensure your safe return to the E residence, for it was my misjudgment that embroiled you in the conflict with these malevolent practitioners. Achieving victory through despicable means outside the bounds of honor is intolerable in this world. Thus, eradicating malevolent practitioners is a duty we must uphold. Yi Xiaochuan continued, This is Chengdu, the territory of our E family. I doubt the malevolent practitioners possess the audacity to act here. Uncle, you surely have more pressing matters to attend to. Indeed, even though it is clear that this group of malevolent cultivators will not easily relinquish the girl, this is, after all, Chengdu. Yi Xiaochuan, belonging to the Yi family, which stands at the pinnacle of the three major powers in Chengdu, knows that any overt disturbance in this city would undoubtedly provoke a formidable backlash from the prominent families. Therefore, at least on the surface, these malevolent cultivators are unlikely to make any blatant moves against him. However, lurking in the shadows, hidden threats are difficult to guard against, and one must remain vigilant. Jiang Chu nodded, recognizing that there were indeed more pressing matters at hand. The congregation of over 100 malevolent cultivators in Chengdu is no trivial issue. Jiang Chu himself possesses a certain degree of prestige and has dedicated himself to eradicating malevolent forces. Yet, he understands that relying solely on his own strength is insufficient to confront this enigmatic group of cultivators. He has thus resolved to visit the three major powers and unite forces to eliminate the malevolent cultivators. You must inform the head of the Yi family about the situation. I shall promptly reach out to the Rue family and the Changyue alliance, visiting them the following day. Understood. He took the already slumbering girl from Yin Waner, enveloping her in a heavy robe. After all, the girl had already been exposed at the auction, and there is no guarantee that the malevolent cultivators will not become excessively reckless and openly assault Yi Xiaochuan. Moreover, there are others at the auction who may harbor ulterior motives regarding the girl. It is wiser to maintain a lower profile. Yan Vania, I apologize for involving you in this malevolent affair. You have just mentioned that eradicating the malevolent practitioners is an undeniable duty. Furthermore, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in guiding me to this auction. Yin Waner speaks the truth. In mere few days, the perception of Yi Xiaochuan has undergone a radical transformation in Yin Waner's heart. Previously, she had taken note of Yi Xiaochuan, yet at that time, he was merely a wasteful young master, forced by his family to attend the Rue Chess Institute, where he would either cause mischief or indulge in revelry, embodying the quintessential image of a debauched scion. However, she has now come to realize that Yi Xiaochuan is not such a person. Today, she witnessed his sense of justice, as he fearlessly confronted a malevolent faction of over 100 individuals. Observing Yi Xiaochuan's figure, despite his tender age of 12, he exudes an aura of reliability and strength. The most pressing concern remains to escort her back to the E residence, summon a physician for treatment, and provide diligent care. She also hopes that you, along with Jiang Chu, could come to the estate to explain the situation to my father. Chapter 27. Absolute domain, I implore you, spare us. If you would only grant me your forgiveness, I would willingly endure any servitude. The realm of chess is aligned. I voluntarily offer everything I possess, yearning to become your chess servant, pleading only for my life to be spared. Wailers, mourners, the enraged, of the 12 heretical cultivators, Save for their leader, who was pulverized by the nihil void, the remaining 11 suffered corporeal annihilation, their souls alone enduring. As the forfeit for their defeat in the strategic contest, the collective chess prowess amassed throughout their lives, fused with their tattered souls, materialized as phantasms within Yi Xiaochuan's chess domain. Though their consciousness was but a fragmented echo, their primal instinct for survival remained undiminished. They clung tenaciously to Yi Xiaochuan's essence within the vast expanse of his mental sea, refusing to relinquish their grasp. Those who set snares for others often find themselves ensnared. From the moment you invoke the nihil void in an attempt to consume the chess prowess of others, you should have been prepared to pay an equivalent price. Yi Xiaochuan's countenance remained impassive. He held no words for such dregs. To tread the path of chess is to hold respect for one's adversaries, the rules, and the game itself, rather than resorting to unscrupulous means to secure victory or to disregard life. Chess is not merely a tool for the acquisition of power. Sensing Yi Xiaochuan's intent to extinguish them, the heretical cultivator's final vestiges of survival crumbled. Their manifested phantasms contorted in unison, their visages a mask of utter fury. In an instant, the 11 spectral figures swelled in size, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged toward Yi Xiaochuan. This is my chess domain, and such insolence shall not be tolerated. Perish! Boom! The instantaneously conveyed coercion was akin to an immense palm, subjugating all the lingering souls present. With a casual gesture, he pulverized a wisp of a soul, and immediately followed by crushing the heretical cultivator's head beneath his foot. Reveal to me, what is the purpose of gathering so many heretical cultivators? What significance does that maiden hold for you? You refuse to spare me, even in death I shall, without superfluous words, before the remnant soul could utter another syllable. Yi Xiaochuan waved his hand, obliterating it into nothingness. From supplication to fury, witnessing the annihilation of their comrades after being subdued, dread ensued. The remaining souls of the heretical cultivators seemed to wish to speak, yet Yi Xiaochuan crushed several more, still met with silence. When only the last heretical cultivator remained, Yi Xiaochuan was about to concede, but as the soul merely opened its mouth, about to utter something, a bizarre event transpired. Layers of striped patterns emerged around the soul, inscribed with abstruse characters, and as they slowly rotated, they tightened incessantly. The soul's expression contorted in excruciating pain, wailing loudly. Yet not a single word escaped before the patterns squeezed it to oblivion. It had been heard that, with mutual consent, it was possible to engrave a talisman deep within the soul using certain artifacts to safeguard secrets. Should the host attempt to reveal even a hint of information, they would be directly assailed at the soul level, resulting in the dissipation of their very essence. To maintain secrecy, they would go to such lengths. Yi Xiaochuan shook his head, realizing that he could glean no valuable information from this group of frenzied evil cultivators. The malevolent souls, now utterly disheartened, transformed into mere ashes, their powers completely absorbed by AlphaDog. AlphaDog level, chess cultivator description. Stars align, clouds converge in the central region, a net woven from all directions. Encircling and urging formations, a dance of mutual invasion, the art of warfare, amidst the 6 armies. At the moment when the remnants of the evil cultivator souls were absorbed by AlphaDog, its chess prowess surged. With the enhancement from 10,000 gatherings chess decision and star-snatching score, the remnants of the evil souls served as a threshold, officially elevating AlphaDog into the realm of chess cultivators. If entering the path is akin to the K-level of a past life, delving into the essence of chess, then the chess cultivators correspond to the amateur lower ranks of that bygone era, transcending mere rudimentary enlightenment and initiation, truly experiencing the profound mysteries encompassed within the game of Go. Yi Xiaochuan was even more astonished to discover that it was not only the elevation of level that thrilled him, but also the remarkable capabilities that lay ahead. Absolute domain. Once a chess player attains the level of mastery, they are able to delve into their unique realm of chess with the assistance of symbolic spirits and companion spirits. For instance, Yin Wanner can leverage her companion spirit, Heavenly Sun 12 maps, to elevate her state, providing substantial enhancements for both parties involved. In critical moments, despite potential side effects, she can forcefully elevate her chess strength by more than a single tier, exemplifying the comprehension of the chess realm. Should one fully master this realm, it is akin to a fish returning to water, allowing for the creation of a chess environment that is entirely conducive to oneself. Similarly, when Duran unleashes his Night Crow, the chess realm fully unfurls, capable of bewildering the opponent's mind, and against lesser-ranked players, it can directly strip them of their five senses, effectively resulting in an instantaneous defeat. The true effects of the Void Realm practiced by the malevolent cultivators remain unclear, yet through sacrificial means, once forcibly activated, it can severely restrict the chess strength of both parties, conjuring a terrifying chess realm that encompasses symbolic spirits and even souls. It can be asserted that a player with a chess realm, upon activation, can almost guarantee an instant victory over one without, leaving the latter utterly defenseless. This explains why Yi Xiaochuan was deemed an exceptional failure, as lacking a symbolic spirit or companion spirit signifies a lifetime devoid of the possibility to comprehend the chess realm. Absolute domain, a realm where all is purified, immune to all, annihilating all. A succinct and clear explanation. Absolute domain is entirely under one's command, impervious to any interference, possessing the ultimate profundity capable of obliterating all foreign entities within its confines. In other words, once the absolute domain is activated, all symbolic spirits, companion spirits, and even chess spirits and attendants of the opponent become utterly ineffective. Even more terrifying is the ability to unfold this domain unconditionally within the adversary's realm. Its sole weakness lies in its fleeting duration. Moreover, based on the current results, it can only achieve the stage of purification. Should Yi Xiaochuan encounter Du Lang again after acquiring the absolute domain, the outcome would indeed be different. The purification can eliminate all amplifications, enhancements, and effects from both sides. However, akin to Yin Wanner, until one fully comprehends the chess realm, the effect is bidirectional, meaning that any enhancements gained by oneself would also be purified. Yet, this alone is sufficient. Yi Xiaochuan reminisced about previous matches, recognizing that whether against Yin Wanner, Du Lang, or the malevolent cultivators, none could rival his chess prowess. It could be asserted that, should Yi Xiaochuan desire, his opponents would scarcely endure 50 moves. However, due to unforeseen factors such as symbolic spirits, companion spirits, and the chess realm, the integrity of the matches was compromised. Had it not been for Yi Xiaochuan's profound skill, he might have faced dire consequences. This absolute domain is precisely what Yi Xiaochuan requires at present. Nevertheless, upon attempting to activate the absolute domain, a swift flash enveloped him, only to dissipate almost instantaneously. What? Is that all? This is utterly frustrating. In such a brief moment, Yi Xiaochuan scarcely had time to experience the absolute domain before it vanished. Chapter 28. Exploration. A peculiar sound echoed in her ears, and as she detached from the realm of the game, her thoughts returned. She found herself in the Yi family estate, specifically in the chamber of Yi Xiaochuan. The young girl's hands had regained a semblance of warmth, no longer the icy cold they once were. It was not merely the ghastly wound on her body. Years of malnutrition and a harsh living environment contributed to her frail state. Yet surprisingly, her recovery was remarkably swift. In just a single night, after a simple application of medicine and some tending to her injuries, her scars had healed almost completely, a transformation that could only be described as astonishing. However, aside from her incredible recuperative abilities, the girl appeared just like any other person, showing no outward signs of her ordeal. Yi Xiaochuan now had reason to suspect that the Yundan auction house was merely using the guise of the chess spirit to engage in human trafficking. Accompanied by soft moans, the girl's face tightened as she struggled to breathe deeply. "Do not be afraid, I am here." Yi Xiaochuan grasped her hands tightly, providing her with some relief. He gently stroked her forehead, which felt somewhat warm. It seemed prudent to call for a doctor to assess her condition. It was now midday on the second day, and estimating the time, it should soon be the moment when Jiang Chu and Yin Wan'er were scheduled to visit. At that time, Jiang Chu would come to pay a visit to Yi Xiaochuan's father, who was also the head of the Yi family, Yangde. Indeed, as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear, for the voice of Yin Wan'er echoed in my ears. After examining the girl's injuries, Yin Wan'er appeared equally incredulous, having only heard tales of the extraordinary physical prowess possessed by the Delili cultivators, who, despite suffering grievous wounds as if pierced by sharp blades, could miraculously recover to their former state. Could it be that this girl is one of those formidable beings? It seems implausible. The realm of chess cultivation is already the pinnacle attainable by ordinary individuals, and those who possess Delili are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix among mere chickens. Given the girl's youth, should she possess the prowess of Delili, she would undoubtedly be regarded as an unparalleled prodigy. Both individuals shook their heads in unison, recognizing that all questions must await the girl's awakening. Young Master E, the head of the family requests your presence. There are esteemed guests wishing to meet you. Acknowledged. Ever since it became known that Yi Xiaochuan had acquired a companion spirit and qualified for the Daoist competition, even the servant's demeanor had shifted, no longer daring to openly mock him, though their disdainful undertones still left Yi Xiaochuan feeling disquieted. As the two walked side by side, they drew many curious glances, though most were laced with scorn directed at Yi Xiaochuan, while others expressed sympathy for Yin Wan'er. Have you heard? Yi Xiaochuan has gained a companion spirit. So what? At 12 years old, he hasn't even entered the Dao. Yin Wan'er is the champion contender for this year's chess cultivation category at the Rui Chess Academy. Why does she keep visiting our family? Isn't it all because of Yi Xiaochuan? I've heard that last time. She fought for that worthless young master against young Master Yu Yuan. Many felt it was unjust for Yin Wan'er, as in their eyes. Yi Xiaochuan was still that useless young master. However, Yin Wan'er was not only a goddess among her peers, but also the champion of this year's chess cultivation competition, rendering their statuses inherently unequal. Before even entering the room, the voices of her father and Jiang Chu could be heard arguing. The grand competition was imminent, taking place at the beginning of next month. This initiation and the chess cultivation contest were of utmost importance in this realm and must not be disrupted. The emergence of a group of evil cultivators roaming through Chengdu would undoubtedly incite panic. Regardless of their intentions, it was imperative that they do not interfere with the competition. Yet, there was indeed such a group of evil cultivators, and they had already clashed with them. If unaddressed, the Yi family would surely annihilate the evil cultivators. However, the head of the Yi family, Yangde, abruptly shifted his tone and resolutely declared, with the competition approaching, all of our Yi family's resources must be devoted to safeguarding the event, leaving no strength to investigate the motives of these evil cultivators. Jiang Chu was immensely frustrated. Throughout the night, he had not rested, but instead had visited the two other most powerful families in Chengdu, the Rui family and the Changyue alliance, as well as his own Yi family, only to receive the same response. The competition was paramount, and no concessions could be made. Yi Xiaochuan, I heard you attended the Yunwan auction? With a resounding bang, Father Yangde forcefully struck the armrest of his chair, creating deep cracks. It is evident that the strength of the Yi family's patriarch is formidable, not to mention his prowess in chess. As far as Yi Xiaochuan knows, to become the head of the Yi family, one's chess skills must surpass combat strength, comparable to professional levels in previous lives. The cloud auction has always been strictly prohibited by our Yi family. You, the rascal, not only went, but also led Yin Wan'er astray. Don't think I don't know. Have you been to the underground casino as well? Faced with his father's reprimand, Yi Xiaochuan could only lower his head, unsure of how to respond. Truly his father, the head of the Yi family, is well informed. It's likely that all his recent actions have been under his father's surveillance. The young master is not, as the rumors say. Not only is he deeply skilled in chess, but also exceptionally talented. Jiang Chu pleaded for Yi Xiaochuan. It was my idea to take Yi Xiaochuan to the cloud auction, and I hope you can forgive him. I apologize to you here. Yes, uncle, I wanted to go to the cloud auction myself. It has nothing to do with Yi Xiaochuan. Not only Jiang Chu, but even Yin Wan'er pleaded for Yi Xiaochuan. which moved him deeply. After a long contemplation, his father's attitude remained unchanged, only a cold snort. The demon swordsman Jiang Chu spoke up. Naturally, I must give face. Yi Xiao Chuan, you unlearned rascal. I will deal with you later. And that girl? She will stay with our family. As long as I, Yongda, am here, she will not be in danger. The words of the father astonished both Yi Xiaochuan and Jiang Chu. The girl was the target of the malevolent cultivators, and with the competition imminent, she was undeniably a hot potato. Neither the Rue clan nor the Changhua alliance was willing to take on such a burden. Yet unexpectedly, the head of the Yi family displayed remarkable boldness. While it was understandable that he would not allocate personnel to hunt down the evil cultivators, his willingness to take responsibility for the girl signified that Jiang Chu's objectives had been achieved. With the head of the Yi family's assurance, the girl was momentarily safe. Regardless of how many evil cultivators there were, facing a formidable opponent of the family head's caliber was akin to courting death. Even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 of them, the outcome would remain the same: the overwhelming power of a seasoned warrior annihilating novices. The three took their leave for the time being. Jiang Chu was still intent on investigating this group of malevolent cultivators to uncover their motives and locate their lair within the vast city. Before that, however, he wished to assess the girl's injuries. The trio returned to Yi Xiaochuan's room, only to find that the girl had already awakened and was voraciously consuming the food that Yi Xiaochuan had prepared. Upon seeing the three, the girl exhibited a look of terror, retreating into the corner in fright. Chapter 29. Ling ER, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please, do not hurt me again. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cowered in the corner, her sobs tentative, as if fearing that her cries would provoke the individuals before her into anger and bring upon her further torment. This was the residence of the Yi family. No one would dare harm her again. Yi Xiaochuan received the freshly prepared repast and limpid water from a servant, approached gingerly, and placed them before the young woman. Seemingly famished, the maiden's gaze was riveted upon the victuals, and she could not help but salivate at the sight. Is this for me? Yes, Yi Xiaochuan affirmed with a nod. The girl ravenously seized the sustenance, devouring it with copious gulps, tears streaming down her face like rain-kissed pear blossoms. She wept audibly, yet was loath to relinquish her grasp on the repast. The sight was indeed comical, yet Yi Xiaochuan felt only pity and promptly instructed the servant to procure more victuals. Well, is it palatable? The girl choked out. I have not savored such ambrosial fare in a long time. As Yi Xiaochuan drew nearer, the girl instinctively recoiled, exhibiting a palpable wariness toward him. Her previous ordeal had evidently made her unable to trust anyone at present. I am Yi Xiaochuan, and that gentleman over there is Jiang Chu, along with Yin Waner. Yi Xiaochuan thumped his chest, avowing, I vouchsafe upon my honor that no one shall seek to harm you again. If you so desire, you may reside here indefinitely. Yi Xiaochuan. Yes. Yi Xiaochuan nodded solemnly. As long as the young girl was willing to communicate, progress could be made. He signaled to Jiang Chu, who also nodded and cautiously approached the girl. Although there was some resistance, it was evidently not as strong as at the outset. In a moment, Jiang Chu would pose a few questions, to which she only needed to respond as best she could. The girl continued to consume her meal heartily, seemingly oblivious to Yi Xiaochuan's words, yet neither of them felt disheartened. What is your name? Name? The girl suddenly froze, her eyes filled with confusion. After a moment, she appeared to grasp something, but lowered her head in contemplation, a hint of distress evident on her face. I do not have a name. Since I have been capable of memory, I have always been confined, and no one has ever told me my name. Could be amnesia? Jean Ke, not willing to give up, attempted to ask several fundamental questions again, such as where her home was, her age, who her parents were, and where her hometown lay. Yet, the girl merely shook her head repeatedly. From her demeanor, it seemed that she retained little more than memories of her confinement. Everything from her past remained shrouded in obscurity. Yi Xiaochuan, Jiang Chu, and Yin Waner exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. An awkward silence enveloped them until Yin Waner finally broke it. What about Ling ER? The crowd was somewhat perplexed by Yin Waner's words, but they soon listened as she began to elucidate. Each individual is bestowed with a name upon their birth, which serves not only as a manifestation of their parents' hopes, but also as an indelible testament to their existence in this world. Yin Wanner gently caressed the girl's head and said, "Though we do not yet know your true name, in our eyes, you are no longer a commodity to be traded, but rather our friend. We shall call you Ling ER. How does that sound?" Ling ER, friend? The girl, somewhat incredulous yet delighted, nodded in agreement, clearly enamored with the name. Just as Yin Wanner had articulated, when Ling ER was brought back by Yi Xiaochuan, she was no longer a mere item consigned to the cloud auction house, but a living being, their friend. Therefore, she deserved her own name. Rest assured, from this moment forth, Yi Xiaochuan, I, Yin Wanner, and the gentleman over there will all be your friends, and we shall not allow anyone to harm you again. Ling ER listened intently, repeating the name Ling ER over and over, her fondness for it evident as she embraced both Yin Wanner and Yi Xiaochuan tightly. Wait a moment. Ling ER, unbeknownst to herself, had shed her garments, leaving her in a state of complete nudity. Jiangchu instinctively turned his head away, while Yin Wanner blushed deeply, her gaze filled with murderous intent as she glared at Yi Xiaochuan. Innocent, such a grave injustice. Without waiting for Yi Xiaochuan to explain, Yin Wanner's fist had already come crashing down. The words beast echoed in his ears, plunging him into darkness. And a violent wave of dizziness caused Yi Xiaochuan to collapse onto the ground. Despite having a certain level of chess cultivation, he could not withstand the force of Yin Wanner's punch. Just how much strength did this girl possess? Ling ER, why are you not dressed? Did that beast, Yi Xiaochuan, do something to you? Yin Wanner seethed with anger, raising her foot to reprimand Yi Xiaochuan. Ling ER, do not be afraid. If I find out what Yi Xiaochuan did that was outrageous, I will surely avenge you. I am innocent. Yi Xiaochuan protested vehemently. Earlier, when he had brought Ling ER to Yi Mansion, he had his sister tend to Ling ER's wounds, wash her body, and dress her in freshly laundered clothes. How could he possibly be such a beast? The clothing was indeed quite uncomfortable. Ling ER, with her innocent demeanor, raised her head in confusion and said, "Moreover, I have never worn clothes before." Ling ER, let me explain. Firstly, putting aside the differences between genders, clothing has many benefits. Furthermore, Yin Wanner continued as she noticed Ling ER shaking her head. Wearing beautiful clothes makes one appear more lovely. Don't you want to look pretty, Ling? Only then did Ling ER agree, obediently putting on the clothes. Yin Wanner further chastised Yi Xiaochuan loudly. I will take Ling ER to bathe and change her into clean clothes. Just wait until I return. You will see how I deal with you. Deal with me? When did we become so familiar with one another? Furthermore, this is not my fault. Yi Xiaochuan gazed at the departing figures of the two, feeling somewhat helpless. Jiangchu, you have also observed that currently, Ling ER is in such a state. It appears that we shall not be able to extract any information. Jiangchu shook his head. Even if he were to inquire directly with Ling ER, it would yield no results. To them, Ling ER seemed like a pure girl who had lost her memory. How could she possibly be involved with the sinister cultivators, or have any connection to the chess spirit? Are you planning to continue your investigation? Yes. Shall I assist you? The Taoist tournament is about to commence, isn't it? Jiangchu also wished for Yi Xiaochuan to aid him in investigating the matters concerning the sinister cultivators. But considering the imminent competition, the head of the Yi family would undoubtedly disapprove. Moreover, Yi Xiaochuan was merely a 12-year-old child. It was unreasonable to allow him to continue facing dangers alongside himself, so he shook his head in refusal. Take this with you. Jiangchu handed over a jade pendant he always carried, which appeared to be of considerable value. The pendant was adorned with strange engravings. When one lightly brushed their fingers over it, it instantly radiated a peculiar glow. This is a treasured possession of mine. I fear that the sinister cultivators may take reckless actions against you and Ling. As long as you gently caress this pendant, I shall be able to discern your location and arrive promptly. Understood. Chapter 30. The Great Fire. This, and that. The street food, previously unseen, filled Ling ER with immense wonder as her mouth became stuffed to the brim. Indeed, no one can escape the allure of deliciousness. Initially, the intention was to take Ling ER shopping for clothes, but as they wandered, they found themselves at a food street. It was not surprising for Ling ER to indulge in some treats, yet her appetite was remarkable. With an assortment of snacks in hand, lamb skewers in her left and desserts in her right, she managed to devour several pieces of pastry in mere moments. Her naturally exquisite features did not appear ungraceful while eating. Rather, she appeared exceptionally endearing, drawing the attention of passers-by. Had she lived in a previous life, Ling ER would undoubtedly have become a sensation as a food vlogger. What are you daydreaming about? Yin Wan'er chided, pinching Yi Xiaochuan's waist, causing him to exclaim in discomfort. Are you truly distressed over a few bites of food? On the contrary, Yi Xiaochuan relished this tranquil moment, with two lovely girls accompanying him. What was there to complain about? Look, isn't that Yi Xiaochuan? Exclaimed someone nearby. Beside Yin Wan'er, he was indeed the center of attention. The envious glances from onlookers were unmistakable, wishing they were not the ones sandwiched between two beauties. This was Yi Xiaochuan's first experience of such leisure since arriving in this world, yet he felt an ever-present weight in his heart. With rogue cultivators on the loose, was it truly wise to parade through the streets with Ling ER so conspicuously? What is there to worry about? This is Chengdu, a place where the presence of the Yi family, the Rue family, and the Changyue alliance is omnipresent. With a grand competition approaching, the inspections within Chengdu have become increasingly stringent. Even that group of malevolent cultivators would not dare to act brazenly in the streets. Yin Wan'er assured Yi Xiaochuan, patting her chest, urging him to be completely at ease. This was precisely why Yi Xiaochuan was willing to accompany Ling ER for a leisurely stroll. Being a young master of the Yi family, he was well aware of his family's formidable strength, not to mention the head of the Yi family, whose profound prowess in combat surpasses all understanding. The family boasts countless disciples and masters of exceptional skill. As the trio meandered through the streets, they arrived at a tailor shop, intending to select a few casual garments for Ling ER. Shortly after, when Ling ER emerged from the changing room alongside Yin Wan'er, she instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. As the saying goes, a person is adorned by their attire, just as a horse is embellished by its saddle. Not only the passers-by in the shop, but even Yi Xiaochuan was left in awe, having never encountered such a stunning girl in his previous life. How lovely she is! Indeed, upon receiving such compliments, Ling ER stood before the mirror, examining herself with great care. It was evident, just as Yin Wan'er had said, that wearing beautiful clothes transforms one's appearance. However, Ling ER could also sense the lewd gazes from the surrounding men, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Since the shopping was complete, it would be best for us to return swiftly. Yes, Alara's cheerful disposition resurfaced as she skipped forward, linking her arm with Ezekiel's. Witnessing Alara's behavior, Yin Wan'er instinctively felt compelled to intervene, but she abruptly questioned her motives for meddling in Ezekiel's affairs. Gazing at their departing figures, Yin Wan'er experienced a perplexing mix of emotions, unable to articulate the precise nature of her unease or the source of her irritation. Look, there's a fire. Indeed, the conflagration is immense. The clamor reached Ezekiel's ears, and he followed the gazes of the crowd, confirming the billowing smoke and towering flames. In an instant, Ezekiel's countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. What's amiss? Yin Wan'er, equally stunned by the spectacle, found herself speechless. The fire raged at the very heart of Chang'an, the epicenter of the preeminent power, the Ezekiel family. Ezekiel was momentarily disoriented, but upon realizing that his own residence was ablaze, his shock gave way to fury. As the leading family in Chang'an, even if a servant were to inadvertently cause a fire, with the patriarch of the Ezekiel family present, along with countless hidden masters, there would be no need for water. Indeed, even Ezekiel Yonda himself wouldn't need to intervene. He could extinguish the flames with a mere flick of his finger. What then was the explanation for this? Only one conclusion presented itself. Demonic cultivators, as if to validate Ezekiel's conjecture, even from a considerable distance. A figure could be discerned levitating in midair. Subsequently, the towering flames appeared to be manipulated, coalescing into a colossal fire tornado that surged skyward before plummeting back down with incredible velocity. Flames intertwined with debris, such as stones and wooden planks, scattered chaotically, intensifying the inferno. This was no mere accident, but rather a deliberate act. The malevolent cultivators displayed an audacity that was truly alarming, brazenly launching an assault on the E residents. Yi Xiaochuan, do not go. Yin Waner urgently grasped the furious Yi Xiaochuan, with his father safeguarding the Yi family. They had little to fear from the nefarious forces. Moreover, such a grand display would undoubtedly attract skilled practitioners from across the city. Yi Xiaochuan had no necessity to return. He understood all too well that even if he did, his efforts would be but a drop in the ocean. However, his younger sister, Yi, remained within the Yi estate. Though he had not been in this world for long, to Yi Xiaochuan, the Yi family was home, and all his loved ones resided there. How could he remain indifferent? Could he truly stand by and watch as his kin were engulfed by the flames? I cannot allow you to act recklessly. If you go, I shall accompany you. Yin Waner, realizing she could not dissuade Yi Xiaochuan, resolutely declared her intent to join him, only to be met with his unwavering refusal. The target of the malevolent cultivators was Ling ER. Should they discover her absence from the Yi residence, they might scour Chengdu in search of her. Yi Xiaochuan was filled with rage, yet his mind remained clear as he stated, "Quickly take Ling ER to the Rue Chess Academy. That is of utmost importance." I understand. As Yin Waner gazed at the hurried figure of Yi Xiaochuan departing, she resolved to take Ling ER to the Rue Chess Academy. Being a disciple of the Rue Chess Academy herself, she knew that they would undoubtedly embrace and protect Ling ER in light of the recent upheaval. Yi Xiaochuan was correct. The malevolent cultivators targeted Ling ER, prompting their frenzied actions, and it was imperative to thwart their sinister intentions. Sister Waner, will Yi Xiaochuan be all right? You must believe in him. Ling ER seemed to sense that all this turmoil stemmed from her heart heavy with guilt. Despite Waner's soothing words, she remained engulfed in sorrow. The two hurried towards the Rue Chess Academy, witnessing many rushing towards the Yi residence, including members of the Rue Chess Academy. Even the Changyue Alliance had been stirred into action, heading to provide assistance. Such a commotion indicated that the malevolent cultivators were indeed at work. A deafening roar erupted nearby, and turning back, they beheld the flames at the Yi residence surging higher, a massive fire tornado coalescing once more. Chapter 31. Crisis with a thunderous boom. Another towering column of fire ascended, merging into a terrifying dragon of flames. In this tumultuous city, the fire dragon spiraled above the Yi residence, instilling fear in the hearts of all who beheld the horrific blaze. What has befallen the Yi residence? Why has father not intervened against these wicked cultivators? Yi Xiaochuan, unbeknownst to himself, quickened his pace as several individuals approached, clad in the garments of the Yi family, disciples of the Yi Chess Academy. Yu Tian, what has happened to the Yi residence? The fire is raging. Trembling uncontrollably and pinned down by Yi Xiaochuan, Yu Tian was practically scrambling on the ground, sobbing involuntarily. His entire face was blackened by the thick smoke, and his clothes bore the marks of scorching, a testament to the terror inflicted by the fire tornado. Yi Xiaochuan held Yu Tian firmly, striving to calm him, while also urgently seeking information about the state of the Yi estate. Gasping for breath, Yu Tian was jolted back to awareness by Yi Xiaochuan's stern reprimand. He implored Yi Xiaochuan to flee, the other disciples too traumatized by the fire tornado to even speak. Where's my father? Where's my sister, Yi? I don't know, Yu Tian murmured distractedly, shaking his head. An inextinguishable blaze. By the time anyone noticed, the entire Yi estate was consumed by the inferno. A band of rogue cultivators stormed in, killing indiscriminately. Many had already perished by the time we escaped. Yi Xiaochuan, you must flee at once. It's not safe. Those rogue cultivators are utterly deranged. TCH, just as I suspected, rogue cultivators. Disregarding the pleas of the other Yi family disciples, Yi Xiaochuan was resolved to proceed. The closer he drew to the Yi estate, the more palpable the dread of the fire tornado became. A maw of incandescent flames roared, expelling a colossal fireball that descended upon the edifice, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Upon detonation, the resultant fiery ripples engulfed all within sight, succeeded by a concussive force that ejected debris, timber, and flames in unison. The ambient temperature palpably surged. With a swift maneuver, I deftly evaded the hurtling rubble. The sole path ahead, the bridge leading to the E Manor, was guarded by several figures clad in black. Sinister cultivators, perhaps? Their intentions were undoubtedly hostile. As a volley of blades hurtled toward me upon our initial encounter, the keen edges narrowly missed, shearing off a strand of hair. Xiaochuan, caught off guard, barely managed to dodge the assault. The ground was strewn with corpses. Treading through the sanguine mire, my shoes were stained crimson. "Spare me. Help!" Without hesitation, a fatal cut to the throat silenced the plea. The ejected, fervent blood splattered upon Xiaochuan's person. Thus, the disciple of the Ru clan, his throat lacerated by the keen dagger, was denied even the respite of a struggle or lament. Ere long, a multitude of blades were mercilessly plunged into his back, arms, waist, and chest. In excruciating agony, the Ru clan disciple collapsed, unable to writhe, yearning for death yet denied it, forced to witness his own lifeblood ebb away. To behold his own demise, a spectacle of utter cruelty. No swift dispatch was granted. Instead, the vital regions were shunned, condemning the injured to untold suffering, yet postponing their end. The fetid reek of blood permeated the air, inciting a tempest within the stomach. Demons. Veritable demons. Without pause for contemplation, another volley of blades descended. Swish. Agony. Unmitigated agony. The sheer number of projectiles overwhelmed, and despite Xiaochuan's desperate evasions, he was struck. The blade embedded in his arm glinted with an eerie viridescence in the sunlight, mingling with the effluence of blood, causing unbearable pain. Poisoned. Confronted by the encroaching heretics, Xiaochuan retreated, yet with a sudden surge of resolve. He gritted his teeth and wrenched the blade from his arm. A sharp intake of breath as he suppressed the torment and somersaulted into a nearby edifice. Gasping for air, he tore strips from his garments, hastily binding the wound. For reasons unknown, the laceration on his arm throbbed with exceptional ferocity, relentlessly assailing Xiaochuan's nerves. Even under the influence of adrenaline, the pain remained unabated, offering no solace. More unsettlingly, the fabric wound around his arm was instantly saturated with blood, dripping from his fingertips. Some sort of anticoagulant poison, perhaps? It seemed the blade wasn't coated with a lethal venom, but rather an agent to inhibit coagulation, compounded with an excruciatingly painful effect, quite in character for these depraved individuals. Eschewing instant death, they instead chose to torment their adversaries to a cruel demise. "Little imp, cease your hiding. I have you in my sights." The sound of a door being thrust open alerted Xiaochuan, who, concealed in the corner, suppressed his agony, scarcely daring to breathe. Thwack! The blade pierced the door, missing his eyes by a hair's breadth. Had its trajectory deviated by a fraction, Xiaochuan's vision would have been forfeit. Despite the overwhelming pain and terror, he clamped his hand over his mouth with unwavering resolve. "Not here, eh? Then it must be here." The sinister cultivator brandished his blade erratically, slashing at every potential hiding place in sight, sparing not even the vegetable basket, and shattering the water vat, large enough to conceal a person, with a forceful kick. This was his chance. In the instant the vat shattered, Xiaochuan summoned every ounce of courage he possessed. Almost simultaneously, the cultivator, hearing the sound, whirled around. Murderers often lack imposing physiques or extraordinary strength. As evidenced in his past life, the most heinous criminals are frequently of slight build, with unremarkable features, possessing nothing that would set them apart. Even when confronted with an interview, despite being aware of his death sentence, he could still smile at the camera. Xiaochuan was particularly struck by that interview. He showed no remorse for his act of murder. When faced with questions, he could even casually discuss his motives for killing. Insane. Yes, utterly insane. Xiaochuan preemptively plunged the blade into the heretic cultivator's chest. The response he received was not one of pain, but rather that unforgettable madness. Ha 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 ha. Saliva mixed with blood. The heretic cultivator laughed maniacally in his final moments. Carelessly wiping away the blood from his mouth, he feebly raised his knife, attempting to attack Xiaochuan, uttering the most venomous curses. Increasing the force in his hand, he twisted the hilt, causing blood to spray. With a swoosh, unexpectedly, The heretic cultivator still possessed the strength to hurl the knife. Yi Xiaochuan, anticipating this, easily evaded it. What tenacious vitality! While marveling at this, he didn't forget to deliver the finishing blow. Pressing down on the blade, plunged into the cultivator's chest, he picked up another one nearby, aiming it at the heretic. Young master E of the E family, Yi Xiaochuan, am I right? How do you know me? I heard from Yuetian that Yin Waner, that wretched girl, spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, her eyes filled with derision, devoid of any strength to struggle further. Chapter 32. The Cold-Faced Stone Buddha. Explain to me, clearly, what has happened to Yin Waner? Yi Xiaochuan roared in fury. Yet, the wicked cultivator had long since breathed his last. How could he possibly respond to Yi Xiaochuan's inquiries? Yuetian, he muttered incessantly, grappling with confusion. Why was it that he heard the names of both Yuetian and Yin Waner from the lips of this nefarious cultivator? Suddenly, a realization struck Yi Xiaochuan. There were rumors circulating about a group of wicked cultivators roaming Chengdu, which had been conveyed to the three major forces by Jiangchu. The united stance of these forces was one of secrecy. With the competition approaching, this information must not be allowed to leak, for it would surely incite panic. How did Yuetian come to know that the assailants targeting the E residents were wicked cultivators? Could it be that Yuetian was colluding with them? The wicked cultivator's target should have been Ling ER. If they were aware of Yin Waner's whereabouts, then they must also know that she and Ling ER were together at this moment. The conclusion was glaringly evident. The assault on the E residents was merely a ruse. Their true aim was Ling ER, and they had already anticipated her company with Yi Xiaochuan and Yin Waner. Reflecting on the direction in which Yuetian and his group had departed, it perfectly aligned with Ling ER's location. They would undoubtedly intercept Yin Waner and Ling ER before they reached the Rue Chess Institute. Damn it! How did I not see this sooner? Oblivious to the throbbing pain, Yi Xiaochuan slammed his fist vehemently against the ground. Had he discerned the anomaly in Yuetian sooner, perhaps he could have safeguarded them both. Now, Yi Xiaochuan confronted a perplexing dilemma. Should he venture towards the nearby Yi Manor, seeking his sister Iya, or retrace his steps, following the trail of Yuetian's cohort, to rescue Yin Waner and Ling? Before Yi Xiaochuan could deliberate, the heretics preemptively resolved his quandary. Yi Xiaochuan, Yuetian instructed us to take exquisite care of you. I wonder what hues adorn the viscera of a wealthy young master. I am beside myself with anticipation. In short order, the cramped space teemed with heretics brandishing blades. Caught in a moment of bewilderment, Yi Xiaochuan found himself encircled, his back against the wall, armed with but a solitary blade, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. The residual warmth emanating from the corpses beneath his feet served as a stark reminder that he, too, would soon become a lifeless husk. What to do? What course of action should he take in this perilous moment? A flash of white light, the clash of blades. Another gash opened on his shoulder, the coagulant exacerbating the excruciating pain, causing blood to flow ceaselessly. Yi Xiaochuan had been driven into an inescapable corner, his body riddled with cuts. The more you struggle, the more we revel in it. Ha ha ha. As the malevolent cultivator grinned, a flurry of blood-stained blades descended, seemingly writing a death foretold in crimson before his very eyes. Instinctively, Yi Xiaochuan shielded himself with his arms, yet the anticipated agony never materialized. What was happening? Upon opening his eyes once more, he beheld the cultivator's head pinned down by a hand. Then, with overwhelming force, the cultivator shuddered as his body plummeted earthward. Bang! Blood gushed from his mouth as his skull collided violently with the ground, only to rebound momentarily before being smashed back into the earth with even greater power. Third brother, Yi Xiaochuan run. His brother stood amidst the carnage, undaunted by the approaching cultivators. With a graceful pirouette, he evaded the incoming blades, crouching low to the ground, using one hand for support. His leg lashed out, creating a whirlwind that swept the cultivators aside, clearing a path for Yi Xiaochuan. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaochuan seized the opportunity and sprinted away. As he fled from the house, he glanced back to see his brother's face, a mask of icy resolve that uncannily mirrored their father's. In this sprawling metropolis, beyond the well-known figure of the E family patriarch and the infamous wastrel of a young master. There was another member of the E family who left an indelible impression on all who encountered him. The implacable stone Buddha, Itaw. Regarding the enigmatic figure of Itaw, the appellation Stoic springs to mind, preceding even his lineage within the E family. This moniker is not merely indicative of Itaw's demeanor during games of strategy, wherein he decimates adversaries with the impassivity of a frigid statue. Rather, it encapsulates his entire persona and modus operandi. Impartial and devoid of emotion, he seems to lack the very essence of human sentiment. Today, Xiaochuan bore witness to the chilling terror of his elder brother, the IC Stoic. With but a single hand, Itaw seized the heretical cultivator by the throat, slowly elevating him before violently slamming him against the earth. The cultivator's neck was instantly snapped, and the immense force pulverized the cranium, all achieved with the strength of Itaw's bare hands. Such a visually arresting display instilled fear even within the ranks of the heretical cultivators, deterring them from advancing. What manner of dread did he inspire? Fear not, he is but one man. Aye, let us attack together. Undeterred, Itaw omitted gazet upon Xiaochuan. Father and our younger sister are unharmed. You need not concern yourself with me, Xiaochuan. Do you not have pressing matters to attend to? When was the last time his elder brother addressed him as Xiaochuan? Xiaochuan struggled to recall, but he was suddenly struck by the immense power emanating from his brother's seemingly unassuming frame. Upon learning that his sister, Iya, and their father were safe, the anxiety that had gripped Xiaochuan finally began to dissipate. With a nod, and without looking back, Xiaochuan hastened towards the direction of Utaon. Ling ER, Yan Volnat, await me. I implore you, do not come harm. As time elapsed, shortly after Xiaochuan's departure, Yin ER, accompanied by Ling ER, hastened towards the Rue Clan Chess Academy. Jiangchu had already apprised the academy of Ling ER's condition, and moreover, given ER's status as a direct disciple of the Rue clan, the academy would undoubtedly offer sanctuary. The denizens around them were engrossed in discussions about the conflagration at the E residence, and they could discern numerous individuals from both the Rue clan and the Changyue alliance heading in the direction of E Manor. Vanya, do you truly believe Xiaochuan is unharmed? Ling ER inquired. You must have faith in Xiaochuan, Yin ER responded. Beneath that seemingly nonchalant facade lies considerable prowess. Ling ER nodded, and the two continued their journey, only to be intercepted by a group of individuals. Yin ER, whither do you venture? It was none other than Utaon who had obstructed their path. Suspicious, Yin ER sought to avoid any unnecessary entanglement, attempting to push past Utaon and depart. However, Utaon tenaciously seized her, refusing to release his grip. What is it that you desire? She demanded. I told you, Xiaochuan deceived you. Does it matter? Yin ER exerted her strength, endeavoring to shove Utaon away, but his demeanor abruptly transformed into something sinister, bearing no resemblance to the Utaon she had known. His entire aura had undergone a metamorphosis. Even now, you persist in defending that boy? What exactly do you want? Even as Yin ER uttered these words, she employed both her hands and feet, forcefully kicking Utaon away. Run, Ling ER, run. The hour is late. A searing pain envelopes me, my vision swirling into greater obscurity. Chapter 33. The counterattack. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. When Xiaochuan arrived, he found Yin ER sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised, surrounded by marks of violence, blood, and several lifeless bodies, evidence of a fierce struggle. Upon seeing Xiaochuan, Yin ER could no longer contain her tears. Crouching on the ground, covering her face as she wept, repeatedly murmuring her apologies. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Xiaochuan grasped the grim reality of Ling ER's abduction. He hastily examined Yin ER's injuries, relieved to find only a few superficial cuts in inconspicuous places. They were not severe. Had Yin ER been taken or gravely harmed, Xiaochuan would never forgive himself for his oversight. You have done your utmost, he reassured her, embracing the exhausted Yin ER who could no longer rise, while meticulously inspecting her wounds, ensuring there was no serious damage, which allowed him to breathe easier. No, If only I had been stronger, Ling ER would not have been taken, Yin Wana lamented, her sorrow deepening. Words eluded Yi Xiaochuan. He was at a loss. Gently, he entrusted Yin Waner to the hands of the arriving medical personnel, but not before firmly grasping her hand once more. Do not go. You cannot stop me. Yin Waner gazed intently into Yi Xiaochuan's resolute eyes, fully aware that she could no longer impede his resolve and could only implore him to exercise utmost caution. The recent skirmish had made her acutely aware that this band of malevolent cultivators was not acting without forethought. Rather, their assault was premeditated and meticulously orchestrated, featuring formidable adversaries among their ranks. Should Yi Xiaochuan pursue them, the odds of his survival appeared grim. You must promise me. Gathering an unexpected surge of strength, Yin Waner grasped Yi Xiaochuan's arm and urged, you must vow to return safely. Indeed, Yi Xiaochuan nodded solemnly. And only then did Yin Waner feel a measure of relief as she allowed him to depart. The chaos wrought by the malevolent sect extended far beyond the Yi residence. As reinforcements continued to arrive, under the relentless onslaught of numerous skilled fighters, the malevolent cultivators soon found themselves overwhelmed, scattering in disarray, their reach expanding across the entirety of Chengdu. The streets were rife with the sounds of combat, cries for help, and the anguished wails that followed the clash of weapons. Blood splattered across the ground as battles erupted at every corner. Following the direction indicated by Yin Waner and skillfully evading several skirmishes, Yi Xiaochuan finally caught sight of Yu Tian's trail. In the midst of the fiercest fighting, he managed to extricate himself from the main battlefield under the guise of being a disciple of the Yi clan. A group of figures stealthily slipped into a narrow alleyway at the street's end, but as Yi Xiaochuan pursued closely behind, their leader became aware of his presence. Yi Xiaochuan, how are you still alive? As their gazes locked, Yue Tian was astonished by Yi Xiaochuan's remarkable survival, while Yi Xiaochuan swiftly retrieved a knife from his bosom. Gripping a long blade he had casually picked up from the street in his right hand, he held a dagger horizontally across his chest with his left hand, firmly grasping the hilt of the knife at his waist, his posture indicating he was prepared for battle. Yue Tian observed the wound on Yi Xiaochuan's arm and his disheveled appearance, suddenly breaking into laughter. After all, he was merely a useless young master. Even if fortune had favored him with a second chance at life, what of it? I never imagined you to be a dark practitioner, he scoffed. Leaving 2 dark practitioners by his side, the others escorted the unconscious Ling ER to the end of the alley, where they pressed a mechanism. With the sound of clanking chains, a door opened in the wall. Ling ER! Yi Xiaochuan watched helplessly as Ling ER was taken away. Damn it! He had promised Ling ER that as long as he was present, she would never suffer harm again. Yet right before his eyes, she was seized by this group of dark practitioners. Recalling the moment he first encountered Ling ER, shackled by chains, living in deplorable conditions, enduring daily beatings and cruel torment, often deprived of even a morsel of food, he could only imagine how these more deranged dark practitioners would treat her. Today, I shall sever your head. Tu accompany Yan Volnat? Yue Tian declared ominously. The piercing sound of the arrow slicing through the air resonated, creating visible ripples that disrupted the atmosphere. Before Yi Xiaochuan could regain his senses, the projectile had already reached him. Clang! It was too swift. He had no time to react. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he turned to find the arrow forcefully lodged in the wall behind him. Fortune had smiled upon him this time, allowing him to escape unscathed. Had it truly struck him, he would have faced a fate worse than death. What could possibly account for such overwhelming power in an ordinary arrow? It was indeed a stroke of luck. With a click of his tongue, Yueta issued the command, and the nefarious cultivator beside him swiftly unsheathed his dagger, charging forward. In a fleeting moment, the assailant materialized before him. Yi Xiaochuan, acting on instinct, dodged while simultaneously drawing the long saber from his waist. Steel clashed against steel, sparking a cascade of embers. A foot, launched with malicious intent, struck Yi Xiaochuan's face, sending him hurtling backward. Blood gushed from his nostrils, blurring his vision as he was propelled through the air. He collided violently with the wall behind him, spewing forth a mouthful of crimson fluid. The immense force inflicted excruciating pain throughout his body, rendering him weak and making it arduous to even stand. Yet, it was that very kick that finally unveiled the enigma to Yi Xiaochuan. Both the incoming arrows and the dagger of the nefarious cultivator were imbued with shimmering luminescence. Aided by the power of AlphaGo, he could discern the illusory apparitions conjured by the symbolic spirit. So that was the key. It was not the physical prowess of the two men, but rather their utilization of the symbolic spirit to augment themselves, thus explaining the blinding speed of the arrows and the comprehensive amplification of the nefarious cultivator's power, leaving Yi Xiaochuan defenseless. Weren't you so arrogant before? Yueda approached and delivered another kick. Scream, I want to see how you can be arrogant now. As he continued to assault and hurl insults, Yueda's rage remained unappeased. He seized a dagger from a nearby nefarious cultivator and plunged it viciously into Yi Xiaochuan's back. The blade pierced through clothing, tearing through muscle with ease, sinking halfway into his flesh. Yi Xiaochuan emitted a cold groan, writhing in agony. Still have some fight left in you? Ah, well, scoffed Yuetian, his mirthless laughter betraying a sinister delight. Do try not to expire just yet, for how else am I to savor your prolonged torment? Yuetian's features contorted into a grotesque parody of a smile, his visage a mask of unsettling horror. An eerie crimson glow emanated from his eyes, rendering him indistinguishable from a deranged heretic. He plunged the blade once more. Oh, still possessing the strength to resist? Yi Xiaochuan writhed in agony, narrowly evading the thrust. As Yuetian prepared to strike again, Yi Xiaochuan seized the blade with an iron grip. The razor-sharp edge lacerated his palm, yet he refused to relinquish his hold. Enraged, Yuetian lashed out with a kick, only to be met by a flash of white light. Swoosh! Blood splattered. Chapter 34. Underground Passage You. Yuetian clutched at his throat, retreating in disbelief, the word you escaping his lips repeatedly. Suddenly, a torrent of blood erupted forth, and he collapsed to the ground. Yi Xiaochuan gasped for breath, the tip of his blade still glistening with crimson. In that fleeting moment, imperceptible to all, he had drawn his long sword and slit Yuetian's throat. Light surged, and the wounds, treated with the coagulation inhibitor, displayed faint signs of healing. The bleeding staunched. How could this youth be? A prodigy, perhaps? No, he cannot be allowed to live. The two remaining malevolent cultivators exchanged glances, coordinating their efforts to flank Yi Xiaochuan from two directions, launching a concerted assault. Arrows once again sliced through the air, but this time, Yi Xiaochuan evaded them with agility, sidestepping the oncoming projectiles while deflecting the thrust of a dagger with a long blade held horizontally across his chest. As the malevolent cultivators had surmised, Yi Xiaochuan had swiftly grasped the essence of utilizing the symbolic spirit, applying his strategic prowess not merely to the game of chess, but also to the intricacies of life and the chaos of battle. Unyielding, the malevolent cultivators attempted another offensive. The sound of clashing metal echoed twice as their cunning attacks were effortlessly neutralized. The force of their weapons, colliding, sent the malevolent cultivators reeling backward. And before they could regain their footing, Yi Xiaochuan's figure loomed before them. The moment one draws a weapon, one must be mentally prepared for the possibility of their own demise. What? The malevolent cultivators had no time to evade. Helplessly witnessing Yi Xiaochuan's dagger severing their instinctively raised fingers meant to protect their heads. Yet, flesh holds little value against steel after the severing of the finger. The blade did not halt its relentless advance. Witnessing the gruesome demise of his comrade, the remaining rogue cultivator was bereft of any desire to continue the fight. He discharged a few arrows in the direction of Yi Xiaochuan, clambered up the wall, and turned to flee. The distance between the two was too vast, and Yi Xiaochuan, grievously wounded, was in no condition to give chase. He could only allow the rogue cultivator to escape. The battle concluded. Yi Xiaochuan sat amidst the pool of blood, gazing upon Yuetian's corpse, who had thoroughly deserved his fate. In every world, there exist malevolent individuals who, regardless of their familiarity with the game of Go, are fixated on devious and unorthodox methods. Their objective is to usurp the chess skills of others. This particular group of rogue cultivators are an unpardonable lot. Madmen who derive pleasure from taking lives. He attempted to move his limbs and found that they were still functional. He suffered knife wounds on his back and shoulders, with a multitude of other minor injuries. The kick he had sustained from the rogue cultivator had likely fractured a couple of ribs. The pain was excruciating. Upon palpating the affected area, the pain was indeed severe, but fortunately, no internal organs had been damaged. The knife wounds had also avoided any vital areas. However, the dizziness caused by excessive blood loss made it difficult for Yi Xiaochuan to maintain his balance. As long as there is still breath in my body, I must rescue Ling ER. The inferno seems to have subsided, leaving only charred remnants and lingering smoke in the direction of the Yi family. The assault has left everyone astounded. The heads of various factions in Chengdu never anticipated that the malevolent practitioners would dare to brazenly set fire to the Yi residence. The sounds of battle have faded, replaced by the haunting echoes of grief, wails, and anguish. The casualties are undoubtedly significant, yet the losses sustained by the malevolent practitioners are likely to be even greater. Aside from the initial surprise of their defenses being breached, with the combined forces of Chengdu coming to aid the Yi estate, the malevolent practitioners would surely face annihilation in an instant. Are you all right? Hurry, lend a hand. We need more people. The makeshift rescue team soon discovered Yi Xiaochuan cowering in a corner, instantly recognizing him as the young master of the Yi family. However, there was no time for jest. Saving lives was of utmost importance. They were astonished by the deep gash on the boy's back, marveling at how he managed to vanquish a malevolent practitioner. To them, Yi Xiaochuan was merely a 12-year-old child. How could he have accomplished such a feat? The special medicinal solution was applied to his wounds, providing both pain relief and aiding coagulation. Coupled with basic rations and clean water, the effects were immediate. Yi Xiaochuan swiftly regained his strength and stood up. Lie still. With such severe injuries, how can you still dare to move about? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Xiaochuan appeared unfazed, disregarding the discouragement of others as he made his way to the end of the alley. Reflecting on the actions of the malevolent practitioners, he meticulously explored until he finally discovered the hidden mechanism. With a rasping sound, a small door, wide enough for two to pass, opened in the wall. Leaning against the wall for support, Yi Xiaochuan cautiously leaned in. Inform my father that the malevolent practitioners fled through here. Slowly, a group approached, but there was no trace of Yi Xiaochuan to be found. The passage before them was shrouded in utter darkness, and upon hearing Yi Xiaochuan's mention of its connection to the sinister practitioners, none dared to enter. They kept their distance. I recall him being the young master of the Yi family, correct? He seemed to suggest that the malevolent practitioners escaped through here. Should we not inform the Yi family? Let us report the truth, for he is indeed the young master of the Yi family. If anything were to go awry, we would all be held accountable. The crowd exchanged glances, each hesitant to assume responsibility, and none daring to descend in search of Yi Xiaochuan. They could only obediently relay the information to the Yi family. When Yi Tuo, the third young master of the Yi family, received the news, he was amidst the aftermath of battle, searching for the still-breathing, malevolent practitioners and tending to the injured. Upon learning of Yi Xiaochuan's solitary pursuit of the practitioners, he set aside his tasks, and a flicker of concern finally crossed his typically cold and ruthless visage. Why did no one stop Yi Xiaochuan or accompany him? The adept Yi Tuo is a formidable figure among the practitioners of chess, effortlessly dealing with a few minor evildoers. However, for the sake of prudence and safety, he is accompanied by not only the direct descendants of the Yi family, but also a multitude of skilled chess practitioners. At this juncture, Yi Xiaochuan is cautiously traversing the dimly lit underground passages of Chengdu. The surroundings are shrouded in darkness, yet there are signs of movement. It is utterly unexpected that this abandoned water conduit of Chengdu has become the stronghold for this group of nefarious cultivators. How tragic that so many lives have been lost over a mere young girl. Mind your words. If the leader hears you, it could be fatal. Moreover, I have heard that the conversation between the two evildoers who had just fled into the secret passage caught Yi Xiaochuan's attention. But at a critical moment, he could not hear them clearly from his concealed position. Despite his current strength being sufficient to easily eliminate the two, he feared that he would glean no useful information from them. Additionally, Yi Chuan wished to avoid unnecessary complications, striving to conserve his energy with the goal of rescuing Ling ER. Who? Who is there? Come out now. I've already seen you, so stop hiding. The sound of a blade being drawn echoed, as the evildoers seemed to have detected Yi Chuan's presence. Who is it? Hurry up and show yourself. The two nefarious cultivators drew their blades, cautiously scanning the area where Yi Chuan was concealed. Whoosh! The flying dagger shot forth with precision, and, at that very moment, Yi Chuan instinctively drew the blade from his waist, fearing he had been discovered. Yet, only the sound of scuffling rodent echoed in the air. A mouse had been struck by the dagger and was now writhing in agony amidst the refuse. It was merely a mouse, extracting the dagger from the creature. The dark practitioner cursed his ill fortune. This secret passage was, after all, an abandoned underground waterway in Chengdu, and the presence of a few mice was entirely to be expected. Cold sweat dripped down his brow as he observed two dark practitioners retreating into the distance. Yi Chuan finally exhaled in relief, sheathing his dagger once more. Nevertheless, he remained on high alert. This was the lair of those malevolent practitioners, each one a remorseless killer. At present, Yi Chuan had only recently grasped how to harness the power of AlphaGo, making it relatively easy to deal with a few henchmen. However, if he were to encounter a larger group, escape would be nearly impossible. He recalled the fire dragon that had circled above the Yi estate, a force of immense power that had left him profoundly shaken. It was likely that this creature was the leader of the dark practitioners. He pondered what he would do should he cross paths with such a formidable opponent. Perhaps infiltrating the stronghold of the dark practitioners unprepared was a grave error. Yet Yi Chuan felt no regret. All around him were the sounds of dark practitioners moving about and conversing. The deeper he ventured, the more numerous they became. Affirming his belief that he was indeed heading in the right direction, deep within the den of the malevolent. Jiang Chuan, should you receive the signal, make haste to join me. Having received the jade pendant from Jiang Chuan, Yi Chuan kept it close, its warmth permeating his grasp as a soft luminescence emanated, signaling his location to Jiang Chu in hopes of a swift rescue. It has been a long time since I've been this happy. Silence. Go and change your clothes. You reek. Reek? This is the fragrance of fresh blood. I yearn to slay more. Your time will come. Once I obtain the 12 fingers, I shall inflict a painful death. Russell, what is this? His comrade, who was just boasting, had vanished. Bewildered, the rogue cultivator was suddenly confronted by the youth, Yi Chuan. A swift hand muffled his mouth as a dagger pierced his chest, a mere gasp escaping his lips as disbelief lingered on his face, his life extinguished. Having dispatched the two rogue cultivators with ease, Yi Chuan was driven to desperation, compelled to eliminate them to prevent his own exposure. Removing the black robe from the rogue cultivator, Yi Chuan was astonished by the items that fell. From his memory, it seemed to be a unique personal item of the Rue family. It should be a disciple of the Rue family. How could he appear here? Considering Yu Tian and other Yi family disciples, Yi Chuan immediately understood that not only the Yi family, but even the Rue family and even the Changyue alliance have been infiltrated by rogue cultivators. No wonder this group of malevolent practitioners dared to brazenly assault the Yi residents. It turns out that the three major forces had infiltrated the ranks of the evil sect. With the assistance of these traitors, even when besieged by numerous experts in Chengdu, they could effortlessly escape through the secret passage known only to the malevolent. Moreover, upon restoring their original identities, they would raise no suspicion. Clad in the blood-soaked black robe of the malevolent, Yi Chuan's figure was entirely concealed beneath the heavy garment. Given that the individual bore a similar physique, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to discern Yi Chuan's true identity without a close inspection. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow. The boss wants us to move quickly. Clearly, under the cover of the black robe, Yi Chuan aroused no suspicion, and the fresh blood staining the robe seemingly corroborated his identity. Upon hearing the shouts of the malevolent practitioners, Yi Chuan seamlessly blended into their ranks. Shortly after their departure, a commotion erupted behind him. It appeared that the bodies had been discovered by other malevolent practitioners. Consequently, It was merely a matter of time before his identity was exposed, prompting Yi Xiaochuan to hasten his steps in search of Ling ER. "Hey, brother, what have you gained today?" As he lingered at the rear of the procession, a sudden remark caught Yi Xiaochuan off guard, momentarily rendering him speechless. However, a flash of inspiration struck him, prompting him to shake his black robe with conviction. The fabric was marred by extensive bloodstains, enveloping Yi Xiaochuan in a pungent, iron-like odor. To the outside observer, the wearer of this dark robe must have taken numerous lives, a notion that elicited a disdainful curl of the lip from the malevolent cultivator, who dismissed it as mere contempt for him. Yet, it was all in pursuit of the 12 fingers. "Today, I shall not hold it against you." 12 fingers? On the surface, Yi Xiaochuan feigned composure, deliberately ignoring the individual before him. Yet internally, he was fraught with turmoil. Confronted with unfamiliar terminology, he feared exposure. The brief exchange of dialogue, however, afforded Yi Xiaochuan some valuable intelligence. It became evident from the actions and conversations of the malevolent practitioners that they were largely unfamiliar with one another. Furthermore, the majority were oblivious to the reason behind their pursuit of Ling ER, and they had converged for the sake of the so-called 12 fingers. Navigating through a labyrinthine passage, the group, under the guidance of their leader, emerged through an opening into a vast hall. Within this subterranean chamber, the most striking feature was a colossal statue situated directly ahead. An elderly man, hand grasping a chess piece, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The craftsmanship of the sculptor was nothing short of extraordinary, with the figure rendered in lifelike detail, particularly the eyes, which exuded an unsettling malevolence. It felt as though a notorious villain was fixating upon Yi Xiaochuan, causing him to feel profoundly uneasy. This group seemed to be the first to arrive, and as they awaited developments, an ever-increasing throng of malevolent practitioners flooded into the underground hall. A mere glance revealed that the number far exceeded a few hundred. It was, in fact, in the thousands. The number of malevolent practitioners active in Chengdu surpassed 1,000. Should this information come to light, it would undoubtedly instigate widespread panic among the populace. It is worth noting that even a small cadre of malevolent practitioners could capture the attention of the 3 major factions. And should the number exceed 2 digits, it would be classified as a premeditated act of terror. The presence of such a multitude here, exceeding 100, indeed signified an alarming situation of unprecedented scale. The invisible pressure rendered Yi Xiaochuan breathless, raising questions about the gathering of such a multitude. What indeed is the significance of the 12 fingers spoken of by the malevolent cultivators? Where one might ponder is Ling ER. As one individual made his entrance, the temperature around him surged palpably. A man with fiery red hair emerged into the collective gaze, resembling an intense blaze, radiating an overwhelming heat. Yi Xiaochuan felt parched, and upon his first glance at this man, he was unequivocally convinced. This man, akin to a raging inferno, is the mightiest among them. He is the architect of the devastation wrought upon the Yi residents. Chapter 36. Sea of blood, as dazzling as the sun and as searing as flames. His mere presence caused the ambient temperature to rise dramatically. Is this the essence of the Qi realm's power? Yi Xiaochuan gasped in astonishment. Such casually displayed might could alter the surrounding environment to favor oneself. What kind of terrifying force possesses the ability to achieve such a feat? And what dread existence does the fiery-haired man embody within the realm of the Qi? The world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. With a strong command respect, and the weak must bow before them. We aspire to shatter all worldly constraints, to free ourselves from the shackles of rules. Go is a game fraught with deception and cunning, where the victor claims the throne and the vanquished are cast aside. It serves humanity as a tool, and we believe that any means to secure ultimate victory should not be subjected to societal condemnation. The fervent speech ignited a tumult among the assembled heretics, and as the address progressed, the atmosphere of the grand hall surged to a crescendo, erupting into waves of applause and exuberant cheers. However, to Yi Xiaochuan, all of this was nothing but a delusion leading the youth astray. This group of heretics was beyond redemption, a cadre of fanatics consumed by their own madness. Amidst the fervent cries, the climax was reignited as the one known as the 12th finger, with a sweeping gesture, revealed the object he grasped in his hand to everyone present. It was sinister, shrouded in darkness, and exuded pure malevolence. A mere glance at it filled Yi Xiaochuan with profound disgust and revulsion. The loose skin was parched and as charred as coal, resembling an elongated finger akin to that of a mummy, radiating an undeniable aura of immense power and vitality, confirming to Yi Xiaochuan that this was no mere prop, but something utterly real. Could it truly be alive? The withered finger, displayed before the crowd, incited a cacophony of gasps and roars, while the heretics gazed upon it with a frenzied intensity, their eyes fixed as if their souls were ensnared. Yi Xiaochuan was already aware of the formidable strength of that finger, yet remained oblivious to the enchantment it wielded over the heretics. Every individual holds the right to grow stronger. This is the supreme honor bestowed upon us by the Dark Lord, and those present, having bathed in blood and undergone the furthermore. Lai's discourse took an altered course as the digits of his hand underwent a transformation, as if imbued with sentience. They writhed and contracted, their extremities converging to form a ring, which then adorned Lai's hand. Upon the retraction of the aforementioned digit, lucidity returned to the assembly. Yet, Yi Xiaochuan discerned within their eyes a palpable yearning for the digit. At Lai's behest, the unconscious maiden was brought forth and placed before the throng. Yi Xiaochuan, with clenched teeth and unbridled fury, recognized her as none other than Ling ER. As bewilderment permeated the crowd, Lai resumed his address. Today, we have recovered the sacred artifact lost by the great evil god, thanks to everyone's great help, and as promised, we will start the festival immediately. With a grand gesture, Lai incited a renewed fervor among the assembled heretics. Heavens, she is actually the great evil god's chess spirit. If one could forge a pact with her, would it not grant direct access to the great evil god's power? Be it the 12 fingers or that chess spirit. I shall seize them both today. They were consumed by fanaticism, madness, and zealotry. They appeared to be a frenzied congregation of zealots. Yi Xiaochuan could hear clearly that Ling ER was regarded as some sort of holy relic by these deranged heretics. Yet in Yi Xiaochuan's eyes, Ling ER was merely an innocent young girl, a living, breathing individual who should never be treated as an object for trade. Whether they were heretics or others, all acted recklessly in pursuit of their own desires. In a state of uncontrollable fury, Yi Xiaochuan suddenly realized that with the proclamation of the festival begins, all the heretics erupted in jubilant cheers. Then, from the ring on Lai's finger, a sinister black mist erupted, a sensation that was all too familiar to Yi Xiaochuan. The Void Realm. Damn it! Yi Xiaochuan wished to flee, but the immense power unleashed by over 1,000 individuals invoking the Void Realm was insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, the black mist surged toward him, an overwhelming force that engulfed everything in its path, and Yi Xiaochuan was no exception. The activation of the Void Realm necessitated a compulsory wager of everything from both sides. Why must it be invoked here? Yi Xiaochuan had no time to ponder, and in that fleeting moment of being drawn in, he instinctively activated his exclusive chess domain, Absolute Domain, hoping that the absolute territory could expunge all negative states and obviate the cost of offering his soul. He endeavored to escape the formidable pull of the void, unwilling to be drawn into it. Yet, the radiance emanating from the absolute territory was but a feeble glimmer in the all-encompassing night, wholly inadequate to counter the inexorable attraction of the void. After a fleeting respite from its grasp, he was once more subsumed by its immense power. Darkness, utter and unadulterated, enveloped him as an intensely dark force permeated his being, akin to a tenacious and malignant affliction, or the torment of 1,000 ants devouring him, transcending mere physical agony to assail his very soul. After an indeterminate span, when Yi Xiaochuan reopened his eyes, the scene that confronted him utterly astounded him. Blood, blood, blood. Having, Yi Xiaochuan vomited violently. The spectacle before him was utterly horrifying, defying even Yi Xiaochuan's extraordinary fortitude to overcome the profound shock that resonated within his core. Bone fragments mingled with shredded flesh, and countless dismembered limbs floated in a sea of blood. The sheer horror of the scene defied description, and even retching spasms and extreme revulsion could not mitigate the profound trauma inflicted upon Yi Xiaochuan's psyche. Deception. The so-called ceremony was, in its entirety, a deceit, a ruse employing power as bait, enticing thousands of heretical cultivators into internecine slaughter. Even Yi Xiaochuan was beguiled by an illusion, a macabre tableau of myriad heretical cultivators engaged in mutual carnage unfolding before his very eyes. Heaving, Yi Xiaochuan succumbed once more to retching, yet his stomach, long since emptied, yielded only bitter bile. Amidst this boundless ocean of gore, Li's form materialized before Yi Xiaochuan. His interest piqued as he lifted Yi Xiaochuan's chin. His crimson locks, already of an unearthly hue, were now further saturated with fresh blood. Each inhalation and exhalation seemed to emanate scorching flames. Li's proximity caused the surrounding fluid to vaporize instantly, creating a void within the sanguine sea. Yi Xiaochuan felt an unbearable thirst, his very lungs ablaze, as if his entire being were about to be consumed by fire. How can anyone be immune to the void realm's influence? Still in a state of profound disarray, the addled Yi Xiaochuan, his speech slurred, nonetheless mustered the strength to seize Li's collar. "Return Ling ER to me at once," he demanded. "Ling ER?" Li regarded Yi Xiaochuan with incredulity, his face a mask of bewilderment, before erupting into unrestrained laughter. "You have deigned to bestow a name upon a chess spirit? Ha ha!" Chapter 37. Molten Purgatory. This is unequivocally the most amusing thing I have heard in recent times. Ha ha! Li's laughter knew no bounds, and with a brutal kick, he sent Ling ER sprawling. "Ling ER!" Incensed, Yi Xiaochuan roared, only to be met with an even more ferocious barrage of blows. Whether they be spiritual manifestations, symbiotic entities, chess spirits, or chess attendants, they are all merely tools meant to serve humanity. How dare you bestow a name upon a mere chess spirit? Ling ER is a person, a living, breathing person. Bang! Visibly, Li's foot erupted in a blaze of light, transforming into a massive fireball that violently struck Yi Xiaochuan. Aside from the pain in his abdomen, Yi Xiaochuan felt an unbearable heat engulf him. As his body hurtled backward, flames ignited in his abdomen. He crashed to the ground, rolling several times to dissipate the force. The moment he came to a stop, the temperature reached its zenith, and Yi Xiaochuan was consumed by flames. Yi Xiaochuan. Ling ER watched in horror as Yi Xiaochuan was sent flying by Li's kick, his body engulfed in flames, writhing in agony. It was all because of her that Yi Xiaochuan had pursued them and suffered such torment. If she alone had been harmed, it would have been bearable. But witnessing the demise of her friend undoubtedly inflicted immense anguish upon Ling ER's mind and body. "Kill me," Ling ER pleaded with Li, hoping for a swift end to her suffering. But Li, indifferent to her pleas, merely pinned Ling ER down with his foot, casting a cold, detached gaze upon her, as if she were nothing more than an object, devoid of any semblance of pity. "Purify, purify, 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 purify." Driven to the brink of madness, Yi Xiaochuan roared, not merely from the excruciating torment of the engulfing flames, but fueled by his profound indignation towards Li. The power of absolute domain responded to Yi Xiaochuan's plight, instantaneously extinguishing the surrounding inferno, though the scorched remnants left him in agonizing pain. "How dare a base chess spirit address me? Ling ER is a living being. You seek death." Li raised his hands once more, and with the utterance of "die," colossal fireballs surged towards Yi Xiaochuan. In a desperate evasion, he was nonetheless caught in the explosive aftermath, with fiery embers latching onto him, erupting into a towering pillar of flames. "Flee!" Ling ER, her tears spent, implored Yi Xiaochuan to cease defending her, his torment relentlessly piercing her heart. "I beg you, spare him. I am but a chess spirit, the lowliest of slaves." Withstanding her own agony, Ling ER clutched at Li's legs, entreating, "I only ask that you release Yi Xiaochuan." "Ha ha!" Li reveled in the spectacle, yet mercilessly cast Ling ER aside. "Allow me to enlighten this whelp. The so-called chess spirits are more contemptible than swine. Unevolved entities spawned from the cosmos, condemned to parasitize the chess realm, leeching off their master's vitality for survival. Utterly base. Ling ER is not. Even with lacerated wounds all over his body, blood flowing ceaselessly, and his entire being charred black, he still possessed the strength to retort to lie, not allowing anyone to speak ill of Ling ER while enduring the scorching flames. Yi Xiaochuan's tenacity not only astonished Ling ER, but also piqued Lie's interest slightly. And if you were to discover the catalyst for the birth of this chess spirit, her true identity, or that the very existence of this chess spirit is an unpardonable sin in the eyes of the world, what would you do? Ling ER is Ling ER. Yi Xiaochuan, his body a terrifying sight with open wounds, still stood up, gritting his teeth, and declared, I don't care what Ling ER's identity is, in my eyes. She's already my family. Yi Xiaochuan. Ling ER was deeply moved, but the more Yi Xiaochuan acted this way, the more Ling ER couldn't forgive herself. It was all because of her that Yi Xiaochuan was suffering such pain. Ha ha ha! Lai continued to laugh maniacally, his face full of mockery as he watched Yi Xiaochuan's pathetic state, heavily injured and struggling with every step. I will defeat you. The conditions for a duel in the Void Realm are met. A hint of displeasure was evident in Lai's expression. To meet the conditions for a duel in the Void Realm, one party must possess an unwavering conviction to gamble everything. Moreover, no matter what happened within this Void Realm, only one could emerge. Very well, I've had my fun. Suddenly, Lai shifted his tone, chilling his words as he declared, as a reward for bringing such joy to me, I shall transform your soul, your chess skills, and everything about you into my sustenance. Within the realm of the void, the scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. Molten lava, fierce flames, and boiling air accompanied by frequent ground collapses and eruptions of lava, culminating in columns of fire, shooting skyward. More terrifyingly behind Lai, vast expanses of magma resembled a voracious beast, devouring everything in sight, while an enormous creature emerged from the molten flow. The flame dragon. It symbolized Lai's spirit and was the very culprit that had incinerated all in the skies above Yi Manor on that fateful day. The current infernal landscape was indeed Lai's exclusive chess realm. The lava of purgatory seemed to scorch every breath, each inhalation and exhalation akin to flames engulfing the lungs. Already grievously wounded and fatigued, Yi Xiaochuan suffered immensely upon entering this lava purgatory. Is this what a complete chess realm entails? A vast chess domain entirely devoted to oneself, capable of transforming everything around it, even altering the environment into a self-serving existence. Flame Dragon classification. Level. Description. This marked the first instance since Yi Xiaochuan's rebirth that he encountered an opponent whose level could not be discerned. Entering the Tao, chess cultivation, combat prowess, transcending the mundane. Attaining divinity, chess saint. This delineates the hierarchy of chess prowess within this realm. Presently, Yi Xiaochuan's alpha dog possesses merely the proficiency of a chess practitioner, whereas his opponent's strength likely surpasses that, reaching the realm of Tanyu, a formidable adversary on par with his father. Based on Yi Xiaochuan's understanding, the chess skill associated with entering the Tao can be likened to a K-level in his past life, while that of a chess practitioner hovers around levels 2 to 4 of the amateur category. The pinnacle of competitive strength has already been attained, suggesting that Tanyu may indeed correspond to the caliber of professional players, especially considering the opponent wields such a potent symbolic spirit. What should he do? The level of Go skill is relatively comparable, yet Yi Xiaochuan is grievously injured, in a state of utter disarray, and further hampered by the infernal influence of the molten lava. The mere act of grasping the pieces proves exceedingly arduous, and he remains oblivious to the peculiar effects of his opponent's symbolic spirit, the Flame Dragon, confronted by such a formidable adversary, who holds all the advantages and whose cards remain concealed. Defeat appears inevitable for Yi Xiaochuan. Ling ER, reste assured. Chapter 38. Forgiveness the Pain. It is the torment of flames searing his flesh. Merely lifting the piece subjects Yi Xiaochuan to excruciating heat. Sweat mingled with blood trickles down his forehead, and the instant it touches the board, it hisses audibly, rapidly boiling away into vapor. It is evident just how high the temperature is in this molten inferno. In stark contrast to Yi Xiaochuan's disheveled state, Lai, seated directly opposite him, appeared remarkably at ease. His bare upper body was a testament to his formidable musculature, effortlessly lifting and placing the crimson-hued pieces on the board. Reflecting Lai's fiery temperament, his style of play was notably aggressive. When Yi Xiaochuan presented the Medeo, Lai responded without hesitation, and the two engaged in an intense skirmish in localized areas of the board. Departing from his previous strategy, Yi Xiaochuan, who would have once opted for a conservative and probing approach to thoroughly comprehend his opponent's style, habits, and tactics before seeking variations to outmaneuver them, now embraced an uncharacteristic boldness. From the very onset of the game, they delve into a complex and fiercely contested major formation. This was not merely an endeavor for revenge on behalf of Ling ER. Yi Xiaochuan understood that against a master, tactics such as feigned moves were utterly futile. To attempt to evade confrontation through grand strategy and outmaneuvering the opponent was a fool's errand. It was far more prudent to confront Lai head-on with sheer strength while he still possessed the fortitude to withstand the onslaught. The adage that a single misstep in chess can lead to total defeat holds particularly true in matches between experts. A minor error could result in a loss of points that may never be reclaimed, even until the endgame. Little did I anticipate that you possessed such formidable strength. With eyes narrowed, Lai initially perceived his adversary as merely a child, anticipating a swift resolution in just a few moves. However, to his astonishment, Yi Xiaochuan countered his advances with ingenious and frequent strokes, effortlessly neutralizing even the most cunning maneuvers and launching counterattacks of his own. Judging solely by his chess prowess, Yi Xiaochuan was undoubtedly his equal. Despite the internal stirrings this realization evoked, Lai remained composed. A master's most vital asset is their composure. From a moment Lai recognized Yi Xiaochuan as a worthy opponent, he held nothing back, deploying his full capabilities. However, it was evident that Yi Xiaochuan's lips were parched, and he was repeatedly swallowing, his expression increasingly dazed, clear signs of impending dehydration. It seemed the boy's endurance was waning. What amuses you? Surely, the ethereal realm exacts a price? Although the internecine strife among numerous rogue cultivators has furnished the conditions necessary for its activation, this realm, vast enough to accommodate thousands, must surely burden you as its initiator. Lai was utterly astounded by the incisive remark. He had never imagined that Yi Xiaochuan possessed not only profound chess skills, but also an understanding of the ethereal realm's secrets. Ah, so you were the youth at the Cloud Summit auction. A single move, laden with boundless peril. Should one misstep, it could lead to irretrievable doom. Although this particular strategy was anticipated by Yi Xiaochuan, it remained the most intricate of all transformations. He could, at the cost of sacrificing several points, attain a more straightforward variation that was easier to control, yet Yi Xiaochuan resolutely severed the connection. Lai was wagering that Yi Xiaochuan would not endure until the endgame, while simultaneously commanding the fire dragon to circle ominously above them, further intensifying the heat. Yi Xiaochuan moistened his parched lips, his vision blurred by flashes of light, not merely from dehydration, but accompanied by excruciating physical agony. Did he not also engage in a gamble? Entering the void realm would undoubtedly exact a toll, especially one as vast as this, capable of accommodating thousands. Surely, Lai was enduring his own torment as well. As Yi Xiaochuan had surmised, within Lai's chess domain emerged countless blackened remnants of souls, the manifestations of the fallen evil cultivators. You deceived me. Release me. Where am I? Cursed, cursed. Wails. Suffering. Regret. Silence. Lai bellowed, as the fire dragon erupted from the magma, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath that swept away the malevolent cultivators in an instant, leading to their explosive demise. The weaker, evil cultivators were reduced to ash by the surging lava, yet many burning remnants of souls continued their charge towards Lai. The game of chess was not to be disturbed. With fierce intensity, the pieces were struck and layers of fiery rings enveloped the surroundings. In a sudden burst, the flames eradicated the souls that dared to intrude. Freed from the interference of the fire dragon, and with the distraction of the fierce opponent momentarily quelled, the previously disadvantageous position was leveled. However, at that moment, Yi Xiaochuan was in a dire state. Yi Xiaochuan, are you all right? His body uncontrollably fell backward, and Ling ER swiftly caught him. Yet the heat radiating from him was searing, nearly causing her to lose grip, but she endured the pain and supported him. The temperature of his skin was so high that it was evident the torment he endured during this match was unimaginable. Why? Why must you treat me this way? Yi Xiaochuan merely shook his head, urging Ling ER to help him rise. He still possessed the strength to continue the fight and could not simply surrender. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Ling ER seemed to have exhausted her tears long ago. When Yi Xiaochuan weakly inquired why she felt the need to apologize, Ling ER gazed at him with profound anguish. I deceived you, just as Lai said. My very existence is a mistake. My very existence is deemed unacceptable by the world. Utterly wicked, profoundly dark. If you were cognizant of the depravity that defines me, would you still regard me in this manner? You are entirely unacquainted with me. You have no comprehension of my past, nor can you fathom the thoughts within my heart. A sinner, such as I should be confined to a cage, enduring perpetual punishment. The more Ling ER spoke, the more agitated she became, even pulling Yi Xiaochuan up from the ground, allowing him no opportunity to respond. If you knew my true identity, would you still treat me this way? Her resolute eyes, akin to a sharp sword, pierced the boy's heart without hesitation. The girl cried out madly, recalling the past. In the end, she had deceived the boy. Even abandonment was her just desert. Perhaps, from the very beginning, Yi Xiaochuan's rescue of her was the most misguided decision. Contrary to expectation, there was neither blame nor doubt. The girl was momentarily lost. The boy's smile was so gentle. The last tears fell, and Ling ER sobbed uncontrollably. You truly don't blame me? No one is born inherently wrong. I care not for your past. As long as you accept my existence and seek my aid, I will not stand idly by. As long as you beseech me for help, I will pledge to your future. Ling ER's tears fell upon Yi Xiaochuan's face. The instant they touched his charred skin, Yi Xiaochuan felt an endless power surge into his body. Please help me. Chapter 39. Memories indeed. These were the tears of Ling ER. Her tears possessed an immensely potent force. Upon touching the skin, the scattered droplets, as though imbued with independent existence, penetrated the charred flesh amidst flashes of light, visibly mending the wounds. Ling ER, you. A cool sensation graced his grasp, and the scalding temperature instantly subsided with the eruption of that power. A comfort beyond any he had previously known coursed through Yi Xiaochuan's entire being. The effects of the volcanic purgatory were dispelled, and his body was being restored at an astonishing rate. Having completed this, Ling ER suddenly raised her head to look at Yi Xiaochuan. Her eyes no longer clouded, but filled with extraordinary resolve, as though she had made a decision. She nodded. Yi Xiaochuan, I have decided that no matter what the future holds, I am willing to face it with you. Ling ER's form began to dissipate. From her fingers to her limbs, from her ankles to the crown of her head, layers upon layers of mysterious characters could be distinctly seen swirling across her exposed skin. Yi Xiaochuan, startled, feared Ling ER had done something perilous. He frantically tried to seize her, but the instant he touched her, Ling ER transformed into a surge of energy that entered Yi Xiaochuan's body. Lai watched all these transformations unfold, his eyes brimming with disbelief and rage. Unbeknownst to Yi Xiaochuan, this was precisely the signing of a covenant by the chess spirit, and indeed, the highest form of covenant between chess spirits. The chess spirit unreservedly and completely dedicated everything, not only confining its freedom, power, and spirit within its master's chess domain, but also binding its soul to the master's. Should the master's soul be extinguished and the chess domain destroyed, the chess spirit would perish alongside, a fate contrary to its protracted existence, thus revealing Ling ER's resolve. This also signifies that once the contract is sealed, no one can ever again acquire ownership of Ling ER. Enraged beyond measure, Lai would not grant Ling ER any time. At the very onset of the change, he mobilized all his power to repel the myriad remnants of souls and commanded the flame dragon to assault with immense force. The fireballs spewed by the flame dragon were several times larger than before, igniting flames even more terrifying than those that had engulfed the manor. Even before the fireballs arrived, clothing was already ablaze, a testament to the horrific shockwave that would be unleashed upon their explosion. A force so great that even Lai himself was in danger. Simultaneously, as the fireballs enveloped the two and detonated, the contract was formally completed. Was it too late? Lai roared as flames engulfed them both, and the ensuing shockwave annihilated everything within sight, even shaking the very fabric of the void realm. The earth shattered and the sky rent asunder. Within the confines of this void realm, it was as if hell itself had been unleashed. The myriad of lingering souls were utterly terrified by this ominous force, yearning to flee, yet there was no time to escape. Have we perished? Nonsense. In my recollection, Xiaochuan was unequivocally consumed by those flames, his very being lost to the inferno. Yet now, not only was Xiaochuan present, but Ling ER also appeared before him, unscathed. Is this but an illusion? The two seemed to exist within a chess academy, yet the surrounding students appeared oblivious to their presence. Xiaochuan reached out to touch a chess piece, but the moment of contact, it was as if he encountered a phantom, visible yet intangible. It felt as though he stood outside this realm, yet everything felt strikingly real. Recklessly touching and probing came with the peril of being absorbed into the memories. And should that occur, one might find oneself eternally imprisoned within another's recollection. Do not blame me for that. The frantic withdrawal of Xiaochuan's finger elicited a series of melodious, bell-like laughter from Ling ER. Aware that he had been tricked, he remained in ignorance of the unfolding events, silently trailing behind her. Memories? In whose recollections do we find ourselves, I wonder? It cannot be yours, can it? What girl does not harbor her own little secrets? If you wish to glimpse my memories, you are far too early for that. That smarts. With a delicate hand, Ling ER playfully rapped Xiaochuan's head. Though immersed in a reverie, disoriented and struggling to grasp her situation, the undeniable sensation of pain served as an irrefutable testament to her vitality. That's flagrant cheating, unequivocally so. How is it that you can strike me with impunity, while I am denied the same recourse? Xiaochuan retorted, seeking to retaliate. However, much like before, the moment his fingers made contact with Ling ER, her form dissolved into a mere phantasm. Here, within lies memories. Observe with rapt attention. Do not attempt to divert the discourse. Following a period of light-hearted banter, Xiaochuan became fully convinced that he was, indeed, within the confines of Lai's memories. Trailing Ling ER's ethereal form into the chess academy, he discerned a substantial gathering of individuals ahead. Yet, in stark contrast to what one might expect, an uncanny silence prevailed. As he drew nearer, he beheld two figures locked in a game of chess. At the tender age of 14 or 15, Lai sported a shock of fiery red hair. Mirroring the style he had adopted in his match against Xiaochuan, Lai's moves, though somewhat unrefined, revealed a wealth of innovative ideas and an impressive capacity for calculation. The 115th contest, Lai, wielding the black pieces, loses by 12.5 points. Possessing such extraordinary talent and computational prowess at such a young age, Lai was undoubtedly a prodigy among his peers. Nevertheless, Xiaochuan could still discern an insurmountable chasm separating Lai from his adversary. Talent. Indeed, it is a matter of innate talent. As the seasons change and time swiftly passes, the scenes shift once more. Through relentless study and dedication, Lee immerses himself in the intricacies of established strategies and game records, embodying the essence of hard work. In terms of diligence, Lee is no less than anyone else. However, in the 192nd match, Lee, playing with the white stones, suffered a defeat by 27.5 points. In the 361st match, Lee, playing with the black stones, faced a loss of 21 points. In the 723rd match, Lee, again with the black stones, was defeated by 4 points. Time and again, attempts culminated in failure, and Lai finally reached a plateau in his skills. In the elementary school textbooks of his past life, there was a saying, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." This statement, attributed to the great inventor Edison, seems unproblematic at first glance, suggesting that any disparity in talent can be bridged through sheer effort. However, the subsequent phrase reveals a poignant truth, that 1% of inspiration is often far more significant than the 99% of perspiration. This notion stands as one of the greatest illusions of childhood. That solitary spark of inspiration can create an insurmountable chasm between individuals, particularly evident in the realm of Go. At last, beneath the moonlight, Lai engaged in his 1001st match against his dear friend. As the decisive move loomed, an uncanny occurrence transpired. From within him erupted an extraordinarily bizarre black flame. The rising black fire consumed the vibrant red flames entirely, transforming the youthful Lai into a figure of sheer terror. "What is happening to you?" His friend rose in alarm, yet the only response was a pair of icy eyes. Despite this chilling demeanor, his friend, driven by concern, resolutely sought to rescue Lai from the engulfing black flames, unmindful of the peril it entailed. More than just the searing pain of the flames. The cherished companion perceived that the inky fire possessed a semblance of life. Upon contact, it surged onto his person, greedily consuming his blood through his wounds. How terrifying! His chest prowess, vitality, and blood were all rapidly depleted under the scorching touch of the black fire. When the cherished friend finally raised his head, he fully comprehended the darkness emanating from the depths of Lai's heart. Why? Resentment, fury, and agony consumed him. Alas, it was too late when he realized Lai's intent to kill. Utterly defenseless, he was devoured by the black flames, his life's chess skills stolen, with no escape possible. It was as if he had been completely erased from existence, leaving not even a corpse behind. Xiaochuan gasped, realizing that Lai had resorted to the path of dark cultivation to overcome the chasm of talent. The catalyst for this transformation was none other than the utterly dark and sinister withered finger. The scene shifted again, and Xiaochuan and Lai awoke almost simultaneously. The black flames before them were precisely the eerie sight from their memories. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lai's eyes burned with even greater murderous intent. His body now entwined with black flames. The power of that move had been immense, even affecting himself. The sea of blood beneath his feet had been scorched dry, and the earth was crumbling while a great fissure tore open in the sky. The void realm had reached its limit, and the chess game was nearing its decisive moment. This was pure, unadulterated fire. Boom! A black flame surged into the sky, only to shatter and scatter countless tendrils of darkness in every direction, all rushing directly towards Xiaochuan. His taut muscles trembled uncontrollably, and an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Such a manifestation of black fire only arose in the presence of a formidable adversary, and he never anticipated it would occur today. Once ensnared by this dark flame, no matter how powerful one might be, they would inevitably be drained. The ring on the palm of his raised hand, forged from one of the 12 fingers, flickered with an eerie black light, pointing directly at Xiaochuan, proclaiming, "Embrace your fate and become my sustenance." Xiaochuan, understand. Faced with the encroaching black flames, both Xiaochuan and Ling ER advanced rather than retreated. Having witnessed the formidable nature of that black fire from memory, they naturally sought to evade it, yet the game continued. To escape the void, they must conquer their opponent. Retreating was not an option. Xiaofei, with a thought, he conjured a chess piece in his hand, placing it accurately upon the board. Having forged a pact with Ling ER, their power surged further, and with remarkable agility, he leaped to evade all incoming black fire. Moving as gracefully as the piece that landed on the board, darting forth with exquisite fluidity. Skyward shield. In an instant, Lai's body reacted. A muffled grunt escaping his lips as a cold smile graced his features. He enveloped his opponent within his own circle, and the black flames surged forth with ferocity. In midair, Xiaochuan found himself unable to evade the onslaught, the flames ensnaring his feet. Ling ER gasped in alarm, yet soon witnessed Xiaochuan's unwavering confidence. The absolute domain. A transparent membrane enveloped Xiaochuan entirely, shaking off the flames that entwined his legs under its purifying aura. What? Lai's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the usually invincible black flames being so effortlessly circumvented. This lad harbored such hidden power. However, he had no time to dwell on Yi Xiaochuan, for Ling ER had already approached, her long-prepared kick striking Lai with force. Lai showed no intention of evasion. Instead, he conjured the black flames anew. Though he endured the pain of the blow and sustained injury, Ling ER, too, would inevitably be ensnared by the black fire, which possessed a terrifying ability to consume the essence of a chess player's power, its effects magnified upon a pure chess energy entity like her. The outcome was clear. It was you who would be defeated. Oomph. The black flames were absorbed by Ling. Yi Xiaochuan's expression was one of astonishment. Ling ER harbored far too many secrets. While he possessed the absolute domain to purify the black flames, what was Ling ER up to? What is there to be surprised about? I am merely reclaiming my own power. With a disdainful countenance, Ling ER, empowered by the augmentation of the ebony fire, unleashed another kick, its force magnified, compelling Lai to brace every fiber of his being. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he was sent hurtling backward. Yet, this was not the culmination. As if choreographed, Ling ER and Yi Xiaochuan launched a coordinated assault upon Lai. The former possessed the ability to assimilate the sable flames, while the latter commanded an enigmatic absolute domain. Bereft of the sanctuary afforded by the ebony fire, Lai became a defenseless target, subjected to a relentless barrage. A torrent of blood erupted forth. The chess match, too, bore the brunt of this upheaval. As Lai's physical state deteriorated, the equilibrium of the game tilted precipitously in favor of Yi Xiaochuan. Lai himself collapsed, unable to regain his footing. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. Lai's desperate punch was effortlessly intercepted by Ling. The sable flames that engulfed him were siphoned away through this very blow, coalescing into a suit of ebony fire that enveloped Ling ER's form. Much to the astonishment of Yi Xiaochuan, I shall reclaim the power that is rightfully mine, the very same power that has been used to slaughter countless souls. No. Devoid of the nourishment provided by the sable flames, Lai's once robust physique withered, his stature diminished, and his countenance aged precipitously. In an instant, the virile man in his 30s was reduced to a decrepit octogenarian, incapable of even standing. His once striking crimson hair became brittle and lifeless. In this contest of minds, Yi Xiaochuan emerged victorious. The heart-rending ebony flame, as Ling ER, the chess spirit of Yi Xiaochuan, wields immense power, it inevitably transfers to him. The heart-crushing black flame, a name for the enigmatic black fire, sends chills down Yi Xiaochuan's spine upon mere contact, overwhelmed by its unadulterated malevolence. Although this power is extraordinarily formidable and capable of absorbing the chess strength of others, it ensnares the mind, luring individuals into a trance from which they cannot escape. Moreover, this force is rooted in evil cultivation. Should it be unleashed, it would likely provoke an assault from all the righteous sects in the world. Yi Xiaochuan harbors no desire to metamorphose into a terrifying being like Lai, and thus resolves to seal away this ability, vowing never to employ it unless absolutely necessary. Gazing at Lai's lifeless body, he reflects deeply on the exorbitant price of surpassing one's innate gifts. What are 12 fingers? It was consumed whole. Ling ER astonishingly devoured that desiccated finger entirely. Chapter 41. Past and Present. What is it? Are you not going to explain? That pure and malevolent power. Merely approaching it is enough to induce dizziness and nausea in an ordinary person. Even a formidable figure like Lai fell under its spell, entranced by its might. Furthermore, the mere appearance of that finger was already repulsive enough. How could you remain so composed while swallowing a whole? Girls have their little secrets. And besides, knowing this now brings you no advantage. Oh, you must keep your promise to me. The armor forged from the heart-wrenching black flame envelopes her skin, capable of turning all who approach into mere ashes. With such terrifying power, Ling ER bears little resemblance to the adorable girl indulging in playful antics. Were your previous words merely a deceit? Cat, I am indifferent to your past. However, you must elucidate the peculiarities of wielding such power with a single hand. If you linger any longer, You risk being crushed into oblivion by the impending collapse of this void. As the fierce entity perished, the void that had unfolded lost its sustaining power. The threshold of damage endured from the recent battle had long reached its limits, and everything in sight rapidly succumbed to fragmentation. Cracks spread throughout the entire space at a visibly accelerating pace. Should one truly be engulfed by the shattered void, annihilation of both body and spirit would be inevitable, leaving not even a trace of the soul behind. In that instant, Ling ER transformed into a beam of light and swiftly entered Yi Xiaochuan's realm of chess, conjuring a colossal vortex of black flames alongside the potent force of Chui Exine He Yin, enveloping Yi Xiaochuan in its protective embrace. Meanwhile, the lifeless form of Lai, accompanied by the sound of the void shattering, was mercilessly reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace along with the void itself. Returning to the underground passage where they had once been, the space rippled, and the young man's silhouette suddenly materialized. The demise of over 1,000 wicked cultivators, including Lai, within the void stirred profound emotions within Yi Xiaochuan. In their reckless pursuit of power and blind reverence for malevolent paths, they ultimately brought ruin upon themselves, meeting their end in the void. Having vanquished the notorious Lai, one of the 12 fingers known as Chui Exine He Yin, it was certain that this faction of malevolent cultivators would not rest easily. Recalling the fervent zeal of the malevolent cultivators gathered here, one cannot help but ponder the extent of their madness for the 12 fingers. Should the power of the 12 fingers become known to others, not only would it provoke frenzied assaults from the wicked, but it would also attract the relentless pursuit of the righteous sections. Henceforth, under no circumstances must the formidable force of the heart-devouring black flame be revealed. Otherwise, both the realms of light and darkness would conspire to extinguish Yi Xiaochuan's existence. "Do you hear me, Ling ER?" "I understand," came the reply. The contract signed, binding her essence within the realm of chess, required no face-to-face interaction. Ling ER's voice could resonate directly within his mind, and with but a thought, she would grasp his intentions, a remarkable convenience. While they could not discern each other's innermost thoughts with precision, they could attune to each other's emotions and attitudes, an experience truly wondrous. In this moment, Yi Xiaochuan discerned that Ling ER seemed genuinely enamored with his chess domain and harbored an intense curiosity for his companion's spirit, AlphaGo. Though Ling ER held back certain truths, Yi Xiaochuan sensed her intentions were pure, treating him with utmost sincerity. Moreover, she generously shared the treasures of his chess realm, the 10,000 gathering chess strategy and the star plucking score, without reservation. "My heavens, you possess such treasures!" Ling ER exclaimed with unbridled joy. "It appears you have concealed quite a bit from me." The formidable chess manual, imbued with the essence of nurturing chess spirits, accompanying spirits, and symbolic spirits, naturally garnered the affection of Ling ER, who was overjoyed, dedicating her entire focus and energy to the study of the chess scriptures. The sound of numerous footsteps echoed in her ears. From the perception of their strength, it was evident they were not malevolent practitioners, but rather search teams dispatched by various factions, pursuing relentlessly. After all, in the entire Chengdu, over 1,000 malevolent practitioners had perished in the Void Realm, a consequence of their own infighting spurred by the Fallen. This had inadvertently aided Yi Xiaochuan in resolving numerous troubles. Having learned from past experiences, Yi Xiaochuan resolved to exercise utmost caution, vowing to refrain from any ostentatious actions that might reveal his identity. Now aware that all malevolent practitioners aware of Ling ER and his existence were dead, he decided it prudent to allow the leaders of the various factions to believe that Ling ER had vanished. At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan's garments were reduced to tattered remnants from battle, and his still healing wounds attested to his harrowing conflict as he feigned unconsciousness upon the ground. A ruse convincing enough to deceive all observers. "Look, it's the young master of the Yi family. Quick, help him." Xiaochuan, the familiar cadence of Ito, his third brother, resonated in his ears. In his recollections, his third brother invariably wore a frigid countenance, seemingly devoid of concern for him. However, since Yi Xiaochuan's soul had transmigrated into this world, he had come to realize that this perception was erroneous. With Ling ER's aid, even with his eyes shut. He could still perceive the circumstances unfolding before him. Ita, his third brother, still bore the same impassive visage as their father, yet, as his own kin, Yi Xiaochuan could discern the deep worry etched within his eyes. His younger sister, Ya, his third brother, Ita, and his father, Yangda, were all bound by an indissoluble kinship, an indelible bond. Even though the former Yi Xiaochuan had been unable to comprehend why his third brother and father consistently berated him, he had never harbored resentment. If the current Yi Xiaochuan were still the profligate young master of Ur, how would he have reacted to witnessing his third brother in such a state? Yi Xiaochuan, adorned with wounds and exhibiting remarkable acting skills, successfully deceived everyone present, all of whom believed that he had narrowly escaped from a fierce battle against the malevolent practitioners. Exhausted from the recent conflict, Yi Xiaochuan feigned unconsciousness and, in truth, succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he revisited the harrowing experiences he had endured. For reasons unknown, a surge of compassion arose within him. Pursuing greater strength for the sake of his passion was not inherently wrong. Yet the price of such enhancement must not be rooted in nefarious paths, nor should it be built upon the destruction of others' dreams, and certainly not founded on obsession or madness. He found himself pondering the connections between his past and present lives. If, in his previous existence, he had encountered the heart-destroying flame, the 12th of the 12 flames, during his lowest point, what choice would he have made? Would he have, in his quest to become a master of the game, chosen to succumb to darkness? The threads of past and present intertwined in a tapestry of illusion, leaving one to wonder who could ever delineate the truth. Upon awakening, Yi Xiaochuan found himself within the realm of the game, where Ling ER playfully stuck out her tongue and made faces at him. How do you find the dream I arranged for you? Chapter 42. The pavilion above the clouds. It seemed as though only the Yifu suffered grievously from the ravaging fire that swept through Chengdu, while the chaos ignited by the malevolent cultivators erupted around Yifu was swiftly quelled by the adept reinforcements from various factions. Although there were casualties, the imminent Dao entry and the approaching chess cultivation tournament rendered all other matters insignificant. With a throng of candidates arriving from distant lands, within just a few days, Chengdu regained its former splendor. As Yi Xiaochuan strolled through the bustling streets, observing the ebb and flow of countless chess players, he couldn't help but reflect on the significance of this world, wherein the art of chess reigned supreme. Regardless of age or gender, everyone was enraptured by the game, particularly the revered Weiqi, which served as a gateway to the Dao. The chess cultivation tournament could be likened to the Gaokao system of his past life, perhaps even more exaggerated in its intensity. The champions that emerged every 3 years could be described as prodigies, the CR de la CR, exceedingly rare and coveted by prestigious chess academies. Achieving a noteworthy rank in the competition was tantamount to bringing honor to one's family. I want this, and that as well. Ling ER's ethereal form was invisible to others. Only Yi Xiaochuan could perceive his chess spirit. In a flurry of activity, Yi Xiaochuan navigated the street, sampling delicacies from every food stall, his mouth stuffed with treats as he deftly handled payments, even managing to secure a large box of desserts. The image of him, resembling a famished ghost, was hardly an exaggeration. Please spare me. I am not you. Consuming all of this will surely lead to my demise. Regardless, if you do not procure food for me, I shall surely erupt in public. The confectionery melting in my mouth was overly sweet, and under Ling ER's threat, Yi Xiaochuan could only lament his fate. The delectable morsels he hastily swallowed suddenly appeared in Ling ER's grasp, a manifestation of their soul-binding contract, allowing them to share sensory experiences. Yi Xiaochuan had explicitly forbidden Ling ER from revealing her true form, yet her insatiable appetite could not resist the allure of delectable cuisine, leading to this compelling drama. Witnessing Ling ER truly summon her powers, with sinister black flames flickering in her palm, Yi Xiaochuan, with a face of despair, stuffed his mouth with an abundance of sweets. This mischievous girl was not jesting in the slightest. Yi Xiaochuan could palpably sense Ling ER's anxiety from her inability to indulge in sweet treats. He had every reason to believe that if he delayed, even slightly, She might very well conjure flames to engulf this entire street. How delightful it is! Despite being overwhelmingly sweet, Ling ER wore a look of sheer delight, unabashedly proclaiming, "Gastronomy is the most exquisite gift this world has to offer, and desserts are simply divine." This left Xiao Chuan utterly speechless. The bustling snack street was not only crowded with people, but with the influx of numerous examinees arriving in Chengdu. The three major factions scattered across various chess academies in the city also witnessed an explosive surge in foot traffic. Even the most inconspicuous chess stall by the roadside became a focal point of attention. Before long, Xiao Chuan found himself at the end of the snack street, arriving at a branch of the Yi Family Chess Academy, situated in Chengdu. A throng of people gathered at the entrance, creating quite a commotion, which was hardly surprising. As the premier chess academy in Chengdu, the Yi Family Academy attracted a multitude of aspiring players, especially in the lead-up to competitions, compelling many distant participants to pay a visit. How can the Yi family claim to be the best in Chengdu when they have no formidable players this year? One person remarked, "I say we should just tear down their sign." Another echoed, "What a disappointment. I never expected this so-called top chess academy in Chengdu to be filled with such mediocrity." Xiao Chuan could distinctly hear individuals voicing their intent to vandalize his family sign. Although he had only recently arrived in this world, he had already come to regard the Yi family as his own. The thought of someone wanting to deface their sign was simply intolerable. Pushing through the throngs of people, one could see a group of youths clad in matching uniforms, forcefully jostling the disciples of the Yi family, attempting to remove the sign of the Yi Chess Academy. The Fei Yulu, akin to the three major powers of Chengdu, namely the Yi family, the Rui family, and the Changyue alliance, is also a preeminent Go faction in other cities. Unlike families and alliances, Fei Yulu, true to its name, boasts disciples whose playing style is both agile and graceful, emphasizing elegant and grand board formations. They have also pioneered numerous strategies and openings that withstand scrutiny, establishing their own school of thought. Known as Fei Yulu, dressed in white robes adorned with delicate light green embroidery depicting birds and feathers. The attire of the Fei Yulu disciples is both exquisite and aesthetically pleasing. The deep robes symbolize the unity of heaven and humanity, embodying magnificence, integrity, and inclusivity, which resonates with the philosophy of the game of Go. The leader of this group, Xiao Chuan, is quite familiar to me. He is of the same age as Ruan Yo and Yan Wan'er, all belonging to the same cohort. In the last entry tournament, he ranked 7th, albeit one position behind Yan Wan'er, and has since joined Fei Yulu, making him a strong contender for the championship in the current Go competition. "Brother, I hope you are well." "Oh, let it be. I am merely a few months younger than you." Yun Shangshuan, with an extraordinary demeanor and an unparalleled elegance, adorned in a flowing white robe, resembles a classical beauty of youth. Despite being ranked 7th in the Dao competition, he displays remarkable humility when confronted with the last-place competitor, Xiao Chuan, captivating a throng of enamored onlookers who eagerly exclaim his handsomeness and charm, wishing they could marry him at once. However, beneath Yun Shangshuan's seemingly modest and gracious exterior lies a narrow-mindedness, a vengeful spirit that harbors grudges. Though he holds the 7th position, he looks down upon his peers from the same cohort. His intention to tarnish the Yi family's reputation is nothing short of a retaliation for a previous defeat in competition. This behavior starkly illustrates his petty nature, as he clings to grievances even after 3 years. As the prospective champion of the Flying Feather Flow in this Dao competition, every action he takes reflects upon the esteemed sect. Thus, his plan to undermine the Yi family seems rather ill-advised. Xiao Chuan, wishing to avoid provoking such a vindictive character, aims to dismiss him swiftly, highlighting the implications that elevate the matter to a level of influence, hoping that Yun Shangshuan would lose interest and refrain from further trouble. Yet, to his surprise, Xiao Chuan has underestimated Yun Shangshuan's pettiness. "Haha, brother, you jest. I merely intended to foster amicable relations between our Flying Feather Flow and the Yi family. However, I did not anticipate that the participants from the Yi family in this chess cultivation competition would be so easily defeated, achieving a remarkable 9 consecutive victories. My classmates may have acted rather rashly, and I shall certainly reprimand them upon my return. As Yun Shangshuan evades responsibility, he does not forget to avenge his previous losses, claiming it to be a friendly exchange while boasting of his 9 consecutive victories. This clearly implies that the players from the E family are inferior to their Feiyu faction. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the E family were incensed, ready to clash as they rolled up their sleeves and raised their fists. However, this also provided an excuse for Feiyu. Resorting to violence when one's skills are lacking is the most disgraceful matter among chess players. In Chapter 43, the battle concludes in 3 minutes. Although Yun Shangshuan is undeniably a petty individual, his chess prowess is indeed formidable, as evidenced by his 7th place ranking among his peers, enabling him to look down upon his contemporaries. Moreover, after 3 years of dedicated training, he has achieved the level of chess cultivator. Yet he remains at the entry level. And with numerous skilled chess cultivators in the academy reluctant to intervene, it is difficult to find anyone at the entry level capable of surpassing Yin Shangshuan, which accounts for his consecutive victories over them. Though it is merely a branch academy, it still represents the honor of the E family. Listening to Yun Shangshuan's arrogant declarations, the disciples of the E family could hardly tolerate it, their anger boiling over as they prepare to strike. Anticipating an imminent conflict, Yi Xiao Chuan, as a scion of the Yi family, could not remain passive. Wait, how about a match between you and me, Brother Yin? Upon the utterance of these words, an immediate silence enveloped the entire hall. It was not merely within the confines of Chengdu City. Even the renowned Feiyu sect, active in cities beyond, had heard the whispers concerning the so-called worthless young master of the Yi family. In the most recent Daoist tournament, he had not secured a single victory in 8 matches, undeniably placing him at the very bottom of the rankings. The audacity of this last-place contender to challenge the esteemed Yun Xian was met with a wave of derisive laughter from the assembly. What? Surely I misheard. That inept young master dares to confront the illustrious young master Yin? Such hubris from one ranked at the bottom is simply laughable. Have the Yi family truly run out of capable individuals, resorting to sending such a buffoon? Even Yun Xian let out a chuckle, only to quickly suppress it, realizing his lapse in decorum as he regarded Yi Xiaochuan with incredulity. Meanwhile, the numerous disciples from the branch family of the Yi clan engaged in a fervent discussion. For the subject of their most heated conversations lately was none other than Yi Xiaochuan himself. It is said that Yi Xiaochuan stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Not only did he acquire an exceedingly rare companion spirit, but he also triumphed over Yu Tian in public, and even captured the heart of the beautiful Yan Waner. Whispers abound that Yi Xiaochuan has obtained an ancient artifact, while others claim his recent victories in chess are solely due to foul play. There are even rumors, seemingly unfounded, suggesting that Yi Xiaochuan defeated the reigning champion Du Lang in an underground casino. The truth is obscured by a haze of half-truths and exaggerations, leaving even the direct descendants of the Yi family uncertain of what is genuine and what is fabricated. However, one thing is undeniable. Yi Xiaochuan did indeed conquer Yu Tian, an event witnessed by numerous onlookers, which further solidified his eligibility for the Dao entry competition and substantiated his possession of a companion spirit. Otherwise, what purpose would this worthless individual serve, if not to bring shame upon the Yi family? What should be done? Are they truly considering sending Yi Xiaochuan forth? Yet, what if he loses? If you take his place and suffer a 10-game losing streak against the Feiyu school, I cannot afford such disgrace. If the family head, Yongda, comes down upon us, you shall bear the brunt of it. At this moment, the head of the branch has already erupted into chaos. Yin Shangshuan, ever cunning, has cleverly framed this disruptive behavior as a friendly exchange, stating that any defeat can only be attributed to a lack of skill. However, the ensuing negative repercussions could be significant, especially at this critical juncture. Should the family head hold them accountable, it is likely that no one present would escape unscathed. Perhaps it would be best to simply let Yi Xiaochuan take his turn. If he loses, it will be the family head's own son who falters, and he is unlikely to direct his ire at them. Very well, since Brother Yi is so confident, I shall gladly join you for a match." To everyone's astonishment, Yin Shangshuan unexpectedly agreed to engage in a match with Yi Xiaochuan. This decision not only showcased his nonchalant demeanor, but also solidified his reputation as a prodigy, being the 7th ranked in his cohort. It was indeed remarkable for one of such stature to consent to play against the last ranked, the so-called wasteful young master, Yi Xiaochuan. The admiring gazes from those around him filled Yin Shangshuan with joy, as this was precisely his intention, to exact perfect vengeance upon the Yi family with a flawless 10 consecutive victories, while simultaneously earning the title of someone who is unconcerned with trifles, and to humiliate the young master of the Yi family in the process. This arrogant lad is far too presumptuous. It is time for me to teach him a lesson. Merely a minor character, a little reprimand will suffice. With such a petty disposition, should you emerge victorious against him, who knows how he might seek retribution? Linger playfully made a face at Yin Shangshuan, and apart from Yi Xiaochuan, no one else could perceive her presence. Before Yi Xiaochuan could intervene, Linger had already manifested in a corner, revealing herself to those nearby. Yi Xiaochuan was taken aback as Linger transformed her original appearance. Although there were subtle differences, both he and Yin Waner could easily recognize her, while the others remained oblivious. The other disciples of the Yi family were filled with curiosity, wondering when such a beauty had emerged from their ranks. They exchanged glances, engaging in discussions that yielded no clear conclusions. However, with the Yi family disciples stepping forth, it was preferable to curtail Yin Shangshuan's arrogance, and they began to shout, insisting on avenging the Yi family and teaching that audacious Yin Shangshuan a lesson. Although Linger was indeed a chess spirit, Yi Xiaochuan had never witnessed her playing chess before. He sat nearby with keen interest, awaiting the contest between the two. Yin Shangshuan, with a flick of his folding fan, sat leisurely at one side of the chessboard, politely inviting Linger to make the first move. To his astonishment, Linger's actions nearly caused him to choke. "Finally, I can stretch my legs," she exclaimed. "What is this, young man?" Linger showed no inclination to engage in the game. Instead, her attention was captivated by the snacks held by a disciple of the Yi family. Without a moment's hesitation, she snatched them away, tossing them into her mouth. "How can a lady be so uncouth?" the disciple exclaimed. "Enough chatter, let's play chess." Goodness. Linger was indeed decisive, casting aside the customary etiquette of chess with a mere wave of her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized a piece and placed it on the star point, leaving Yin Shangshuan, who was still bowing in anticipation of a response, utterly dumbfounded. To Yin Shangshuan, a robust figure, Ling ER, despite her exquisite beauty, exhibited behavior that was hardly ladylike. She even munched on snacks during their game. Was this not a blatant disregard for him? Yet, Ling ER paid no heed to such thoughts. Her pretense of teaching Yin Shangshuan was merely a fade. Her true intention was to stretch her legs and swiftly conclude the match, allowing herself to indulge in merriment afterwards. The two soon engaged in a rapid exchange of moves, while the disciples of Feiyu Lu reveled in their sense of superiority. Our master brother Yin Shang is serious now. Just wait for the Yijia to kneel in defeat 10 times. Indeed, perhaps it would be wise to take down their sign. As the members of Feiyu Lu continued their brazen mockery of the Yijia disciples, they were completely unprepared for the sudden turn of events. With a chorus of gasps, the game came to an abrupt conclusion. How could this be? 30 moves had transpired. Good heavens, the opening phase had barely begun when Yin Shangshuan conceded in surrender. Chapter 44. Dimensional Strike. How could anyone play chess with such audacity? Yin Shangshuan was utterly bewildered. He intended to test a deceptive move, but a moment of carelessness led to a breach in his defenses. Feiyu Lu, being a prestigious sect, could scarcely remain undeterred when one of their disciples was so readily vanquished at the onset. Thus, conceding defeat was unavoidable. Many novice players, having merely grasped a few rudimentary strategies, arrogantly believed that Go was a trivial endeavor, only to be met with the merciless onslaught of a teacher employing a handicap of 9 stones. What does it mean to be given 9 stones? It is akin to playing chess with all the rooks, knights, and cannons removed, leaving only a solitary pawn to contend with your opponent, and still securing victory. Yi Xiaochuan had once experienced a similar realization. As long as one remained steadfast and refrained from engaging in conflict with a superior adversary, being given 9 stones equated to an effortless triumph. Yet, the harsh reality was a stark contradiction. Against a master, one stood no chance, as the entire board was rendered lifeless, with no pieces remaining. At this moment, Yun Shangshuan found himself ensnared in such overwhelming pressure, while Ling ER showed no mercy. Moreover, Yun Shangshuan resorted to a deceitful strategy, only to be met with an unrelenting assault that left no room for negotiation. Was this a jest? Yun Shangshuan murmured to himself, his gaze fixed intently on the board, meticulously contemplating each move. In his understanding, although there had been some miscalculations, total annihilation seemed improbable. However, at some indiscernible juncture, everything had gone awry, and the entire position was swiftly compromised. The once arrogant disciples of Fei Yu Lu, who had exuded confidence, now found themselves blushing in embarrassment, at a loss for words. Let's play again. Yun Shangshuan could hardly believe such a conclusion had come to pass, attributing it to his own negligence that led to his downfall. If only he had exerted his full strength from the very beginning, harnessing the power of the symbolic spirit, he surely could have vanquished that girl. Roar! The symbolic spirit seemed to respond to its master's call, manifesting as an immensely powerful eagle before the onlookers. The disciples of the Fei Yu sect regained their composure, for this divine eagle was the strongest among them. They clamored about how to defeat the Yi family, urging Yun Shangshuan to unleash the realm of chess to enlighten them. With such a formidable symbolic spirit at his disposal, did Yun Shangshuan also command the realm of chess? If he were to win the match by mere luck, the outcome of the current game would be uncertain. Alas, it seemed that Yun Shangshuan had indeed not exerted his full potential. Although his symbolic spirit and the realm of chess were secret weapons meant solely for competition, and should not be revealed outside of it, he found himself compelled to respond under the pressing circumstances. Could he truly admit that within a mere 30 moves, he had been outmatched by a girl from the Yi family? The two resumed their game, all the while being observed by Yi Xiaochuan. Ling ER must have perfectly inherited the full power of that malevolent cultivator, Lai, and not only that, her style of play was even more ferocious. Her strategies mirroring Lai's, yet surpassing them. The strength of 1,000 malevolent cultivators. Suddenly, Yi Xiaochuan recalled the presence of over 1,000 malevolent souls wandering in the void. Now, not only had Ling ER perfectly inherited the essence of Lai, but she had also assimilated the power of those 1,000 evil remnants. It was likely that her prowess in chess would advance to a new level, or perhaps, without the assistance of the heart-crushing Black Flame, Ling ER might already surpass him in skill. Given Lai's formidable style of play, there was no possibility of leniency towards an opponent. He would employ the most ruthless and violent methods to annihilate his adversaries in the shortest time possible. How could this be? This is utterly impossible. Tears fell silently, and even Yun Shangshuan himself was unaware that he had been driven into a desperate situation, ensnared in the quagmire of battle from which he could not extricate himself. What he understood most clearly was that every move he made would cost him several points, even if he opted for the most conservative strategies. Despite the benefits of the chess realm and the symbolic spirit, Yun Shangshuan seemed to have realized something and turn around, only to find no trace of the symbolic spirit behind him. It is crucial to understand that the power of the symbolic spirit does not solely stem from the chess realm. It is largely dependent on the force unleashed by the collision of pieces on the board. This explains why the symbolic spirits of masters are so formidable. When their masters create high-quality games, their brilliant moves generate a power that nourishes their own symbolic spirits, allowing for a degree of growth. How infuriating! Yun Shangshuan could no longer endure the situation and stood up abruptly. The embodiment of Ling ER had dissipated into nothingness, signifying that the moves he had made were utterly insignificant in the eyes of his opponent. Mere trivialities. How could this be? He had distinctly achieved 7th place in his cohort, unmatched in talent among his peers. Yet, the girl before him possessed a terrifying aptitude that allowed her to completely overwhelm him at such a tender age. At last, Yun Shangshuan recognized the disparity in their chess abilities, feeling as if Ling ER could easily best him even with 9 pieces removed from the board. I have lost. He placed 2 pieces simultaneously on the board, an act that violated the 1 piece per move rule, signifying his concession. The disciples of the E family erupted in raucous cheers, while the majority of the Feiyu faction rushed to console Yun Shangshuan. Aside from Yi Xiaochuan and Ling, perhaps only the one who had been thoroughly bested could truly perceive the chasm that lay between them. The other disciples of Feiyu only witnessed Yun Shangshuan's premature concession after a single misstep in the mid-game, entirely oblivious to the crushing superiority Ling ER exerted over him. This is hardly surprising. For an ordinary person watching a contest between masters, without commentary, and with such a vast difference in skill, even an hour spent contemplating dozens of variations would leave them none the wiser to the intricacies of the game. Yun Shangshuan's mood was palpably despondent. The normally proud Yun Shangshuan was now confronted with a devastating blow to his self-esteem, and his demeanor reflected this stark reality. Even Yi Xiaochuan felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Had he perhaps gone a bit too far? Yun Shangshuan possesses considerable talent. However, if he were to suffer a significant setback this time and abandon the pursuit of chess, what would become of Yi Xiaochuan? Would he then be deemed a sinner? Only by competing against formidable opponents can one truly advance. Defeating a few novices hardly constitutes a skill. Yet, despite this belief, I still feel it is somewhat excessive. Ling ER had, unbeknownst to anyone, detached herself from the crowd and, without anyone's notice, transformed her physical form into a spiritual essence, floating behind Yi Xiaochuan. Ling ER reminded and eerily oblivious, convinced that it was of little consequence. Speaking of which, you ought to explain this to me, don't you think? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiaochuan inquired about Ling ER's chess prowess, questioning how she could absorb the formidable power of the terrifying, heart-destroying black flame, which even a mighty figure like Lai could not escape from. Yet Ling ER seemed to do so effortlessly. Utilizing exceedingly poor acting skills, Ling ER managed to evade scrutiny. Under Yi Xiaochuan's persistent questioning, she could only provide a singular response. I merely reclaimed my original power. Chapter 45. Where is the disturbing little brother? I had anticipated that Yun Shangshuan would be in a state of deep despondency, that the setback would adversely affect his subsequent chess tournaments. However, to my astonishment, he merely gazed at the chessboard, momentarily lost in thought before suddenly leaping up, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. You have merely lost a game of chess. It is nothing of great significance. Yi Xiaochuan admired Yun Shangshuan's ability to self-regulate, as if the concept of mindset were non-existent in his eyes. Was this extreme arrogance? Setting that aside, what about that girl? Should Yi Xiaochuan reveal to Yun Shangshuan that Ling ER was his chess spirit, currently in a spiritual form, fiercely kicking him from behind? You seem quite familiar. Surely you can tell me her name. Ling ER? No. Yi Xiaochuan instinctively blurted it out and immediately sensed the impending trouble. This petty fellow had harbored a grudge for 3 years after a single loss in chess. Who knew what outrageous actions Ling ER might take after utterly humiliating him this time? Ling ER, on the other hand, thought Yi Xiaochuan was making a mountain out of a molehill. What was there to worry about with such a boastful novice? This was the most exquisite move I have ever witnessed, utterly unparalleled. Recalling each of Ling ER's moves, they were enigmatic and remarkable. I long to play another game with Miss Ling ER. Has this lad been so traumatized? Was enigmatic and remarkable. It was merely a one-sided domination. Furthermore, although he was originally a handsome young man with a classical charm, at this moment he appeared lost in fantasies, his expression resembling that of a foolish pig, nearly drooling in his lewdness, causing both Yi Xiaochuan and Ling ER, in her spiritual form, to feel a chill of dread. This fellow was undoubtedly thinking of more than just a simple game of chess. Do you truly only wish to play another match with Ling ER? With a tentative inquiry, Yi Xiaochuan inadvertently stirred a regret that would forever taint Ling ER's memory of those 2 fateful chess games. To merely characterize it as a game would be a gross understatement. Yun Shangshuan declared with unwavering conviction. It transcends the exquisite strategies. It's the sheer elegance of the gameplay that has captivated my very being. I find myself enamored with each deliberate move, the symphony of ebony and ivory as they clash upon the board. Perhaps, in truth, I have fallen for the enchanting Ling ER herself. A wave of nausea washed over Yi Xiaochuan, as if Ling ER had unlocked some hidden, aberrant facet within Yun Shangshuan. The man was, without a doubt, a complete deviant. Brother Xiaochuan, from this moment forth, you shall be my elder brother, or even, if you permit, I shall call you father. Nay, I implore you, simply address me as Xiaochuan, lest you wish to induce a frightful rash. If you would only deign to introduce me to the fair Ling ER, I would be eternally grateful, and I would accede to any request, no matter how exorbitant. Yun Shangshuan's eyes glittered with fervent adoration as he lunged to embrace Yi Xiaochuan with unrestrained enthusiasm. Despite Yi Xiaochuan's desperate attempts to dislodge him, Yun Shangshuan remained steadfast. Yi Xiaochuan couldn't help but lament that it would have been better to offend the petty man himself than to inadvertently cultivate such a grotesque admirer. Yi Xiaochuan, I beseech you, rid me of this pervert immediately. You have sown the seeds of this predicament. Now, you must reap what you have sown. Ignoring Ling ER's protests and the flurry of blows raining down upon him, Yi Xiaochuan rashly acquiesced to Yun Shangshuan's request. What was transpiring before the assembled onlookers? Yixi, pride myself on my integrity and uprightness, embodying the essence of a charming and handsome gentleman. However, entangled with such a perverse individual, my identity seems to dissolve. Oh, what a relief! Upon hearing my enthusiastic compliance, Yun Shangshuan finally released his grip and indulged in his own merriment. Following this farcical episode, Liu and the disciples of the Yi family dispersed, preserving the family's dignity. Meanwhile, Yun Shangshuan took his revenge and discovered a life ideal that transcended mere vengeance. Achieving a rather perfect resolution, or so one might think, a fresh topic emerged among the disciples of the Yi family, including Liu, the Rui clan, and even the Changyue alliance. How could the formidable Yun Shangshuan, ranked 7th among his peers, possibly become Yi Xiaochuan's little brother? With corroboration from the disciples of Liu, this topic gained a semblance of authenticity, further enhancing its spread. While Yi Xiaochuan meandered aimlessly, rumors about him swirled throughout the bustling city of Chengdu. Meanwhile, in the realm of chess, Ling ER seethed with rage, using the heart-consuming black flames to scorch her alpha dog. That twisted Yun Shangshuan clung to her relentlessly, insisting on a definitive time for her to meet him, while persistently referring to Yi Xiaochuan as Big Brother. Never in my life have I felt so speechless. The city of Chengdu was alive with activity, far beyond the confines of Liu, as renowned sects converged here. In my memory, this gathering surpassed even the previous Dao entry and chess cultivation competitions in its vibrancy. Brother, shall we take a stroll through the underground casino? A friend of mine has invited me over. Would you care to join us? We could wager a few rounds, or perhaps even challenge the reigning champion for a chance to win some modest prize money, or perhaps acquire some trinkets, game records, or other treasures. Addressing Cloud Hermitage as elder brother felt somewhat facile, creating a sense of unease for Yi Xiaochuan. However, the mention of an underground casino piqued Yi Xiaochuan's interest, as he was indebted to Meng Lian, the proprietor of the establishment. The moniker Bone-Scraping Blade was not casually bestowed upon Meng Lian, and the mere thought of his outstanding debt caused Yi Xiaochuan considerable discomfort. He resolved to settle his obligations as soon as possible. Cloud Hermitage elucidated that frequenting the underground casino before formal competitions was a popular pastime among young aspirants, which was understandable. As they were about to face the Dao entrance examination, a chess competition akin to a college entrance exam, they were inevitably tense. Chess enthusiasts had few diversions beyond the game itself, and their pent-up energy needed an outlet. A thrilling wager at the underground casino, observing expert matches, or engaging in pre-competition practice was undoubtedly more beneficial than detrimental. Although underground casinos were officially prohibited by various factions, their numerous advantages and the patronage of many young individuals led the influential figures to turn a blind eye. Yi Xiaochuan suspected that Meng Lian's adeptness at bribing the old guard was the reason for the casino's thriving business. Since there was nothing pressing to do before the formal competition, Yi Xiaochuan decided to accompany Cloud Hermitage to the casino. Excellent. I shall lead the way, elder brother. Yun Shangshuan has completely shed the imposing aura he once possessed as the senior disciple, willingly assuming the role of a subordinate to Yi Xiaochuan. This transformation reveals just how earnest Yun Shangshuan is about befriending the young Lady Ling. Alas, Yi Xiaochuan can't help but feel a twinge of pity for Ling. Their hearts resonate with an unspoken understanding, and Ling ER, aware of Yi Xiaochuan's thoughts, is visibly displeased as dark flames of despair once again swirl in her palm. It is essential to mention the youth who ranked first in their cohort. Not only did Yin Wanner fall short, but even Rui Niu and Yun Shangshuan were utterly defeated by this individual, underscoring his formidable prowess. More astonishingly, he does not belong to any of the three major factions in Chengdu, nor does he associate with the numerous powerful families and alliances, such as Fei Yulu. If one were to recount his experiences, he might even resemble the protagonist more than Yi Xiaochuan, who is a traveler from another world. Upon first encountering Zhuo Shi, Yun Shangshuan dismissed him as merely a wild boy who had descended from some mountain peak. Yet, Zhuo Shi's style of play is distinctly remarkable, and his calculating prowess is terrifyingly acute. Not only did he secure the top rank in his cohort, but he also nonchalantly brushed aside the overtures from the major factions, claiming to act on the orders of his master, before independently vanquishing several malevolent cultivators. Does it not evoke the image of a protagonist who, after years of seclusion, emerges effortlessly to claim victory? In my view, such arrogance is unwarranted. Observing Yi Xiaochuan's curiosity, Yun Shangshuan candidly remarked, which head of a major faction is not superior to his relatively obscure master? Should he dare to reappear at the chess master tournament this year, I shall undoubtedly vanquish him. The name of Zhuo Shi, known as Yi Xiaochuan, had reached my ears before, yet the previous owner of this body held no interest in the game of Go, thus it remained merely a name. However, upon encountering Zhuo Shi in the underground casino today, he indeed resembled what Yun Shangshuan had described, a disheveled figure, akin to a coal miner emerging from the depths of a pit, clad in tattered garments, with worn straw sandals that had long since succumbed to the rigors of time, revealing a mud-caked big toe. One must not judge by appearances. The ethereal spirit, Ling ER, whispered softly behind Yi Xiaochuan. Naturally, Yi Xiaochuan was not one to judge by outward appearances. Gazing upon Zhuo Shi, who remained engrossed in his match, he sensed an air of disregard for trivialities, a fervent obsession for the game of Go, embodying the essence of a transcendent master, a quality that was certainly not characteristic of his age, unmistakably indicating a formidable prowess. At that moment, the match reached its zenith, with all eyes in the underground casino fixated upon the unfolding board. Opposing Zhuo Shi was none other than Du Lang, previously hailed as the defending champion, the foremost expert of the underground casino. Much like the encounter Yi Xiaochuan had experienced, Du Lang unleashed his distinctive domain, enveloping Zhuo Shi in a dense shroud of black mist, while the spectral representation of Night Crow circled ominously above the board, emitting a chilling cry. The eyes of the Night Crow glinted crimson, heralding a lethal strike against his opponent, a foreboding sign of its thirst for blood and desire to feast upon the remains of its foe. Here it comes, the decisive move. Engaging in the most intricate and intense battle and transformations, utilizing the opponent's fallen pieces as nourishment, the Night Crow was poised to unleash its final assault. In the midst of the dense black fog, Zhuo Shi, despite losing all sensation, accurately placed his pieces on the board. A dazzling golden light erupted across the venue, momentarily consuming the dark mist manipulated by Duo Lang. As Yi Xiaochuan beheld the brilliance of the gold, he slightly opened his eyes and distinctly perceived a golden dragon spiraling throughout the underground casino. Defeated, Duo Lang placed two pieces on the board and, simultaneously, the majestic golden dragon merged into Zhuo Shi's being. How could this be? The astonishment was palpable among all present, including Yi Xiaochuan. Duo Lang had achieved an almost complete mastery of the chess realm, standing at the pinnacle of chess cultivation, mere steps away from entering combat power. Yet how could Zhuo Shi, who merely 3 years prior was a novice, without even qualifying as a chess cultivator, defeat the peak of chess cultivation represented by Duolang. The thought of the evil cultivator sent a shiver down Yi Xiaochuan's spine. How could Zhuoshi possibly be associated with, if he were to rely on underhanded tactics, akin to triumph by siphoning his opponent's chess power, then defeating Duolang at such a young age would not be implausible. After all, there existed the precedent of Lai, and Linger's ability to consume the signature 12 fingers could not be mistaken. Zhuoshi must possess one of the 12 fingers. Consequently, it became imperative for me to challenge Zhuoshi to a match to test him. Mr. Duolang, may I request a review of our game later? You are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. The title of the champion defender is indeed well-deserved. And the unique chess realm I have yet to witness is simply unparalleled. I haven't felt this joyous in quite a while. I must apologize, but the title of champion defender was stripped from you long before your arrival. Is there someone more formidable than Mr. Duran? Pray tell, who might that be? Duran, feeling a surge of frustration not only for being publicly bested by Yi Xiaochuan, but now also encountering the equally youthful and formidable Zhuoshi, could hardly suppress his irritation. Gazing at the exuberant and innocent countenance of this young ruffian, Duran felt a profound sense of helplessness, attributing his plight to his own inadequacies. In a fit of dejection, he nonchalantly gestured towards Yi Xiaochuan, who was seated below. Behold, that young master of the Yi family, who is of similar age to yours. Best to me just a few days prior. Wow! Once the match concluded, Yi Xiaochuan found himself being dragged around by Yun Shangshuan, oblivious to the fact that Zhuoshi, who had been eager for a match, had already set his sights on him. Brother Yun, this is young master Yi Xiaochuan of the Yi family. I heard tales from the members of the Feiyu stream and could hardly believe it. How could you regard this lad as your elder brother when he is, in fact, the very last in ranking? Yun Shangshuan's friends expressed their incredulity and disdain, a reaction Yi Xiaochuan had long grown accustomed to. It is, after all, quite understandable. In this realm, the principles of class division based on wealth, power, and religion have been virtually eradicated. In contrast, humanity's history in the previous world has been marred by countless wars and rivers of blood over such matters. Truly astonishing, is it not? However, in stark contrast, there exists an almost fervent and blind adoration for skilled chess players. Those of lesser ability, particularly the likes of Yi Xiaochuan, who lacks even the symbolic aura of talent, are naturally subjected to exclusion and disdain. Yet, for those who pursue the art of chess, such judgments seem irrelevant. It is Yi Xiaochuan's character that resonates with me. Truly, the esteemed young master of the clouds displays remarkable magnanimity. Not at all. Yi Xiaochuan felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Surely, the young master of the clouds is not genuinely aligned with his temperament. It is evidently a matter of ulterior motives, seeking merely to catch a glimpse of Ling ER, disregarding all semblance of dignity. While the crowd continued to engage in mutual flattery with the young master of the clouds, another clamor caught their attention. Look, it's Meng Lian. Indeed, as the rumor suggested, Meng Lian is a stunning beauty. To catch even a fleeting glimpse of her today is nothing short of a stroke of luck. All the male patrons of the casino were irresistibly drawn to her alluring figure and angelic visage, a combination that perfectly embodies the phrase beauty and the beast. Yet, even a mere glance was met with caution. Aside from the numerous brawny bodyguards surrounding her, the moniker Bone-Cutting Blade was not earned lightly. Tales have circulated of those who dared to jest with her, only to be met with dire consequences, having their eyes gouged out or their tongues severed. Chapter 47. Understated Power. The champion of the underground casino, the formidable Emperor DeLong, has been defeated, causing the casino to suffer significant financial loss and a blow to its reputation. The young master of the clouds quietly remarked to Yi Xiaochuan, "It seems Meng Lian's appearance will necessitate the reorganization of a match." But why? The formidable champion of the arena, after suffering defeat, naturally seeks to restore his dignity while simultaneously wagering additional funds to compensate for his losses. Thus, it is revealed. Yi Xiaochuan casually echoed this thought, secretly reflecting on his prior victory over Duolang. Amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, they instinctively parted to create a path, clearly revealing that Meng Lian was approaching them. Goodness, I have never offended Meng Lian. Nor have I. Surely, I cannot be mistaken. She is indeed heading straight for us. It must be your fault. I just caught a glimpse of Meng Lian, and I couldn't help but drool. I must have provoked her ire, and now she seeks to trouble us. As Meng Lian advanced towards Yi Xiaochuan and Yun Shangshuan's group, her entourage of fierce bodyguards radiated an intimidating aura, making them undeniably fearsome. They began to cast blame upon one another, shirking responsibility. If they truly incited Meng Lian's wrath, losing their eyes could be the least of their worries. To whom could they appeal for justice? I am convinced she is here for me. My strikingly handsome and dashing presence must have caught Miss Meng Lian's eye amidst the crowd. However, my heart is already claimed by another. Blast! Yun Shangshuan is the true embodiment of masculinity. He dares to speak boldly before Meng Lian, earning the admiration of Yi Xiaochuan. This is not merely about Yun Shangshuan's audacity. It is also a testament to the unparalleled confidence of this self-proclaimed narcissist. A flash of white light streaked across, and the incessant chatter of Yun Shangshuan fell silent. A remarkably sharp dagger appeared before him, mere centimeters from his eyes. Had it advanced even slightly, his sight would have been irrevocably lost. With a gulp, Yun Shangshuan swallowed hard, having failed to perceive the trajectory of Meng Lian's strike. The oppressive aura emanating from the underground emperor rendered him considerably subdued. Instinctively raising his hands above his head, Miss Meng Lian delicately pinched the blade between her fingers, cautiously removing it and presenting it back to her with utmost respect. Yi Xiaochuan understood clearly that Yun Shangshuan's survival hinged on Meng Lian's regard for him. The palpable menace dissipated, leaving Yun Shangshuan akin to a deflated balloon. His body weakened, and had it not been for another support, he would have collapsed to the ground. Yun Shangshuan vowed that she was the most terrifying woman he had ever encountered. The aura of lethal intent surrounding her was undoubtedly steeped in blood, a crimson essence that even one emerging from a pile of corpses could scarcely possess. He hoped Miss Meng Lian would show him some leniency and spare his friend. In a startling contrast, the once menacing Meng Lian accepted the dagger and burst into laughter. Her beauty strikingly enchanting, with an inexplicable power emanating from her eyes that captivated all who beheld her. That smile had the capacity to conquer the hearts of every man present. Yet after witnessing her terrifying aura, none dared to meet her gaze directly. Even a furtive glance required immense courage, let alone harboring any presumptuous desires towards Meng Lian. Since he is your friend, then he is my esteemed guest. These words, once uttered, astonished not only Yun Shangshuan and his companions, but also everyone present. Who is that young man? Even Meng Lian gives him deference. In memory, even if Yi Yangde, the head of the Yi family, the leader of the three major forces, stood before Meng Lian, he would probably only have the honor of sitting down for an equal discussion. Yet, with just a single sentence from this young man, Meng Lian regarded him as an honored guest. This was truly inconceivable. Yun Shangshuan's companions were utterly dumbfounded, never expecting that this young master of the Yi family had ingratiated himself with the bone scraper Meng Lian. They had just uttered insults towards Yi Xiaochuan, and if Meng Lian were to find out, the thought was unbearable. Brother Xiaochuan, this is the first time I sincerely admire you. Get lost. So, all that came before was insincere? Yi Xiaochuan simply kicked Yun Shangshuan away. Yun Shangshuan, realizing he had nearly caused a disaster, was grateful that Yi Xiaochuan knew Meng Lian. Otherwise, it would have been his own eyes impaled on that blade. I truly don't know how you managed to survive before, daring to provoke anyone. Brother Xiaochuan speaks the truth. A wave of goosebumps cascaded over Yi Xiaochuan's skin. He resolved to clarify matters with Yun Shangshuan at the earliest opportunity. Save for his sister, Iya, and his third brother, no one else had ever addressed him as Xiaochuan. The pair proceeded, one after the other, under the intense gaze of the assembled crowd, following Meng Lian. At that very moment, the cynosure of all eyes, Meng Lian, unexpectedly grasped Yi Xiaochuan's hand, instantly captivating the attention of the entire venue. For the next match, we present our newly crowned champion, Yi Xiaochuan, against the challenger, Zun Ming. What? Yi Xiaochuan. The majority within the underground casino were out-of-towners who had journeyed from afar. Yet they had heard of the name Yi Xiaochuan, the last-place finisher in the previous initiation tournament. What justification was there for him to play against the champion, Zhuo Ming? Moreover, had they heard correctly? That good-for-nothing young master was, in fact, the defending champion? Ah, you must be from out of town. Though it may be difficult to believe, Yi Xiaochuan had already defeated Du Lang before Zhuo Ming, seizing the title of defending champion and causing me to lose a considerable sum of money. The crowd engaged in a fervent discussion, each voice expressing incredulity. Yet none could overlook the undeniable fact that Yi Xiaochuan had previously triumphed over Du Lang. Thus commenced a new round of gambling on the chess match. It was unequivocally anticipated that the reigning champion, Zhuo Ming, would secure victory against the previous tournament's last-place contender. Even a fool could discern that this scion of the Yi family was destined for a dismal defeat. It was a foregone conclusion to wager one's entire fortune on Zhuo Ming. However, the unexpected victory of Yi Xiaochuan over Du Lang had sown seeds of doubt, and the swirling rumors obscured the true prowess of Yi Xiaochuan, leaving many uncertain as to where to place their bets. At that moment, Yi Xiaochuan felt as if he were being thrust into a predicament against his will. He had intended to maintain a low profile, but the chill of Meng Lian's breath at his ear sent a shiver down his spine, reminding him that he owed her a favor. Even if he wished to conceal his strength and deliberately lose to Zhuo Ming, his thoughts had been seen through by Meng Lian. I want you to win this match, without fail. Miss Meng Lian, are you jesting? Not at all. Should you lose, it would merely result in a minor consequence. A minor consequence? Yi Xiaochuan could scarcely fathom the extraordinary feats that Meng Lian might achieve through her cunning methods. Meng Lian's expression was exceedingly ambiguous as she smiled at Yi Xiaochuan, seemingly conveying that this game was pivotal to the reputation of the underground casino. Losing was simply not an option. Victory was imperative. Inside, Yi Xiaochuan felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Despite his overwhelming reluctance, he steeled himself under the watchful gaze of the crowd. He had initially resolved to maintain a low profile, but as the saying goes, a man may wish for subtlety, yet his prowess does not permit it. Chapter 48. Cosmic Flow, as Yun Shangshuan aptly described. Upon first encountering Zhuo Ming, he truly resembled a wild youth, disheveled and ragged. However, Yi Xiaochuan dared not underestimate him, for Zhuo Ming possessed strength that transcended mere first-place accolades. Even formidable individuals like Yun Shangshuan and Yan Wan'er would find it challenging to contend with Yi Xiaochuan if he were to exert himself earnestly. Yet Zhuo Ming had not only bested Du Lang, but had proven himself in ways that left Yi Xiaochuan increasingly convinced that this young man indeed bore one of the 12 fingers. Whether it was due to having consumed one of the 12 fingers, Yi Xiaochuan noticed that whenever Zhuo Ming drew near, Ling ER could distinctly sense an aura emanating from him, which only heightened Yi Xiaochuan's caution. Should Zhuo Ming truly rely on unorthodox methods to attain his current level of skill, it was inevitable that he would invoke the Void Realm. After engaging in 2 battles against the malevolent cultivators, Yi Xiaochuan remained utterly oblivious to the information regarding the Void Realm, save for one undeniable fact. A defeat in that realm would undoubtedly lead to a fate worse than death. Truly, he was the one who had vanquished Du Lang. Zhuo Ming's spirits soared high. Encountering a foe of even greater prowess filled him with an exhilarating blend of excitement and trepidation, akin to a child unable to sleep the night before a long-anticipated competition. In Yi Xiaochuan's eyes, Zhuo Ming indeed resembled a child. Please, teach me. Zhuo Ming closed his eyes and bowed deeply to Yi Xiaochuan in a gesture of utmost respect, then extended his hand, smiling warmly at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiaochuan reached out, disregarding the dirtiness of Zhuo Ming's hands, and before he fully realized it, they were already clasped together. In that moment, Yi Xiaochuan distinctly sensed Zhuo Ming's fighting spirit and profound respect for the game of Go. It is often said that a person with beautiful handwriting is also likely to possess striking features. The same holds true for the game of Go. For all players, the first lesson in mastering Go, beyond understanding its rules, is the importance of etiquette. It can be asserted that individuals who excel at the game invariably possess noble character, for they honor the rules of Go and place great emphasis on decorum. Yi Xiaochuan recognized this quality in Zhuoming, yet he couldn't help but wonder, how could someone who held such reverence for the game align themselves with malevolent cultivators? Upon witnessing the astonishment of Yichuan, Zhuoming merely nodded modestly, signaling that Yichuan could commence the match. Yichuan, however, noticed that from the very beginning, Zhuoming had been intently gazing behind him, as if he could perceive Ling ER, the spirit of the game bound to him by contract, which others should not be able to see. There were numerous concerns. Perhaps Ling ER had misjudged, and Zhuoming was indeed just an exceptionally gifted and diligent child, fervently passionate about Go. Another point of astonishment for Yichuan was Zhuoming's opening move, Tian Yuan. This brought to mind Yichuan's own initial days in this world. Recalling his match against the ruffian with a scarred face, where his opening move had also been Tian Yuan, it seemed as though Zhuoming, sensing Yichuan's apprehension, offered an explanation. There's truly no intention of disrespect. Rather, the Tian Yuan opening is a personal habit and a technique I have cultivated. Indeed, Zhuoming's style of play, characterized by the strikingly distinctive Tian Yuan as the opening move, had become a topic of much discussion. Yun Shangxian, with prior experience in matches, was equally astonished to realize that Zhuoming had employed the cosmic flow centered around the Tian Yuan opening since a competition 3 years prior. At that time, he had merely attributed his loss to his own mistakes, never anticipating that 3 years later, Zhuoming would still adhere to such a strategy. In the underground casino, numerous adept players, including seasoned Go practitioners and even more formidable masters, were present, yet they all harbored doubts regarding this move. Could it truly be that the undefeated Du Lang had fallen to the hands of this seemingly reckless child? It is truly perplexing. Move 4 of Game 4. A star point placement. Xiaochuan disregarded his opponent's Tenjin and opted for his preferred star point, Komoku opening. Conversely, Zhuoming unexpectedly chose a star point, Haimoku formation, an almost unheard-of tactic. To Xiaochuan's knowledge, the originator of the cosmic style in his past life was a Japanese Go player named Masao Takamiya, emphasizing influence over territory, prioritizing the 4th line over the 3rd, and advocating for pieces to develop towards the center rather than the sides. His games as black often featured a Sanrinsei formation on the 4th line. Other games also prioritize placement on the 4th line. This style of play, which disregards earthly territory in favor of dominating the center, is known as the cosmic style. However, Takamiya himself found the term inaccurate, preferring to call it the natural style, with its focus on Sanrinsei or Yanrinsei large-scale formations. Yet, Zhuoming's play differed from the cosmic style. After the initial Tenjin, he did not choose Sanrinsei, but the more challenging star point, Haimoku. Could this mere 12 or 13-year-old child truly have mastered such a distinctive yet difficult style? As their game progressed, Xiaochuan's next move, a Kakari, triggered the reappearance of the golden light, momentarily plunging them into an alternate dimension where the surroundings grew increasingly indistinct. Was this a Kyoke, a realm of enlightenment within the game? It is with a sense of shame that I admit my understanding of this chess realm is far from complete. What I present now is merely a work in progress. The half-finished creation that Zhuoming refers to contains an immense and terrifying energy within its golden radiance, as perceived by Xiaochuan. At this moment, Ling ER, who has always manifested in a spirit form, reveals her true self behind Xiaochuan. Indeed, she is a chess spirit. I have never encountered such a rare entity as she is said to be, and I certainly did not anticipate that your chess spirit would take the form of such a beautiful maiden. Even if you flatter me, it cannot alter the inevitable outcome of your defeat. Ling ER remains unimpressed by Zhuoming's praise. She could distinctly sense the power of the 12 fingers and, in her eyes, Zhuoming's identity is no different from that of the fierce and despicable evil cultivator. Although on the surface, both parties engage in casual banter within this chess realm, a fierce clash is already taking place on the chessboard. With merely a single formation, Xiaochuan can perceive the depth of his opponent's chess prowess, effortlessly responding to the exceedingly complex variations. It appears that the adversary is not just a fade, but possesses genuine strength. What you perceive as the weakness of the star position, 3-3, Zhuo Ming suddenly raised his head and earnestly posed this seemingly nonsensical question to Yi Xiaochuan. Yi Xiaochuan replied casually, only to see Zhuo Ming shake his head. Is it the 2-5 invading the division? That does not seem correct either. Subsequently, in the presence of everyone within this underground casino, Zhuo Ming presented an answer that left all in attendance utterly astonished. It was a bold 5-5 move. With a sharp clap, Zhuo Ming, wielding the black pieces, chose not to adhere to the conventional strategies of cornering or settling at point 3-3, but rather executed an extraordinarily unconventional 5-5 maneuver. What? Surely I must have misheard. That worthless young master dares to challenge young Master Yin? To think he ranked dead last is so oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Is there truly no one left in the Yi family that they would send such a feckless individual? It is laughable. Indeed, even Yun Shangshuan stifled a laugh, quickly realizing his lapse in composure, and promptly masked his amusement, gazing incredulously at Yi Xiaochuan. Meanwhile, numerous disciples from the branch families engaged in animated discussions. The most fervently debated topic circulating among the Yi family recently has been none other than Yi Xiaochuan. Whispers suggest that this young man has stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, having not only acquired a rare companion spirit, but also publicly triumphed over Yutian, with the enchanting Yin Waner harboring secret affections for him. Some claim Yi Xiaochuan has obtained an ancient artifact, while others allege that his recent victories are merely the result of cheating, and there are even rumors of dubious origin, asserting that he defeated the defending champion Du Lang in the underground casino. The truth, half realized and half fabricated, spiraled into absurdity, leaving even the direct descendants of the Yi family uncertain of what was fact and what was fiction. Nevertheless, it is indisputable that Yi Xiaochuan indeed bested Yutian, a feat witnessed by many that day, and secured his qualification for the Dao entry tournament, further corroborating his possession of a companion spirit. After all, what purpose would there be in sending that good-for-nothing otherwise? Is it truly shameful for the Yi family? What should we do? Must we really let Yi Xiaochuan take the stage? But what if Yi Xiaochuan loses? Then you shall take his place. I cannot afford such humiliation, especially when the family head, Yi Yangde, comes down to confront us. The head of the branch has already been embroiled in heated disputes. Yun Shangxian is exceedingly cunning, cleverly framing this disruptive behavior as a friendly exchange. A defeat can merely be attributed to a lack of skill, yet the ensuing negative repercussions could be substantial, particularly at such a critical juncture. If the family head were to express his displeasure, none present would escape unscathed. It would be wiser to let Yi Xiaochuan engage. A loss would fall upon the family head's own son, ensuring they would not bear the brunt of his wrath. Very well, since Yi has such confidence, I shall join you for a game. To everyone's astonishment, Yun Shangxian unexpectedly agreed to play against Yi Xiaochuan, a decision that presented him as unconcerned with trivialities. As the 7th-ranked prodigy of their cohort, he willingly chose to compete with the last-ranked, seemingly inept Yi Xiaochuan. The admiring gazes from those around him filled Yun Shangxian with delight. This was his intention. Not only would he exact revenge on the Yi family with a flawless 10-game victory, but he would also earn a reputation for being unperturbed by minor details, all while humiliating the young master of the Yi family. Humph, this arrogant fellow is in for a lesson. I shall be the one to teach him. A mere minor character, a simple lesson will suffice. Such pettiness, if you were to triumph over him, he would undoubtedly contemplate how to exact revenge. Ling ER playfully made faces at Yun Shangshuan, and aside from Yi Xiaochuan, no one else could perceive her. Before Yi Xiaochuan could intervene, Ling ER had already manifested in the corner, her presence becoming evident to others. Stop! Yi Xiaochuan was too late to avert her actions, yet he was taken aback as Ling ER altered her appearance. Although there were subtle differences, both Yi Xiaochuan and Yin Waner would easily recognize her, whereas others remained oblivious. The other disciples of the Yi family were bewildered, wondering when such a beauty had emerged from their clan. They exchanged glances, engaging in hushed discussions without reaching any conclusions. However, with a disciple of the Yi family stepping forward, it was certainly preferable to allowing Yun Shangshuan to continue his arrogance. They fervently exclaimed a desire for vengeance against the Yi family, wishing to show that arrogant Yun Shangxuan a lesson. Though Ling ER was indeed a chess spirit, Yi Xiaochuan had never witnessed her play. At that moment, he sat beside, intrigued, eagerly anticipating the match between the two. Yun Shangxuan, with a flick of his folding fan, sat gracefully at one side of the chessboard, politely inviting Ling ER to make the first move. Little did he expect that Ling ER's actions would nearly cause him to sputter. At last, I can stretch my legs a bit. What is this, young man? Ling ER displayed no inclination to engage in the game of chess. Instead, her attention was captured by the delectable snacks held by a disciple of the Yi family. Without a moment's hesitation, she snatched them away, exclaiming, "Give it here," and promptly tossed them into her mouth. How could a young lady behave so rudely? Yet, ignoring any further pleasantries, she waved her hand dismissively, eschewing the customary etiquette of the game. Without a second thought, she seized a piece and placed it on the star position, leaving Yun Shangxuan, who was still bowing in anticipation of a response, utterly dumbfounded. Yun Shangxuan, a robust figure, observed that despite Ling ER's striking beauty, her demeanor was anything but ladylike, munching away while playing chess as if she held him in contempt. However, Ling ER was not concerned with such matters. Her pretense of teaching Yun Shangxuan was merely a ruse. Her true intention was to swiftly dispatch him so she could indulge in merriment and feasting. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of moves, while the disciples of Feiyu Lu reveled in their superiority, boasting, "Our senior brother Yun Shangxuan is truly serious. The Yi family should brace themselves for a tenfold defeat." Indeed, perhaps it would be better to take down their sign altogether. They laughed heartily. However, to their utter astonishment, an exclamation punctuated the air as the game concluded. How could this be? In a mere 30 moves, before the opening phase had even passed, Yun Shangxuan surrendered. Chapter 49. The locking dragon pillar. The method of occupying the star point differs from the conventional 3-3 corner control and stands in contrast to the high approach, which emphasizes external forces. It also diverges from the small point, which can maneuver more effectively along the edges. Instead, it embodies a balance and adaptability. For those new to the game of chess, the few moves executed by Zhuoming would undoubtedly invite a torrent of criticism. The center point, high approach, and 5-5 point are all unconventional strategies, and the nuances of their variations are seldom examined in depth. Mastery of these variations and calculation prowess might allow one to capitalize on their opponent's missteps and secure victory. However, for a player of Yichuan's caliber, these few moves would undoubtedly result in significant losses. Were it not for Zhuoming's triumph over Du Lang and Ling ER's insightful reminders, Yichuan would have almost concluded that Zhuoming was merely playing recklessly. The star point occupation allows for responses to typical small flying corner plays, large flying corner plays, and the 3-3 point corner, along with various complex offensive strategies, such as the support of the second 4 and second 5 points. All of these can maintain a unique flexibility while seeking the optimal move based on the surrounding forces on the board. Yet, there exists only one move, the 5-5 point, which the star point occupation can never effectively counter. Not only is the style of play exceptionally unique, but the remarks made during the match have incited considerable indignation among the spectators. Fundamentally, this viewpoint contradicts the established theories of Go that have long been adhered to. Some individuals have risen in anger, demanding that Yi Xiaochuan teach this presumptuous young man a severe lesson. Initially, he intended to reserve his strategy for the finals. Yet he asserts that you are a respectable opponent, thus necessitating a full exertion of his capabilities. Ha ha ha. So, does that mean it is my honor then? As Yi Xiaochuan declares his resolution, armed with an abundance of profound AI theories, he scoffs at this so-called cosmic style. The renowned Takazaki Masaki himself has proclaimed it a school that will remain relevant for 20 years. Yet the advent of AI has utterly dismantled all theoretical foundations of the cosmic style. After both sides marked the lower right corner at 5-5, they ceased further play, tacitly opting to preserve their variations. Subsequently, in the other corner, Zhuoming executed a distinctly personal style with a large jump into the center, eschewing the conventional attachment. While the level of skill is comparable to K-level and amateur second or third dan, and although some modest achievements have been made, it still languishes in the lower ranks of Go. Being able to calculate variations within 10 moves is already a considerable achievement. At this moment, the match between Yi Xiaochuan and Zhuo Ming reveals only a general outline, yet one cannot help but exclaim, "Look!" Zhuo Ming's distinct style was already apparent, fortifying his own pieces to prevent his opponent's exploitation, even at the cost of substantial territorial gains in the corners, all while concentrating on enclosing the central expanse. The nascent form of the cosmic style was beginning to materialize. An expeditious offensive is crucial. Zhuo Ming must not be allowed to completely enclose the center. Once the surrounding pieces are thoroughly fortified, undermining or encroaching upon his territory will become exceedingly difficult. Many voiced their opinions, some even privately simulating variations on the board. Yin Shangshuan, too, intently observed the game, naturally disinclined to see Zhuo Ming, who had previously defeated him, prevail over Yi Xiaochuan once more. If amateur players could discern the issue, how could Yi Xiaochuan remain oblivious? While securing territory, he opportunely executed a large knight's move towards the center, a pivotal point. Seeing Yi Xiaochuan attempt to disrupt his cosmic style, Zhuo Ming would hardly disregard this area, naturally responding with an imposing press. As the surrounding golden aura gradually dissipated, it signaled the imminent climax of the game. Immense golden power was being absorbed by Zhuo Ming with each breath, further shaping his cosmic style and enclosing a vast expanse. The opening phase concluded, and the initial probing came to an end. With the advent of the middle game, a genuine, no-holds-barred struggle was about to commence. Ling ER, there's no need for you to intervene. I shall personally resolve this match. Exhilarating. In this chess match, Yi Xiaochuan experienced immense delight. It had been an age since he had encountered such a formidable adversary. Throughout their numerous exchanges, Zhuo Ming, while maintaining a distinctive personal style, engaged Yi Xiaochuan in a spirited back and forth. Since arriving in this world, Yi Xiaochuan had not participated in such a formal and earnest game. Devoid of any interference from spiritual symbols, symbiotic spirits, or chess spirits, he reveled in the pure, unadulterated triumph over his opponent, solely through his own chess prowess. Truly, this was a worthy adversary, one who had vanquished Du Lang. In contrast to Yi Xiaochuan's ease and composure, Zhuo Ming appeared somewhat weary, despite deploying every means at his disposal and sustaining peak chess ability. He could not gain any advantage against Yi Xiaochuan. Then, as a testament to my esteem for you, I shall unleash my full power. I am delighted to oblige. Roar! A dragon traverses the crimson sky, its voice echoing through the heavens. Chaos seems to be in its nascent stage, as if the primordial world is just beginning to divide. This was no mere fire-breathing, winged lizard of Western lore, but rather the authentic dragon, a totem revered in Chinese culture, now materializing before Yi Xiaochuan. Symbiotic spirit, dragon-locking pillar description. A hibernating dragon awakens with a roar that shakes 1,000 mountains. When the divine dragon is completely freed from its seal, all things in the world will be utterly overturned, and hidden secrets will be revealed to humanity. Yi Xiaochuan reiterated that this was far beyond the capabilities of any $100 billion 3D special effects from his past life. This was the genuine article. A true dragon roaring to life. With a firm grip on Ling ER's hand, his palm was inadvertently soaked with perspiration. Yi Xiaochuan, you clearly saw it. So why do you stop me? Just wait a moment. Ling ER pouted in dissatisfaction, opting to conceal her form entirely and relinquishing the intricacies of the game to Yi Xiaochuan. The impetus for Ling ER's actions stemmed from witnessing, through Zhuo Ming's eyes, the true visage of the dragon-locking pillar that symbolized her essence. Finally comprehending why Zhuo Ming bore one of the 12 fingers. The dark chains, formed from the 12 fingers, were unmistakably binding the divine dragon. And the golden behemoth that appeared before Yi Xiaochuan was merely a diminutive reflection of the loosening seal. Even this mere semblance possessed such formidable power, leaving one to fathom the cataclysmic strength that would be unleashed should the seal be fully lifted, revealing the golden dragon in its true form. The dragon roared, sending shockwaves of pressure throughout the arena, rendering the atmosphere nearly breathless. Zhuo Ming, having unveiled his prowess, exhibited golden eyes that radiated immense strength, transforming his entire demeanor. The game had transitioned from the opening phase to the midst of fierce confrontation. Yi Xiaochuan aimed to dismantle the astonishingly vast form of the black pieces that Zhuang commanded, while Zhuang sought to reclaim the territorial advantage he had lost during the opening phase. A fierce battle was destined to unfold in the central expanse. The moment is ripe for confrontation. In the 50 chapters of intense clashes, although there are striking similarities with the cosmic style of Master Wu Gongzheng from my previous life, emphasizing external momentum and the development of the 4 and 5 directions, the initial star and high position layout seemed to embody a fundamental difference at their core. Yi Xiaochuan was utterly unprepared for the tenacity of Zhuang. It was only at this juncture that Yi Xiaochuan suddenly realized how distinct Zhuang's approach was from the cosmic style he had previously encountered. In other words, Zhuang has entirely pioneered a new potential within the realm of Go, one that is not only more sophisticated, but also retains a unique personal flair. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that he has established an entirely new school of thought. With a resounding pop, as the pieces were placed upon the board, energy surged forth, and the true battle commenced at that moment. The two sides engaged in a fierce struggle around the black stones held by Zhuang, encircling the center of the board, entangled in a battle that had yet to seal off any openings. Among the players in the underground casino, it seemed only Du Lang and the profoundly skilled Meng Ling could discern the subtleties at play. After meticulous calculation, Du Lang suddenly realized that the situation was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. At the outset of the game, the few stones casually placed by Yi Xiaochuan were merely exploratory moves, yet they found themselves heavily surrounded by the black stones, akin to being rendered dead. However, at that moment, Du Lang was astonished to discover that surrounding those isolated stones was an implicit threat to the substantial dragon occupying the center, creating several vulnerabilities out of thin air. Although he found it difficult to calculate the intricacies of the situation, he sensed an ominous undertone. Had Yi Xiaochuan anticipated this scenario from the very beginning? What terrifying foresight must he possess? As Du Lang followed Meng Ling's guidance, his emotions surged. Still immersed in the overwhelming strategic vision of Yi Xiaochuan, he distinctly saw those isolated stones emanating an astonishing blue light, akin to the 7 brightest stars amidst a vast cosmos, piercing fiercely into the dragon that resided in the center. The 7 isolated stones, however, wielded an extraordinarily powerful influence, conjuring vulnerabilities and a sense of fragility within the originally formidable black dragon. The once clear-cut situation became chaotically intricate under the impact of these 7 stones, drawing nearly all the stones on the board, whether dead or alive, into this swirling vortex of confusion. The Battle of the 100 Eyes Dragon. The 7 suns are indeed renowned figures. The shock of the 7 stars. Oh heavens, the unparalleled art of the star-snatching score is witnessed here today. How on earth did that young man acquire such knowledge? Only the emperor of the arena has access to this supreme skill of the underground gambling den. The star-snatching score. The young master of the Yi family must possess genuine prowess. Even Yi Xiaochuan himself is utterly astonished, merely relying on instinct. He executed a few adaptive moves that wielded such formidable power, turning into a lethal strike at a critical moment. Yet, it is precisely due to the influence of the shock of the 7 stars that the situation has been thrown into disarray, resulting in this perilous battle of the 100 Eyes Dragon. One misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. The interplay of risk and reward creates opportunities while simultaneously demanding exquisite control of advanced techniques. A single erroneous move could plunge one into an irretrievable abyss. How remarkable, how astonishing. Why did I not think of this sooner? Beads of sweat trickle down as Zhuang fixates on the chessboard, his pieces repeatedly lifted and then retracted. Having already witnessed his opponent's terrifying strength, he dares not underestimate him, and his mind races with a flurry of intricate and convoluted calculations. The return after a point of transparency would be overturned, leading to significant local losses. This won't do. A forceful counterattack would only be exploited. The taste too bitter, that won't work either. Opening a siege at the corner. Yet both sides face countless risks of financial loss, extremely precarious. One idea after another emerges and is evaluated. The order of the pieces rearranged, local losses, and subsequent countermeasures considered, even taking into account the opponent's mindset. Snap! As the chess piece descended once more, Yi Xiaochuan exhibited unwavering resolve, launching yet another counterattack, pushing beyond limits, transcending boundaries. He experienced an unparalleled agony in his mind from the intense calculations, an experience unlike any Zhuang had ever encountered. Immersed in the throes of this fierce contest, Yi Xiaochuan truly felt the exhilaration of the game, his adrenaline surging. Another move, defying conventional thought, was executed, one that the former Yi Xiaochuan would never have dared to attempt. Yet at this moment, with retreat not an option and aware of the chaotic vortex ahead, he pressed forward with courage. Ling ER, did you see it? The power of Zhen Qixing erupted once more, as the soaring dragon was suddenly rent with 7 wounds of varying sizes, its golden blood cascading forth, only to be shattered by the shock of battle before it could touch the ground. Roar! The divine dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, and with the final move, Yi Xiaochuan's white piece fulfilled all the conditions for a checkmate. Although Zhuang possessed extraordinary talent and was astonishingly growing throughout the match, he ultimately faltered by a single move. The Grand Dragon, akin to a crumbling entity, met its demise. Was it over? Surveying the entire chessboard, victory was assured. After meticulous calculations, no discrepancies could be found. Zhuang was destined to lose. Even a child with only rudimentary skills could discern the severed connections on Zhuang's black dragon. Unable to unite, and even in the critical moment of severing a limb for survival, it was futile. The disparity in points was insurmountable. A spurt of fresh blood stained half of the chessboard, while the piece clutched tightly in Zhuang's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. This unforeseen circumstance caught everyone off guard. Zhuang's eyes radiated an eerie crimson light, his entire being racked with pain, leading him to collapse onto the ground, curling up in agony and writhing. The power of the locking dragon pillar was immensely formidable, and ultimately, the strain proved too great, inflicting harm upon Zhuang's body. Hey, are you all right? Yi Xiaochuan immediately sprang to his feet, attempting to assist Zhuang, but Zhuang, fueled by an unknown strength, forcefully shoved Yi Xiaochuan away. The strange red glow in his eyes compelled Yi Xiaochuan to instinctively retreat a few steps, only to find himself enveloped by a thick cloud of black mist that erupted from the ground. Void Realm, I have not yet conceded. The blood that stained the chessboard seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly expanding into a massive black net that lunged forward, ensnaring Yi Xiaochuan's feet, rendering him immobile within a mist. The conditions for the match were established, and the activation of the Void Realm made Yi Xiaochuan acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He sought to escape the grasp of the Void Realm, but the black net was as unyielding as iron chains, leaving him utterly powerless. Once ensnared in the Void Realm, this was no ordinary match. It entailed wagering everything: spiritual essence, companion spirits, chess attendants, every ounce of chess power, as well as their very bodies and souls, everything they possessed. Damn it, Ling ER, think of a way. Chapter 51. Fighting until the last moment, did you think I would merely wait idly? Ling ER poodle, expressing her dissatisfaction. That brat named Zhuang is not one of the 12 fingers at all. The true mystery lies within the dragon lock pillar. Following Ling ER's direction, Yi Xiaochuan suddenly realized that the divine dragon was not a manifestation of the 12 fingers' power. On the contrary, it was the very force of the 12 fingers that had bound the divine dragon, transforming it into the dragon lock pillar. Over time, the darkness emerging from one of the 12 fingers had become entwined within the dragon's essence, with the malevolent dark force intricately fused with the golden radiance, ultimately becoming a perilous bomb embedded deep within Zhuang's being, poised to detonate at any moment. As the power of the Void Realm drew ever closer, in this critical juncture, Yi Xiaochuan wished for Ling ER to consume the power of the 12 fingers. However, Ling ER merely shook her head. "I've tried that already," she explained. "The power of the spirit is intricately connected to the master's life. Each time I attempt to devour it, I inadvertently take Zhuang's life as well. Do you truly wish to watch him perish before your very eyes? Indeed, Ming is not a malevolent cultivator, nor is the divine dragon the source of power for the 12 fingers. Instead, it is that wicked force that is transformed into iron chains, sealing the divine dragon within. Ming merely seeks to break the seal and shatter those obsidian chains. However, at this crucial moment, the game of chess between Ming and Yi Xiaochuan seems to have awakened the essence of the 12 fingers, igniting an insatiable thirst for power, akin to a beast yearning for flesh and blood. Faced with the delectable allure of fresh meat, it could no longer be restrained, opening its gaping maw and roaring as it lunged towards Yi Xiaochuan. How infuriating! Unable to withstand the oppressive void that encroaches upon the soul. When Yi Xiaochuan opens his eyes once more, both of them find themselves drawn into that desolate and terrifying wasteland. I have not lost. I have not lost. Ming's expression is one of utter madness, as the profoundly sinister power of the 12 fingers seems to possess a life of its own, spreading from the heart like a web of intricate patterns that swiftly envelopes his entire being, much like the chains that bind the divine dragon. Snap! The black light mingling at his fingertips, the fallen chess piece leaves Yi Xiaochuan utterly astonished. This is precisely the move that both Yi Xiaochuan and Ming had subconsciously overlooked. A counterattack. The entire board is engulfed in chaos, with each piece tethered to the fate of the great dragon. Ming's black pieces, in this moment of counterattack, must not only contemplate the gains and losses of each move, but also engage in calculations of immense complexity. Even Yi Xiaochuan, in his attempts to shift the pieces, finds no confidence in navigating this intricate web of calculations to discover a path to victory. With unwavering determination, they strive to fight back. Not quite. The power of the 12 fingers is devouring Ming, sacrificing his life force in exchange for ephemeral superlative computational ability to secure victory in the match. Ling ER discerned the essence of this immediately. Having already borne a certain cost to activate the Void Realm, she is now voraciously consuming Ming's vitality. Even if she were to win the match, it is feared that when this game concludes, he would emerge not unscathed but rather diminished. The spectators outside the arena remained utterly oblivious to this transformation. Ultimately, the majority of Ming's strength is derived from the symbolic spirit, namely that divine dragon. Thus, when he activated the Void Realm and drew Yi Xiaochuan into an alternate space, no one noticed, merely perceiving Ming's move as madness. To all observers, Ming's actions appeared to be nothing more than a final struggle, with his chances of victory nearly infinitesimal. Yet, the more desperate the situation became, the more fiercely the 12 fingers would siphon Ming's life force in exchange for power. What a predicament this is, regardless of victory or defeat. Ming is destined to perish, or he may not even endure until the end of the game, being drained to a mere husk. Yi Xiaochuan could not bear to witness such a gifted youth being consumed by that malevolent force, yet the path before him appeared to lead to a dead end. But there remains a chance. Ling ER pondered for a long moment before pointing to an intersection on the board. Are you suggesting? Precisely. Yi Xiaochuan instantly grasped Ling ER's implication. Within the realm of Go, beyond mere victory or defeat, there exists a third option. Had it not been for Meng Lian's presence, there is little doubt that someone would have leapt forward to overturn the Go board. Every individual in attendance was consumed by anger, vehemently cursing Yi Xiaochuan. Even Du Lang struggled to comprehend the intentions behind Yi Xiaochuan's subsequent actions. With countless resources at stake, how could Ming possibly emerge victorious from this predicament? Indeed, why would Yi Xiaochuan willingly suffer a loss, as if engaging in a fixed match? I, too, am perplexed by Yi's motives. Yet I sense that the situation is far more intricate than it appears. Yun Shangshuan expressed his perspective, only to be met with disdain from his companions, who were primarily fueled by their ire towards Yi Xiaochuan. It is crucial to understand that those who engage in the study of Go harbor a deep-seated contempt for deceitful practices, particularly in the sordid environment of underground gambling, where the act of match-fixing is held in utter disdain. Yi Xiaochuan, possessing a significant advantage, deliberately played a suboptimal move, thus allowing Ming to seize victory in the contest. The once-dying dragon, after Zhuangming's triumph in this contest, experienced an abrupt reversal of fortune. What had been a nearly defeated dragon now had the opportunity to revive itself, while the white stones poised for encirclement found themselves in jeopardy. At this juncture, it could be asserted that Yi Xiaochuan faced insurmountable odds. Yet, outsiders remained oblivious to the perils within the realm of Go. Even if Yi Xiaochuan executed each move with precision, ensuring victory in this contest, Zhuangming, under the malevolent influence of the 12 Fingers, would surely resist until the very last moment, at which point Zhuangming's life would inevitably come to an end. Thus, indeed, within the realm of Go, beyond the binary of victory and defeat, there exists a third option, the possibility of a draw, evading direct confrontation and circumventing intricate predicaments, while simultaneously ensuring his own survival amidst Zhuangming's dwindling life force and the soul-draining abyss, was left with the solitary recourse of seeking a truce. Cornered, he faced the utmost duress. Following meticulous calculations, ascertained that was currently at a deficit of 12.5. To achieve a draw, he had to recover this deficit and orchestrate a perpetual cycle of 3 KO fights, resulting in an inconclusive outcome. When astutely discerns intentions, she was rendered speechless with astonishment. How could this be? What on earth does that child intend to do? Stand up, you coward! Zhuangming bellowed in vehement fury. The once sacred and resplendent golden dragon was now consumed by darkness, with half its form transformed into an abyssal black. Responding to its master's summons, the dragon not only launched a fierce offensive against on the chessboard, but also emitted a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens. Visible shock waves surged directly towards. Finally, an opportunity to stretch my limbs. I've been bored stiff waiting this entire time. With a whoosh, a jet of ebony flames erupted skyward, enveloping its exposed skin and swiftly coalescing into a suit of obsidian armor adorned with blazing fire. Chapter 52. The cycle of 3 calamities like a piercing blade, like a shield, like armor, and like a spear in hand. The heart-destroying black flame in Ling ER's grasp transcends mere black flame armor, embodying the unparalleled searing intensity of its predecessor, Lai, while also possessing the ability to reshape itself, akin to an advanced version of Lai's formidable power. The spear, forged from concentrated energy, was unleashed with a swift whoosh, only to be utterly shattered under the dragon's thunderous roar, dispersing into countless falling embers of black fire. Following closely were the second, third, and fourth strikes. A multitude of spears whistled forth, each met with the dragon's more ferocious shockwave, shattering one after another. As the scattered black flames abruptly coalesced into a singular mass, once again soaring toward the dragon. The searing black flames struck the dragon's head. The intense heat and the flame's unique ability to absorb spiritual energy rendering the dragon not only in pain, but also causing its strength to gradually wane. Roar! In its fury, a more violent shockwave erupted, visibly distorting the air, unleashing rippling waves and a cacophony of rupturing sounds. Ling ER's figure abruptly appeared before it. Before the dragon could react, a colossal sword formed from the heart-destroying black flame descended from above, striking the dragon's head once more. Kneel before me. But it was not over yet. The dragon, reeling from its second devastating blow, was about to face Ling ER's third strike. Countless shards of black flame, as if imbued with life, became individual entities under Ling ER's command, striking the dragon's entire form like missiles. Black flame, Shiranui, upon the merest contact, the diminutive spheres of sable inferno detonated in a swift succession. Though a solitary blast proved negligible, the sheer multitude of these bombardments was overwhelming. The lingering, all-encompassing ebony flames latched onto the divine dragon's form with relentless tenacity, akin to a malignant affliction. They gnawed at its scales, draining its essence with each ravenous bite. By Jove, exclaimed, when did Ling ER become so formidable? He gazed upon Ling ER's valiant figure, reminiscent of a peerless martial artist from his past life's cinematic spectacles. A diverse array of dazzling maneuvers unfolded, her martial prowess unparalleled, her agility unmatched. He wondered if such extraordinary skill might represent a form of conceptual subjugation within this world of chess masters. Ever since Ling ER assimilated the power of lie, she had transformed from a pitiable, helpless damsel into a figure whose disposition increasingly mirrored that of lie. Could this be an unforeseen consequence of absorbing lie's strength? Sensing musings, Ling ER, without a moment's hesitation, conjured a spear of unparalleled sharpness from the ebony flames in her palm. She gripped it firmly and hurled it with ferocious intent, not at the divine dragon, but at Clang, by a hair's breadth, narrowly averted the loss of his lower extremities. This was originally my power. Ling ER's reprimanding voice caused Xiao Chuan to swiftly suppress any ill thoughts. The most detrimental aspect of the soul's understanding was the prohibition against speaking ill of Ling ER, even in thought. The chess realm was bustling with activity, and those outside could catch glimpses of the scenes unfolding within, illuminated by the radiant orbs emanating from the two. In adherence to Xiao Chuan's constraints, Ling ER donned a mask crafted from black flames, shrouding her entire visage. Thus, onlookers could only discern a vague outline, utterly unable to unveil her true identity. Could this be Xiao Chuan's companion spirit? A humanoid companion spirit? Might she be a chess spirit or a chess attendant? With such formidable assistance, the outcome of the match was far from certain. Observing Ling ER wielding the unfamiliar pitch-black flames as she engaged in a chaotic dance with the divine dragon was nothing short of mesmerizing. Her agile figure evoked awe and admiration among the spectators, with envy predominant in their expressions. Not to mention how rare humanoid forms are. Even the sheer intensity of her black flames and her martial prowess was enough to incite profound jealousy. The ensuing match extended significantly. Despite the immense pressure, Xiao Chuan had already initiated the second calamity and secured the majority of singular wins, leaving merely one final step. No way. There was ample evidence to suggest that the awakening of the 12-finger power was likely triggered by Zhuo Ming's competitive spirit, an unwillingness to concede, and an utter refusal to accept a draw. Power surged once more as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The burden on Zhuo Ming's body had reached its zenith, and this was to be his ultimate counterattack. Bang! Unlike the crisp sound of pieces being placed, the final strike of Zhuo Ming produced a notably muffled noise as the piece made contact with the board. A fierce force was perfectly transmitted from his fingertips to the piece and through the collision with the board. That culmination of Zhuo Ming's strength descended upon Xiao Chuan's chest like a colossal hammer. As with all dark practitioners who cultivate their arts, the aim was to devour the opponent's chess prowess, inflicting not only tremendous physical harm, but also manifesting as a murky vortex coalescing upon Xiao Chuan's chest. Akin to a ravenous beast opening its gaping maw, greedily consuming all of Xiao Chuan's strength. Absolute domain activate. In a display of unwavering defiance, the unique chess realm of his companion, AlphaGo, unfolded, enveloping him in a radiant, colorless light. Absolute purification. The final counterattack, infused with Zhuo Ming's entire might, was astonishingly dispelled in an instant, leaving even Zhuo Ming and the onlookers oblivious to what had transpired. It was all too swift. The vortex of power seemed as if it had never existed, vanishing into thin air. The once formidable attack dissipated in an instant. What exactly had Xiao Chuan done? Was this truly the strength of the Yi family prodigy? The shaking of the 7 stars, the enigmatic black flames, the humanoid companion, and this inexplicable force, remarkable beyond belief. Everyone was utterly bewildered, but it was at this juncture that Xiao Chuan finally executed the decisive move. The triple co-recurrence. The ultimate technique was effortlessly diffused, becoming the pivotal stroke that determined the outcome. Xiao Chuan accomplished the exceedingly rare triple co-recurrence, resulting in a draw. Upon accurate calculation, it was indeed discovered that the difference in the number of stones between the two players was negligible. Thus, the outcome of the match was apparent. A draw. The entire venue fell into a profound hush, with everyone exchanging incredulous glances. Could this truly be the chess played by that bottom-ranked, good-for-nothing young master of the Yi family, who lacked even a semblance of spiritual energy? Unbelievable, incomprehensible. Some individuals, having lived to this day, had never personally witnessed a game with a triple co-recurrence, which adequately illustrates the extent of the shock this result had on the crowd. A draw. Brother E is truly extraordinary. It was Yin Shangshuan who spoke first, roaring loudly, his heart filled with indescribable excitement, only able to express himself through loud exclamations. At this moment, Yin Shangshuan was genuinely moved by Yi Xiaochuan's chess, admiring his elder brother from the bottom of his heart. But who could have imagined that this once bottom-ranked player, in an inevitably losing game, would play with such brilliance? Regardless of who won or lost, the result of this extremely rare triple co-recurrence was sufficient to warrant the admiration and applause of everyone present. Even Du Lang and Meng Lian stood up to applaud, and the entire venue erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Chapter 53. Unforeseen Peril as though afflicted by a malediction. The reticulated glyphs that once adorned his skin began to rupture across every inch of his being after the baneful power of the 12-finger fiend receded. His blood, now tainted and turbid, further augmented the ghastly spectacle that was Zhuo Ming, leaving all present aghast. Everyone present had witnessed Zhuo Ming's formidable power. The divine dragon, in particular, was exceptionally mighty, and no one dared utter a disparaging word about Zhuo Ming. However, the price for wielding such power was equally dreadful, causing onlookers to gasp in horror. They could only glean fragmented glimpses of the battle within the chess realm through the clash of their chess prowess. Coupled with Ling ER's deception, they were oblivious to the fact that both combatants had resorted to the power of heretical cultivation. Furthermore, the Void Realm was a domain witnessed by very few, as most who had beheld it had perished. Thus, to the onlookers, the brilliance of their contest transcended the chessboard. Zhuo Ming's employment of the exceedingly rare cosmic style, the unprecedented divine dragon, and the humanoid companion wielding ebony flames made their struggle an enthralling spectacle that elicited continuous praise. Not to mention, Yi Xiaochuan had executed a triple KO cycle during the in-game phase of the chess match. Have I been defeated? As Zhuo Ming was carried away by the medical personnel, a cascade of crystalline tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. It was not merely a sense of powerlessness from losing the match, but a deeper turmoil stemming from his own loss of control. Having resorted to such a perilous act that even ensnared his opponent in a void of guilt, alongside the physical pain he endured, a multitude of complex emotions surged within him, compelling Zhuo Ming to raise his battered left hand, using the last remnants of his strength to shield his face, unwilling to allow anyone to witness his disheveled state. Ultimately, Zhuo Ming was but a child. Rest well. I shall not divulge the secret of the dragon-locking pillar. Once you have healed, I will return to seek you, Yi Xiaochuan softly whispered in Zhuo Ming's ear. Although a plethora of questions lingered, Zhuo Ming was gravely injured, and it was prudent to defer any inquiries until he had recovered. After bidding farewell to Zhuo Ming, Yi Xiaochuan swiftly exited the scene. He felt painfully conspicuous amidst the fervent gazes of the onlookers, an overwhelming discomfort enveloping him. Do you sense it? Indeed. Ling ER's thoughts resonated in his mind, mirroring Yi Xiaochuan's own. The moment he departed from the realm of the chessboard and bid farewell to Zhuo Ming, a palpable aura of hostility enveloped him. Having engaged in numerous life-and-death encounters with the malevolent practitioners, Yi Xiaochuan's instincts had become acutely honed. The malicious intent emanating from those around him was sufficient to induce discomfort, let alone the palpable threat of lethal intent that loomed. Foul play is afoot, my dear Xiaochuan, bellowed Yin Shangshuan, his voice cutting through the throng of bodies. He pressed forward impetuously, heedless of the glares he garnered, determined to reach Yi Xiaochuan's side. Yi Xiaochuan had, indeed, ascended to celebrity status. The ignominious epithet of the Yi family's good-for-nothing young master was now a relic of the past. In the wake of this pivotal contest, Yi Xiaochuan had indelibly etched his name among the younger generation of Chengdu. He was now the cynosure of all eyes, each vying for an audience to pose their queries. Yin Shangshuan, after a laborious struggle against the tide of people, finally managed to reach Yi Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, my esteemed friend, what troubles you? This place is fraught with peril. We must depart hence. Xiaochuan, upon sighting Yun Shangshuan, seized his arm without hesitation, steering him towards the exit. However, to venture beyond the confines of this subterranean gambling den would be to invite the unknown adversary to strike. He could bear the risk alone, but with Yun Shangshuan in tow, he could not countenance the possibility of implicating his friend. Who could it be? Ling ER, still in her ethereal form, invisible to the common eye, swiftly located the source of the malice. It is not a demonic cultivator. Regardless of their identity, our priority is to evacuate. It suddenly occurred to Xiaochuan that he might as well remain in this underground casino under the aegis of Meng Lian. Even if his adversaries harbored any designs, they would never dare to create havoc on Meng Lian's turf. The moniker bone-scraping blade Meng Lian was not for naught. Everyone knew that offending Meng Lian in this Chengdu was absolutely forbidden. Under the guidance of Meng Lian's subordinate, they finally escaped public view. Xiaochuan pulling Yun Shangshuan along to a VIP room in the underground casino, where he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking made Xiaochuan's heart clench. Seeing that it was Du Lang who entered, he finally relaxed. Why linger in this casino? To witness my humiliation? Du Lang remained concealed beneath his heavy black robe, revealing only half of his face, which bore an indescribably eerie smile. Those unfamiliar with Du Lang would likely be terrified by this smile, but Xiaochuan and Du Lang were old acquaintances. All right. The victor of the casino's grand arena receives 5 of the total bets as commission. Before Xiaochuan could speak, Du Lang assumed that Xiaochuan had come to collect his commission and produced a silver note from his sleeve. The sum on it astonished Yun Shangshuan. Despite being only 5, it was an astonishing fortune, even tempting Yun Shangshuan to try his hand at the arena. I didn't come for that. TSK. I truly don't know how you managed to provoke such a figure. Who? Du Lang's words suggested that he was acutely aware of the troubles currently besieging Xiaochuan, though the exact identity of the adversary remained elusive, enough to elicit such a troubled expression from Du Lang. As the chief enforcer under Meng Ling, the reigning champion of the underground gambling scene in Chengdu, it could be said that only a handful of players, aside from the heads of the 3 major factions, could confidently claim victory over Du Lang. This naturally implied that the opponent was far from being a mere lackey or insignificant figure. You have helped me regain face by defeating Zhuo Ming. Naturally, Miss Meng will extend her assistance to you. Would it truly require Miss Meng to personally intervene? It was likely that even the appearance of Yi Yongde, the head of the Yi family, and Yi Xiaochuan's own father would not warrant much respect from Meng Ling. Who, then, was this formidable opponent? The Qingcheng sect. Hiss. Yun Shangshuan's mouth fell agape. Disbelief etched across his face upon hearing the name of the Qingcheng sect. Brother Xiaochuan, how could you have provoked someone from the Qingcheng sect? The name echoed in his mind, yet all he could muster was a vague understanding. Unfortunately, his prior memories were filled solely with indulgence and revelry, leaving him with scant knowledge of Go, let alone the intricate web of power dynamics among the various sects in this world. What perplexed Yi Xiaochuan the most was that he had not engaged in any conflict with the Qingcheng sect recently. If the other party were indeed a malevolent practitioner, it would be quite understandable. Observing the reactions of Du Lang and Yun Shangxian, Yi Xiaochuan truly realized that he might be in grave trouble. Chapter 54. The Reversal of Gravity, Divine Right of Kings, Feudal Rule, Republicanism, and even Capitalism. These familiar forms of governance from a previous life are utterly absent in this land. Instead, various factions such as sects, gangs, families, styles, and alliances, large and small, have emerged, all centered around the game of Go. They monopolize and control the accompanying spiritual beings, ancient scores, Go manuals, and even the exceedingly rare resources like divine artifacts and secret treasures, as well as the enigmatic Go spirits. In the eyes of the Qingcheng sect, the 3 major powers of Chengdu are merely insignificant forces from a remote region, capable only of providing rudimentary teachings in Go. Their sole purpose is limited to this. Members of these minor factions seeking to attain higher levels of skill and proficiency must ultimately submit to the authority of a major force like the Qingcheng sect. This is an ironclad rule that allows smaller factions to survive in this world. Even the talented scion of the Yi family, Yi Toa, must seek apprenticeship under the Qing Cheng sect. It can be said that within Chengdu, the Yi family, the Rui clan, and the Changyu alliance are regarded as nothing more than trifling pawns in the eyes of the Qing Cheng sect. How could you have provoked someone from the Qing Cheng sect? I'm uncertain as well. Regaining his senses after Yun Shangshuan's introduction, Yi Xiaochuan had already grasped the gravity of the situation. If it were merely a personal vendetta, it would be manageable. However, the involvement of family was something he wished to avoid at all costs. Even within this chamber, separated by several walls, a palpable aura of oppressive force enveloped him, emanating from an opponent whose strength was formidable. Indeed, the most powerful he had ever encountered. Ling ER, do not reveal any presence. Understood. Ling ER, sensing the might of their adversary, swiftly concealed herself, retracting all her power, and promptly plunged into Yi Xiaochuan's chess realm, fearing that her strength might be disclosed. As anticipated, the moment the door swung open, an inexplicable force enveloped Yi Xiaochuan entirely. Before he could discern the visitor's appearance, the very gravity around him shifted. His vision turned upside down, and he found himself floating in midair, or more accurately, plummeting. Indeed, it felt as though Yi Xiaochuan had tumbled into a deep pit. The sensation of losing his footing was exceedingly real, and then he crashed heavily against the ceiling. What on earth was happening? As he rose, under the influence of that enigmatic force, gravity altered yet again, this time propelling him backward. Brother Xiaochuan, Yun Shangshuan, quick-witted, grasped the weightless Yi Xiaochuan, but unexpectedly, he too was swept into that chaotic vortex, and together with Yi Xiaochuan, they were hurled with a resounding thud into the wall behind them. Alas, the sharp bullhorn adornments on the wall now resembled keen blades, poised to pierce Yi Xiaochuan's skull by a hair's breadth, inevitably resulting in a bloody scene. To onlookers, Yi Xiaochuan and Yun Shangshuan appear to be performing a magical feat, standing horizontally on the wall in an eerie manner. However, the two individuals trapped within this vortex of gravity were acutely aware that this was no mere jest. They were firmly ensnared by the opponent's bizarre power to manipulate gravity, rendering them immobile. In other words, their lives were at the mercy of another, a realization that deeply displeased Yi Xiaochuan. Duan Liang. As he spoke, a multitude of bodyguards and guards from the underground casino surged in, encircling the man called Duan Liang. Even Du Lang abandoned his usual nonchalant demeanor, facing his opponent with newfound seriousness. The emblem of the spirit knight Raven materialized, its bloodthirsty eyes fixed intently on the man. The disheveled Yi Xiaochuan finally discerned the appearance of the intruder. Adorned with white cloud patterns, the azure robe was the unmistakable attire of the Qingsheng sect. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, with unremarkable features, but his eyes left an indelible impression on Yi Xiaochuan. It felt as though he was being watched by a bloodthirsty beast. Even amidst being surrounded by so many people, he showed no fear, merely staring intently at Yi Xiaochuan, sending shivers down his spine and rendering him immobile, as if to say, "There is nowhere for you to escape. This is not your territory to run amok." Even if you are from the Qingchang sect, Du Lang bellowed, and the burly men surged forward, intent on seizing that figure. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the figure paid them no heed, employing the same method that had subdued Yi Xiaochuan. With a mere casual wave of his hand, all the bodyguards and protectors were ensnared in a vortex of gravity. What is happening? Save me. How is this even possible? In an instant, the 2 or 3 dozen individuals present were flung away, their anguished cries echoing as their bodies hung, suspended in midair. Suddenly, the gravity reversed once more, sending them crashing against the ceiling, immobilized. Who do you think you are? Have I permitted you to speak? With a resounding crash, before Yi Xiaochuan could finish his words, an unrelenting pressure enveloped him. This was not an intangible force. It bore down upon him as if a weight of 1,000 pounds had been placed upon his shoulders. He sank deeply into the wall, which began to crack under the immense strain. Uno, with swiftness and unparalleled alacrity, Durance made his move, his very form a blur. His spirit, the spectral night raven, unleashed a dense cloud of ebony mist, enveloping Duan Liang entirely as Durance himself plunged into the obscurity. A thunderous roar reverberated, accompanied by Durance's agonized cry. As the inky haze dissipated, Duan Liang stood, his hand vice-like around Durance's skull, lifting him slowly into the air. Was this the absolute dominance of a martial prowess expert over a chess cultivator? Even though Durance had reached the zenith of chess cultivation, nearly transcending into the realm of martial force, he was vanquished in a mere instant by Duan Liang. "This is Chengdu, not your Qingsheng," Duan Liang grunted, his strength unrelenting as he amplified the pressure on both Durance and Yi Xiaochuan. "Anyone who dares to harbor heretics shall meet their demise." Yi Xiaochuan riditit in ecrugiatin angoni. The force far exceeding a mere 1,000 pounds. It was as if a weight of 10,000, a million pounds, crushed him. His bones groaned and creaked under the immense strain. His veins strained to their limits, and his skin ruptured, blood cascading forth as if he were on the precipice of utter obliteration. Yet, despite the torment, Yi Xiaochuan clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with crimson intensity as he glared at Duan Liang. If only he could summon Ling ER and unleash the devastating black flame to obliterate Duan Liang. It would be effortless. But alas, he couldn't. Yi Xiaochuan suppressed the urge to invoke the black flame, enduring the agonizing pain. To reveal the power of a heretic would not only subject him to ceaseless pursuit, but would also bring calamity upon his family, the entire Yi clan. Chapter 55. Yi's soul having witnessed Li's memories, Yi Xiaochuan grew even more wary of the devastating dark flames. Despite their immense power, he resolved to use them only as a last resort. "Kneel before me." Ayayua. The immense pressure caused Yi Xiaochuan excruciating pain, as if every bone in his body was on the verge of shattering. Duan Liang genuinely intended to kill Yi Xiaochuan. Sensing such murderous intent, a resounding snap echoed, and an even greater force surged forth in response. Though no blood was visible, a thick, heavy stench of blood permeated the air, filling every nostril. Through his blurred vision, Yi Xiaochuan could distinctly see boundless crimson power emanating from Meng Lian, surpassing even her slaughter of thousands of heretical cultivators in the Void Realm. Was this Meng Lian's true nature? The torrential power washed over him, counteracting Duan Liang's gravity and instantly relieving the immense pressure on Yi Xiaochuan's body. An opportunity. Yi Xiaochuan bit his tongue, bracing his near-comatose nerves. He was no coward to be threatened so easily. Since Duan Liang had made his move, he must be prepared for retaliation. Absolute domain open. With a thunderous roar, an absolute defense instantaneously enveloped his entire being. As Duan Liang realized the gravity of the situation, Yi Xiaochuan, capitalizing on the reactive force from the cessation of gravity, lunged towards him. Raising a hand, Duan Liang unleashed the full force of his gravity reversal, only to be astounded that his vaunted power had no effect on Yi Xiaochuan. In scarcely more than a second, Yi Xiaochuan had extended both hands, one clamping down on Duan Liang's neck while the other, brimming with power, clenched into a fist and delivered a savage blow to Duan Liang's face. Everything transpired with breathtaking rapidity. It was utterly unforeseen that Yi Xiaochuan, after being suppressed by Duan Liang, would not yield but instead launch a counterattack. The instant Meng Lian rescinded the gravity reversal. Even Meng Lian had not anticipated such audaciousness from the young man. Damn it! Damn it! Blood uncontrollably streamed from his nose. Duan Liang, clearly incensed, muttered incessantly as he rose to his feet, unleashing a power even greater than before. How dare a mere heretic? Enough! A reprimanding voice echoed, one that Yi Xiaochuan recognized intimately. It was Yi Tuo, the third young master of the Yi family, and, like Duan Liang, a disciple of the Qingsheng sect. You've arrived at the perfect moment. If your own brother refuses to act, I shall discipline him in your stead. Xiaochuan could never be a heretic, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. The moment Yi Tuo entered the room, he found himself at odds with his fellow disciple, Duan Liang, his imposing presence unwavering. Having heard that his younger brother, Yi Xiaochuan, had triumphed over the previous champion, Zuming, he came to investigate. Yet, upon entering the underground casino, He was confronted with the sight of Duan Liang in a fierce altercation with his brother, who was being unjustly accused of being an evil cultivator. This unexpected turn of events momentarily unsettled Ita, known as the cold-faced stone Buddha. Do you comprehend the consequences your words will invoke today? Of course, I am aware. However, an evil cultivator is indeed an evil cultivator. Duan Liang, steadfast and earnest, showed no inclination to spare his fellow disciple's dignity in front of the onlookers and bluntly declared, I will not permit this little wretch to leave unharmed today. You, despite Duan Liang's serious demeanor and his obsession with the strategy of Go, he was fundamentally principled and could not tolerate any form of cheating. The determination he exhibited stemmed from having witnessed the transgression firsthand. Xiao Chuan, brother, I am not an evil cultivator. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he straightened his body, his bones cracking in protest. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine possesses a temper. No matter the circumstances, Duan Liang had crossed the line. And had it not been for his elder brother's presence, Yi Xiao Chu, with a deep breath, Yi Tuo displayed a remarkable level of maturity, aware that should he take action, the situation would undoubtedly spiral out of control. Brother Duan Liang, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Xiao Chuan has been under my watch since childhood. It is inconceivable that he could be associated with any malevolent practices. Yi Tuo, do you not find this peculiar? Just a month ago, he was merely an ignorant young master, devoid of any understanding of the game of Go, setting aside the extraordinary circumstances that may have befallen him. How could he possibly possess such an exceptionally rare companion spirit? His prowess has surged dramatically, and today he has even triumphed over the previous champion, Ming. His skill now rivals that of the pinnacle of Go practitioners. Even a prodigy could not achieve such an astonishing leap in ability within such a short span of time. Before Yi Tuo could retort, Duan Liang continued, in the recent turmoil caused by the malevolent practitioners, the Yi residence was engulfed in flames. Yet it was as if an unwritten agreement had been made, for all the malevolent beings in the city vanished without a trace in a single day, leaving behind only the severely injured Yi Xiao Chuan at the heart of their stronghold. Strange, indeed exceedingly strange. Every word spoken by Duan Liang has incited discussions among those around, leaving Yin Shangxuan, who wished to speak up for himself, utterly perplexed. Yi Xiaochuan appears to have transformed entirely. His recent actions are undeniably peculiar. Not only has his chess prowess surged astoundingly, but he has also triumphed over Ming. To attribute all this to the suddenly acquired companion spirit seems rather implausible. Most bewildering, however, was the chaos caused by the malevolent cultivators that night, as they vanished without a trace, leaving only the severely injured Yi Xiaochuan behind. The events of that night remain shrouded in mystery. This is also the reason Yi Xiaochuan yearns for discretion, as his every action defies rational explanation. Has he ultimately been discovered? Although he was mentally prepared for detection, he never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. It must be the revelation of the heart-wrenching dark flames during his match with Ming that exposed the power of the malevolent cultivators. It seems today cannot conclude perfectly. Even if he departs unscathed, he will inevitably face inquiries from his father, third brother, and the scrutiny of the three major factions. Not to mention the interference from the Qingxing sect. The future remains a daunting enigma. Yet, the words of his third brother left Yi Xiaochuan utterly astounded. Indeed, if one were to explain it through the lens of malevolent cultivators, it would seemingly provide a perfect rationale for Xiaochuan's explosive chess skills, the mysterious companion spirit, and the chaos of that night. However, Yi Tuo abruptly shifted his tone, revealing not a hint of emotion as he continued. Xiaochuan is my brother, the fourth son of the Yi family. He could never be a malevolent cultivator, with the entire Yi family as a guarantee. Yi Tuo harbored not a shred of doubt regarding Yi Xiaochuan. So resolute was he, grounded solely in the fact that Xiaochuan was his brother and a young master of the Yi family, that he could not possibly be a sinister cultivator. Yi Xiaochuan felt a surge of emotion. Chapter 56, by appointment. I shall bear the responsibility for my words. Yi Xiaochuan is indeed a malevolent cultivator, a truth I have witnessed with my own eyes. And what is the outcome? Step aside. This beast will undoubtedly reveal its true nature. Is the price my brother's life? The typically cold and unfeeling E2O's expression finally shifted, his lips twitching involuntarily, radiating a terrifying aura that Xiaochuan had never seen before. It was evident that both E2O and the opposing Duan Liang possessed formidable strength, surpassing even the realm of chess cultivators, capable of reaching the combat force level. Should a powerful combatant engage in battle here, it could potentially resurrect the chaos of the previous demonic cultivator upheaval, leading to a tragedy akin to the burning of the E residence. Yet neither was willing to yield even an inch. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Everyone present dared not breathe a word. Even Meng Ling furrowed her brows, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. I willingly offer to engage in a match against you under the supervision of all present. The speaker is none other than Yi Xiaochuan. Since the situation arose from him, it is only fitting that he resolves it himself. He must not involve the entire Yi family, including his elder brother, nor should he bring trouble upon his father. The Qingchang sect is not an entity that the Yi family can afford to offend. How dare you, a practitioner of dark arts, presume to challenge me? Mind your tone. Completely disregarding Yi Tuo, the cold-eyed Duan Liang fixated intently on Yi Xiaochuan, an unprecedented pressure enveloping him. He could distinctly sense that the gap in strength between them was not as vast as he had anticipated. I shall not employ the despicable tactics of dark practitioners. I will defeat you openly and honorably in front of everyone. But what if I were to lose? A collective gasp arose from the crowd. If winning against Zhuoming had elements of luck, then facing the illustrious young prodigy of the Qingchang sect, Duan Liang, Yi Xiaochuan's chances of victory could be deemed nearly non-existent. Even Yi Tuo, another master of combat, lacked confidence in securing a victory against Duan Liang. Yet, how could Yi Xiaochuan boast with such bravado? No. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tuo resolutely declined. This matter is of great significance. Regardless of whether Yi Xiaochuan can defeat Duan Liang, simply accepting the challenge would tarnish the Yi family's reputation. Let it be as it may. Merely 4 words provoked a hearty laugh from Duan Liang. What a bold proclamation, what audacity! Has the prowess of combat experts become so trivial nowadays? Or perhaps they do not regard the Qingchang sect with any semblance of respect. Very well. Duan Liang let out a cold snort, intrigued to witness how Yi Xiaochuan would manage to triumph over him without resorting to any underhanded tactics in front of everyone. Let us set the time for the chess cultivation and Dao entry competition. If you can defeat me without employing any deceitful means under the watchful eyes of the crowd, I shall willingly bow my head in apology. However, should you lose, the aura of hostility surged once more as Duan Liang let out a cold snort, dismissing the situation with a mere glance before turning away, thereby granting the others a means of retreat. He did not wish for Yi Tuo and Meng Ling to appear overly embarrassed. Furthermore, in the realm of Dao entry and chess cultivation competitions, the notion of cheating was virtually non-existent. Even if Yi Xiaochuan managed to elude the watchful eyes of all, Duan Liang remained unperturbed. With Duan Liang's departure, this confrontation finally reached a conclusion, yet the challenge he left behind proved to be even more troublesome. Yi Xiaochuan had his own considerations when it came to chess prowess. He held no fear for any mere practitioner of combat skills. The crux of the matter lay in the exceedingly enigmatic chess realm. The only reference point for experience in battling combat skill masters was Lu Yi, and such encounters were rare. Chess strength alone was not daunting. The elements that posed a true threat to Yi Xiaochuan were the elusive symbolic spirits, companion spirits, chess attendants, and the unpredictable nature of the chess realm itself. Presently, the sole pillar supporting Yi Xiaochuan in his quest to overcome combat skill masters was Ling ER. To forsake the assistance offered by Ling ER would signify Yi Xiaochuan's willingness to enter his opponent's chess realm armed only with the technique of absolute domain. A choice fraught with apparent disadvantages. Combat skill masters could utterly dominate chess cultivators primarily due to their command over the chess realm. Just moments ago, one could witness the chess prodigy Yun Shangshuan facing Duan Liang's gravitational reversal, rendered utterly defenseless, completely at the mercy of his opponent, surrendering his life into their hands. A deadlock. I firmly believe that you, Brother Xiaochuan, are not a malevolent practitioner. The accusations made by that individual are nothing but baseless ramblings. However, as Yin Shangshuan wishes to offer encouragement to Yi Xiaochuan, a sense of trepidation looms when contemplating the impending confrontation with the formidable Duan Liang. It is already astonishing to have triumphed over Zhuoming. How could one possibly hope to overcome Duan Liang? Although Yi Xiaochuan is acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lie ahead, he still does not wish for those around him to worry on his behalf. With a strained smile, he gestures to Yun Shangshuan that everything is fine, assuring him of his capability to win. Damn it, Xiaochuan, you need not fret. I shall not concede to this duel, Yi Tuo reassured, patting Yi Xiaochuan on the shoulder. Focus on preparing for the Taoist competition and strive for an excellent performance. I will handle everything else. Yi Xiaochuan understood the difficult position his third brother was in, but he still promised to uphold his resolve. Coupled with his previous actions, this only further endeared Yi Tuo to him, igniting a silent vow within Yi Xiaochuan. He must not allow his own shortcomings to jeopardize his loved ones. Ultimately, the truth remains that he is not strong enough. He never anticipated that merely a practitioner of combat prowess could discern Ling ER's existence, exposing the sinister power of the heart-destroying black flame that resides within him. Should a practitioner of malevolent arts, akin to Lai, who surpasses the realm of combat prowess, set their sights on Ling ER and consider the frenzied obsession of malevolent practitioners towards her, the consequences would be utterly disastrous. He must become stronger. My apologies, Miss Manglian. After imparting a few hurried words, the third brother hastily departed, eager to return to the Yi residence to confer with the family patriarch, Yi Yangda, regarding strategies. Following the departure of the third brother, Yi Xiaochuan solemnly bowed in apology to Miss Mingling, expressing his regret for the trouble he had caused her. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience I have brought upon you. If apologies held any power, the world would have long been at peace. Du Lang's voice remained as hoarse as ever, clearly bearing the marks of a fierce encounter with Duan Liang, which had inflicted considerable injury upon him. Nevertheless, despite Du Lang's mockery, Yi Xiaochuan hung his head in shame, acknowledging that his own missteps had inadvertently led to Miss Mengling's troubles and had caused Du Lang to sustain injuries. Although I harbor a strong dislike for you, to label you as a vile practitioner is utterly nonsensical. Reluctantly, I must concede that Yi Xiaochuan indeed triumphed over me through genuine prowess and before our very eyes, secured victory against Zhuoming. Du Lang gently patted Yi Xiaochuan on the shoulder. The Qingcheng sect has always looked down upon the powers within our Chengdu, and it appears that Duan Liang's reckless words were aimed specifically at your family. This sentiment is shared not only by me, but also by Miss Mingling. We cannot allow the Qingcheng sect to act with impunity. In the distance, Mingling merely nodded subtly, her expression revealing no discernible change. Nonetheless, it is certain that Miss Mingling's assistance to Yi Xiaochuan today will be etched in his heart. Chapter 57. Cultivation. I never anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. The Demon Blade Master Jiang Chu, though seemingly absent for quite some time, felt as if it had only been yesterday since their last parting. It was through Jiang Chu's elucidation that Yi Xiaochuan came to understand that the arrival of Duan Liang from the Qingcheng sect was indeed due to Jiang Chu's recommendation. A youth endowed with profound chess skills and remarkable talent, who had triumphed alongside Jiang Chu against the malevolent cultivator of chaos, found himself without a rank. Should he commence his journey from the very beginning, it would take him a grueling 9 years to attain the level of combat prowess. Jiang Chu harbored a sense of indebtedness towards Yi Xiaochuan and wished to offer assistance. Hence he proposed to Duan Liang the possibility of allowing Yi Xiaochuan to leap directly to a rank. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. How could you possibly be a malevolent cultivator? Jiang Chu had intended well, yet did not foresee that his impetuous actions would lead to a misstep. He remarked, Duan Liang is rather single-minded, adhering strictly to the principles of chess, utterly oblivious to the nuances of human interaction. I am convinced that there is some misunderstanding, and I will certainly elucidate matters with Duan Liang. Fear not, my brother Xiaochuan. I have already issued a challenge. Regardless of how we attempt to clarify, I believe this match is inevitable. What should be done? Yi Xiaochuan's words hold truth. Duan Liang is indeed obstinate. The question of whether Yi Xiaochuan has turned to dark practices has become trivial. He has publicly issued a challenge, only to be confronted by a brash youth without any rank. This situation transcends personal matters, as it also tarnishes the dignity of the Qingxing faction. At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan feels a twinge of regret for his impulsiveness, yet the point of no return has been reached. Instead of lamenting, it would be wiser to focus on enhancing his chess skills in the time leading up to the competition, striving to defeat Duan Liang in order to vindicate himself. The turmoil arose from my actions, and I need not feel any remorse. Rather than engaging in a fruitless back and forth with that stubborn individual, I would prefer to request a favor. What favor? Teach me how to play chess. Jiang Chu's expression was one of incredulity at what he had just heard. Judging by Yi Xiaochuan's current performance, Jiang Chu could conclude that Yi Xiaochuan's chess prowess is at least on par with his own, if not superior. Initiation? Chess cultivation? No. The true level of Yi Xiaochuan is likely that of a master in both strategy and combat. There exists a saying from a previous life. If one can allow their opponent 4 pieces, they can claim to be their master. Yet, in comparison to Yi Xiaochuan, Jiang Chu would be hard-pressed to concede even 4 pieces, let alone guarantee a victory in a match. How could he even contemplate teaching chess? Brother Xiaochuan, you overestimate me. Not only I, but even your father, the head of the Yi family, seems to lack the qualifications to be your mentor. Jiang Chu smiled bitterly, acknowledging that. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he probably understood Yi Xiaochuan's capabilities better than anyone else. Yet, Yi Xiaochuan's resolute gaze seemed to convey that he was not jesting. He genuinely wished to take Jiang Chu as his mentor and learn the art of chess, rather than merely studying the game. It was more about mastering the application of symbolic spirits and companion spirits. As far as Yi Xiaochuan knew, various sects had a standardized method of cultivation for their disciples from the moment they entered, aimed at honing their symbolic spirits. While the companion spirits differed from the symbolic spirits, the methods of cultivation bore significant similarities. Despite Yi Xiaochuan's previous life as a professional chess player, where his skills could be likened to a high rank in this world, he found himself utterly inept in the application of symbolic and companion spirits. This naivety often led to his defeats in matches against others in this realm. While entering the path and honing one's chess skills could be manageable, facing a formidable opponent who had mastered the complete chess realm without the assistance of spirits would inevitably result in overwhelming suppression and annihilation, leaving no room for counterattack. Without swiftly grasping the application of his companion spirit, AlphaGo, the outcome of a match against Duan Liang was all too predictable. Simply relying on the absolute domain was far from sufficient. So it was Jiang Chu, as if suddenly enlightened, remarked, "The significant enhancement in your chess prowess within such a brief period must be closely tied to your accompanying spirit. However, you presently lack the understanding of how to wield this gift. How enlightening this is." Upon hearing Yi Xiaochuan's account, Jiang Chu immediately grasped the situation. No wonder. During that encounter in the Void Realm, he possessed formidable chess skills, yet found himself utterly helpless against his opponent's symbolic spirit. He had not undergone systematic training. Although there were many illogical elements at play, Jiang Chu chose not to delve into the intricacies of the accompanying spirit. Having long been troubled by his inability to compensate Yi Xiaochuan, he resolved at that moment to become Yi Xiaochuan's mentor, committed to teaching him the art of utilizing his accompanying spirit. With a sweeping away of earlier gloom and discontent, Jiang Chu regained his cheerful demeanor and gently patted Yi Xiaochuan's shoulder. "You are exceptionally talented and blessed with such a powerful spirit. With a little guidance, defeating Duan Liang within this short span is certainly within your reach. So what are we waiting for? Let us convene at the Yi residence and find a secluded room to commence immediately." No need to rush. Yi Xiaochuan was growing increasingly impatient. His companion spirit, AlphaDog, had always been raised in a free-range manner. If he could fully unleash AlphaDog's potential, his chess skills would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Moreover, he had many questions regarding the shocking 7 stars move he had inadvertently played during his match with Swisher. and the prospect of receiving assistance from Jiang Chu filled him with joy. However, Jiang Chu waved his hand, urging Yi Xiaochuan not to be hasty, and then mysteriously beckoned him to follow. Time was of the essence. Shouldn't they commence their training immediately? After all, one cannot rush a delicate process. Yet, Jiang Chu led Yi Xiaochuan with great strides towards the bustling streets of Chengdu, veering away from the direction of the Yi residence, and instead heading into the heart of the vibrant city. The cacophony of voices surrounding them was overwhelmingly loud, seemingly at odds with the tranquility required for chess practice. Imagine trying to focus on the intricacies of life and death in such a boisterous marketplace. How could one possibly train? This is the first lesson I impart to you, Jiang Chu stated. Following his gesture, Yi Xiaochuan noticed several chess stalls nestled in the corners of the street, where players engaged in fierce matches, skillfully exchanging blows on the board. According to his initial thoughts, those individuals should have been unable to concentrate due to the noise, yet they had successfully cast aside all distractions, fully immersed in their games. Indeed, upon closer inspection, one might discern a delicate veil enveloping the chess players on both the black and white sides. This ethereal layer isolates them from their surroundings, allowing the players to immerse themselves fully in the fierce battle of the game, free from distractions. But what relevance does this have to our cultivation? This is the nascent form of the chess realm. What? Chapter 58, The Pentagon Warrior. I am quite astonished that you are unfamiliar with such fundamental concepts. How could Yi Xiaochuan reveal to Jiang Chu that the previous owner of this body was utterly ignorant of the game of Go, spending each day in idle pursuits of food, drink, and merriment? This has resulted in Yi Xiaochuan's complete lack of understanding regarding the advanced powers of symbolic spirits, companion spirits. In the chess realm, the archaic literature within the text is far too intricate, and even if I were to explain it to you in simple terms, you might still find it difficult to grasp. To elucidate plainly, the ability to eliminate distractions and concentrate solely on the game represents the initial step into the path of enlightenment, the foundational key to mastering the art of chess. Upon meticulous observation, one can perceive that the power associated with the veil surrounding the players flows like a gentle stream, ceaselessly connecting the five senses, infusing vitality throughout the body, and its essence is derived from the symbolic spirit. By sensing the direction of chess power, one can attain a level of enlightenment. To imbue one's spirit into the symbolic and companion spirits, and to endeavor to manipulate, control, and integrate them as part of one's own being, constitutes the essence of chess cultivation. Jiang Chu continuously supplemented each one with intricate details and insights, imparting essential knowledge points along the way. The journey of perceiving the essence of chess began at birth. Yet the ability to manipulate and integrate the powers of the symbolic spirit and the accompanying spirit varies from person to person. It often takes anywhere from 3 to 10 years, and some may spend their entire lives without fully mastering it. Thus, it is entirely dependent on innate talent. This explains why the majority of individuals remain at a rudimentary level in their chess practice. Of course, there are a rare few prodigies who, upon sensing the flow of chess power, become self-taught in a matter of days, seamlessly merging the symbolic spirit and the accompanying spirit for their own use. Jiang Chu could not help but gasp. Each one's response clearly indicated that this was his first encounter with learning. The effort he expended just to perceive the flow of chess power was evident. Yet at that moment, each one resembled a primary school student who had just begun to grasp basic arithmetic, abruptly leaping into middle school to study equations. Jiang Chu distinctly observed each one attempting to master the accompanying spirit. How could this be possible? Even the well-versed Jiang Chu had not anticipated such a transformation. Surely even a natural talent must first learn the flow of chess power. What unforeseen developments might await each one if this continued? No one could predict, but Jiang Chu's instincts persistently warned him that each one's actions were exceedingly perilous. Stop, each one. You must cease this. Pursuing it further may lead you down a treacherous path. Yet, by the time Jiang Chu apprehended it, it was regrettably too late. Yi Xiaochuan's consciousness had already infiltrated his exclusive chess domain, manipulating the power emblematic of a spiritual AlphaGo, coursing through his very being. Skin, muscles, blood vessels, bones, the macroscopic, indeed, the operation of every system within the human form, down to the infinitesimal, even a solitary cell. Every pore across his physique dilated under Yi Xiaochuan's command. Submerged in this, it was an experience of profound and boundless subtlety. Inconceivable. A prodigy, a natural-born genius. This was Jiang Chu's initial thought upon witnessing Yi Xiaochuan navigate the power emblematic of the spirit across his body in a microcosmic orbit. Even the term genius seemed inadequate to depict the transformation unfolding before him. What would appear to any observer as an act of self-destruction, even with the peril of succumbing to demonic influence, was veritably occurring within Yi Xiaochuan. Lacking the knowledge to wield the power of the spirit, it would be impossible for a symbiotic spirit to attain such prowess in chess. Yet, Yi Xiaochuan once more redefined Jiang Chu's understanding. Were this spectacle to be witnessed by others, they would surely cry out in exasperation. The cultivation that ordinary individuals dedicate years, decades, or even a lifetime to meticulously studying was accomplished in a mere breath. And Yi Xiaochuan, his consciousness roaming in the chess domain, experienced an ineffable euphoria. This sensation of meticulously observing and controlling his entire body was akin to that of a deity. If merely mastering the trajectory of chess power could achieve such a state, then fully grasping the profundities of the way of chess, truly mastering its intricacies, might indeed rival divinity. No wonder the individuals in this world are so enamored with the game of Go. It is akin to the cultivation of immortality in a previous life. Mastering the way of the board, one might not only attain eternal life, but could also wield the power to reshape the heavens and earth with a mere gesture. Perhaps, indeed, there are individuals in this realm who possess such extraordinary capabilities. Beyond every person, there exists another, and beyond every sky, there lies another. Upon sensing the profundity of the game, Yi Xiaochuan could not afford to be complacent. After completing the full circulation of his Go abilities for the third time, his mastery over them became even more adept. When Yi Xiaochuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself confronted by Jiang Chu, whose jaw had dropped in astonishment, nearly dislocating from sheer shock. How on earth did you accomplish this? Jiang Chu stared at him as though he were a monster, incredulous that such a terrifying talent could belong to the fabled wasteful young master. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Such a prodigy could not possibly exist in the flesh before him. What shall we do next? Jiang Chu stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Utterly thrown off from his original teaching plan, he had merely intended to introduce the basics and assess talent, while supplementing some concepts. But he had never anticipated that Yi Xiaochuan would so thoroughly comprehend the entirety of the material. Shall I then consider you my master? Huh? Yi Xiaochuan waved his hands dismissively, saying, I may just possess a modicum of intelligence. A modicum? If that is merely a modicum, then all who study Go in this world must be fools. Amidst the scolding, Jiang Chu appeared to be rendered numb by shock, yet he remained committed to assisting others. He took a moment to recalibrate his mindset, inhaling deeply to calm his emotions, and retrieved a blank sheet of paper from his pocket. This paper served as a medium crafted from the essence of the king of spirit herbs, capable of sensing various attributes of chess prowess and yielding diverse transformations. It was indeed a premium item, not only reflecting the tester's innate talent, personality traits, and style of play, but also directly correlating to the symbolic spirits and accompanying entities, thus providing additional insights. One could assert that the higher the talent, the more abundant the information revealed. In simpler terms, it could directly assess attributes, playing style, and even personality, while also discerning the levels of symbolic spirits and accompanying entities, thereby reflecting the tester's innate abilities to a certain extent. What should I do? Simply infuse my chess prowess into the testing paper. Following Jiang Chu's guidance, Yi Xiaochuan, who had already mastered the manipulation of chess energy, effortlessly channeled his prowess into the pristine sheet. However, contrary to expectations of a grand revelation akin to a protagonist discovering an extraordinary attribute akin to a cheat code, The display was merely a fleeting flash of brilliance, fading back into tranquility, leaving the sheet of paper unchanged, still a canvas of white. Does this imply my mediocrity? No. Jiang Chu comprehended the implications of this change. In the realm of the Pentagonal Warriors, Chapter 59, Industry, it was evident to Jiang Chu that a stronger personality corresponded with a more aggressive playing style, resulting in more pronounced reactions on the test paper. Conversely, those with a more composed demeanor elicited subtler responses. However, at present, despite Yi Xiaochuan infusing the capabilities of AlphaGo into the game, the test paper remained entirely unresponsive. Yi Xiaochuan was certainly aware of the underlying reason. AlphaGo, being a humanoid autonomous AI, was devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The myriad playing styles and strategies, often discussed among humans, were merely meaningless data in AlphaGo's perspective, distinguished only by their respective probabilities of victory. Consequently, the infusion of chess strength into the test paper would yield no emotional changes whatsoever. The next step was crucial. With a sudden seriousness, Jiang Chu continued, "Initially, we could have sought a suitable candidate to assist based on the player's style and attributes. However, given the current situation, I fear I am unable to assist you, and it is likely that no one else in Chengdu can either. Attempt to communicate with the accompanying spirit. Everything in existence possesses a spirit, even inanimate objects like pebbles, which harbor a subtle essence. This is especially true for the innate symbolic spirits and natal spirits. This stage necessitates the master to establish a connection, thoroughly bridging the nexus of chess prowess." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaochuan found himself in a predicament. How could he elucidate to Jiang Chu that his natal spirit was an AI, devoid of sentience as a biological entity? Moreover, thus far, he had not only failed to establish contact and communication with AlphaGo, but was also ignorant of its very appearance. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to follow Jiang Chu's instructions, closing his eyes once more and delving into his chess realm. However, upon re-entering the chess realm, Yi Xiaochuan no longer beheld a void-like expanse of chaos. At the very center of this ethereal space, a radiant sphere of light shone brilliantly, the very embodiment of AlphaGo. Resembling the sun, it emitted a dazzling, resplendent glow. Conversely, on the opposite side, a vast expanse of dark clusters burned with ebony flames. Presumably the slumbering Ling ER and the heart-wrenching black flame residing within. One dark, one light, akin to the yin and yang of a taijutsu. These two forces dominated the chess realm. Countless starlight specks encircled them, with the 7 most luminous stars belonging to the star-plucking manual's Quake 7 stars. The surrounding starlight represented the E family's unique skill. The Myriad Convergence Chess Manual, another chess manual mastered by Yi Xiaochuan. It is precisely the perception and mastery of chess prowess that allows for the orderly arrangement of the otherwise chaotic forces within the chess realm, resembling the miniature universe before one's eyes. Infusing the chess prowess into it, an attempt is made to communicate with the symbiotic spirit. The voice of Jiang Chu echoed once more in his ears. With no time to marvel at the profundity of the chess realm, Yi Xiaochuan promptly approached the radiant sphere, gently raising both hands to inject his own chess prowess into it. As if responding to him, the previously scorching sphere now emanated an unparalleled warmth. Even the light illuminating him was remarkably gentle. Through layers of radiance, Yi Xiaochuan could actually sense AlphaGo calling out to him. How could this be? Like a newborn infant, Yi Xiaochuan could clearly perceive the warmth of life. Incredulous and unable to believe it, he questioned what was transpiring. The response he received seemed to intensify, from the initial warmth to the audible thumping of a heart, until his fingertips made contact. This was not what had been agreed upon. Was it not an AI, AlphaGo? How could it possess life? Hey, what are you doing? The sudden voice in his ear startled Yi Xiaochuan. It turned out to be Ling, who had suddenly appeared and was making faces at him. What was going on? Oh, instead, you were blaming me. How else do you think you were able to detect the flow of chess prowess so quickly, and how else did you establish a connection with the entity within? Are you suggesting that you have been assisting me all along? How presumptuous! Ling ER delivered a powerful punch to Yi Xiaochuan's abdomen. Although they were in a chess realm, and functioning as spiritual entities, thus impervious to physical harm. The direct assault on the soul was an unbearable agony. It felt as though he had been struck with immense force. Yi Xiaochuan doubled over, clutching his stomach, unable to rise, taking several deep breaths before managing to regain a semblance of composure. Ling ER nonchalantly turned her face away, emitting a scoffing sound that perfectly conveyed her disdain for Yi Xiaochuan. This is my chess realm. After all, how dare you assume the role of the master? I cannot fathom how someone so inept cannot even manage their own companion spirit, yet expects me to clean up after them. Setting that aside, what exactly is the situation with AlphaGo? As you can see, Ling ER spoke while deftly peeling away the luminous barrier before her. Judging by her ease, she must have infiltrated the core of AlphaGo numerous times without Yi Xiaochuan's knowledge. However, that is not the main point. Upon breaching the barrier, at the very center of the radiant core, a boy lay soundly asleep. Hey, Yi Xiaochuan, take a look at how dashing my little brother Yi is. Quite the handsome lad. Isn't he, your little brother? Ling ER boldly approached, tugging at the sleeping boy's cheek. Yi Xiaochuan's expression darkened further. How could his AlphaGo be referred to as her little brother, and how dare she unilaterally rename this AI? What kind of AI is this? How did you come up with the name AlphaGo? My dear brother, with such charm and talent, how can he be called a dog? Let us call him Yi instead. Such an adorable face is crafted by none other than me. What does it mean? Each spirit, in its nascent stage, is profoundly influenced by its master, be it in personality, appearance, or age. Regardless, since you have not permitted my appearance during this time, I shall lend you a hand and create such a delightful visage. You should be grateful to me. While speaking, Ling ER playfully planted a kiss on the boy's cheek, muttering that his face was as round as a bun, exuding an irresistible charm, resembling a mischievous girl up to no good. Ling ER? Yi Xiaochuan was furious, initially believing Ling ER to be in slumber, only to discover her mischief within the chess realm, which infuriated him. After all, this was Yi Xiaochuan's domain, and he wielded authority here. With a swift motion of his hand, Ling ER, bewildered, found herself slowly levitating before being abruptly cast away, accompanied by her cries of distress. At that moment, seemingly roused by the commotion, the child, formerly known as AI AlphaGo and now renamed Yi, gradually opened his eyes. Chapter 60, Sparring Partner. Is this your accompanying spirit? Encountering the child, Jiangchu could scarcely credit his vision. He found it utterly implausible that this boy, called Yi, was his symbiotic spirit, had he not personally witnessed him emerge from Yi Xiaochuan's chess dimension. In terms of outward appearance alone, Yi was indistinguishable from any other child of 7 or 8 years, possessing the characteristic innocence of youth and maintaining an inquisitive interest in all things external. The occurrences surrounding you are remarkably peculiar. Symbolic spirits are more often sentient birds and beasts, while emblematic spirits are generally spiritual treasures, ancient scores, divine artifacts, and the like. An instance of such a transformation, mirroring a chess spirit, is indeed a rarity. Jiangchu observed his surroundings, expressing his astonishment repeatedly. As Jiangchu remarked, only chess spirits and chess attendants possess a human form identical to that of a normal person, like Yi, though I am reluctant to admit it. Yi is indeed my symbiotic spirit. Yi Xiaochuan now felt an urge to thrash Ling ER, not only in appearance but also in intellect and thought. He had been configured to be 7 or 8 years old. He appeared vulnerable, and his mind was so immature. What was to be done? If only he had been configured as a swordsman like Jiangchu's chess attendant, awe-inspiring, capable in combat, and mature. From the moment Yi leaped out of the chess dimension, he harbored an intense curiosity about everything around him, much like a young child. However, upon seeing the colliding black and white pieces on the chessboard, he was instantly captivated. And that one? Yes. He tugged at Yi Xiaochuan's sleeve, and after receiving a nod of consent accompanied by a smile, he appeared particularly delighted and hurried to one side to observe intently. Although he had long been nurtured within the realm of chess, he was merely newly transformed into a humanoid form, akin to a blank canvas still in need of proper education. Ling ER's voice echoed in his mind. I fear you might lead him astray, If I could emerge, I would never allow you to take charge of Yi. TSK. Yi Xiaochuan felt quite displeased, naturally aware of Ling ER's sentiments through their shared consciousness. The incessant barrage of her invectives reverberated in his mind, prompting him to muse that entrusting his precious alpha dog to that madwoman Ling ER could indeed lead to an even more disastrous outcome. As the tirade continued unabated in his thoughts, Yi Xiaochuan chose to disregard Ling ER entirely, allowing her to rant while Yi, having observed just a few moves, audibly pointed out the opponent's error. The formation of the corner's 6 stones depended on the presence of external liberties. Here, one could not even initiate a KO and should instead concede stones, lest the situation deteriorate further. Who is this little brat daring to admonish me? The shape on the board clearly illustrated the foundational principle of the corner's 6 stones. In the absence of external liberties, it would be a complete loss. Upon being alerted, the opponent recognized the futility of his move, and upon realizing that the voice belonged to a child, a surge of anger welled up within him. He brusquely shoved Yi aside while cursing. I saw that long ago. Do you think this move is merely intuitive? Adapt your hand. Who are you, impudent youth, to dare to lecture me? Yet, I am not mistaken. This move is undeniably futile. The child, embodying innocence, was pushed aside and crumpled to the ground. Wincing in pain, while feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice, tears welling in their eyes. Observing the child's inconsolable wailing, the opponent's enthusiasm for the game dissipated, and a surge of anger welled up within him as he raised his hand in a fit of rage. However, just as his hand ascended, it was firmly restrained by an immense force, rendering him immobile. Ah, so there are troublemakers among us? The man, now seething with fury, turned around only to find himself nearly paralyzed with fear. Zhanke, you are the infamous Demon Blade. Indeed, it was the Demon Blade, Jiangchu. What do you intend to do? His piercing gaze fixated on the man, tightening his grip, leaving him utterly helpless. In a panic, the man kicked over the chessboard, his face contorted in desperation as he pleaded for mercy. I had no idea this child was under your protection. Even if I were granted 100 lives, I would not dare. Who does not recognize the name of the Demon Blade? Compared to the chess masters who are solely devoted to the art of Go, those like Jiangchu, who have truly tasted blood, are genuinely terrifying. It is rumored that the nefarious practitioners who have perished at Jiangchu's hands number in the hundreds, and the identity of the fearsome figure behind him is substantiated by none other than the deadly blade itself. After all, it is inherently wrong to disturb someone engrossed in their game. Thus, there was no need for such confrontation. Yi Xiaochuan interjected, halting vianku, videtender caressing yese contenance, which appeared both aggrieved and exceptionally endearing. It seemed that Ling ER was correct. Ye's mental faculties were calibrated to those of a child of 7 or 8 years. At this juncture, having just attained sentience and taken form, he was in need of solace, piquing Yi Xiaochuan's curiosity. How about we engage in a couple of chess matches? Absolutely not. The man, upon recognizing Yi Xiaochuan, vehemently demurred, I could never best you, and furthermore, I have no desire to antagonize the Qingqing sect. Evidently, Yi Xiaochuan's reputation had indeed permeated Chengdu, as even his recent altercation with Duan Liang of the Qingqiang sect had come to light. The aspiration for inconspicuousness seemed to have been dashed. Observing this, Yi Xiaochuan extracted some fragmented gold from his bosom. Even in this alternate world, the value of gold remained considerable, eliciting furtive glances and involuntary gulps from the man. You won't be playing against me, but rather this child. Should you emerge victorious against him, this gold shall be yours. Where does one find such an effortless windfall? I can't. If you lose, a mere apology to the child will suffice. Casting furtive glances towards Jiangchu, he wondered, despite his uncertainty about Yi Xiaochuan's trustworthiness, Jiangchu's reputation preceded him. He wouldn't renege on a promise for a trifling sum, would he? Upon securing Jiangchu's affirmative nod of assurance, the man underwent an abrupt transformation, shedding his previous reticence and promptly rolling up his sleeves as he settled at the chessboard, seemingly unable to contain his eagerness. Veritably, money makes the mare to go. Just moments before, he had appeared paralyzed with apprehension, yet now he exuded unwavering confidence, as though victory were assured. After all, His adversary was merely a juvenile. Surely this bounty was within easy reach? The first point I wish to convey is that respect is earned through strength. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly nodded and took a seat opposite the other person. His motivation was not solely driven by a desire for revenge for having been knocked down earlier, but rather by an immense passion for the game of Go, prompting him to pick up the pieces. Surely, one wouldn't need to spend such a considerable sum merely to find a sparring partner. It's just money. Can you guess how much I won at the casino? Jiang Chu suddenly recalled that Yi Xiaochuan had indeed won a substantial amount at the underground gambling den, according to the casino's rules. The victor is entitled to a commission of 5%. Goodness, you must be quite wealthy. Of course, Yi Xiaochuan, with an air of mystery, reached into his waist pocket, glanced around, and tossed something to Jiang Chu. The moment it landed in Jiang Chu's hand, he felt its considerable weight. Upon opening the pocket, he was nearly blinded by the sight of its contents. It was brimming with gold. How could it not be heavy? Chapter 61. Evolution as if innately gifted. Just moments before, he had struggled to place the pieces accurately, his moves erratic and his strategy utterly disordered. Yet within just a few moves, he was able to adhere to established patterns and accurately assess the situation, making a decisive play on the edge that had secured Yi Xiaochuan's favor. Not bad at all. How about this move? The individual spoke, grasping the white piece, and had already made his move. Yi Xiaochuan and Jiang Chu could easily discern that it was an unconventional trick, an utterly excessive maneuver. Yi Xiaochuan believed that a player of such caliber in Go should have fallen for the trap, yet, as if etched into his very bones, he responded to the aggressive severance with a retreat that adhered to the principles of the game, avoiding reckless clashes that would lead to self-destruction. Although this response did not completely annihilate his opponent in the local context, it was nonetheless a reasonable second option amidst the evolving situation, demonstrating a commendable level of skill. However, the opponent, who had initially seemed nonchalant and relaxed, was entirely taken aback by the subsequent move. This was in stark contrast to the conventional first move, as what followed was a remarkably powerful killing blow. In Jiang Chu's calculations, it was the most intricate variation among all possibilities. Had he not witnessed both moves originate from the same player, he would have found it hard to believe that they were executed by the same hand. What is happening? Is he learning? Are you suggesting that this child is simultaneously playing and learning in the heat of battle? Given Jiang Chu's proficiency, he must have sensed something, yet he still struggled to accept Yi Xiaochuan's assertion. He lamented, "Indeed, the embodiment of a monster is itself a monster. Incomprehensible only Yi Xiaochuan comprehends the underlying reasons." In a previous era, AlphaGo was initially constructed upon human chess records, artificially endowed with the latest theories of Go, and supplemented by the formidable computational prowess of AI, enabling it to surpass numerous human experts. However, the latest iterations of AI have entirely discarded the antiquated logic of relying on human chess records. Instead, upon being endowed with the rules of Go, they engage in self-play, calculating the probability of victory for each move and learning from the outcomes, continually evolving. The terrifying computational power is a pinnacle that human players can only aspire to reach, and when combined with the almost demonic learning capacity of AI, which engages in thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of self-matches daily, it completes cycles of evolution that utterly dismantle the Go theories developed over millennia by humanity. It is the capacity for learning and self-evolution that renders AI so formidable. The nascent concept of industry has no reference point. One might say that each move made by the current AI is merely a mimicry of its opponent's previous move, rapidly calculating and optimizing in a short span of time, leading to many disjointed and peculiar strategies, which is why Jiang Chu was astonished. Can one truly achieve profound learning simply by imitating the last move of an opponent? This is utterly unreasonable. Just as Yi Xiaochuan anticipated, the master still remains in the imitative stage and thus lacks a high level of skill. After merely 70 or 80 moves in the middle game, he conceded defeat. However, the master appeared undeterred, with an almost imperceptible glimmer in his eyes, which filled Yi Xiaochuan with even greater joy. After all, AI is merely a machine, devoid of human emotion. Yet it also signifies a loss of contemplative depth in the game, relying solely on a series of cold statistics regarding winning probabilities. Even in his previous life, Yi Xiaochuan firmly believed that the evolution of Go had not reached its zenith, nor was AI the pinnacle of the game. To exhaust one's life in pursuit of the profound intricacies of Go is the enduring dream of every professional player. Yi Xiaochuan had every reason to believe that humanity could indeed surpass AI. Go is undoubtedly more than a mere sequence of frigid numbers. Yet, in this moment, he felt he was on the verge of grasping the ultimate secrets of the game, possessing human emotion alongside the formidable computational and learning capabilities of AI. He realized that with proper guidance for the master, combined with the unique theories of Go in this world, as well as various unknown symbolic spirits and companion spirits, he could undoubtedly reach heights beyond his wildest imagination. Here, this is the money I promised you. Thank you, young Master Yi. Despite succumbing to defeat in the Go match, Yi Xiaochuan remained in high spirits, having glimpsed an improbable hope within Yi, compared to his profound love for Go and the elusive path of the game, which could not be fully explored in a lifetime. Mere wealth and gold were but trivial matters. Young Master, would you still require my assistance in practice? Yi needs a broader range of sparring partners. You're not quite suitable. Upon hearing Yi Xiaochuan's response, the man showed no resentment. Overjoyed at the unexpected windfall, he was already contemplating where to indulge in pleasure. As news spread, more individuals, enticed by the prospect of free gold, flocked to the scene, clamoring for a chance to play against Yi, even engaging in scuffles over their turn. Yi, simply concentrate on your game and do not fear defeat. I have been observing your progress, and you have already made remarkable strides. Yes, I understand. The Master's praise filled Yi with unparalleled joy, dispelling any fear of losing in their matches. Instead, he boldly unleashed a flurry of unconventional moves in the subsequent games. Yi Xiaochuan, observing the ebb and flow of the chess prowess, casually selected a few less skilled players to serve as practice partners for Yi, while he and Jiang Chu eagerly engaged in watching the matches unfold. Nothing brought greater delight than walking the dog and witnessing the gradual evolution of his AI. Perhaps, at this juncture, AlphaGo had transcended the limitations of artificial intelligence, evolving into the current Yi with the aid of a unique ethereal force inherent in this world. Game after game, the board became a chaotic tableau, with illogical and excessive moves made in a disjointed manner. Yet it was evident that Yi was growing stronger with every step taken. In just a few matches, he had evolved from a novice to a player with an approximate strength of 5K. This terrifying transformation left Jiang Chu in a state of trepidation. He had initially believed Yi Xiaochuan to be a monster among monsters, but he never anticipated that his accompanying spirit would be equally formidable. At this rate of learning, it was conceivable that Yi might soon reach Duan Liang's level of skill, or even surpass it. Moreover, this was merely a glimpse into the capabilities of Yi Xiaochuan's accompanying spirit. Thus, Jiang Chu increasingly recognized that Yi Xiaochuan was no ordinary individual. He was not merely unfathomable, but rather an endless abyss. Who could fathom the hidden trump cards this young man might possess? In the midst of contemplation, a gasp echoed in my ears. I had unknowingly secured a victory in a game of chess. Chapter 62, Master and Apprentice. With a resounding crack, a single piece determined the fate of the board. Observing the chessboard, both Jiang Chu and Yi Xiaochuan had already resigned themselves to their fate. The corner was under absolute siege, leaving no possibility for a comeback. Before I realized it, darkness had enveloped the sky. Yet this did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the players. An inconspicuous street-side chess stall had now attracted a crowd of over a dozen onlookers. This was a stark contrast to the scenes of elderly gentlemen playing chess in parks from my past life. Have you ever witnessed a seasoned player, having studied the game for over a decade, being thoroughly outmaneuvered by a mere child of 7 or 8? This was not a case of a prodigy bursting forth into the world, nor a hidden master emerging to dazzle the streets. The child before us, with a casual move, had delivered a declaration of victory, obliterating all chances of a comeback for his opponent. With an air of confidence, he released a deep sigh. and this unbelievable spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the crowd. Good heavens, which household does this prodigious disciple belong to, exhibiting such prowess? It is said that the child was a terrible player at noon, yet by evening he had dominated a host of skilled opponents. Could it be true? Look, is that not the renowned swordsman Jiangchu? That certainly explains it. A multitude of pedestrians chattered incessantly, with some speculating that this child must be the disciple of the formidable swordmaster, for how else could one explain such prowess? Others conjectured that a family had concealed a prodigious talent, now emerging to showcase their skills in this competition. There were even skeptics who insisted on challenging this young prodigy to a match. Little did they know that this child was merely the companion spirit of Yi Xiaochuan. If they were to discover that they had been bested by a mere companion spirit, they would undoubtedly feel shame and lament their misfortune, exclaiming in embarrassment. As the afternoon wore on, even Yi Xiaochuan, who had been observing the matches, began to feel a tinge of fatigue. Nevertheless, Yi remained as enthusiastic as ever, welcoming every challenger without reservation, effortlessly defeating all who claimed to be experts. As dusk approached, it was time to return home. Yi Xiaochuan promptly seized it, disregarding the clamor of challengers still queuing behind them, and led Jiang Chu through the bustling throng. I had anticipated a week of rigorous training, never expecting that in such a short span, you would summon forth a spirit of such significance. Jiang Chu remarked helplessly to Yi Xiaochuan, in just one afternoon. You have nurtured this little marvel. It is truly astonishing. Jiang Chu shook his head in disbelief as Yi Xiaochuan expressed that he felt he had little left to teach him. The age-old adage of one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father resonates within me. In my heart, you have already become my mentor. Haha, such praise is unwarranted, he replied. Having feigned a smile for what felt like the umpteenth time today, Jiang Chu exchanged polite pleasantries with a man before they parted ways, both intending to return home. The myriad issues surrounding the industry, coupled with the impending Go match against Duan Liang of the Qingqing sect, left them with a pressing schedule and little time for idle wandering. Nevertheless, Jiang Chu placed a hand on Yi Xiaochuan's shoulder, his expression grave. Indeed, Yi Xiaochuan responded. Jiang Chu continued regardless of the outcome of the contest with Duan Liang. Be it victory or defeat, it will not inure to the benefit of your Yi family. The explanation of Jiang Chu reveals that Yi Xiaochuan possesses a certain understanding of Duan Liang's character, who is an obsessive chess enthusiast. The disdain that all chess practitioners harbor towards those who pursue the art of chess is self-evident, although the misunderstandings surrounding Jiang Chu remain unknown. Should that obstinate individual deem him a heretic, it is likely that any attempt at clarification would be futile. Yi Xiaochuan is acutely aware of the significance of this match. In the Daoist tournament, there are undoubtedly formidable opponents, including his own father, Yangda, who stands as a pinnacle expert at the dual force level. Should he resort to Ling ER's powers, it would probably be instantly discerned, leading to him being branded as a heretic and facing the grim fate of immediate execution. Relying solely on the strength of karma, it remains uncertain whether he can indeed triumph over Duan Liang. A defeat would undoubtedly cast doubt on the legitimacy of his previous victories, implying that they were achieved through deceit. Conversely, a victory would present even greater complications. Compared to the three major factions of Chengdu, the Qingqiang sect appears to be in an entirely different realm. In Chengdu, the Yi family, the Rui family, and the Changwei alliance merely serve to provide basic instruction in the Taoist path and the foundational aspects of chess mastery. To be accepted into the Qingqiang sect, one must possess peak chess skills and be a prodigy on the verge of the dual force level. What would it signify if the distinguished representative of a Qingqiang sect at the dual force level were to be defeated by the seemingly inept young master of the Yi family, who had previously ranked last in past competitions? If this information were to spread, the personal reputation of Duan Liang would be of little consequence. Yet it would significantly tarnish the dignity of the Qingqiang sect, which is a grave taboo. This is precisely why this match is so fraught with difficulties. Regardless of the outcome, it poses considerable complications for Yi Xiaochuan. One can only take one step at a time, hoping for the best. After bidding farewell to Jiang Chu, As he returned to Yi Mansion with his peers, Yi Xiaochuan remained deep in thought, pondering strategies. Yet after an extended period, he found himself at a loss. As previously stated, any conclusion would ultimately result in 2 words: deadlock. He decided to cease overthinking. Gently, Yi Xiaochuan stroked Ye's little head and remarked, "The pressing matter is to swiftly enhance your strength to navigate the impending predicament. Master, will I still be able to play chess as freely as I did today?" "Master?" Yi Xiaochuan was somewhat taken aback, curious about how Yi perceived his identity. To Yi Xiaochuan, AlphaGo was merely a companion spirit, a tool. However, with its newfound intelligence and evolution into Yi, it was impossible for him to regard it as mere AI. The birth of Yi was nourished by Yi Xiaochuan's own chess prowess, which would imply a paternal bond, yet that felt rather peculiar. Owner? Yi Xiaochuan felt a profound discomfort. Unlike Ling ER, he had never viewed her as a servant or a slave, but rather akin to family. "What is it, master? If you dislike this form of address, I shall change it. There is nothing, but it is somewhat unexpected. I see that you hold Jiang Chu in high regard, addressing him as master. He must be a person of great significance to you." Yi blinked his eyes and remarked, "Master, you are also someone of immense importance to me." "Ha ha." Yi Xiaochuan laughed heartily, never anticipating that one day he would have a disciple. Reflecting on his past life, although he was a professional chess player, he was merely a stepping stone for countless geniuses over the years. He never imagined that he would someday have his own apprentice. From the moment he began to call Yi Xiaochuan master, he no longer regarded Yi as merely a companion spirit or AI, but as family. Indeed, Yi Xiaochuan felt genuine joy from the depths of his heart. "I'm about to be sick from the sweetness. If one did not know better, they might think you were an orphan." "Huh, have you forgotten who rescued you?" The clamorous voice of Ling ER echoed in his ears, ensuring that Yi Xiaochuan felt no boredom on his journey home, engaging in a spirited quarrel with Ling ER. Chapter 63, Relentless Torment. Within the vast realm of chess, 2 colossal luminous orbs, one black and one white, represented the powers of Ling ER and Yi respectively. In this microcosm of chess, the energies derived from a myriad of chess strategies and the star-picking manual were scattered like points of light. With a graceful flick of her tiny hand, Yi conjured a massive chessboard formed from ethereal luminescence beneath her feet. The 2 contenders, black and white, moved their fingertips, summoning pieces of their respective colors from the void. The sound of a piece landing was crisp and resonant, heralding the imminent conclusion of the match. Sigh, it was indeed futile to contend against Sister Ling ER. "Ha. To surpass me, you still have a millennium to go." Ling ER, showing no mercy, burst into hearty laughter, her hands sweeping once more, causing the pieces scattered across the board to fall like shooting stars, instantly transforming into myriad points of starlight. Upon returning to the Yi residence, Yi was unaware of how much time had elapsed in the chess realm. After 32 matches of practice with Ling ER, the outcome was invariably the same. Yi had lost every single one. As a beginner, Yi, you're already quite formidable. Despite the passage of time, Yi Xiaochuan's voice resonated with unwavering encouragement, betraying no hint of weariness, a distinct advantage conferred by the possession of a chess domain, enabling the wielder to manipulate the flow of time at will and even accomplish cultivation during slumber. Might we be drawing to a close today, I wonder? With his eyes closed, Yi Xiaochuan attuned himself to the passage of time. 8 hours had elapsed in the external world, signaling the arrival of dawn on the following day. Although he had spent the entire night immersed in the realm of chess, he was not one to indulge in sloth. So he resolutely closed his eyes once more to extricate himself from the chess domain. The familiar cacophony of his fellow students reached his ears, a reminder that it was indeed the hour for the disciples of the Yi family to practice. A well-known adage from his past life echoed in his mind. The plan of the day lies in the morning. Upon opening his door, he was greeted by the sight of numerous Yi family disciples already engaged in spirited matches, the melodious clattering of chess pieces resonating delightfully in the air. Reflecting on the recent turmoil caused by the malevolent practitioners that had set fire to the Yi residence, he recalled that, despite the swift suppression of the chaos, many structures within the estate had suffered varying degrees of damage. Even after all this time, carpenters could still be seen diligently working to restore the property. The charred marks on the walls and eaves served as stark reminders of the ferocity of that calamity. It was said that the head of the E family, his own father Yongda, had personally intervened to repel the threat. In the wake of diminished power, this had laid the groundwork for Yi Xiaochuan's subsequent victories. Ever since he had gained mastery over the flow of chess energy, he had become increasingly sensitive to the nuances of power, even from a significant distance. He could sense the clashes between different attributes of chess energy. Among these, there was one force that felt strikingly familiar. Iya? It appeared that his younger sister, Iya, was engaged in a game of chess with someone, which piqued Yi Xiaochuan's interest immensely. He wondered if, after all this time, his sister had made any progress. With this thought in mind, Yi Xiaochuan quickened his pace, naturally following the flow of the chess match until he found his sister. Iya. In the main hall, he could easily spot Iya deeply engrossed in an intense battle with her opponent. A brief analysis revealed that, despite the fierce contest, it was evident that the white pieces under Iya's command held a distinct advantage. Even though she tended to favor elegant formations and exhibited a slight disadvantage in direct confrontations, her solid foundational skills and unique understanding of the overall strategy enabled her to effortlessly vanquish her adversary. As anticipated, Iya maintained a dynamic and graceful style throughout the game, achieving a stunning victory over her opponent. Truly, Iya's strength was commendable. It seemed that this year's championship in the entry-level tournament would once again belong to the E family. Indeed, the E clan has never failed to impress us, except for that one exception. Alas, unbeknownst to those around him, Yi Xiaochuan stood quietly by, engrossed in their discussions, which lamented his dismal performance as the young master of the E family, having achieved the abysmal rank of last in previous competitions, thereby tarnishing the family's reputation. Naturally, Yi Xiaochuan had grown accustomed to such slander and paid little heed to it. At that moment, however, he felt a genuine joy for his sister, though not by blood. She was, in his heart, an irreplaceable kin, a bond as profound as that of family. "Brother," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight upon spotting Yi Xiaochuan. Ignoring the curious gazes of those around her, she hurriedly dashed forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace, her heart swelling with happiness at his praise. All right. There's so many people watching," he gently reminded her. "What does it matter? As long as it's you, dear brother, I will always hold you close. No matter where we are," Iya declared with unwavering affection. "You are my favorite." Such a perilous declaration would have undoubtedly resulted in accusations of being a deviant with an affinity for young girls in my past life. However, as she is my own sister, I, albeit reluctantly, permit Ya to indulge her capricious nature. This action of Ya's has, furthermore, caused the gazes of all the E family disciples in the vicinity to converge upon me. Yet, in contrast to the customary debates and derision, I can distinctly perceive the malice emanating from those around me, which is several times more intense than before. This is far beyond mere mockery. The surrounding murmurings grew louder and louder, finally allowing me to discern the reason for the E family disciples' animosity towards me. "Have you heard? I provoked the Qingcheng sect yesterday. Moreover, I was seen through by Duan Liang, a Doli powerhouse, who discerned that I had employed some sort of deceitful tactic. I've heard that I possess." Enough. The existence of heretics is most abhorrent, no matter the time or place. Now here, in E manner, the direct disciple dared to publicly accuse her brother of being a heretic. How could Ya tolerate this? She immediately rebuked them loudly. "Even if you don't believe in my brother, how can you aid outsiders in speaking against him?" Ya wished to continue, but I stopped her, signaling her not to speak further. "But why? Let them say what they wish. As long as you still believe in me, that is sufficient." "But they—" Ya's face was flushed with indignation, and she repeatedly tapped her foot in frustration, eager to defend her brother. Yixigan took a deep breath, lifted his gaze, and surveyed the gathered disciples of the E family. Although he had not engaged in any deceitful practices, he was indeed the subject of various baseless rumors. While he could tolerate the slander directed at himself, he was deeply concerned about its potential impact on his sister. "I reiterate, I have not cheated, nor am I a practitioner of dark arts," he declared, his eyes suddenly flashing with a fierce intensity. This caused the surrounding E family disciples to shudder, instinctively retreating. If you persist in believing my victory is a result of cheating, then let it be known that today, right here, you need not wait for the match against Duan Liang. Each and every one of you, I shall not hold back. With that declaration, the atmosphere grew tense, igniting the ire of the crowd. Despite the rumors of his triumph over the previous champion, was sure, the prevailing sentiment was that Yixiachuan was a fraud. How could one possibly transform from a mere wastrel into a formidable contender for the underground champion title in such a brief span of time? Some individuals, disregarding Yi Xiaochuan's identity, stood up to hurl insults. With a leader in their midst, others followed suit without restraint, rising to voice their harsh words. This was precisely the effect Yi Xiaochuan sought, drawing all attention to himself, thereby diverting any discourse away from his sister, Iya. Moreover, Yi Xiaochuan required this opportunity to prove his worth. Observing the crowd around him, who were vociferously cursing, he noted that not a single person dared to confront him. A cold smile escaped his lips. The Yi family, despite their reputation as the foremost power, had merely trained you in the art of verbal sparring? How dare you? A heretic claimed to be a member of the Yi family? This remark incited further discontent among the crowd, prompting one individual to charge forward, seizing Yi Xiaochuan by his collar, raising a fist to strike. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Before he could finish, the world around him spun, and when that arrogant Yi family disciple regained his senses, he found himself heavily sprawled on the ground. What had just occurred? How could Yi Xiaochuan, whose physique appeared so frail, possess such formidable strength? In the blink of an eye, it became evident that an overwhelming aura of power radiated from Yi Xiaochuan, a terrifying chess prowess surpassing that of all the Yi family disciples combined. Impossible. I refuse to believe you won without resorting to deceitful tactics. I too harbor doubts. The notorious wasteful young master shall be taught a lesson today. With that declaration, he took his seat, and more individuals eagerly joined the fray. 3, 10, 20. Within the grand hall, a total of 20 individuals gathered, in addition to the skepticism surrounding Yi Xiaochuan's abilities. Many are unable to accept that the once inept young master has now taken to boasting so brazenly. They express discontent that this former bottom dweller has been granted qualification for the competition without undergoing any trials. Observing the assembly of disciples from the Yi family, Yi Xiaochuan could not help but let out a sardonic laugh. Ha ha ha, what is happening? Has this fellow lost his mind? He is merely posturing. Soon enough, he will find himself weeping on the chessboard. I am eager to see how you intend to defeat me. As Yi Xiaochuan regained his composure, a sharp glint ignited in his eyes. He surveyed the crowd, his fingers deftly pinching a chess piece. Very well. It has been a long time since I engaged in instructive matches. Let these unknowing youths experience what true despair feels like. Once upon a time, in a previous life, Yi Xiaochuan was celebrated as a prodigy, brimming with confidence in professional Go tournaments. At his peak, he was an unstoppable force. Even the revered chess sage would have had to contend with him. How could he allow this group of novices to accuse him of cheating? Though he may have been at the bottom of the professional ranks, Yi Xiaochuan remained a professional player, possessing the pride and dignity that accompanied such a status. Now provoked, he felt a long-dormant fury awaken within him. Today, I shall not offer guidance. If you can endure the mid-game, it will suffice to demonstrate your competence. What? Is this not exceedingly arrogant? Even Iya, who held unwavering faith in her brother, could not conceal her concern, although she had absolute confidence in his prowess. The notion of a 1 against 20 seemed rather implausible. What left the onlookers even more astonished was the moment Yi Xiaochuan made his move. A dazzling brilliance erupted instantaneously. The chess realm, those present within the grand hall, sensed a peculiar shift. The very fabric of space appeared to tear apart, as dizziness enveloped their minds. They reopened their eyes only to find themselves within Yi Xiaochuan's chess domain, an absolute domain, incredible beyond belief. All participants in the match found it impossible to trust their own eyes, rubbing them repeatedly, yet they remained ensconced within this unfamiliar realm. Indeed, This was the complete chess domain, an absolute territory achieved through the evolution and growth of Yi Xiaochuan's companion spirit. To reiterate, the fundamental distinction between a powerful force and a chess practitioner lies in the chess domain. Once fully deployed and adeptly drawing the opponent into one's own chess realm, it is tantamount to an overwhelming slaughter. This was the first time Yi Xiaochuan had unfurled the entirety of his chess domain. The scenery within this space mirrored his microcosm. Under his willful manipulation, everything before him transformed at his whim. In this realm, Yi Xiaochuan resembled a creator, almost divine in nature, with a mere wave of his hand. A star in the cosmos was utterly crushed. The disciples of the Yi family had never conceived of the universe and were utterly unacquainted with the sights within this chess domain. To their senses, it felt as though they were engulfed in chaos, with two suns, one black, one white, hovering above them, and Yi Xiaochuan's casual gestures left an indelible shock in their hearts. The terminology of shattering the heavens and splitting the earth, or the primordial chaos, could scarcely encompass the spectacle of a star being obliterated before their eyes. Yi Xiaochuan's status was instantly elevated to that of a creator, fostering the illusion that this entire world was a product of his own design. Some could not withstand the tumultuous upheaval of chess power, compounded by the psychological impact of the breathtaking scene, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth, and being ruthlessly expelled from the chess domain by Yi Xiaochuan. It is no wonder that, in the face of a star exploding in the cosmos, calamities such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions pale in comparison. Steady yourselves. This is merely the clever trickery of that young scoundrel, surely an illusion. Indeed, do not fall victim to his cunning schemes. The truth will be revealed on the chessboard. I refuse to believe he can cultivate a realm of chess. The chaotic currents that arise within such a realm are sufficient to inflict devastating blows upon his adversaries, underscoring the significance of this chess domain. The group of disciples, trembling, cautiously resumed their positions at the chessboard, their hands unsteady as they struggled to grasp the pieces. Some even resorted to using both hands to barely manage placing a piece down. Naturally, should Yi Xiaochuan desire it, he could effortlessly trigger several stellar explosions within this chess realm, disrupting the flow of chess power and compelling them to concede. Yet, I shall not allow you to escape so easily. The figure of Yi flickered, merging with Yi Xiaochuan's form, as the onlookers seemed to perceive illusions before their eyes. It felt as though they were not engaged in a match with Yi Xiaochuan, but rather contending against the very stars scattered throughout this vast universe. The overwhelming force of chess power rendered them nearly breathless, let alone summoning their symbolic spirits. Even lifting a piece seemed an arduous task. Chapter 65, Father Terrifying. The only words echoing in the minds of all present were these two. Is this truly the game that the wasteful young master of the Yi family could devise? It surpassed all realms of comprehension. As Yi Xiaochuan asserted, this was not merely a guiding game, but an outright massacre. Various, unheard of, and unseen extraordinary tactics left the opponents utterly defenseless. As Yi Xiaochuan remarked, when confronting a group of novices oblivious to their own limitations, the very notion of engaging in a proper game of chess was absent. Every move, in his eyes, was excessively forceful. Yet despite this, it did not take long before someone succumbed, leaving the chess arena in utter disarray. A professional chess player can easily concede 3 to 4 pieces. Those slightly weaker can even afford to lose up to 9. Those ranked lower are even less concerning. Thus, one could assert that facing this cadre of K-level players was akin to slicing through vegetables. Victory was assured, even with one's eyes closed. It bears reiteration that Yi Xiaochuan is a professional chess player, not the feeble figure one might imagine, nor someone whom these K-level scions of the Yi family could belittle. As I lost, beads of perspiration cascaded down, and the Yi disciples stared incredulously at the chessboard, their initial derision transforming into a profound awe, even fear. This transformation was immense. To speak of anything else is mere pretense. Only on the chessboard can the truth be revealed. Within fewer than 80 moves, the board was entirely dominated by Yi Xiaochuan's white pieces, with not a single black piece surviving. This is the outcome. Regardless of the tactics Xiaochuan employed or the seemingly incomprehensible maneuvers he executed, defeat is defeat. Shouldn't something be said? Do they think they can so easily escape from my absolute domain? Huh. The disciples of the Yi family rose unsteadily, their bodies weighed down by an overwhelming sense of weakness. In the face of Yi Xiaochuan's obstruction, their previous arrogance had dissipated, replaced by a profound and respectful bow. I apologize, they murmured. To win without pride, to lose without despair, to remain humble, and above all, to maintain a sense of reverence for the masters. These are the virtues to uphold. Yi Xiaochuan had no inclination for such crude pastimes as fishing for compliments. After all, these were his own disciples. Yet, they exhibited none of the composure expected of true players. This served as a lesson for them. As the last chess player struggled in vain, ultimately conceding defeat, he once again offered a sincere apology to Yi Xiaochuan. The chess realm transformed into specks of starlight, swiftly dissipating. When Yi Xiaochuan reappeared before the crowd, he had earned their respect through sheer skill. The atmosphere was thick with silence, devoid of the earlier arrogance and bravado. Is there anyone who dares to challenge me? The hall fell into an absolute hush. This was a true massacre. These chess cultivators were unable to withstand even a single exchange, and in the presence of such a formidable chess master, they felt utterly dwarfed. His strength was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested, rivaling that of a combat-level master. No wonder he had triumphed over the previous champion, so was sure. What a spectacle! The jubilant cheers of my younger sister, Ya, resonated in my ears as she rushed forward to embrace my brother, Yi Xiaochuan. Achieving an unprecedented feat of winning 20 consecutive matches without a single loss among peers is nothing short of extraordinary. Ya attentively observed every game, gaining a profound understanding of her brother's formidable prowess. It turns out that Yi Xiaochuan is not merely as the outside world depicts him, but rather an exceptionally skilled master. This revelation only deepened Ya's admiration for him. "Brother, when did you master such a chess realm? You must teach me later," she exclaimed. "Ha! With diligent practice, I too shall possess my own unique chess domain. The absolute domain is simply magnificent." Her eyes sparkled with admiration, reflecting just how much she idolized him. At that moment, Yi Xiaochuan heard someone call his name and turned to see his third brother, Yi Tuo, standing there unbeknownst to him. "Come with me. Father wishes to see you." The title of the cold-faced stone Buddha was not given in vain. Yi Tuo still wore his characteristic icy expression. Yet, in Yi Xiaochuan's heart, his brother Yi Tuo was far from the ruthless figure of his memories. During the recent turmoil caused by the rogue cultivators and the current conflict with Duan Liang, Yi Tuo had been conveying a unique form of affection towards Yi Xiaochuan. Yi Tuo still wore that familiar long-suffering expression. Meanwhile, Ya made a face at Yi Tuo's figure, sticking out her tongue as she remarked, "I still don't like third brother very much." I used to feel the same way. As he gazed at the retreating figure, Yi Xiaochuan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Holding on to the exuberant Iya, he obediently followed the wishes of his elder brother, maintaining a close distance behind. Typically, it was only at 9 in the morning that their father, Yangda, would commence his official duties as the head of the Yi family, attending to the myriad complexities of the Yi family's Go Academy and other familial matters. Thus, when Yi Xiaochuan next beheld his father, he noted the absence of the customary authoritative demeanor befitting a family patriarch, replaced instead by a gentle warmth characteristic of a father. Had he misjudged the essence of his father, not merely as a parent, but also as his first Go mentor? Every encounter with his father had been marked by stern reprimands and disappointment, a stark contrast to the sight of his father now clad in pajamas, a visage previously unimagined. "Please, have a seat," came the unexpectedly tender voice, for which Yi Xiaochuan had braced himself for a scolding. Deep down, he understood that his father's call was likely prompted by the recent match against Duan Liang, a matter that weighed heavily on his conscience. After all, he was indeed burdened with the power of dark cultivation, a fact that had inadvertently slipped into the open, leading to catastrophic consequences. His elder brother leaned in to whisper something to their father, before taking the tea that had been prepared by the servants and presenting it to him. Before Yangda lay an intricately set Go board. Do not feel anxious. I merely wish to play a game of Go with you. Yixian finally relaxed his mind and sat down obediently, lifting the cup of tea before him and taking a gentle sip. The initial taste was slightly bitter, yet the subsequent sweetness was remarkably delightful. What fine tea! Whether it was a psychological effect or the tea possessed some extraordinary quality, he felt an immense sense of comfort wash over him, alleviating the tension that had gripped his heart. Father, I am Duan Liang. Before Yixian could utter a word, his father had already reached for a chess piece, the upper right corner of the star point. So that was it. Everything lay within the game of chess, didn't it? Perhaps those unversed in its intricacies would fail to grasp its profundity, but for a player, especially a professional like Yixian, Go was nearly synonymous with life itself, not to mention the world that revolved around it. Chess reflects the player. One can discern a person's character merely through their style of play. Among masters, words become superfluous, for all that needs to be expressed is encapsulated within the game. Yixian pondered his father's intentions, yet he understood one thing. He must exert his utmost effort in this match. What wrong? Should you still harbor doubts in the presence of your father? Indeed, Yixian had his reservations, but confronted with his father's rare gentleness, he took a deep breath. Perhaps he was overthinking it. His hand, which had hesitated mid-air with the chess piece, finally descended. Pay close attention, it will benefit your game. I shall certainly remember it. The onlooker, EU, observed intently, while his brother, Etuo, fixated on the chessboard. During this brief interlude, Etuo had not remained idle. He first approached Duan Liang to negotiate, but the chess enthusiast remained impervious to persuasion, steadfastly believing that Yi Xiaochuan was an evildoer. The other brothers from the Qing Cheng sect dismissed the matter entirely. When Etuo relayed the entire sequence of events regarding Yi Xiaochuan's match with Duan Liang to their father, he anticipated an explosive reaction. Surprisingly, their father merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further commentary. The sudden decision to face Yi Xiaochuan in a match left Etuo perplexed, uncertain of his father's intentions. Yet he saw this as an opportunity to assess Yi Xiaochuan's prowess. Then, as if summoned by an unseen force, the air stirred without a breeze, and Yi Xiaochuan's garments inexplicably fluttered. Even Iya, who had only attained basic proficiency, could sense the formidable surge of chess power emanating from Yi Xiaochuan. A truly terrifying phenomenon. The adage a scholar's capabilities must be viewed anew after 3 days rang true in such a short span. Yi Xiaochuan had undergone a remarkable transformation, with his chess strength still on the rise. Their father lifted his gaze, watching Yi Xiaochuan with keen interest. Yet he shook his head, remarking, not yet sufficient. Yi Xiaochuan was acutely aware of what his father was alluding to moments ago. His third brother had whispered something into their father's ear, presumably revealing the fact that he possessed a chess realm. However, this was precisely the source of Yi Xiaochuan's apprehension. His father, Yangda, possessed exceptional chess prowess, undoubtedly at the pinnacle of combat power, transcending even that level to reach a higher realm known as Dongyo. Moreover, Duan Liang, who also operated at the same level of combat power, could ascertain from the leaked chess strength that Yi Xiaochuan harbored the malevolent force known as Shui Exinhe. If the chess realm were to be unleashed, there was no telling what secrets might be unveiled. Noticing Yi Xiaochuan's lingering doubts, Yangda remained silent, his thoughts inscrutable. He merely picked up a piece with an air of calm and placed it decisively on the board, focusing intently on the game. Yangda played with the white pieces, while Yi Xiaochuan took on the black. The match commenced in earnest. Faced with a master of combat power, Yi Xiaochuan dared not underestimate his opponent. He opted for his most proficient strategy, a variation of the star point opening, which offered a wealth of tactical possibilities. The fluid and unpredictable nature of his chess style had been his hallmark in his previous life as a professional player, allowing him to adapt his tactics according to the distinctive characteristics of his adversaries. Coupled with the latest AI theories of the new era, Yi Xiaochuan felt confident that he could maintain an undefeated stance against any opponent. As Yangda established his position with the white pieces, opting for a stable approach by choosing a small point high hanging formation, he seized the initiative to secure the corners. creating a formidable encirclement against Yi Xiaochuan's small point large jump defense. Was he a practitioner who prioritized territorial control? Yi Xiaochuan gazed intently at the chessboard, bowing his head in contemplation. To an outsider, a mere few moves might seem inconsequential, yet in this moment, Yi Xiaochuan had perceptively discerned that his father favored a strategy of dismantling the sides with a preference for the third line. Observing the lower left corner, he noted that the white pieces had already begun to establish a substantial formation, and the art of dismantling sides demands a delicate balance of elevation. While a third-line dismantling appears more reliable in terms of territory, it simultaneously afforded Yi Xiaochuan an opportunity to disrupt his opponent's burgeoning formation. Shoulder push, a move replete with the essence of the AI era. It broke free from the conventional thinking of golden corners and silver edges, undermining the opponent's grand structure. If the adversary were to exhibit weakness at this juncture, opting instead for defense and territory acquisition, Yi Xiaochuan could capitalize on this to seize the initiative and solidify his subsequent tactics. Alas, the opponent he faced was not a novice merely acquainted with chess principles, but the head of the Yi family, the foremost power among the three great factions of Chengdu. Naturally, he would not yield here, resolutely countering with a firm response, thus denying Yi Xiaochuan the opportunity for a straightforward gain. Yi Xiaochuan, in turn, executed a jump, briefly addressing the situation before seeking opportunities elsewhere. Is it permissible to abandon the initiative here? Yi first articulated her doubts. The literature asserts that one must maintain coherence in chess, having chosen the shoulder push. One should at least solidify the local formation before relinquishing the initiative. I too am uncertain. Yi Tuo hesitated to comment rashly. In his recollection, not even the elders of the Yi family or the other two major powers employed such an unconventional approach. He wondered where Yi Xiaochuan had learned his craft, as his style of play was truly peculiar. Further observation was required. In the actual game, his father, playing white, once more employed the tactic of attaching to the Komoku and exchanging the Hain and Tsuk to secure the corner. Subsequently, he played a tiger's mouth to secure life in the corner. Yi Xiaochuan, however, once again opted to Tanuki, extending with a flying extension on the opposite side. From Yi Xiaochuan's perspective, in this grand strategic situation, sacrificing a single stone locally was inconsequential. It was imperative to seize the initiative. This was a crucial aspect of AlphaGo theory, one of the reasons why countless Jōzeki had been overturned. AI posits that in the opening phase, securing Sente is of paramount importance. By stepping back and observing the entire board, one could discern that Yi Xiaochuan's black stones had already established a formidable moyo, encompassing both sides and the entire center. This was a deliberate provocation, compelling white to invade. This was Yi Xiaochuan's strategy. Since his opponent favored a territory-oriented style, he would seize the initiative in the opening, construct a vast moyo, and force his opponent to invade, engaging in a domain where they were less adept, all in search of an opportunity. A most intriguing game indeed. At this moment, Father Yang suddenly burst into hearty laughter, gazing at the chessboard that had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Rather than displaying any signs of tension, he appeared exuberantly joyful. This left the three siblings utterly astonished. They could distinctly sense their father's elation. The usually stern and serious head of the Yi family rarely exhibited such mirth. It was unexpected to witness him reveling in a game of chess with his own son. Indeed, he was savoring the experience. Yi Xiaochuan felt a peculiar sense of unease, but could not quite articulate it. He had never played such a delightful game of chess before. Truly, he had matured. As father laughed heartily, he reached into the chess box once more to retrieve a piece, then abruptly shifted his tone. It seems I have been underestimated. With a resounding smack, this move made Yi Xiaochuan fully realize his miscalculation. The shoulder charge. It countered Yi Xiaochuan's own shoulder charge with greater force and momentum, infused with a palpable aura of lethal intent, aiming to dismantle the grand scheme he had meticulously orchestrated. This was not the style of a player who focused on tangible territory. This was the crux of Yi Xiaochuan's error. He now had to reassess his opponent. With the placement of this piece, an invisible pressure surged toward him. Just moments ago, his father had been laughing joyously, his countenance amiable. But now he resembled a deity of destruction, brandishing a bloodied blade, advancing with undeniable ferocity. Chapter 67. The Malevolent Emperor. Was it merely an illusion? Upon regaining consciousness, there is no longer a bloodthirsty deity of slaughter, but rather a father gazing at him with a smile. The force of the shoulder charge, when considered in the context of the entire situation, was not as formidable as to be insurmountable. Ah, so this is the nature of your chess realm. What? The father gave a slight nod, and the surrounding scenery shifted accordingly. Immersed in this vast universe, with stars twinkling around and meteors occasionally streaking by, was this not his own chess realm, absolute domain? Unbeknownst to Yi Xiaochuan, a powerful instinct compelled him to instinctively unfold his chess realm in response to his father's sudden surge of aura. This is not good, Yi Xiaochuan thought to himself, hastily retracting his chess realm, but it was too late. His father had already comprehended it entirely. Let this game conclude here. But the game hasn't. Father Yi Yongde rose, standing with his hands clasped behind his back turned to Yi Xiaochuan, obscuring any discernible expression on his face, merely stating in a calm tone. He then commanded his servants to bring his garments, and upon donning his formal attire, the father regained the authority of the Yi family patriarch. Merely standing there, he exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression. With so many peculiarities about him, whence did this power arise? Father, please allow me to explain. Frankly, I'm not interested. Abruptly interjecting, Father Yi Yongde diverted the conversation, articulating, provided that you demonstrate diligence and strive for advancement through virtuous means, you shall remain my son, a scion of the esteemed Yi family. Having spoken, Father Yi Yongde departed on his own. Considering the hour, it was time for him to attend to his myriad responsibilities. As the patriarch of the Yi family, he oversaw not only the intricate affairs of the Yi family's academy, but also the governance of the entire clan, thus rendering him exceedingly occupied. The incomplete chess match, coupled with his father's enigmatic words, left Yi Xiaochuan perplexed, unable to decipher his father's true intentions. However, recalling the momentary surge of oppressive force, Yi Xiaochuan felt genuine trepidation, instinctively activating his chess domain to counteract the potent energy. Fixated upon the unfinished game board, Yi Xiaochuan understood one thing. He was still far too inexperienced. Why had they only played halfway? Iya, his sister, who had been observing the match, also felt that the contest had only just begun. Neither her father nor her brother had exerted their full potential. Why then, had her father abruptly ceased the game? There's no need to continue this game, Ida. The third brother murmured as he affectionately stroked his sister's head. He sighed, admitting that he, too, was unsure of his father's motives. Was it an attempt to test Yi Xiaochuan? Despite being a formidable opponent at the level of combat prowess, Yi Tuo, while not quite matching the strength of his father, has demonstrated through the recent chess match that Yi Xiaochuan's skills do not possess the malevolence typically associated with dark practitioners. Moreover, his abilities are undoubtedly more profound than they may initially appear, with no evidence of foul play or deceit. Thus, Duan Liang's claim that Yi Xiaochuan is a dark practitioner is utterly absurd. Rest assured, Xiaochuan, although my father has remained silent, I am confident that his sentiments align with mine. We shall not allow Duan Liang to act with impunity. Understood, Yi Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. His elder brother had pressing matters to attend to, while his sister, Ye, was occupied with intensive training for the upcoming competition. Consequently, he found himself alone, with little to occupy his time. He initially intended to return to his room to continue his practice with Ling ER, delving deeper into the art of Go. However, at that moment, a servant from the Yi residence approached, announcing that someone was seeking him. Was it Zhuo? The last time they met, the two were fiercely engaged in a game of chess, akin to sworn enemies determined to dismantle each other completely. Yet now, upon their reunion, they resembled long-lost confidants. As soon as Zhuo laid eyes on the dearly missed Yi Xiaochuan, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. Yi Xiaochuan reciprocated, ushering Zhuo into his room, eager to inquire about numerous matters in detail. The memory of their previous match lingered vividly, particularly the formidable symbol of power, the locked dragon pillar. It was perplexing that Zwashur, a player of the righteous faction, had been ensnared by the forces of an evil practitioner, one of the 12 fingers. What could possibly explain this anomaly? Once inside his room, Yi Xiaochuan prepared some tea and snacks for their gathering. Zwashur, with her unrefined demeanor, resembled a beggar, her grimy little hands eagerly snatching delicacies and stuffing them into her mouth, indulging without restraint. Having heard whispers that Zwashur did not belong to any faction in Chengdu, but was merely a wild child from the mountains, Yi Xiaochuan found her gluttonous behavior truly corroborated those tales. Your eating habits are on par with Ling ER. He jested. Nonsense. I, Miss Ling ER, am a paragon of grace. How could a ruffian like him compare? Ling ER exclaimed as she made her entrance, instantly drawing Zwashur's astonished gaze. For he had witnessed her remarkable prowess in the realm of chess. Manipulating the pitch-black flames, her agility is unparalleled, allowing her to rival even the awakened golden dragon, and eventually to gain the upper hand, a testament to Ling ER's formidable power. Since Zwashur had already encountered Ling ER, there was no need for concealment. Ling ER appeared alongside her, presenting an unfamiliar sight. Zwashur maintained a rather disastrous appetite as he paced back and forth, scrutinizing the scene with keen interest. Oh, Senior, what is this secret weapon? Yi is my symbolic spirit, while Ling ER is the chess spirit bound to me by a contract. Truly impressive, Senior. Without further ado, Zwashur was not averse to the title, and he was well aware of Yi Xiaochuan's curiosity. With dirty little hands, he carelessly wiped his mouth and gulped down a generous amount of tea. Senior, are you aware of the legend of the Evil Emperor? Evil Emperor? Yi Xiaochuan pondered carefully, recalling that it was merely a bedtime story to lull children to sleep. The intricate details eluded him, but the general narrative followed the traditional trope of a hero battling a demon king, a tale of a nefarious evil emperor who committed heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder, ultimately vanquished by a valiant hero after countless tribulations. Why the sudden mention of this? What would you think if I told you that the tale of the evil emperor is, in fact, true? After a moment of contemplation, he meticulously searched for the particulars of the tale concerning the so-called evil emperor, yet remained unsuccessful. In Yi Xiaochuan's view, it was merely a bedtime story for children. However, at that moment, Ling ER, who was beside him, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! That's just a childish fabrication. Evil Emperor? What a preposterous title for the idle storyteller to conjure up. You actually believe it? Having entered into a contract with Ling ER, their souls were now intertwined, signifying that their minds were also connected. He could clearly perceive that upon hearing the words Evil Emperor, even with her barely perceptible smile, he could keenly detect a slight tremor in her emotions. Despite Ling ER's attempts to conceal it, it did not escape Yi Xiaochuan's notice. It was evident that Ling ER was trying to obscure something. Frankly, I don't place much credence in tales of an evil emperor either, Yi Xiaochuan stated, shaking his head. As a materialist from the 21st century, he firmly believed that science was the primary driving force. It would be akin to suddenly being informed that mythological narratives, such as Pangu creating the world, Enwa fashioning mankind, or Quafu chasing the sun were all historical events. Of course, the existence of spirit manifestations and symbiotic spirits in this world had already shattered Yi Xiaochuan's worldview once. However, he still found it difficult to believe the story of the evil emperor. What do you think the aim of those evil cultivators is? Zwashur inquired, extending a finger. Merely to seize one's chess prowess and cultivation? Have you ever pondered the genesis of this void realm? And the 12 fingers? Indeed, it suddenly dawned on Yi Xiaochuan that the sole connection lay in the narrative of the heretical emperor possessing 12 digits. Is this merely a coincidence? A sidelong glance revealed that Ling ER's countenance had grown exceedingly grim. I, too, harbor secrets that I must safeguard. I cannot divulge the specifics, but I can inform you that the collective aspiration of all heretical cultivators is to amass the 12 fingers. Could the assemblage of 12 digits potentially resurrect the heretical emperor? I do not deny that such a possibility exists. Observing Zwashur's earnest demeanor, Yi Xiaochuan found himself somewhat swayed. Indubitably, The power of the 12 fingers is supremely malevolent and dark. Despite sounding preposterous, it still possessed a degree of credibility. Perhaps Ling ER might possess comprehensive knowledge. Ling ER, do you have any insights to share? Only silence met Yi Xiaochuan's inquiry. Ling ER is not adept at deception, being the type whose true feelings are readily discernible. Furthermore, with their souls intertwined, Ling ER could conceal no secrets from Yi Xiaochuan. Yi Xiaochuan could command Ling ER, yet this was the very action he was most loath to undertake. If Ling ER was unwilling to speak, she undoubtedly had her reasons. Then, what about these dragon shackles? Noticing Zhuo Ming's hesitation, Yi Xiaochuan realized he might have been impolite and said, "It's all right, I was merely—" No. Senior, you and I are likely of the same ilk. What does it mean? Possessing the malevolent power of the 12 fingers, yet standing in stark opposition to the realm of wicked cultivators. Through Zhuo Ming's elaborate explanation, Yi Xiaochuan came to understand that Zhuo Ming's symbolic spirit was none other than the magnificent golden dragon, a vessel for sealing the power of the 12 fingers passed down through generations. However, as time wore on, the seal weakened, allowing the insidious forces to infiltrate and devour their host, ultimately culminating in the locking dragon pillar that is now visible in Zhuo Shi's era. Despite my family's relentless efforts through the ages to reinforce the seal, all endeavors ended in failure. By the time the legacy reached my lineage, the 12 fingers seemed to be merging with the dragon, and the seal grew increasingly fragile. Was this why the confrontation on that day resulted in a loss of control and a surge of power? Wait, are you saying your family has been passing this down through generations? Indeed. What about the others in your family? At this juncture, Zhuo Shi lowered his head deeply, biting his lip in silence. The atmosphere plummeted to a chilling point, and Zhuo Shi appeared to recall some distressing memories, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan had already surmised the situation. The wicked cultivators were immensely covetous of the power of the 12 fingers. During the chaos of Chengdu, the mere announcement from one of the 12 fingers, the Fierce One, was enough to draw thousands of wicked cultivators from across the city, suggesting that Zhuo Shi's family had likely encountered calamity. Otherwise, how could the legacy of the locking dragon pillar have manifested in Zhuo Shi's possession? Upon encountering Zhuo Shi again, now resembling a small beggar, it seemed he was evading the relentless pursuit of malevolent cultivators. He had clandestinely slipped away to participate in this grand competition, for his master had strictly forbidden him from descending the mountain. With tears silently cascading down his cheeks, Zhuo Shi lamented, "The chaos wrought by the evil cultivators in Chengdu must surely stem from my actions. My uncontrollable outburst during our last match nearly harmed you. It is all my fault." Zhuo Shi believed that the revelation of his possession of one of the 12 fingers had incited such frenzied behavior among the malevolent ones, culminating in a tragic fire at the Yi residence. Overwhelmed with guilt, he incessantly apologized to Yi Xiaochuan. At this point, Yi Xiaochuan finally comprehended the turmoil that had befallen Zhuo Shi. "Ling ER, can you devour the 12 fingers from Zhuo Shi?" he inquired. However, Ling ER shook her head, indicating her inability to assist, as the power of the 12 fingers had already fused with that of the golden dragon. This connection symbolized the intertwining of spirit and the master's lifeline. To consume the dragon lock pillar would mean the end of Zhuo Shi's existence. Yi Xiaochuan could distinctly sense Zhuo Shi's profound love for the game of Go, yet he pondered what transgressions this passionate youth had committed to bear such a heavy burden. At such a tender age, he was forced to carry the weight of responsibility, leading to the destruction of his family and forcing him into seclusion in the deep mountains to evade the malevolent cultivators. As these thoughts consumed him, Yi Xiaochuan felt an even deeper ache in his heart. He had come specifically to apologize and had resolved not to participate in the competition. He would return immediately and would never descend the mountain again. Zhuo Shi's eyes were filled with determination, yet also brimming with reluctance. Sneaking down the mountain was a testament to his passion for Go, a fervent desire to engage in matches against formidable opponents, relishing each game. To be unable to play due to evading pursuers felt akin to a life sentence for a chess player, more unbearable than death itself. You can play with confidence and abandon, but There is no need to worry about the malevolent practitioners any longer. Noticing Zhua Shi's puzzled expression, Yi Xiaochuan realized that he had no reason to hide the truth any longer. Moreover, given Zhua Shi's openness with him, he couldn't suppress a player's yearning to engage in the game. Ling ER possesses the ability to devour the powers of malevolent practitioners. You must be aware of that. Indeed, I distinctly felt it at that time. The malevolent practitioners throughout Chengdu have been completely eradicated by me. What? Zhua Shi could scarcely believe his ears. There were indeed rumors of malevolent practitioners vanishing overnight, but as far as Zhua Shi knew, many skilled Go players were among them, making it impossible to defeat them all. If you trust me, then go forth and participate in the competition without reservation. Yi Xiaochuan declared confidently, patting his chest in assurance to Zhua Shi. I pledge to you, with my integrity, that all the malevolent practitioners in Chengdu have been dealt with. Chapter 69. Competition rules on the day of the chaos instigated by the malevolent practitioners. The Yifu was set ablaze. Although extensive repairs have been completed, after much deliberation among the three major powers of Chengdu, the venue for the competition was determined to be the Rui Chess Institute. At this juncture, Yi Xiaochuan received a notification stating that if he did not attend the training sessions, he would be disqualified from the competition. What training sessions am I supposed to attend? Yi Xiaochuan pondered, utterly bewildered when Yin Wan'er sought him out. As the young master of the Yi family, he believed his current prowess rendered any training unnecessary. It seemed more appropriate for him to instruct the students instead. How long has it been since you last attended classes at the Rui Institute? How could I forget about this? Upon Yin Wan'er's reminder, Yi Xiaochuan recalled that despite his status as the young master of the Yi family, he had previously enrolled as a disciple of the Rui Institute to indulge in daily escapades outside the confines of the Yi residence. Since his arrival in this world, he calculated that it had already been over a month since he last reported to the Rui Institute. In other words, if he failed to report for the training sessions, he would indeed risk expulsion from the Rui Chess Institute. Yin Wan'er pinched Yi Xiaochuan's ear and exclaimed, "What will you do when you are expelled from the institute and lose your eligibility to compete?" "Oh dear miss, I understand now. I shall go immediately." With an immediate agreement, I felt a profound aversion toward attending the intensive training at the Rui Shi Institute. This so-called training is an all-day, high-intensity regimen of Go practice prior to competitions. The activities involved are starkly simple and brutal, engaging in matches against teachers and fellow students, proceeding from one game to the next, and subsequently analyzing each game in succession. A rather extreme example from my past life involved young prodigies who often had to drop out of school to partake in rigorous, all-day chess practice. Only by investing substantial time could they expect to yield any returns. Indeed, Yi Xiaochuan had also experienced such training days, which felt like an unending nightmare, with black and white stones occupying my thoughts, both upon waking and in dreams, where I found myself endlessly reviewing games. That period was nothing short of a nightmare, leaving a significant psychological shadow over me. It could be said that after becoming a professional player in my previous life, the indulgence in revelry and neglect of training led to a decline in my skills, rooted in these experiences. Despite my reluctance, I could not relinquish my eligibility to compete. The high-intensity training before tournaments was an unyielding rule across all Go academies. Thus, I was forcibly dragged by Yin Wan'er to the Rui Shi Go Institute. It was midday, with the sun blazing overhead, and although the weather was sweltering, it could not dampen the students' fervor for learning Go. Even during mealtime, one could observe a multitude of young players seeking refuge in the shade, consuming their meals voraciously while remaining utterly engrossed in the game records before them. This scene inevitably stirred painful memories within Yi Xiaochuan, recalling nothing but suffering. How vexing! A familiar voice echoed in my ears. Turning around, I found none other than the hot-tempered Rui Nyo. My impression of Rui Nyo is indelibly etched in my memory upon my arrival in this world. He struck me with a punch, and even now I can faintly feel the lingering pain in my chest. However, times have changed. The current Yi Xiaochuan is no longer the naive newcomer he once was. Not to mention my prowess in chess. I am confident that I could easily outplay this overly arrogant young man. Neither of us paid any heed to the other. Yet the disciples of the Rue family surrounding us seem to harbor intense animosity towards me, their gazes burning with an unsettling fervor. While I could comprehend the hostility from the E family, it was perplexing to see that the Rue family, who had previously ignored me, now regarded me as a good-for-nothing intruder. What could have sparked such disdain? You're unaware, are you? Yin Wanner discerned the confusion on my face and whispered the reason in my ear. It turns out that unlike the individual rankings in the Daoist competition, the higher-level chess cultivation tournament employs a team format consisting of 3 players in a stage battle system. The roles, Pioneer, Main General, and Deputy General, determine the order of appearance. The winning player continues to face challenges from the opposing side. The Pioneer is the first to step onto the stage, while the Main General is the grand finale, making their entrance last. But what does this have to do with me? You have been exceptionally promoted to the chess cultivation tournament. What? This was the outcome of a discussion held this morning between the heads of the E and Rue families. Perhaps the significance of my father's words is deeply intertwined with this morning's chess match against him, Yangda, and the appointment with Duan Liang exerts a subtle influence as well. If this holds true, it's no wonder the disciples of the Rue family harbor such animosity towards me. It's crucial to recognize that the ultimate objective of the chess cultivation competition isn't merely clinching the championship, but rather capturing the attention of various influential factions. The aim is to be recruited and gain entry into superior institutions for further studies, akin to the prestigious universities of the past. While rankings hold considerable sway, demonstrating exceptional skill and talent through remarkable chess play can attract the notice of prominent masters, even with a lower ranking, potentially leading to an unconventional admission. Talents like Rue Nyo and Yin Wanner from the Rue family tend to garner significant attention. Teaming up with either of them is akin to securing a spot in a renowned university, tantamount to a guaranteed admission. Yet, this invaluable opportunity has been bestowed upon Yi Xiaochuan. The order of precedence? Rue Nyo is the vanguard, you are the lieutenant, and you are the commander, Yin Wanner declared. The position of commander is highly coveted. Upon hearing Yin Wanner's words, Yi Xiaochuan found it agreeable. Although the commander, as the final presence, undoubtedly bears the brunt of attention and pressure, the vanguard Rue Nyo alone is capable of sweeping aside the majority of chess players. It seems like an easy task, allowing me to conceal my own strength, which is quite advantageous. I'm not convinced. What is Yi Xiaochuan but a mere lackey of our Rue family? How can a scoundrel who frequently attends classes without commitment ascend to the position of the commander? The cacophony of reproaches surrounding him grows ever louder. There are countless individuals from the same cohort eager to team up with Rue Nyo and Yin Wanner, some even resorting to brutal confrontations, leaving them bloodied and battered, all for a single coveted spot. The sudden grant of this position to the infamous Yi Xiaochuan today ignites the wrath of the masses. Those unwilling to confront the head of the Rue family can only vent their fury upon Yi Xiaochuan. Oh, I lack the inclination to play chess today. I have no desire to engage with you, Yi Xiaochuan lamented. The incident with the fish at the Yi family had already occurred once, and it held little appeal. I see you're simply a coward. You, Yi Xiaochuan, and your Yi family are nothing but scoundrels dabbling in underhanded schemes. What did you say? Yi Xiaochuan seized the wrist of the leader, asserting that he was indifferent, yet he would not tolerate any slander against the Yi family. The man recognized that his words had crossed a line. Should a complaint be lodged, he would surely face dire consequences. He hastily retracted his statement, labeling Yi Xiaochuan as a coward, too afraid to accept the challenge. Who says one must play chess to demonstrate prowess? Are you implying? Indeed, Yi Xiaochuan confidently proclaimed his mastery of the 3 fundamental skills of Go, the foundational techniques, the art of reading the game, and the most essential, yet simultaneously the simplest, life and death problems. The intricate and challenging life and death problems not only test a player's sensitivity to formations, but also demand profound calculative abilities. Some of these complex dilemmas require verification of every possible move, along with precise and comprehensive calculations of each variation, rendering them exceedingly intricate. Within the realm of the Rue's Chess Academy exists a uniquely crafted chess environment, categorized by ranks, encompassing hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of life and death problems, including high-level challenges akin to those found in the esteemed Workwan, Hui Chi, Jubai masters of the game. What is even more remarkable is that within this chess landscape, each life and death scenario is imbued with its own distinctive spirit, capable of transforming into manifestations of all things in the world. Players not only feel as though they are immersed in the experience, but also gain deeper understanding and lasting impressions, becoming entrapped in an immersive life and death experience. As the contemporary vernacular would describe it, as a disciple of the Rui's Chess Academy, I have long desired to venture into this enchanting secret realm. Unfortunately, the previous owner of this body lacked dedication and fell short in skill. So what say you? Dare to challenge me? How shall we compete? Swiftly, accurately, and decisively. The crux of the matter is straightforward. These life and death problem competitions are simply about accuracy and speed. Upon hearing this, a smile graced his countenance. Yin Wan'er leaned in to whisper to Yi Xiaochuan that the man was Chang Xiangyang, a highly gifted player of their cohort, especially adept at life and death problems, even surpassing Yin Wan'er and Ruan Yeo. Had Yi Xiaochuan not intervened, Chang Xiangyang would likely have been the vanguard of their trio, hence his resentment toward Yi Xiaochuan. So, you possess considerable confidence in your calculative prowess? Indeed, that is a given. Observing his haughty demeanor, Yi Xiaochuan inwardly scoffed. No matter how formidable his calculation might be, could it rival his symbolic spirit karma? A walking AI was no mere boast. This was an opportune moment to train karma. Both being trainees of the initiation group, they were eligible to explore the life and death secret realm. With mutual intent, Yin Wan'er took the lead, and the competition formally commenced. The group arrived at the rear of the Rue clan's chess academy. Nestled against the mountain, they could discern a secluded cave at the foot of the mountain. Even from afar, they could sense the immense chess power emanating from it. It was not an artificially created chess realm, but a naturally formed secret realm. Much like the E clan's myriad convergence chess decree, this naturally occurring secret realm was Rue's ultimate treasure. It was precisely by relying on this wondrous secret realm that Rue had produced generations of chess players, enabling its growth to become one of the three major powers of Chengdu. So, this is the secret realm? Bumpkin. As Yi Xiaochuan sighed in contemplation, he was scolded by Chang Xiangyang, who dismissed the notion of quibbling with a mere child, emphasizing that the exploration of this secret realm held far greater importance. Among their group, aside from the temporary referees Yin Wan'er and Chang Xiangyang, Yi Xiaochuan and others were accompanied by a multitude of disciples from the Rue family, who had come to witness the spectacle. They were not only eager to witness Yi Xiaochuan's potential folly, but also curious to discern whether he possessed any true abilities, as rumored, and they hoped that Chang Xiangyang would deliver a fitting reprimand to this so-called waste of the Yi family. The moment Yi Xiaochuan stepped into the secret realm, the surrounding environment transformed instantaneously, revealing an extraordinary vista. The skies were clear and the waters blue, reminiscent of a paradise beyond the mundane world. Immersed in such an ethereal setting, he felt an invigorating calmness wash over him, soothing the previously restless energy within him. Indeed, it was wondrous. Just as Yi Xiaochuan was lost in admiration of the breathtaking scenery, he was jolted back to reality by Yin Wan'er's anxious voice. What are you dawdling for? Chang Xiangyang has already begun the life and death challenge. Perplexed, Yi Xiaochuan scanned his surroundings. Amidst this serene mountainous landscape, where could the life and death conundrums possibly be? Yin Wan'er's incessant urgings echoed in his ears, revealing her genuine concern. It seemed that Chang Xiangyang had already completed several of these challenges while he remained there, absorbed in the beauty around him. How could one not feel anxious in such a predicament? The figures of Yi and Ling ER suddenly appeared, ethereal entities composed purely of chess prowess, hidden within this secret realm, imperceptible to others. At Ye's prompting, they gazed into the distance, their hearts attuned to the flow of chess energy. Indeed, it felt as though they had unblocked their meridians, and Yi Xiaochuan experienced an unparalleled clarity. Gently closing his eyes, he extended his fingers to sense the movement of chess energy, which seemed to respond to him, swirling gracefully around his fingertips. I understand now. Yi Xiaoshuan marvelit repeatedly, acknowledging the profound nature of this hidden sanctuary belonging to the Rue family. Each mountain, tree, blade of grass, rock, and even the clouds above transformed into intriguing dilemmas of life and death under Yi Xiaochuan's attentive perception. As the wind stirred, a sudden gale surged upwards, lifting clouds into the sky, embodying the clouds rising to form a sunset glow. The black pieces engaged in a fierce struggle against the four of white, utilizing the peculiarities of the corners to generate momentum and thus unravel this conundrum. With a focused mind, a whirlwind once again swirled from his fingertips, soaring into the heavens and sweeping away the clouds above, successfully unraveling the conundrum. Outside, the disciples of the Rue clan were astounded. This problem had stymied many of their number. Its difficulty was beyond imagination. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Xiaochuan approached and tackled this formidable challenge head-on, revealing a solution that left the crowd exclaiming in awe. So this is how it is. As Yi Xiaochuan found himself immersed in the realm of chess, savoring the exhilaration brought by the solution, he noticed a flock of birds soaring across the sky. Suddenly, a tempest arose, and instead of flying against the wind, the birds spread their wings and retreated, rising higher by harnessing the wind's force. This was the essence of 6 birds retreating in flight. The situation shifted rapidly, leaving one to wonder whether these waterfowl could navigate the storm unscathed. The universe transformed into a chessboard, with everything before him morphing into chess shapes. Yi Xiaochuan swiftly identified the first point of selection, and within moments he calculated and deduced the correct answer. Although this problem posed no real challenge for him, he remained in awe of the intricacies of the chess realm. What seemed to be a simple life-and-death problem revealed such transformations that it was truly an eye-opener, ensnaring him in its depths. One after another, profound life-and-death puzzles drifted before Yi Xiaochuan, and with the enhancement of his skills, his computational abilities soared dramatically. What had once seemed intricate now felt remarkably light in his mind, allowing him to effortlessly discover the correct solutions in a short time. Meanwhile, Chang Xiangyang, also within the secret realm, sensed the explosive growth of Yi Xiaochuan's chess prowess. What on earth was that lad up to? Chapter 71. A formidable configuration and extensive formation, spanning an entire side of the board, comprised over 100 points of large, interconnected stones. The black and white pieces were intertwined and fiercely engaged. At first glance, the black stones possessed only a single eye in the corner, while the encompassing white dragon appeared to have ample eye spaces. Any attempt to forcibly create life or aggressively eliminate the white stones would prove futile upon simple calculation. This problem, however, elucidates the paramount importance of sequencing in Go. A seemingly clumsy placement in the corner ingeniously secured a vital eye with initiative, subsequently deviating from the main conflict. An unexpected move on the opposite side forced the white stones to respond defensively. Was he attempting? One might ponder. I refuse to believe that a problem even Chang Xiangyang couldn't solve could be deciphered by him. Observe, the onlookers exclaimed once more. The previously abundant eye spaces of the white dragon now revealed vulnerabilities after these exchanges. The implications were dire. Before the surrounding disciples of the Rue clan could fully assess the situation, Yi Xiaochuan nonchalantly severed the connection. The black stones, once appearing lifeless, now emanated a spark of vitality, a veritable renewal of withered wood, executed with exquisite skill. Yi Xiaochuan himself marveled at the ingenuity of the problem, which vividly illustrated the significance of sequencing in Go. Despite the solution being achieved in a mere handful of moves, it would remain elusive to those without considerable prowess. It lives. It actually lives. Such a clever approach to problem-solving has truly provided a valuable lesson for a multitude of disciples of the Rue school. Even Yin Wanner expressed her astonishment, completely taken aback by Yi Xiaochuan's remarkable transformation. Turning to Chang Xiangyang, one could see beads of sweat the size of peas incessantly trickling down his forehead. The intense calculations had thoroughly exhausted his mental faculties. The brilliance of his chess skills now seemed dim, operating at less than half the speed of Yi Xiaochuan, with an accuracy rate of merely 80%. In stark contrast, Yi Xiaochuan, while reveling in the mysteries of this secret realm, was engaged in rapid calculations, with sequences of life and death problems flashing before his eyes. Thanks to his solid foundation, he effortlessly solved basic configurations such as the classic mouse stealing oil, big and small pig's mouth, golden rooster standing alone, and the cornerboard 6, answering correctly without a moment's thought. The difficulty escalated dramatically. The current challenges appeared to be around the 3D to 4D level, yet he approached them with mere superficial calculations. 100, 200, 300 problems. My goodness, he has already shattered the record. Moreover, Yi Xiaochuan continued to immerse himself in this secret realm, tirelessly tackling question after question. Were an ordinary person to remain in such a place for so long, they would likely faint on the spot. Even the exceptional Chang Xiangyang, renowned in the realm of life and death problems, faltered after completing just over 100 challenges. What enchantment has this young man succumbed to? Outside the secret realm, Chang Xiangyang gasped for breath, quenching his thirst with the water handed to him. In truth, this secret realm was far more than a mere matter of life and death. The more challenging the problems were, the more formidable the latent power embedded within them, akin to the endeavor of taming a frenzied beast. Yet even now, Yi Xiaochuan appeared remarkably composed and untroubled, as though he faced no difficulty at all, which was utterly inconceivable. The disciples of the Rui clan were genuinely in awe of Yi Xiaochuan. He seemed less like a person and more like a colossal beast of burden. Time passed without notice, and when Yi Xiaochuan emerged from the secret realm, he was met by a throng of onlookers. Given his astonishing speed in solving problems, none could accurately tally the number of questions he had tackled. Yi Xiaochuan felt a profound sense of exhilaration, and whether it was due to the secret realm or not, his proficiency in chess flowed with unparalleled ease. It seemed he had indeed neglected his training. Problems that he once discerned at a glance now required calculation. As he spoke, rubbing his slightly heated forehead, his words left the dense crowd with a bitter taste in their hearts. What kind of humble brag was this? Was this truly a result of insufficient practice? What did that make them, who would faint after merely a short while in the secret realm? Novices? Yet, more than a few harbored feelings of deep admiration. The Rui disciples were acutely aware of the difficulty of the life and death problems within the secret realm, and upon witnessing Yi Xiaochuan's nonchalant demeanor, they felt their knees weaken, yearning to kneel before this deity on the spot. Absolutely not. This is entirely unacceptable. Yi Xiaochuan hastily wiped away his cold sweat, quickly assisting the lad who was on the verge of kneeling before him. Had he perhaps overdone it? Yet, this was merely a routine training exercise, a perfectly normal level of intensity within professional circles. One must understand that in his past life, the aspiring professional players and seasoned veterans endured far more grueling regimens. It was said that, save for meals, sleep, and restroom breaks, they devoted every waking moment to continuous chess play, reviewing games, and practicing life and death situations, maintaining this relentless pace for years, veritable beasts of burden. Following this brief interlude, Yi Xiaochuan, through his prowess, had indeed earned the respect of the entire Rui clan. Should anyone dare to suggest that Yi Xiaochuan was some sort of unorthodox cultivator or a cheat, they would be insulting the entire Rui clan's disciples. If the boy was this formidable without cheating, imagine the heights he could reach with it, akin to a deity. Thus, he truly reigned supreme within the Rui Chess Academy. With only 3 days remaining until the competition, according to the training camp's arrangements, ordinary disciples could not afford to be idle during these final days and were required to practice chess daily. However, Yin Wanner and Rui Niu, as the Rui clan's trump cards, had already completed a substantial amount of fundamental training, and these final 3 days were merely for adjusting their mental states. Thus, Yi Xiaochuan fortuitously caught a break, exempt from the monotonous basic training. Therefore, for the first 2 of these 3 days, our mission is to study the ace players from various chess academies. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries is the key to victory, Yin Wanner elucidated to Yi Xiaochuan. And on the final day, the academy will grant us a full day off to adjust our mental well-being. Yi Xiaochuan concurred with this arrangement, recognizing that many young chess players often experience heightened anxiety due to the weighty demands of their training in the lead-up to competitions. This emotional strain frequently manifests during matches, resulting in a significant likelihood of emotional breakdowns that could lead to a series of defeats. After all, one is not a machine. Maintaining a balanced mindset is of paramount importance. Let us go and meet Ruan Yo, and together delve into the strategies of the leading players from various chess academies. Indeed, Yi Xiaochuan nodded eagerly, displaying a keen interest as he yearned to encounter more intriguing symbolic spirits as a reference against Duan Liang. With the presence of Du Lang's mesmerizing Night Crow, which could bewilder the senses, and Duan Liang's perplexing gravity reversal, Yi Xiaochuan felt uncertain about what countermeasures could be effective. The two moved in tandem through the Rue Chess Academy, their recent experiences in the secret realm having drawn the attention of many disciples. However, upon encountering Ruan Yo, he exhibited his characteristic fiery demeanor, regarding Yi Xiaochuan with evident disdain, as though Yi Xiaochuan owed him a debt. Chapter 72. The defeated. Apart from the three major powers within Chengdu, there also exists the formidable Feiyu sect beyond its borders, alongside numerous smaller sects that have produced exceptional chess talents. Yin Wanner presented a thick stack of chess manuals, categorizing them for Yi Xiaochuan, and continued, "These are the manuals of those more skilled players, and there are also wild talents like Zhuo Shi, who belong to no faction and thus have no collection of manuals." Idly perusing the collection, Yi Xiaochuan was taken aback to discover a recent match of his sister, Yi ER, and even his own game against Zhuo Shi meticulously documented. The Rue clan, befitting one of Chengdu's three prominent powers, undoubtedly possess considerable capabilities. Studying an opponent's chess records can prove invaluable in future matches. In professional circles, instances abound where analyzing an adversary's games revealed vulnerabilities, such as a low win rate against the Sanrenci formation, prompting the adoption of that very tactic. Turning his gaze, Yi Xiaochuan noticed Ray Neo engrossed in studying two chessboards, diligently analyzing his opponent's weaknesses, a testament to his assiduous efforts. A sense of familiarity washed over Yi Xiaochuan as he scrutinized the boards. One side exhibited a pronounced emphasis on aesthetic appeal, the formations elegant and refined, the layout light, yet imbued with strength, the connectivity between pieces akin to a gentle breeze. The other side, however, defied conventional wisdom, employing the unconventional cosmic style, rarely documented in ancient texts. This style favored play along the fourth and fifth lines, emphasizing influence on the periphery, capable of erecting vast frameworks within a mere 20 moves. What a coincidence! Yun Shangshuan, the esteemed senior disciple of the Flying Bird style, and Zhuo Shi, renowned for his penchant for outer influence in the center of the board. Yi Xiaochuan immediately discerned the origins of the chess records, leaving Rue Neo utterly perplexed. How could he possibly know the identities of these players? Not only did he know them, but Yi Xiaochuan was intimately familiar with their styles. Moreover, their distinct approaches made them instantly recognizable to anyone who had played even a single game against them. But what of it? Hui Niu Skolfit Jizdang Fuli, Staching. Zhuo Shi is the champion of our cohort, a force not to be underestimated. His favorite strategies are rarely documented in chess literature, and due to his lack of affiliation to any established school, the records of his games are lamentably sparse. Conversely, Yun Shangxian is the ace player of the Fein Yao style. Although he was defeated by me in the previous tournament, rumors suggest that through rigorous training, his prowess has significantly augmented, making him equally formidable. Indeed, in this competition, the utmost vigilance must be directed towards these two individuals, as their playing styles are particularly challenging, likely positioning them as the most powerful contenders among the elite players. Yin Wanner was also intently studying the chessboard, meticulously analyzing the game records. Yet she could not devise an effective strategy. In contrast, Yi Xiaochuan glanced over the game records briefly, then deftly retrieved the pieces from the box, swiftly arranging them to reflect the variations unfolding in his mind. "Hey, don't move recklessly." Ruan Yo, with a fiery temper, was on the verge of rising in protest when Yin Wanner restrained him, signaling him to continue observing. He suppressed his anger and awaited Yi Xiaochuan to complete the arrangement of variations. In the current position, the move that leaps out to form a surrounding situation is a common, yet simplistic tactic. In response to Yun Shang Xian's expertise in formation, one must seize every opportunity and assertively sever the connection, dragging the opponent's formidable dragon into a quagmire of combat, entangling it with relentless attacks. As for countering Zhua Shi's cosmic flow, the optimal approach is to proceed steadily and avoid hasty incursions, particularly refraining from making reckless moves out of frustration. By the mid-game, the weaknesses of the cosmic flow will become apparent, at which point one can focus on honing fundamental skills. Although the variations presented by Yi Xiaochuan on the two chessboards may appear unremarkable, they are precisely the choices that are most easily overlooked. The opponent's unique style, which transcends conventional thought, constantly seeks to execute brilliant moves that would overwhelm the adversary, all the while remaining unaware of the considerable losses they have already incurred. As the two engage in meticulous mental calculations, they are astonished to discover that this seemingly mundane choice possesses an astonishing sense of power. But what assurance do you have that Zhua Shi and Yun Shangxian will follow this variation in their play? Rui Niu, still quite dismissive, retorts, "The chessboard is a realm of infinite transformations. Who can predict what strategies will emerge in actual combat? Both players possess distinctive styles, yet it is evident that their foundational skills are lacking and immature." Yi Xiaochuan nonchalantly asserts that, in his view, in the face of absolute strength, all flamboyance is utterly futile, and he finds their games only mildly interesting. What? Rui Niu is truly enraged. One is a former champion, and the other ranks 7th. Their prowess should not be underestimated. How dare you speak so lightly of them? They are merely defeated adversaries. Huh. One could distinctly sense the overwhelming chess prowess emanating from Rui Niu, behind which loomed a formidable creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull. The heavy, labored breathing of the beast struck against Yi Xiaochuan, bringing with it a pungent scent of blood. Clearly, this time the manifestation of Rui Niu's symbolic spirit was far more robust and ferocious than the previous encounter. It appeared that Rui Niu's strength had indeed grown in this brief span of time. However, Yi Xiaochuan was no longer the ineffectual heir of the Yi family he once was. As his thoughts stirred, it seemed to respond to Yi Xiaochuan's call, and a child slowly materialized before him, showing no fear in the face of the towering bull-headed monstrosity, but instead stepping forward with confidence. A chess spirit? What of it? With a swift motion, Rui Niu summoned a gigantic axe into the hands of the bull-headed creature, which then roared with immense force and swung downwards. If it were a living person, they would surely be cleaved in two, blood spilling forth profusely. Rui Niu, believing the child to be merely a chess spirit, was prepared to unleash his full might. "Rui Niu, stop!" Yin Wanner cried out in an attempt to intervene, but it was too late. Should the chess spirit be harmed, its host would undoubtedly suffer consequences. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. He stepped forward, effortlessly catching the descending axe with a single hand. The scene was utterly breathtaking. The stark reality of a mantis attempting to stop a chariot played out right before them. Before Rui Niu could regain his bearings, he gently pushed, and the immense bull-headed creature was surprisingly toppled by the child. What on earth was happening? After receiving the command, Yi Xiaochuan smiled and gradually withdrew, transforming into a spiritual entity that re-entered his own body. "You wish to teach me a lesson? What a grand joke! You should consider your own weight. I merely chose not to stoop to the level of a child. Since you are skeptical, I shall summon 2 individuals to challenge you directly." As Yi Xiaochuan spoke, he retrieved a unique spiritual talisman from his pocket, a peculiar mobile device that serves as a medium for communication in this world, using chess prowess as a conduit. One is my younger brother, and the other refers to me as senior, both of whom have previously fallen to my skill. When the 2 individuals truly appeared at the Rui Chess Academy, Rui Niu was utterly astounded. After all, while Yi Xiaochuan was indulging in leisure in Chengdu, Rui Niu and Yin Wanner were engrossed in intense training, completely oblivious to the gossip circulating outside. They were unaware that both Yun Shangshuan and Zhua Shi, who were currently being studied, were indeed defeated by Yi Xiaochuan. As for Yun Shangshuan, there is no need for extensive elaboration. Although he was personally vanquished by Ling, his match against Zhuoshi had thoroughly made him aware of the disparity between himself and Yi Xiaochuan, humbly considering himself a subordinate. And Zhuoshi, had it not been for Yi Xiaochuan's intervention in their game, he would have likely succumbed to the backlash of the 12 Fingers' power, rendering him incapacitated. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a savior. Look, is that not the illustrious master Yun Shangshuan? And Zhuoshi, my heavens, why are they here? The appearance of the two individuals drew the attention of numerous onlookers. However, one should not underestimate them. Yun Shangshuan, with his imposing demeanor and striking good looks, is not only the master of the Feiyu stream, but also boasts a considerable fan base due to his charm and skill in the game. In the city of Chengdu, he is admired by a legion of adoring fans. On the other hand, Zhuoshi, adorned with the title of champion, possesses a mysterious aura and a refreshing style reminiscent of the celestial flow, thus enjoying a fair share of popularity as well. Is it really that exaggerated? Yi Xiaochuan couldn't help but remark, observing the throng of enamored fans clamoring to marry Yun Shangshuan. It resembled the fervor surrounding a star in the previous world. Yet, within this realm, it is hardly surprising. Equating the allure of Go to that of football makes perfect sense. Here, Go transcends the popularity of football from the past. Captivating the hearts of all ages, young and old alike, it is a game cherished by the masses. Why must I be so dashing? Enough of your arrogance. Yun Shangshuan tossed his hair elegantly, striking a charming pose as he signed autographs for his fans with both hands, exuding the same level of self-admiration. Zhuoshi, filled with curiosity about the esteemed Go Academy he had yearned for, eagerly sought to engage in a match. Yet who would dare to challenge the reigning champion? It would merely be an exercise in futility. Well then, Brother Xiaochuan, what brings you to us today? Yi Xiaochuan pointed towards Ruan Niu, stating, that fellow wishes to practice against you too before the competition. Although our Fanialiu strictly forbids pre-match games with players from other sects, out of respect for Brother Xiaochuan, I shall reluctantly oblige and play a game with that uncouth individual. In the previous interscholastic tournament, although bested by Ruan Niu, the conceited Yun Shangshuan would never concede that Ruan Niu was superior. As the two adversaries crossed paths, their animosity was palpable. Ruan Niu, momentarily setting aside the matter of Yi Xiaochuan, felt an irrepressible itch to test his mettle against Yun Shangshuan, eager to ascertain the extent of the latter's current prowess. Securing a secluded chamber to evade the clamorous throng of Yun Shangshuan's devotees, their contest commenced forthwith. Yin Wan'er and Zhuoshi, adopting a student's posture, observed the match, leaving Yi Xiaochuan to assume the mantle of commentator. As one could discern, both combatants, hailing from esteemed lineages, possessed impeccable fundamentals. Their moves were executed with meticulous precision, a stark contrast to the unrefined street games, eschewing petty tactics such as deceptive ploys. With the initial exchange of moves, the intensity of the battle not only permeated the chessboard but also manifested fiercely beyond its confines. In Yi Xiaochuan's recollections of his past life, the most formidable eagle was the Argentavi's magnificence, boasting a wingspan of 7 meters. When ravenous, it would even prey on lions, truly an apex predator of the skies. Yet, the symbolic spirit of Yun Shangshuan was even more terrifying. This giant eagle resembled a miniature fighter jet. Its mere swift passage at low altitude generated a wake potent enough to scatter everything on the ground. Whether it was merely Yi Xiaochuan's perception or not, Ruan Niu's symbolic spirit, the minotaur wielding a colossal axe, seemed to swell in size with each injury it sustained. The confined space of the room could scarcely contain the battle between the two symbolic spirits. Both combatants consciously intertwined their chess energy vortexes, creating a rudimentary chess domain sufficient for their engagement. Were they to unleash their full power within the Ruan Clan Chess Academy, the aftermath alone would likely reduce a significant portion of the Academy's structures to rubble. Such was the power wielded by chess players in this world, a level of combat comparable to that of immortal cultivators. If this were to be transposed to his previous life, aircraft and tanks would pale in comparison to these symbolic spirits. Rumor had it that chess players of higher echelons could, with a mere wave of their hands, bring about cataclysmic changes, rivaling the devastation of missile strikes. Both Yun Shangshuan and Ruan Nio's chess styles possessed distinct vulnerabilities, at times. Having such pronounced characteristics was not necessarily advantageous. Yi Xiaochuan swiftly identified the deficiencies in the chess patterns of both parties, along with the correct approach to rectify them. Yin Wan'er and Zhuo Ming, who were observing the match, listened intently to Yi Xiaochuan's elucidation. In truth, this is a common and critical error made by many novice players. An over-reliance on their preferred strategies during actual play can lead to a habitual way of thinking, ultimately hindering their exploration of other tactical formations and creating a bottleneck in their chess development. What professional player is not a versatile, well-rounded warrior? Yi Xiaochuan reiterated that in the face of absolute strength, all strategies appear frivolous. And in the realm of Go, what constitutes absolute strength? The answer is singular: computational power. Certainly, the level of professional chess players is rather advanced for this group of children who are passionate about Go. In no time, Yin Shangshuan and Ruan Nio tidied up the remnants on the board and resumed their match. It was unclear how many games they had played, with each side experiencing victories and defeats. Meanwhile, Zhuo Shi and Yin Wan'er were also engaged, eager to challenge one another with their equal prowess. However, Yi Xiaochuan found himself in a somewhat arduous position, as he not only had to record the ongoing matches and document the moves, but also assist in reviewing and explaining after the games concluded. The innate talent of the four was commendable, and with Yi Xiaochuan's guidance, a teacher of professional caliber, their skills in Go were advancing at a remarkable pace over the course of just one day. Although busy, Yi Xiaochuan found great joy in this endeavor. Chapter 74. Bloodstained face unforeseen was the fact that the group lingered at the Ruan Chess Academy for 2 days, with all 5, including Yi Xiaochuan, harboring immense enthusiasm for the game of Go. The small symposium they formed was devoted to discussions about Go, immersing themselves in study and mutual assistance, honing their skills with every passing moment, apart from meals and necessary rest. Their proficiency was visibly on the rise, bolstered by their exceptional talents. While Yi Xiaochuan played a supportive role, as they bid farewell to Yin Wan'er and the others, twilight had descended, the moon perched gracefully among the branches, and the streets were nearly deserted. Strolling through the avenues of Chengdu, the moonlight cast a soothing ambience, bringing a sense of tranquility. According to the Academy's regulations, they were to rest entirely the day before the competition to attain a balanced mindset, and the day after would mark the official contest, where they would face an unprecedented adversary, Duan Liang of the Qingsheng sect. Upon reaching this thought, Yi Xiaochuan felt a lingering sense of inadequacy in his preparations. Within a brief span of time, he had not only mastered the absolute domain of the chess realm, but also witnessed the growth and perfect evolution of the symbolic spirit of industry. One could assert that Yi Xiaochuan now possessed the confidence to vanquish formidable opponents of the combat power level. However, an unsettling premonition still gnawed at him. Who could it be? The enhancement of his chess prowess had significantly elevated his physical capabilities, rendering him acutely aware of any disturbances in his surroundings. Casting a glance behind him, he found no trace of a soul. It was indeed the dead of night, with the streets predominantly populated by intoxicated revelers. Yet, the sound he had just heard bore no resemblance to the clumsiness of a drunken fall. Ling ER, he had fled in that direction. As anticipated, he closed his eyes and followed the direction indicated by Ling ER, soon detecting a lingering wisp of chess energy. Those with ill intentions, I shall see where you flee. Opening his eyes once more, he focused on the dissipating chess energy, and in an instant, Yi Xiaochuan propelled himself forward. The drunken bystanders could hardly believe their eyes. Just moments ago, they had seen a youth, but in the blink of an eye, only swirling dust remained. Truly a spectral occurrence. In the next heartbeat, Yi Xiaochuan's figure materialized atop a balcony, and with a powerful leap, he utilized a lower rooftop as a springboard to soar again. Even he was astonished at the extraordinary level of his physical prowess. Was this the marvel of chess energy? After a series of leaps, I finally caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure at the edge of my vision, only for it to vanish in an instant. The only individuals I could foresee causing me trouble were Duan Liang and the malevolent cultivator. Duan Liang seemed an unlikely culprit. Could it truly be the latter? Ling ER, upsilon. As my longing stirred, it responded to my call, consolidating its essence into a corporeal form. Simultaneously, figures materialized on either side of me, and the three of us ascended to a higher vantage point, swiftly encircling the suspect from three directions. If he were indeed a malevolent cultivator, there was no way we would allow him to escape. Otherwise, Yi Xiaochuan would inevitably find himself in a predicament akin to Zhua Shi's, facing relentless pursuit from the deranged cultivator, which would endanger the Yi family as well. At last, the trio of us cornered the dubious figure at the alley's end, with our backs against a towering 5-story tavern. Should he attempt to scale the wall to flee, Ling ER would swiftly subdue him. However, as soon as I touched down, an ominous feeling gripped my heart. A trap. The opponent was deliberately slowing their pace to await our approach. While warning Wei and Ling ER, I scanned the surroundings, channeling my essence to shield myself against any potential projectiles that might come flying our way. Yet, after a prolonged state of vigilance, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Ling ER hovered above, unleashing her essence in search of adversaries. But to no avail, it became clear that apart from the figure before me, there was no one else present. There was no need for such caution. It was merely I standing alone. The individual's voice possessed an uncanny quality, as if a male and female voice were superimposed, rendering the gender indecipherable. Furthermore, they donned a crimson mask etched with peculiar cicatrices, obscuring their true countenance. It was only upon its unwavering gaze that he discerned the mask was not painted with mere red lacquer, but rather desiccated blood. The stratification of bloodstains, indicative of different points in time, was distinctly visible. Consequently, the bizarre scars upon the mask appeared more akin to the claw marks of a deceased individual, inflicted in the throes of excruciating agony prior to their demise. Even a seasoned observer of sanguinary scenes was unnerved by the macabre visage, breaking out in a cold sweat. Heretic cultivator, what is your true objective? Hith. The individual neither confirmed nor denied the accusation, but instead cast an object towards. It collided with the ground, producing a metallic resonance. Upon closer inspection, it was a ring of ebony hue. Regardless of the adversary's intentions, it was evident from their aura that they emanated a malevolent presence akin to that of a heretic cultivator. Any such individual must be apprehended without exception. Ling ER, exert your utmost power, with a resounding roar, and converged upon the figure from opposing flanks. Subsequently, Ling ER manipulated the heart-rending black flame, conjuring a bow and arrow wreathed in the infernal darkness, and launched a volley of black fire into the firmament. A resounding explosion echoed as black flames shot into the sky, erupting into countless tiny black arrows that cascaded like a dark rain upon the blood-faced figure. With no means of escape or evasion, the blood-faced figure simply flicked the cloak behind him, effortlessly deflecting the fiery onslaught. In the next instant, Yi Xiaochuan had already closed the distance, his fist clenched tightly, channeling all his strength and strategic prowess into a blow potent enough to shatter boulders, yet it was evaded with ease. Still too inexperienced. Are we? A swing of the fist missed its mark, yet his form did not falter. He swiftly lowered his body, only to be met by Ye's aerial kick. With a resounding bang, the significant force was effortlessly parried by the blood-faced figure's outstretched arm. Subsequently, arrows entwined with black flames surged towards them, forcing him to retreat a couple of steps to narrowly avoid the attack. The trio exhibited remarkable synergy, executing a series of striking combinations within those fleeting seconds. It became evident to Yi Xiaochuan that their opponent harbored a palpable fear of the heart-crushing black flame. So that is how it is. Since their adversary was a practitioner of dark arts, the malevolent energy they wielded would undoubtedly be devoured by the heart-crushing black flame. With this realization, the trio repositioned themselves. Ling ER replaced her bow with a massive cleaver capable of severing an enemy's head, taking the lead in the assault while Yi Xiaochuan and Yi provided support as they charged once more towards the blood-faced figure. However, it seemed their opponent had caught on to their strategy, Unwilling to prolong the confrontation, he snorted disdainfully and, with a sudden leap, propelled himself backward over 10 meters. Indeed, it was a deliberate attempt to entice Yi Xiaochuan. Given the opponent's speed, should they choose to flee, Yi Xiaochuan would be utterly unable to pursue. It is unwise to chase a desperate foe. Gazing distantly in the direction of the blood-masked figure's retreat, an ominous voice echoed once more in my ears. We shall meet again. Chapter 75, The Late Arrival. We shall meet again. The voice was exceedingly eerie and irksome, leaving behind only a swirl of dust before vanishing completely. When I regained my senses, the figure of the blood-masked individual had disappeared without a trace. Their speed was simply beyond the capability of the naked eye to perceive, and even Ling ER could merely catch a fleeting hint of their presence. In a direct confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. However, it was evident that the adversary was indeed a malevolent practitioner with undisclosed intentions. Will we meet again? Whatever the case, should they reappear, I shall drive them away, Ling ER confidently proclaimed, bolstered by the adversary's evident fear of the heart-crushing black flame. Yet, what purpose did the ring left behind by the blood-masked figure serve? Ling ER retriat. As she approached, the obsidian ring suddenly transformed into a dark mass, hurtling directly toward Ling ER. Sensing the imminent danger, Ling ER reacted with swiftness surpassing that of Yi Xiaochuan. In an agile motion, she retreated while unleashing the black flames from her palm. Upon collision, the two dark masses converged, yet the heart-crushing black flame, capable of devouring power, was unexpectedly consumed by the opposing force. In a fleeting instant, the conjured ebony flames were entirely consumed, causing the dark mass to amplify in power and double in volume. Its velocity increased, and it veered in midair, its true target being Yi Xiaochuan. With no time to evade, the dark mass plunged into Yi Xiaochuan's body. He feared it was a virulent poison that would lead to his demise, or perhaps a trap. However, the anticipated pain never materialized. He groped about wildly, yet his body felt no discomfort or alteration. A deceptive trick? Ling ER and Yi murmured, scrutinizing Yi Xiaochuan. His chest prowess remained unchanged, suggesting nothing had truly occurred. Suddenly, Yi Xiaochuan felt an itch on his finger. As he reached to scratch, he encountered a hard, metallic object, the very ring. All attempts to remove it proved futile, as if it had become an extension of his finger. Despite repeated efforts, even employing his chest power, he could not dislodge the ring. Eventually, he relented, as he felt no adverse effects and remained unaware of the ring's purpose. That rogue cultivator traveled from afar merely to deliver a ring to you? Ling ER could not help but express her skepticism, recognizing that matters were undoubtedly more intricate than they appeared. The blood mask must possess its own motives. Yet those remained shrouded in mystery for the time being. Nevertheless, dwelling on such thoughts served no purpose. The immediate priority was to adjust her mindset in preparation for the impending contest against Duan Liang. Upon returning to the chess mansion, a rare absence of trivial matters allowed Yi Xiaochuan to immerse himself fully in the realm of chess. He still had yet to thoroughly explore the profound intricacies of the two exceptional tomes, Wan Hui chess techniques and star plucking manual. Yi Xiaochuan firmly believed that mastering the subtleties contained within these volumes would elevate his chess prowess to unprecedented heights. Wake up, brother. If you don't rise soon, we shall be late for the match. The voice of his sister, Iya, echoed in his ears. Yi Xiaochuan, still half asleep, blinked his eyes open, momentarily captivated by his sister's charm, until suddenly he sensed the urgency of the situation and sprang out of bed. What time is it? He wondered, realizing to his dismay that it was already midday. Iya, visibly annoyed, exclaimed, I've already won a game. I can't believe you're still asleep. In a state of panic, Yi Xiaochuan had no time to wash his face, hastily snatching up his clothes and dashing out of the room. Unbeknownst to him, the sheer brilliance of the two chess tomes had ensnared him so completely that he lost track of time, inadvertently spending an entire day and night within the realm of chess. As he aptly noted, the time for reporting has long passed. A swift arrival at the Rue residence reveals a throng of people reminiscent of the anxious parents awaiting their children during the Gaokao examination in a previous life. Hey, Don't you realize there's a competition inside? What are you barging in for? Apologies were about to escape Yi Xiao Chuan's lips when the anxious parents outside grew irate, collectively accusing him of disrupting the order of the venue, claiming it jeopardized their children's performance and future prospects, insisting that he must be dealt with. Aren't you Yi Xiao Chuan? After all, Yi Xiao Chuan's remarkable exploits within the secret realm had already spread among the Rui disciples, and the gatekeeper immediately recognized him as the one who had defeated over 1,000 formidable opponents within mere hours. Indeed, it was he. Having been hastily granted entry, Yi Xiao Chuan felt a sense of relief as he stepped inside. Despite his significantly enhanced physical condition, the run for the Yi residence to the Rui Chess Academy left him somewhat fatigued. As he gasped for breath, he did not dare to slow his pace. The rhythmic sound of chess pieces clashing on the board filled his ears. Upon entering the competition arena of the Rui Chess Academy, he beheld a vast expanse where chessboards were meticulously arranged in orderly rows. It appeared that the first round of matches was already well underway, with players frequently vacating their seats after completing their games. Naturally, due to the nature of the tournament format, they had to wait for their teammates to lose before they could take their turn, leading most defeated players to opt for the sidelines, cheering on their companions while seizing the opportunity to observe the matches of their contemporaries. Such an occasion was not to be missed. Determined not to disrupt the ongoing games, Yi Xiao Chuan cautiously made his way to the preparation area. Upon spotting Yin Er, he finally felt at ease. "Where have you been?" she inquired. Yi Xiao Chuan was at a loss for words, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. "How was the competition going?" "Don't worry, it's merely the preliminary rounds for now. The likelihood of encountering a formidable opponent is quite low," Yin Er reassured him, gesturing towards Rui Niu, who was still engrossed in his game. "Besides, our vanguard is Rui Niu. As long as fortune does not frown upon us too harshly, there is really no need for us to intervene. The arena for the competition is in close proximity to the observation platform, where occasional gasps of astonishment can be heard. Presently, this group in the preliminary rounds boasts the highest popularity, even being regarded as a leading candidate for the championship, naturally attracting a multitude of spectators. Indeed, Rui Niu has accomplished the remarkable feat of defeating 3 opponents in succession. It is truly unfortunate for some that they have been placed in such a challenging group, rendering their chances of ranking highly virtually non-existent. Among the crowd of spectators, some lament their fate, while others eagerly contemplate challenging Rui Niu. However, the majority are fervently cheering for their teammates, hoping for a commendable placement that could grant them entry into prestigious circles. As Rui Niu rises once more, he decisively concludes the match, securing an unambiguous victory by defeating 3 adversaries. Observing the shattered demeanor of his opponents, it is evident that not a single piece remains on the board, showcasing a complete and utter domination. They cannot fathom why, despite being of the same age. The disparity in skill is so vast. Chapter 76. The Pleasure of Domination. The cuisine at the Xiangrui Grand Hotel is indeed exquisite. Just after the morning matches concluded, I encountered Shi and Yun Shangshuan, who, along with Rui Niu and Yin Er, decided to indulge in a leisurely lunch together. Yi Xiao Chuan had earned a substantial commission from his previous endeavors at the gaming house, and being a young master, he certainly could not afford to dine modestly. Thus, they made their way to the Xiangrui Grand Hotel, where they were treated as VIPs. Cheers! The taste of the liquor, though imbued with a hint of alcohol, resembles that of a fruit-flavored beverage, delightfully sweet upon the palate. It is said that prolonged consumption may indeed enhance one's prowess in the game of chess. A truly remarkable claim. Through the introduction provided by Yun Xian, Yi Xiao Chuan came to comprehend the comprehensive structure of the chess cultivation tournament. In addition to the arena competitions divided into Vanguard, Deputy General, and General categories, the tournament will also be segmented into various divisions based on the number of participants that year, akin to preliminary rounds. Achieving a notable position within one's division grants the opportunity to attain a rank in chess cultivation. However, this is not the most pivotal aspect. In this realm, minor sects are limited to imparting foundational teachings, primarily because the majority of advanced and exceptional game strategies are monopolized by the major powers. Access to superior educational resources equates to a monopoly over distinguished mentors and promising talents. Consequently, all aspiring youths yearning for greater mastery in Go are fervently vying to join the prominent sects to secure better resources, resulting in a more intense competition than that faced by aspiring rank climbers in previous lives. The division competitions serve merely as preliminary rounds. Only those who emerge victorious within their own division qualify for the finals, where representatives from various sects will attend to observe and recruit outstanding talents. If, perchance, Ru and I were to encounter one another within the same division, would it not mean that only one of us could secure qualification? Such are the tactics employed by these major sections. In response to Yi Xiaochuan's inquiry, Yin Shangshuan spoke in riddles, but was soon interrupted by Yin Er, who clarified to Yi Xiaochuan that in order to prevent the loss of talent, each sect in Chengdu would designate a champion for the competition. This meant that the schedule would strategically avoid matchups between exceptionally gifted players. Understanding this, Yi Xiaochuan pondered deeply. Indeed, powerful factions wield significantly greater authority in the arrangement of competitions than their lesser counterparts. Ah, Brother Xiaochuan, you are overthinking this, Yin Shangshuan remarked, fully aware that in such a predetermined championship scenario, there could be instances of opportunism and mediocrity. He went on to explain that this was the most crucial grand event held once every 3 years, gathering all the talents from a particular region. The reason for designating champions in advance was precisely because they possessed undeniable strength among their peers, each one deserving to be hailed as a genius, having garnered universal recognition. Without exception, the present company, including Yin Shangshuan, Ruan Yo, and Yin Er, are all distinguished among their peers, residing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Only Yi Xiaochuan defies all expectations, transcending the confines of the competition, and thus remains oblivious to the nuances of the game. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, as they passed the 3rd floor of the Xiangrui restaurant, the fervent discussions of the patrons captured Yi Xiaochuan and his companions' interest. At this moment, the Xiangrui Grand Restaurant continued its tradition of hosting skilled players for strategic matches on the 3rd floor, providing diners with the opportunity to engage in chess discussions, wagers, and appreciation. Given the significance of such an event, high-quality game records would undoubtedly be the preferred choice. Let us see if this young Master-S game records are among them. Yin Shangshuan mused, feeling a surge of confidence. The conversations among the diners undoubtedly revolved around his performance earlier that day. I must admit, my game was commendable this morning, he thought. The likelihood of Left Time's game records being in demand was quite high. Upon exiting the arena, he had noticed players peddling Left Time's game records outside the Rue Chess Academy. After all, the style of the Cosmic Flow is exceedingly unique, sparking curiosity not only among many, but also among those who consider Left Time their greatest rival, eager to acquire it for reference. However, what was truly unexpected was that this individual was not a renowned master from any prestigious sect, yet at such a young age. He had already begun to explore the realm of chess on the competition stage. It is known that only those at the pinnacle of chess cultivation can grasp the profound intricacies of the game. Once the realm of chess is fully mastered, one's prowess can reach formidable heights. The absence of a formal chess rank, coupled with such youth, allows one to fully unfold the intricacies of the chessboard. Indeed, the term genius is entirely fitting. It is no wonder that the surrounding patrons engage in fervent discussions. Is he not a master of equal caliber? Yan Vania jested, reflecting that had this event transpired in previous years, the others present, aside from Yi Xiaochuan, would have been equally astounded. Yet, only these few comprehend that before such a prodigy, there exists one who seems hardly remarkable in comparison. To know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in every battle. Yi Xiaochuan and his companions became intrigued. With ample time before the afternoon's tournament, they decided to observe the moves of this obscure yet formidable player. Upon reviewing the game records, they found it to be a one-sided domination, devoid of any extraordinary elements. The ability to overwhelm peers is something that could be achieved by many present, leading them to dismiss the notion that one could truly manifest a complete chess realm as mere hearsay. Guided play. Yi Xiaochuan pointed out several moves and proceeded to elucidate. Only someone of his caliber could discern that this game was not aimed at victory. Upon closer inspection, Yi Xiaochuan surprisingly realized that it diverged from mere instructional play. Instead, the player was merely toying with his opponent, ridiculing their incompetence. Upon the elucidation provided by Yi Xiaochuan, the assembly found themselves enlightened, realizing that certain moves were indeed fraught with irregularities. For instance, at a crucial juncture in the contest, there was a complete disregard for the opponent, as the player chose to maneuver down an entirely different path. Initially, one might assume it to be a mere misplacement. However, it is inconceivable that a master of the game would commit such a fundamental blunder. This player had evidently internalized all possible variations and was convinced that the opponent was left with no viable options, exuding absolute confidence that even after 3 consecutive moves, the outcome would remain inescapably fatal. It is likely that, had the competition permitted, this individual would have audaciously paused to toy with the opponent on the board. If a player with the fiery temperament of Ruan Yo were to be subjected to such provocation, the result would be a thorough humiliation, leaving no room for retaliation and potentially leading to a complete psychological collapse. Indeed, it was reported by onlookers that during the match, the opponent, once ensnared in the player's strategic domain, appeared to endure inhumane torment, emerging with vacant, unfocused eyes, collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. In the eyes of the esteemed and orthodox circles, such an individual is deemed to possess a nefarious disposition, a mere rogue who finds pleasure in the cruel subjugation of adversaries. Yin Wanner vehemently condemned such behavior, asserting that the game of Go should not serve as a mere tool for the gratification of selfish desires. Yet, Ruan Yo held such rogue conduct in disdain, believing that victory should be achieved with dignity and grace, triumphing over opponents in a splendid manner. A sense of foreboding once again surged within Yi Xiaochuan, as he sensed that matters would not unfold so simply. This competition was likely to witness unforeseen developments. Chapter 77. Terror upon discerning the underlying rules of the competition format. It appeared that the recent selection rounds no longer required Yi Xiaochuan, the chief strategist, to participate. Everything could be entrusted to the vanguard, Ruan Yo. Even if Ruan Yo faltered, the deputy, Yin Wanner, was there to cushion any fall. Their group had essentially been designated as the champions of the current division. A cursory glance at the competition roster revealed a lack of formidable opponents, merely a collection of minor players. This allowed Yi Xiaochuan to enjoy a leisurely afternoon, free from a necessity of engaging in the matches himself. Ruan Yo and Yin Wanner also intended for Yi Xiaochuan, who shared their level of strategic capability, to observe the matches of that individual. After all, only those of equal or even superior skill could truly penetrate the depths of another's strategic realm. As the afternoon matches commenced, following the whispers of rumors, Yi Xiaochuan searched extensively within the expansive Rue Chess Institute, eventually locating the division. Was it Wang Xiaoqiang? The name was unremarkable, and his appearance was equally nondescript, lacking any distinguishing features, exactly the type one could lose in a crowd. Could such an individual truly manifest a complete strategic realm? Du Lang possessed remarkable talent, effortlessly overshadowing his peers. Yet he could only manifest a miniature domain resembling a chessboard through the symbolic spirit raven. The atmosphere around him was abuzz with excitement, as many leading figures from various championship teams leisurely gathered to observe the chess match, eager to ascertain whether the strongest contender for the upcoming finals could indeed unfold a complete chess domain, as rumored. And then it happened. It truly happened. My goodness. A chess domain has appeared in the chess cultivation tournament. This must be a violation of the rules. Where are the referees? I must file a complaint. This fellow is cheating. As the crowd buzzed with animated discussions, possessing a chess domain in the chess cultivation competition was tantamount to a dimensional strike against others. Given their skill levels, they could hardly discern what the opponent's chess domain even resembled. Moreover, due to the competition rules, they could not broadcast the imagery of the chess domain as they might have in the underground casinos with skilled players. At that moment, Yi Xiaochuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the player known as Wang Xiaochang. It was undeniably more than mere mockery or jest. Yi Xiaochuan could distinctly perceive that Wang Xiaochang's opponent was tightly bound by chains to a pitch-black crucifix. The blade pierced through the man's chest. Effortlessly slicing through flesh, agony reverberated through his being once more, as if the very fabric of space were saturated with crimson. The dagger, now transmuted into a long blade, had cleanly severed his entire arm. Anguish, lamentations, and the effusion of hot blood coalesced into a veritable inferno of suffering. The sheer magnitude of his torment defied expression. Just when death seemed a welcome deliverance, he succumbed to unconsciousness, only to find the nightmare had merely begun. Huff. The scene shifted, and he stood unscathed once more. "Spare me, I beg you." Uncontrollable retching seized him, his eyes vacant and devoid of focus, his mind teetering on the precipice of collapse. He clung desperately to Wang Xiaoqiang's leg, pleading for mercy, tears streaming down his face. But as he lifted his gaze to meet Wang Xiaoqiang's cold, implacable eyes, he realized that even supplication was futile. "Help! Aya!" His agonizing screams echoed once more throughout the chessboard domain, as countless phantoms wielding sharp blades tore into his flesh, inflicting wound upon wound. A myriad of blades pierced his body, unleashing torrents of blood. He was trapped in an endless cycle of torment, unable to escape. Yi Xiaochuan finally understood why Wang Xiaoqiang's previous opponent had succumbed to such a state of mental disarray, his fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Rage, rage, rage. Witnessing such a harrowing tragedy inflamed Yi Xiaochuan with wrath, his body trembling uncontrollably. He barely restrained the urge to slay the beast, knowing that he was already ensnared in a web of rumors, and any further incident would lead to dire consequences. The adversary, seemingly aware of the murderous intent emanating from Yi Xiaochuan, sneered. "What amuses you?" His eyes remained devoid of humanity as a slow, unsettling smile crept across his face, contorting his features into a grotesque mask. Their gazes locked. The blade in the fiend's hand continued its relentless dance, each strike sending forth a spray of blood that painted the demoniac visage. Blood mask. Yi Xiaochuan realized with astonishment that the unremarkable individual seated at the chessboard was none other than the blood mask he had encountered that fateful night. Only he would commit such heinous acts. At last, his opponent's spirit shattered completely. Faced with the relentless onslaught of pain, he seemed numb, tears streaming down his face as his hands mechanically fumbled through the chess box. The game concluded, yielding a resignation in the middle game. At the moment of being thrust out of the chess realm, he appeared to find a semblance of relief, his eyes vacant as he collapsed onto the ground, drooling. This individual had suffered a nearly annihilating blow to his psyche, more tragic than his predecessor, perhaps destined to carry the shadows of this match for a lifetime. Never again able to lift a chess piece. The young man, once brimming with promise, was thus utterly obliterated by him. The visage of bloodshed reverted to the seemingly innocuous Wang Xiaoqiang, who walked directly towards Yi Xiaochuan. Yi and Ling ER instinctively stirred their chess prowess, lurking within the chess realm, fixated on him. Yet, they merely passed by Yi Xiaochuan, feigning nonchalance, as if the devilish antics that had just transpired were mere illusions, never having occurred. Cold sweat dripped silently. The bloodied visage and Wang Xiaoqiang were one and the same. His level of danger had long surpassed Duan Liang. What exactly were his intentions? Recalling that phrase, "We shall meet again," an involuntary chill coursed through him. Was he truly planning to act openly before all the prominent figures of the sex? It must be acknowledged that this competition has drawn masters from various sects to select talents, with figures of the eminence of his own father, the head of the Yi family, being plentiful. Yet, it's not entirely improbable, for he has already witnessed the lunacy of the heretical cultivators. On his return, Yi Xiaochuan meticulously recollected everything within the chess realm, and a wave of revulsion washed over him. To be able to conjure illusions within the chess realm, inflicting devastating blows upon the more vulnerable spirit, such insidious means are far more dreadful than a direct stab. Those with unwavering spirits shall not be deceived by such trickery. Ling ER consoled Yi Xiaochuan in his mind, adding that he has already mastered the absolute domain of the chess realm. At the very least, it would be a 50-50 chance. And the purifying nature of the absolute domain is the nemesis of such illusionary techniques. However, Yi Xiaochuan was not wary of the chess realm, but rather of the person's terrifyingly sanguinary methods. Chapter 78. Conspiracy. Well, is that fellow the genuine article or a counterfeit? Yin Wan'er fixed her gaze upon Ruan Yo, who was still competing. After playing 3 consecutive matches, his physical strength would inevitably diminish, and his condition would deteriorate severely. Although the third game was somewhat perilous, he still won a beautiful victory, maintaining a winning streak of 3 matches. Yay, Yi Xiaochuan, look quickly, we won again. Seeing Yi Xiaochuan merely nod indifferently, Yin Wan'er felt a sense of strangeness in her heart, as if she had realized something, and began to display exaggerated gestures. That fellow couldn't possibly be the real deal, could he? Seeing that Yi Xiaochuan did not object, Yin Wan'er continued to exaggerate her gestures and inquired, "Is there truly anyone among our peers more monstrous than you?" This statement seemed to indicate her accustomed familiarity with Yi Xiaochuan's formidable chess prowess. Even though Yi Xiaochuan reacted, he managed to compose himself, believing that every challenge has a solution. If they were to encounter each other in the finals, he would simply treat it as a match against a master and give his all. Suddenly, Yi Xiaochuan turned around, decisively interrupting Yin Wan'er, startling her with his fervent demeanor. He firmly grasped her shoulders and spoke each word with utmost seriousness. "Absolutely do not engage in a match with that individual. Even my encounter with him would only result in surrender." There was no hint of jest in his words. Although Ruan Yo and Yin Wan'er were already among the elite of their age, they could not escape the crushing defeat that those with profound mastery could inflict, especially with such terrifying methods. Regardless of the opponent's intentions for being present at this competition, it was highly likely due to Yi Xiaochuan. If they truly faced each other, Yi Xiaochuan wished to avoid any excessive entanglement with that bloodthirsty figure. "Do not project your cowardice onto us." Ruan Yo, who had just triumphed in a match, snorted and declared, "No matter how formidable the opponent, giving one's utmost is the true respect for Go. There's never a notion of surrender without a fight. And what if the opponent is so powerful that they cannot be defeated and kills without hesitation? Then we shall eliminate him." Ruan Yo seized Yi Xiaochuan and bellowed, "Even if my hands are severed, I will kick with my feet. If my feet are crushed, I will bite with my teeth. I shall never surrender, even if the last drop of blood flows from me." Yi Xiaochuan let out a cold laugh, choosing not to engage further with Ruan Yo. Ruan Yo's nature was not inherently malevolent. He possessed remarkable talent and exerted tenfold, even 100-fold more effort than the average person. Yi Xiaochuan recognized this. Yet Ruan Yo's temperament was undeniably flawed, and one day it would lead him to significant misfortune. With today's match officially concluded, the participating players began to depart from the Ruan Chess Academy. Among them were both victors and vanquished, yet all were resolute in regaining their spirits for tomorrow's contest. Go is the romance of the victors. Every match inevitably results in a winner and a loser, with a powerful triumph and the weak fall, all dictated by the incessant clash of black and white on the board, even more so in this world. However, the vast majority of individuals are neither Ruan Yo nor Yin Wan'er, blessed with extraordinary talent coupled with relentless effort, nor do they possess resources far superior to those of ordinary people. A single misstep in their game of chess can strip them of all future opportunities. Is life not akin to this? Are you afraid? That odious voice resounded once more in his ears. Amidst the bustling crowd, without warning, Wang Xiaoqian's bloodied visage matérialised de baiser Yi Xiaochuan. The two walked side by side, and Yi Xiaochuan felt increasingly reluctant to act rashly. "What exactly do you wish to accomplish?" he inquired. "Since you are so eager to know, I shall enlighten you." "What?" Yi Xiaochuan felt a surge of astonishment within, yet he maintained an outward appearance of composure. The other party, however, seemed to have seen through his facade, bursting into an unsettling laughter. "Lie died at your hands, did he not? Are you seeking vengeance for him?" "No, that cannot be it." "Are you attempting to reclaim the heart-destroying black flame?" "Also incorrect." The figure of Wang Xiaoqiang, transformed from the blood face, suddenly halted, pointing at the ring on Yi Xiaochuan's finger. It was indeed the ring that Bloodface had previously tossed to him, now firmly affixed to his hand. Impossible to remove by any means. Your current identity is one of the 12 cadres of the shadow, and the heir to the 12 fingers of the evil emperor. That ring serves as a symbol of your status. As long as you possess it, you can command all members, except for the cadres and their direct subordinates. Bloodface explained, adding, the shadow is, in fact, the organization controlled by those labeled as evil cultivators by the righteous sections. Shadow? Evil emperor? The 12 fingers? The words uttered by Wang Xiaoqiang were utterly bewildering, claiming he could command all evil cultivators? This was preposterous. I'm not at all the so-called cadre you speak of, nor do I have any desire to command these practitioners of darkness. I care not who the cadre is, nor your intentions for commanding the evil cultivators. Be it to slay or to serve you, it is of no consequence to me. Bloodface impatiently interrupted Yi Xiaochuan, stating, as long as you can wield the power of the 12 fingers, it will prove that you have received the evil emperor's acknowledgement, and you shall be his servant. The blood-stained eyes lacked any vitality, devoid of the emotions that characterize humanity, as if the entity conversing with Yi Xiaochuan was not Wang Xiaoqiang, but a mere corpse. At this thought, Yi Xiaochuan involuntarily shuddered. You have yet to disclose your true intentions. Perhaps you cannot comprehend that my arrival merely accelerates your transformation into the servant of the evil emperor. If you dare to harm my family in any way, I shall not spare you. Yi Xiaochuan's fury was palpable, yet his vehement threats had no effect on the figure before him. The irritating, cold laughter only reinforced Yi Xiaochuan's suspicion that this individual was the type who would resort to any means necessary to achieve his aims, employing exceedingly cruel methods, willing to go to any lengths to fulfill his objectives. What was even more terrifying was the unfathomable power that remained inscrutable to him. I believe you should thank me, for what I am about to do will elevate you to the status of a celebrated hero. I do not want that. Suit yourself. With that, the blood-stained figure vanished into the crowd. The discussions of the day had been overwhelmingly substantial. 12 fingers, the evil emperor, shadows, and the nefarious intentions of that detestable individual. There could be no retreat. Yi Xiaochuan resolved firmly that regardless of the crises that lay ahead, he must not falter. Above all, he must not allow that wretched being to prevail. Chapter 79. Unconsciousness, how are you feeling? Help me. The individual before him appeared utterly pallid, desperately clutching at Yi Xiaochuan while shouting for assistance, his hands and feet chillingly cold. Just a day prior, he had been a vibrant youth. In the span of a single night, he seemed to have shed 10 pounds, as if the very vitality had been drained from him. Indeed, this was the very player who had engaged in a blood-soaked chess match the previous day. Seizing the opportunity between rounds of the match, Yi Xiaochuan had sought to glean valuable information from the player by inquiring about his residence. However, it was painfully evident that the individual before him had succumbed to utter despair, his mind completely unraveling. Despite his physical health, he was nothing more than a hollow shell, devoid of spirit. The prospect of extracting any coherent words from him had become utterly impossible. He had been irrevocably shattered, and the indelible psychological scar would forever prevent him from approaching a chess piece again. How infuriating, gazing at the deranged youth before him. Yi Xiaochuan was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. After bidding farewell to the boy's parents, as he returned to the Rue family chess mansion, he was overwhelmed by a deep-seated guilt. He alone had witnessed the malevolent acts of the bloodthirsty demon on the board, and it was only he who could have averted this tragedy. Yet, in a bid for his own safety, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. The boy's collapse bore a heavy connection to his own inaction. Yi Xiaochuan, do not act impulsively. He could no longer bear to watch an innocent suffer such torment. Determined to proceed, even the repeated warnings and obstacles presented by Ling ER, who sensed his inner turmoil, proved futile. Yi Xiaochuan resolutely made his way towards the competition zone, where Wang Xiaoqiang, transformed by the blood-faced entity, was located, refusing to allow that malevolent cultivator to act recklessly any longer. Ling ER understood all too well that if that wicked practitioner dared to employ the chess realm once again as he did the previous day, Yi Xiaochuan would undoubtedly intervene, and the repercussions would be quite apparent. At the very least, he would face disqualification for disrupting the order of the competition. This cannot be, Ling ER thought anxiously. Xiaochuan, you must consider this carefully. Such a significant occasion cannot be approached with impulsiveness. In her desperation, she even bit him in an attempt to deter him. But it was to no avail. Moreover, the strength of the blood-faced entity was unfathomable, and should matters escalate, they would not easily resolve. The chaotic surge of chess power emanating from Ling ER was a clear indication of her anger, yet ultimately, Xiaochuan remained the master of strength. With a mere flick of his wrist, he dissipated the terrifying chess energy in an instant. Upon arriving at the designated competition area, the spectator zone was teeming with people, seemingly drawn by Wang Xiaoqiang's renown, all eager to witness whether this legendary prodigy was truly as remarkable as rumored. After navigating through the bustling crowd, they finally caught sight of Wang Xiaoqiang within the arena. I told you he must be boasting. How could anyone wield the chess realm without even reaching the level of a chess cultivator? Indeed, the claims are far too grandiose. I nearly believe them myself. Are you saying that Wang Xiaoqiang did not utilize the chess realm in today's match? Upon hearing the surrounding murmurs, Xiaochuan inquired, "Friend, could you elaborate? You've come for Wang Xiaoqiang as well, haven't you? Forget employing the chess dimension. His skill is merely mediocre. In the previous game, he made a blunder and nearly lost." Impossible. Startled by the bystanders' remarks, Xiaochuan gazed toward Wang Xiaoqiang, indeed finding no trace of the extraordinarily potent chess force he had witnessed yesterday. Wang Xiaoqiang was simply playing an ordinary game. The disparity in skill was immense. Should one compare the chess records of these 2 days and present them to others, they would scarcely believe they were produced by the same individual. Could it be due to the larger crowd today? That Crimson Fiend is indifferent to such matters. Regardless of the number of challengers, provided that no one present possesses superior chess prowess, he will forcibly ensnare his adversaries within his own chess domain, resorting once more to that torturous power to satiate his sadistic desires. Could it be? Indeed, Xiaochuan's conjecture was validated. Surveying the surroundings, he discerned that, in addition to the throngs of onlookers, there were also referees of slightly higher caliber from other competition areas present in the audience. Amidst the multitude, he seemed to espy 2 familiar figures, his third brother, Ituo, and standing beside him, Duan Liang. Almost simultaneously, the 2 raised their heads and discovered each other. At that moment of mutual gaze, Xiaochuan could discern a palpable threat in his eyes, as if to convey that should he dare to engage in any subterfuge during the competition, Duan Liang would not hesitate to eliminate him. Confound it. The enemy is right before me. Xiaochuan ceased to concern himself with that imbecile, Duan Liang, and continued to fix his gaze intently upon Wang Xiaoqiang. Throughout the entire match, Wang Xiaoqiang did not employ his chess domain again, and his chess moves were unremarkable, achieving only a narrow victory over his opponent. It is hardly surprising, as the ability to wield a chess domain at the mere level of a chess cultivator is akin to a once-in-a-century, or even millennium, prodigy, inevitably attracting the attention of experts from various sects to observe, including Ituo and Duan Liang from the Qingqing sect. Naturally, that Crimson Fiend would not dare to employ the powers of a heretical cultivator in public. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade. As the competition concluded, Xiaochuan once again plunged into the throngs of people, pursuing the direction in which Wang Xiaoqiang had departed. Shortly, he could discern Wang's figure in the backfield, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. Third brother, no. It's too late. With Ling ER's assistance, he could clearly perceive a substantial amount of dark dust coalescing in the air, a phenomenon only detectable by Ling ER, who could consume malevolent forces. At that moment, Ita, the third brother, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. His head slowly turned, and a disturbingly wide grin spread across his face, almost reaching his ears. Almost immediately after Xiaochuan's exclamation, the amassed dark dust crashed down. Oblivious to the peril, Ituo collapsed onto the ground. "You, damn it!" Xiaochuan seethed with fury, channeling his inner chess power in an attempt to eliminate Wang Xiaoqiang. Yet, in the next instant, his hand was firmly restrained, causing his gathered energy to dissipate instantaneously. Similarly oblivious to the threat, Duan Liang menaced, Yi Xiaochuan once more, warning him against any reckless actions. What do you understand? Shaking off Duan Liang's grip with determination, Yi Xiaochuan sought to summon his chest power again, only to realize that Wang Xiaoqiang had long since vanished. Cradling his unconscious third brother, Yi Xiaochuan was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering what sinister act Wang Xiaoqiang, in his blood-soaked guise, had inflicted upon Yi Tuo. Ling ER, what has happened to third brother? The hoarse roar echoed through the air, yet Ling ER remained silent, for she dared not reveal her true form in the presence of Duan Liang. Only he manifested his shape to check on the unconscious Sange. Cursed be the fate. He had long anticipated that the blood-faced fiend would target his family, but he never expected it to happen so swiftly. Chapter 80, Conflict. Yi shook his head repeatedly. Even though he had witnessed the thick cloud of dust penetrate Sang Yi Tuo's body, rendering him unconscious, he still sensed nothing. Why do you impede me? I shall not permit anyone to disrupt the rules of the examination. Duan Liang's expression remained impassive as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Yi Xiaochuan, deliberately emphasizing his threat. Moreover, it is you. You do not comprehend. You truly understand nothing. Yi Xiaochuan advanced step by step towards Duan Liang, in a show of formidable resolve, unleashed his chest prowess as a warning against the encroaching Yi Xiaochuan, though no battle had yet ensued. The fierce collision of their overwhelming chest energies was palpable, as if only a single spark away from igniting a fierce confrontation. I refuse to let your malevolent practices tarnish the sanctity of this arena. I have endured long enough. With that, Duan Liang raised a hand, palm directed towards Yi Xiaochuan, and with a sweeping motion delivered another warning. Should you persist in this manner, do not blame me for my merciless actions. The atmosphere around them shifted dramatically, and he could distinctly feel his body grow heavier, a clear indication of the technique known as gravity reversal that he had encountered previously. At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan found himself engulfed in an abyss of self-reproach. Faced with the uncertain fate of his third brother, he felt utterly powerless. This profound sense of helplessness intensified his agitation, creating an urgent need for an outlet. The recent disruption caused by Duan Liang had ignited his fury. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed in his ears as the technique of gravitational reversal was executed. The immense force of gravity descended like a collapsing cliff, a colossal boulder weighing tens of thousands of tons crashing down, causing even the stone slab beneath him to shatter under the tremendous pressure. Yet, Yi Xiaochuan merely hesitated for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, he moved with startling swiftness, creating an illusion of himself soaring into the air. An illusion? No, it was an afterimage. The sheer speed rendered it imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only a fleeting trace in the visual cortex. How could this be possible? Where is he? Duan Liang instinctively looked up to the sky in search of Yi Xiaochuan's presence, only to realize he had fallen into a trap. However, the events unfolded too rapidly. Even with this awareness, his body could not keep pace. Disaster. In a mere second, he had escaped the bindings of gravity, leaving behind a rapid ascent afterimage, while his true self materialized before Duan Liang. You know nothing, absolutely nothing. With a furious roar, the youth's fist swung heavily towards Duan Liang, who could almost envision himself being sent flying by that very blow. How could I possibly be struck down by a heretic? With a surge of adrenaline, his strength amplified to its utmost, Duan Liang's eyes became bloodshot as he raised his hand, causing a gravity-induced halo to descend with a resonant hum. Halt! A muffled thud reverberated once more, accompanied by a spray of blood. Ultimately, Yi Xiaochuan was the swifter of the two, landing a forceful punch squarely on Duan Liang's face, sending him reeling backward. Yi Xiaochuan, in a daze, followed the sound to its source, where he beheld his third brother, now awake, and an unspeakable joy welled up within him. Third brother, so you are unharmed. Yi Xiaochuan embraced the awakened Yi Tuo, overwhelmed with relief, for he knew that he could never have forgiven himself if his actions had led to his brother's demise. Xiaochuan, cease your impudence and offer Duan Liang an apology at once. Confronted with his brother's stern rebuke, Yi Xiaochuan defiantly turned his head away. for he found it utterly impossible to apologize to the one who had slanderously accused him of being a heretic. Amidst the rubble behind them, a robust arm emerged with a crash, pulverizing the stones that had been covering it. The force of Yi Xiaochuan's punch had shattered Duan Liang's garments, revealing his muscular physique. Duan Liang, now consumed by fury, slowly rose from the debris, unleashing another thunderous stomp that caused fissures to spiderweb across the ground as surrounding stones levitated into the air. What is happening here? What has transpired? Behold, Duan Liang of the Qingchang sect has been struck and sent flying by someone. Was that not Yi Xiaochuan? The commotion, quite conspicuously, drew the attention of those nearby, and before long, a multitude of chess players had gathered to observe, engaging in hushed discussions about the events that had transpired. Witnessing Duan Liang's discomfited state, Duan Liang, further fueled by the pride befitting a disciple of a prominent sect and a chess player of Doli caliber, was incensed by Yi Xiaochuan's unexpected ambush, resulting in such an ignominious display before a crowd. Duan Liang, presently, we are amidst the triennial grand tournament, irrespective of any occurrence. Precedence must be given to the competition, with any disruption to the ambience of the event being strictly prohibited. Yi Tuo issued a stern admonishment. Are you cognizant that your subsequent actions could tarnish the reputation of our Qingchang sect? How could I, a Doli-level expert, be defeated by your younger brother? He exclaimed. Where is your sense of sportsmanship? How does your conduct differ from that of a rogue cultivator? The assembly of onlookers swelled, with referees from other competition zones arriving to ascertain the situation. Duan Liang began to realize the gravity of the predicament. The situation would only deteriorate. As Yi Tuo had articulated, as a disciple of the esteemed Qingchang sect, he had a greater responsibility to uphold the integrity of the competition. Very well, we shall settle this in the competition, Duan Liang uttered with vehemence, shoving through the throng and departing alone. Third brother, are you unharmed? I'm fine. Cough. Blood. Despite the absence of any visible wounds on Sanji's body and the unchanged state of his chess skills, he unexpectedly coughed up blood and exhibited a notably poor complexion. Quickly, summon a doctor. The surrounding disciples of the Rue clan, having noticed Yi Tuo's injury, hurriedly sought medical assistance. Through the potent force of Ling ER, Yi Xiaochuan once again discerned the ominous black dust. The large mass of black dust had already permeated his body through respiration, and alarmingly, it seemed to cling to his chest prowess, circulating through the meridians to all his organs. How could this be? Yi Xiaochuan found it hard to accept the reality unfolding before him. Ling ER, with a heavy heart, communicated within his mind that the black dust had fused with his chess skills, rendering separation nearly impossible, and warned Yi Xiaochuan to prepare for the worst. Possessing the ability to consume malevolent forces, if even Ling ER was powerless, it seemed there would be no one else in Chengdu capable of healing Sange. Was he truly to resign himself to such a fate? To prepare for the worst-case scenario, what a farce. How could he simply give up? Yi Xiaochuan rose once more, pursuing the lingering traces of chess energy still present in the air, and immediately set off in pursuit of the bloodied figure that had transformed into Wang Xiaochuan. Chapter 81. The Massacre. What do you truly intend to do? He would encounter Wang Xiaochuan in a matter of paces. The location remained within the confines of the Ruiz's chess academy, surrounded by chess players who had just concluded their matches. His adversary seemed to be waiting, showing no inclination to flee. Without uttering a word, the opponent snapped his fingers, and the surrounding chess players immediately encircled him. Be cautious. They are all disciples of the Yi family. As Ling ER issued her warning, Yi Xiaochuan warily surveyed his surroundings. Familiar faces were all around, all of them disciples of the Yi family. Among them were not only competitors from the current tournament, but also referees with the prowess of the Doli level. Through Ling ER's chess power flowing into his eyes, Yi Xiaochuan perceived an even more alarming situation. Without exception, all of them, like his third brother, had black dust thoroughly integrated with their chess power, flowing throughout their bodies, inseparable and beyond salvation. Damn it, what exactly do you intend to do? Attack! As soon as the words were spoken, sensing the flow of chess power, he instinctively dodged backward. Bang! A flash of light was followed by a massive explosion, with visible shockwaves engulfing everything in the vicinity. With no time to ponder, he circulated his chest power to withstand the onrushing shockwaves, retreating continuously. After the smoke cleared, a crater caused by the explosion remained. Xiaochuan, be careful! The warning voice of Ling ER echoed once more in his mind. As Xiaochuan barely steadied himself, a flash of white light surged forth, a blade slicing horizontally from left to right. Had it been a mere fraction closer, Xiaochuan would have been cleaved in two. The wielder of the sword was none other than a disciple of the Yi family. You no longer recognize me? I am Xiaochuan. The individual gripping the long sword murmured repeatedly, and then his pupils abruptly constricted, a malevolent aura erupting forth, the whites of his eyes instantaneously shrouded in darkness. Kill! The long sword was thrust forth once again, an immense sword energy sweeping towards him, shattering the very floor beneath as it passed. There was no jesting about this. The strike was undeniably laced with lethal intent. Xiaochuan had every reason to believe that his adversary sought his demise. Yet this was not the end. Surrounding him, the disciples of the Yi family, without exception, summoned their formidable chest power, each wielding a radiant light, unleashing a myriad of attacks. Caught within this colossal vortex of energy, Xiaochuan found himself in a dire predicament, dodging desperately. With each turn, leap, and roll, a pit would form behind him. Even amidst such animosity, one would not wish for another's life. When the world was happening, what had transpired? This was the Rue Chess Academy. Such chaos was intolerable. What do you intend to do? Puff! The arriving disciples of the Ruishi sect, unaware of the unfolding events, presumed a clandestine skirmish among the players and sought to intervene. However, their attempts were met with immediate aggression as the assailant brandished a dagger. A wisp of crimson sprayed forth. A distinct line of blood became visible at the throat, followed by the rupture of the wound, unleashing a torrent of blood. This horrifying spectacle stunned Xiaochuan, the Yi family disciple, now with a visage of utter malevolence, had eyes consumed by an unholy darkness, appearing utterly deranged. This appearance was eerily reminiscent of a heretic cultivator. Impossible. All the heretic cultivators within Chengdu should have been eradicated, precluding their resurgence. Moreover, the assembly consisted entirely of Yi family disciples, rendering such a transformation even more improbable. It must be the work of the blood mask. Indeed, the blood mask had finally unveiled its true nature. Wang Xiaoqiang, standing motionless, was merely a vessel, with the disguise torn away and the blood-soaked mask reaffixed. An aura of profound wickedness erupted. The stench was even more repugnant and malevolent than that emanating from Lai previously. The oppressive force emanating from the blood mask surpassed anything Yi Xiaochuan had ever encountered, even surpassing his own father, Yi Yongda. Battle force level? Nay. It utterly transcended the battle force tier, the oppressive sensation reaching the mystic communion stage. Damnation! The adversary was far more formidable than anticipated. Karma, responding to its own call. The figure of the embodiment emerged, resembling that of a child. Yet through diligent cultivation, its strength had ascended to the level of combat prowess. Master, what should I do? Eliminate him. Understood. Without further ado, as it was a manifestation of one's own spirit, the two moved in perfect synchronization, charging towards the bloodied visage. From her previous encounter, it was already evident that the opponent's capabilities were far from ordinary. Once fully engaged, Yi Xiaochuan found himself at a significant disadvantage. Thus, he summoned the embodiment from the outset, intending to unleash his full power. Absolute domain activate. Although he did not expect to completely ensnare his adversary within his strategic realm, the augmentation provided by this domain was undeniably immense. Under this enhancement, both Yi Xiaochuan and the embodiment experienced a marked elevation in their strength, speed, and strategic acumen. Yi Xiaochuan felt confident that even a peak combatant could only withstand this assault head-on. A torrent of crimson fluid erupted from Yi Xiaochuan's mouth as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding reality before him. It was typically his adversaries who suffered humiliation, but now, the tables had turned on Yi Xiaochuan. Channeling all his strength, augmented by the power of his chest dimension, Yi Xiaochuan had been supremely confident in his ability to inflict considerable harm upon the Blood Mask. However, the reality was starkly different. The Blood Mask, with a single hand, firmly grasped Yi Xiaochuan's incoming fist. Subsequently, the force of Yi Xiaochuan's attack was effortlessly dismissed with a kick, sending him hurtling towards the wall behind him. Before Yi Xiaochuan could react, the Blood Mask's other hand delivered a devastating blow to his abdomen. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and excruciating pain radiated from his core, culminating in the expulsion of another mouthful of blood. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. So, this is the power of a transcendent realm expert? Yi Xiaochuan was it. He had believed that the mountain-shattering force of the physical realm was formidable, but he now realized that the capabilities of a transcendent realm expert were exponentially greater. He had been subdued in a single exchange, without even a semblance of a contest. You're still conscious? Not bad. I will kill. Boom. Once more, a crushing blow sent Yi Xiaochuan hurtling through the air. The force of the punch nearly claimed his life, leaving him in a daze as he was propelled skyward. As he plummeted back to earth, Yi Xiaochuan beheld the surrounding devastation. Flames soared, and blood flowed like a river. Everywhere, Yi family disciples, corrupted by the encroaching darkness, brandished their blades, wreaking havoc upon the Rue Clan Chess Academy. I shall never forgive you. His body slammed into the ground, rolling several times before he could regain his footing. When Yi Xiaochuan finally looked up, the Rue Clan Chess Academy had been transformed into an inferno, a scene reminiscent of the chaos wrought by the heretical cultivators. However, this time, the perpetrators were not heretics, but the blood-soaked Yi family disciples. They've gone mad. The Yi family has gone completely mad. Help! Someone please send aid. Engulfed in an aura of malevolence, Yi Xiaochuan witnessed firsthand as an Yi family disciple plunged his sword into another's chest without hesitation, his bloodthirsty visage contorted in a grotesque, maniacal laugh. The sounds of slaughter and agonizing cries mingled with the stench of blood, a harrowing tragedy unfolding throughout the Rue Clan Chess Academy. Awaken, please. Awaken from this nightmare. Enduring the excruciating pain, I mustered all my strength to barely restrain the disciple of the Yi family. But in the next moment, the sharp blade mercilessly slashed across my arm again, the steel easily piercing through my entire limb, followed by a gush of blood. Despite Linger's warnings, I desperately sought something to bind him, but the incoming sword forced me to retreat. My entire arm was now stained crimson with blood, a chunk of flesh visibly severed. The threat to my life compelled me to act, seizing an opportunity to land a fierce blow to the opponent's abdomen. Yet, even on the verge of collapse, the possessed Yi family disciple, with bloodshot eyes, clamored to kill me, raising the long sword once more. Crying out, roaring, I felt helpless. The dark mist had already integrated with the host's chess skills. I was acutely aware that it was beyond redemption. However, he was, after all, a disciple of my own family, merely controlled by the Blood Mask. How could I bring myself to harm him? Swish! A gust of wind swept in, a massive whirlwind directly hurling the Yi family disciple, who was pressing down on me, away. Yin Xiaochuan, do not kill him. The stentorian bellow of Yi Xiaochuan only momentarily arrested Yin Xiaochuan's movements, yet he persisted undeterred. The spectral manifestation of the spirit cloud falcon once more flapped its pinions, conjuring forth a multitude of wind blades that encircled the Yi family disciple, akin to a myriad of daggers, which pierced him with merciless force, claiming his life. Without the slightest hesitation, when confronted with a frenzied heretic cultivator, the only recourse was to eliminate him. I cannot comply, with heretical cultivators wreaking havoc. I cannot cease my actions, Yin Xiaochuan declared with a solemn mien, devoid of his usual levity. As he hauled Yi Xiaochuan to his feet, he reiterated, even if the adversary is a disciple of our own sect, I shall show no leniency. But they are merely victims of incitement. A heretic cultivator is a heretic cultivator, brooking no hesitation. Had I not intervened just now, you would have been the one to perish. Yin Xiaochuan was not jesting, nor had he erred. Within this world, his actions were the most judicious course. Observing Yin Xiaochuan's mien, rife with murderous intent. Yi Xiaochuan felt an indescribable lang of emotions. As the two conversed, their ears were once again assailed by cries of anguish. As yet another disciple of the Rue clan chess academy met a gruesome end beneath the blade. It was not merely the few Yi family disciples in proximity to Bloodface who had been tainted by the dark aura, but rather every Yi family disciple participating in the Rue clan chess academy had been ensnared, their minds addled, engaging in indiscriminate and motiveless slaughter of all life around them. Just what is the Yi family up to? A roar, imbued with unbridled fury, reverberated as Rue Nyo's fist landed squarely on Yi Xiaochuan's face, causing him excruciating pain. Yi Xiaochuan, seemingly resigned, stood motionless, absorbing Rue Nyo's relentless blows. Each punch landed with brutal force until his face was awash in blood, a tooth dislodged from his mouth, and his body succumbed to the onslaught, collapsing into a heap on the ground. Only then were Yun Shangshuan and Yin Waner able to restrain Rue Nyo. Release me. He deserves to die. The entire Yi family deserves to perish. Hui Nyu Belovid. Just let him kill me, Yi Xiaochuan retorted. Rue Nyo summoned his symbolic spirit, a savage, bloodthirsty minotaur, brandishing a gore-stained axe. The Yi family disciples had engaged in indiscriminate slaughter, and Rue's chess academy had suffered the most grievously. Regardless of skill or age, even the elderly and children had fallen victim to the Yi family's merciless blades. Rue Nyo, having witnessed the senseless deaths of his fellow disciples, was consumed by an incandescent rage, his power amplified beyond its usual limits. Even the combined strength of Yin Waner and Yun Shangshuan proved insufficient to halt the Minotaur's descent of the colossal axe. No, Rue Nyo, cease this instant. Stop. Yin Waner had even anticipated the gruesome spectacle of the giant axe cleaving Yi Xiaochuan in two from above, his blood staining the entire arena. Yet ultimately, the axe did not fall, but hung suspended in the air. Rue Nyo, casting aside the two individuals, seized Yi Xiaochuan, roaring in vehement fury. What in the world is happening here? Furnish me with an explanation. Blood Mask, that detestable heretical cultivator, has taken control of the Yi family disciples. Yi Xiaochuan, who had never wept nor surrendered since arriving in this world, found himself utterly helpless in the face of such a tragedy. I have tried, but there is simply no recourse. Tears cascaded down his face, and the thought of being slain by Rue Nyo even crossed Yi Xiaochuan's mind, for he was utterly powerless to stop Blood Mask. Rue Nyo flung Yi Xiaochuan away with a sneer of disdain. Coward! To slay one, such as you would only sully my hands. All that is required is to kill Blood Mask, is it not? You may continue to cower here. Yin Waner, let us depart. With a cold snort, he ceased to heed the masked and grief-stricken Yi Xiaochuan, leaving only those words behind before hastening to rescue the others. Regardless of what has transpired, you must rally your spirits. Yin Waner carefully bandaged Yi Xiaochuan's wounds. Though she could not bear to abandon Yi Xiaochuan, the chaos continued unabated, and there was no time for idle chatter. Together with Yun Shangshuan, she followed in Rue Nyo's wake. Rumble! Once more, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. When Yi Xiaochuan looked up, he was utterly stunned. Rue Nyo, Yin Waner, and Yun Shangshuan were all sent flying backward, colliding violently with the walls behind them, shattering the structure before they came to a halt. His chess prowess was unmatched, far surpassing everyone present. With a single hand, he hoisted the corpse of a Rue clan disciple, and with a surge of power, the body exploded, splattering blood and gore, the revolting stench of blood filling the air. The gruesome scene inspired terror in all who beheld it. Third Brother, Chapter 83, Calamity Yi Tuo, the Stoic Prodigy of the Yi family. The third young master of the Yi family, champion of both the Dao entry and chess cultivation groups. After joining the Qingshang sect, he mastered the complete chess realm at the tender age of 14 and achieved battle force level strength. Even in the vast capital city of Chang'an, he was a rare genius, a paragon among his peers, a veritable apex. What was truly terrifying was that even after reaching battle force, Yi's third son showed no signs of stagnation in his chess prowess. On the contrary, his progress was rapid, and he would soon break through battle force and reach profound insight, a future of boundless potential. And this prodigious talent, Yi Xiaochuan's third brother, now stood before them, bathed in blood, his face contorted in a savage grimace. Damn it, how is he too all like this too? Yin Shangshuan spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Yi Tuo before him. What should we do? Any adherent of heretical cultivation practices must be eradicated without exception. Despite enduring considerable duress, Rue Neo exhibited unwavering fortitude in the face of a Do-level expert, resolutely rising to his feet and launching another assault. Inevitably, the spectral bovine entity conjured by Rue Neo was effortlessly shattered, resulting in a retaliatory force that propelled Rue Neo backward once more. The distinction between a Do-level expert and a Qi cultivator lies in an insurmountable chasm of power. Rather than engaging in protracted exchanges, one would be vanquished in an instant, unable to withstand even a single encounter. Yi Xiaochuan recognized that he alone possessed the capacity to defeat his elder brother, Yi Tuo, as the others were incapable of withstanding even a solitary clash. Protracted delay would undoubtedly jeopardize the lives of all three. However, elder brother, it is I, Yi Xiaochuan. Boom! As Yi Xiaochuan had just risen, he was once again hurled into the air by the shockwave. The immense force caught him off guard, and in his already grievous state, he was knocked over, just like the others, all spitting blood and unable to stand. You cannot withstand the might of third brother. Flee swiftly. Through blurred vision, he witnessed Rue Neo rise once more, only to be struck down again. Wiping the blood that stained his face, Yi Tuo, even outside the chessboard, maintained an absolute and formidable power, accompanied by a terrifying aura. No longer a prodigy of a prestigious sect, he had transformed into a merciless demon drenched in blood. With a disdainful exhale, he seemed weary of the struggles of these insignificant creatures. With a mere gesture, the soaring cloud eagle was yanked down violently by that dreadful force, and he kicked away Yin Wan'er, who had risen to retaliate. Whoever you may be, perish. Ignoring Yi Xiaochuan's furious roar, Rue Neo charged forward. A heart-wrenching wail reverberated throughout the Ruishi Chess Institute, leaving several onlookers in disbelief at the tragic scene before them. They were not only awed by Yi Tuo's formidable prowess, but also horrified by such brutal methods. Yi Tuo observed the agonizing struggle of Rue Neo with keen interest, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, betraying a sense of enjoyment. Impossible, there must be hope. Yin Wan'er, witnessing her companion's arm being torn apart, felt a deep-seated fear welling within her, yet she steeled herself and rushed to retrieve the mangled remains of the severed limb. If she acted swiftly enough, perhaps the arm could still be reattached. With this thought propelling her, Yin Wan'er summoned her innate spirit, Tianyang 12 diagrams, forcibly elevating her powers to a new level. She stood defiantly before Yi Tuo, her eyes ablaze with fury, declaring, "Return my companion to me." In an instant, her strength surged. A tempestuous whirlpool of chess energy flooded into her body, propelling her chess mastery to the level of combat power. Casually discarding the unconscious Rue Neo, who was writhing in pain, Yi Tuo tilted his head, a grin stretching almost to his ears, his distorted visage fixed intently on Yin Wan'er, as if he had discovered a more intriguing opponent. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their forms becoming mere phantoms as they unleashed a tempest of strikes. The residual force of their conflict caused the very surroundings to begin fracturing. However, despite the arduous training undertaken to forcibly enhance his power, Yi Tuo's tempestuous onslaught could only be withstood by Yin Wan'er for a mere half-minute. Observing her precarious position, firmly suppressed and at a disadvantage, Yi Xiaochuan managed to rise to his feet. He understood that if he did not intervene soon, Yin Wan'er would be annihilated in an instant, and both Rue Neo and Yun Shangxian present would meet the same grim fate. "How dare you?" Dragging his severely injured body, Yi Xiaochuan struggled to stand, not only as a disciple of the Yi family, but even his third brother had been ensnared by that blood-drenched sorcery. The horrific sight of Rue Neo, with his arm torn asunder, served as a jarring wake-up call for Yi Xiaochuan. If he remained so feeble, his most vital companions would perish. An overwhelming surge of rage welled within him, vowing silently to never forgive that despicable dark cultivator, as he witnessed Yin Er succumbing to the disadvantage. And with the time for forcibly enhancing his the launch jab was firmly intercepted by Yi Xiaochuan. Yin Er finally succumbed to the overwhelming strain on her body caused by the forceful exertion of her chess prowess and collapsed. "Elder brother," he lamented, "if you cannot regain your senses, I will have no choice but to treat you as an adversary." Little Chuan, when their respective chess energies intertwined and collided, Ituo visibly faltered, as though recognizing his younger brother before him. Yet, in an instant, the dark forces surged anew, engulfing Ituo entirely. The concentrated malevolence, like a clenched fist, hurtled towards Yi Xiaochuan. A resounding impact forced Yi Xiaochuan to recoil. "Elder brother, is there truly no hope?" he wondered. The insidious energy had permeated his very being, corrupting his vital organs. Ling ER elucidated from within the chess dimension. Even if the evil energy within his body is purged, his physical form will be irreparably damaged by that domineering power, and he will not live long. Having received confirmation from Ling ER once more, Yi Xiaochuan, despite his profound reluctance, resolved to eliminate his elder brother, Ituo, with his own hands, lest he continue to inflict harm upon others. Yin Shangshuan hastened to the aid of the others. "Leave this matter to me," he urged. "Quickly go." Chapter 84. Fratricidal strife. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that scattered the surrounding undergrowth and debris. Despite matching Ituo's strength, Yi Xiaochuan was severely wounded. The arm that had barely staunched its bleeding now ruptured anew with the force of the impact, splattering blood in every direction. Agony compelled Yi Xiaochuan to retreat, an opening seized upon by Ituo. In the dance of masters, even on the chessboard, a single misstep can lead to an irreversible fall into the abyss. The present situation was clear even to the most simple-minded. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Ituo advanced, his muscles coiled like granite, and he rammed forward with the force of an avalanche. Wincing in pain, Yi Xiaochuan was sent hurtling backward, only to have Ituo seize his arm once more. Damn it! Sensing the direness of his situation, he fought through the pain to break free. Yet, once an adversary gains the upper hand, escape without injury becomes an impossibility. As his body slammed against the earth, Ituo raised his left foot, poised to deliver a crushing blow. Having witnessed his third brother, Ituo, shatter a heretic skull with a similar strike, Yi Xiaochuan knew that he could not withstand such force head-on. He had no choice but to roll away in a desperate attempt to evade the attack. Bang! The already fractured floorboards gave way further, and the ground beneath his feet abruptly sank, a testament to the force of the blow. Yet, this was merely the prelude to an even more ferocious onslaught. A tempest of strikes, each punch and kick imbued with the absolute power of a Doli-level expert, relentlessly pounding upon Yi Xiaochuan's body. His wounds reopened, and blood flowed ceaselessly. Once the disadvantage had been established, there was no prospect of reversal. Just as Ituo's chess style was fiercely resolute, Yi Xiaochuan could only endure the beating and attempt to flee. His desperate scramble was once again thwarted by Ituo. "TSK, TSK, TSK, a clueless insect. Where do you think you're going?" His throat was seized, making breathing difficult, and the increasing pressure rendered Yi Xiaochuan's countenance ghastly. He flailed his fists haphazardly, but there was scarcely any strength left in them. Ituo intended to crush his younger brother like an insect to extinguish his life. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Ultimately, he was no match for his seasoned third brother. Yi Xiaochuan was now incapable of further resistance, and his fate seemed to be sealed with death. "If I don't intervene, you will die. Terminate the contract." "What?" I said. "Terminate the contract." Helplessness consumed Ling ER within the confines of the chess dimension, her fervent desire to assist thwarted by Yi Xiaochuan's resolute refusal. His subsequent response further fueled Ling ER's disbelief. On the precipice of suffocation, Yi Xiaochuan, even in his agonizing state, prioritized Ling ER's concealment, vehemently declining her aid. Instead, He implored her to dissolve their bond in his final moments. The Rue Clan Chess Academy, a bastion of formidable experts, had likely already vanquished the bewitched E-Clan disciples, branding them as heretics. Within the chess dimension, Yi Xiaochuan's form grew increasingly indistinct, while the dimension itself gradually crumbled. A chess player's power and dimension are inextricably linked to their life force. Upon the host's demise, the chess dimension collapses, and entities such as spirits, symbiotic spirits, and chess servants perish alongside their master. The chess dimension's disintegration signified the imminent end of Yi Xiaochuan's life. If you were to intervene rashly, your identity would inevitably be exposed. Not only would these righteous sects perceive you as an adversary, but even the heretics would be driven to madness by their insatiable desire for the power of the 12 fingers. There are no buts. You must possess a means to dissolve the contract. Yi Xiaochuan gently wiped away Ling ER's tears, pleading, "You cannot perish with me." Realizing Yi Xiaochuan's intentions, Ling ER was suddenly overcome with emotion, her tears flowing even more profusely. Even on the verge of suffocation, she was unwilling to see brothers turn against each other. Although employing Ling ER's power could have ensnared their adversaries within the chess dimension, she still feared the risk of exposure, opting instead to sever their bond. She preferred to shoulder the burden alone. Coward! Ruan Yo's rebuke was not unfounded. He was indeed a craven. If only he could survive this ordeal. Despicable, utterly despicable. Ling ER berated him, her tears intensifying, her heart filled with profound sorrow despite her verbal reprimands. In the ensuing moment, Ling ER seemed to have reached a resolution, and as her thoughts permeated Yi Xiaochuan's mind, he desperately sought to dissuade her. "It's futile. My decision is unwavering." Ignoring Yi Xiaochuan's admonitions, Ling ER channeled her chess power, and a sphere of jet-black flame materialized in her palm, proclaiming, "Even if it means being hunted by the entire world, I shall confront it alongside you." The ebony flames blazed fiercely, and Yi Xiaochuan knew Ling ER was about to intervene. However, Ling ER's intervention would inevitably expose her. Whether it be the masters of various sects and factions within the Rue Clan Chess Academy or the Blood Mask, all would become aware of Ling ER's existence. Hold, Deshicht. Emerging from a chess dimension, Yi Xiaochuan's complexion shifted from a livid blue to a ghastly purple due to asphyxiation and congestion. "Even now, do you still seek to resist?" Before I could finish my sentence, Yi Tuo intensified the pressure, completely depriving Yi Xiaochuan of any ability to resist, bringing him to the brink of demise, while the chess power within him was stimulated even more intensely. Just at this critical moment when Ling ER's existence was about to be exposed, Yi Xiaochuan seemed to perceive a familiar power permeating the air in his blurred vision. A semicircle was drawn beneath his feet, and a soaring force completely separated Yi Tuo and Yi Xiaochuan. Released abruptly, Yi Xiaochuan knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his complexion gradually returning to normal. Gravity reversal. It was Duan Liang. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture of life and death, it was Duan Liang who had saved him. Under the gravity reversal, the gravity around Yi Tuo shifted, and immense pressure, like a small mountain, relentlessly suppressed him. "What on earth have you done? Your entire Yi family has gone mad." Duan Liang roared, while intensifying his power, urgently shouting, "Move, move now." Upon turning back, Yi Tuo was radiating an exceedingly brilliant light, contending against Duan Liang's gravity inversion. Yi Xiaochuan could sense that his brother was on the cusp of unfurling his chess domain, a surge in chess prowess that was palpable. At that moment, Duan Liang was endeavoring to prevent Yi Tuo from manifesting his chess domain. Both were doubly level powerhouses, and for a moment, neither could gain an advantage. However, it was certain that should they engage in a chess domain confrontation, the impact of the battle would inevitably extend to the entirety of the Rue Clan Chess Academy. The mere aftershocks of the battle would be sufficient to obliterate everything within the academy, not to mention the numerous chess players who would be affected by the conflict. Kill him. Chapter 85. The End. Kill him. Duan Liang's roar echoed in his ears as the power of gravity inversion intensified, and the immense pressure engulfed Yi Xiaochuan as well. The mountain-like gravity bore down, exacerbating the strain on Yi Xiaochuan's body, which was already gasping for breath. Almost instinctively, he retrieved a broken long sword from the nearby ruins and mustered the last shred of chess power within him, channeling it into the shattered blade. Light flickered as burgeoning chess power etched runes onto the broken sword, rendering the once dulled blade incomparably sharp. Yi Xiaochuan acted swiftly. Duan Liang's furious bellow resounded once more, compelling Yi Xiaochuan to place the blade against Yi Tuo's neck. Act, act, act! Gasping audibly, he fixed his gaze upon his third brother's abysmal eyes, every fiber of his being exuding a palpable aura of wickedness. Should he delay action any further, the unleashing of their respective domains was certain to engulf the innocent bystanders in their vicinity, and even if he were to completely subdue Yi Tuo, it would undoubtedly result in countless casualties. Your current identity is that of one of the Shadow's 12 cadres. My arrival merely expedites your descent into servitude under the dominion of the Dark Emperor. Indeed, you should extend your gratitude towards me. The actions I am about to undertake shall elevate you to the status of a hero, beheld by all. The words of the Blood Mask echoed incessantly in his mind. The Blood Mask sought to coerce him into the fratricidal act of slaying his own kin, thereby igniting the darkness within his heart and transforming him into that so-called cadre. Yi Xiaochuan suddenly comprehended the machinations of the Blood Mask. The annihilation of his family, the fratricide, the burden of a blood feud, and subsequent ascension to heroism. Does such a narrative sound familiar? Xiaochuan slayed Duan Liang. The malevolent power erupted with unrestrained force, the abysmal black mist enveloping Yi Tuo entirely. His countenance growing increasingly deranged, he roared at Yi Xiaochuan, "As long as you become a cadre of the Shadow, all evil cultivators shall heed your command. Whether you desire power, wealth, or a..." Blood splattered forth, Yi Tuo's face a mask of utter disbelief. The blade had already penetrated halfway through his neck, and black blood began to flow uncontrollably from his mouth and nostrils. Why? Do not utter such words with such composure. Using my third brother's face, with a swift motion, the force upon the blade intensified, causing it to sink entirely into the neck. In the subsequent moment, a torrent of blood erupted forth, and a mass of gore tumbled to the ground. Was it truly over? Weary, Yi Xiaochuan collapsed, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Crackling sounds echoed through the air. Could it be a misperception? The severed head, now lying nearby, was grinning malevolently. Yi Xiaochuan, you have ultimately slain your own kin. I shall ensure that you endure a lifetime of torment, burdened by the immense remorse of having murdered your brother. Eventually, you will descend into darkness, becoming the most devoted servant of the, offering everything to him. I forbid it. Radiance erupted anew, the sword in his grasp humming, its blade, infused with the entirety of his chest prowess, regained its keen edge. With a furious roar, Yi Xiaochuan plunged the long sword from above, piercing entirely through the indistinct mass of the head, a torrent of black blood gushing forth, thoroughly staining Yi Xiaochuan's entire being crimson. Within the Rue Chess Academy, all the active Yi family disciples were tainted by the black mist conjured by the bloodied visage, their minds ensnared, ultimately becoming heretical cultivators, dispatched in full by the arriving experts. The once tranquil and serene Rue Chess Academy was now rife with blood and corpses. With the demise of Yi Tuo, the third scion of the Yi family, this upheaval of heretical cultivation finally reached its conclusion. All the experts who hastened to the scene bore witness to Yi Xiaochuan's act of fratricide, rendered speechless by the spectacle, all because of some preposterous, evil emperor. Because of this inexplicable affair that triggered such a calamitous tragedy. The surrounding vista induced a profound sense of desolation in Yi Xiaochuan. He had underestimated the depravity of the heretical cultivators, thus precipitating such a catastrophe. Having never before shed tears in this world, Yi Xiaochuan could no longer contain the anguish that gripped his heart. He gasped for air, collapsing to his knees, burying his face in his hands, and weeping inconsolably. If the crimson-masked fiend's objective was to burden him with the lifelong guilt of having slain his own brother, then it could be conceded that he had been successful. His hands trembled involuntarily, his entire being besmirched with the still steaming blood of his sworn brother. The fetid odor mingled with an overwhelming sense of remorse, compelled Yi Xiaochuan to retch violently. "Get away from me. You would have done better to leave me to die at his hand." Yi Xiaochuan spat. He wrenched himself free from Duan Liang's grasp. The torment of conflicting emotions manifested as physical distress, triggering another bout of vomiting. He continued until his stomach ached with excruciating pain, until there was nothing left but to dry heave bile. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Duan Liang pressed her hand firmly onto Yi Xiaochuan's shoulder. The pressure intensified, causing his bones to crack, yet the numbed Yi Xiaochuan could not utter a sound. "What is it that you desire? Yi Xiaochuan is not a heretical cultivator. Begone, you insolent wench." Duan Liang forcefully kicked Yan Vanya Azida, leaving her bewildered as to why it was necessary to attack Yi Xiaochuan at such a moment. When Yin Wanner turned back, she was met with a myriad of inexplicable emotions reflected in the eyes of those around her. Hatred, a sense of panic and confusion enveloped Yin Wanner as she glanced at her companion, Rui Niu, only to find him gazing at her with a chilling detachment, devoid of any intention to assist. Yet, Yi Xiaochuan's actions raised a haunting question. Who could guarantee that the next person to succumb to madness would not be Yi Xiaochuan himself? This realization jolted Yin Wanner to her core. Among the active players of the Yi family in the Rue Chess Academy, there was not a single exception. Even Yi Tuo, who had aligned himself with the Qingchang sect, had suddenly descended into madness, transforming into a bloodthirsty, evil cultivator. The indiscriminate slaughter that ensued had already resulted in significant casualties, particularly affecting the Rue Chess Academy itself. It was not only the players who suffered, even the women and children of the academy, as well as unrelated servants, faced catastrophic devastation. Rui Niu had witnessed firsthand the horrifying scene in which those dreadful evil cultivators ruthlessly murdered his fellow disciples, one after another. Now, this deep-seated hatred for the evil cultivators had been redirected towards Yi Xiaochuan. "Let go, Yin Wanner," Yin Shangshuan said, gently patting. However, Yin Wanner attempted to interject, but the crowd remained indifferent. Duan Liang, after incapacitating Yi Xiaochuan's arm, swiftly knocked him unconscious and bound him to a massive boulder with ropes. Chapter 86. Unconsciousness. I want you to exist eternally, consumed by the immense guilt of having slain your own brother, leading to a fate worse than death. Despite the repulsive and nauseating voice clearly belonging to the blood-soaked mask, it was the head of his third brother, stained with black blood, that spoke. He was acutely aware that his third brother had perished the moment the black mist infiltrated his body, and that the true culprit was the blood-soaked mask. Yet, the question of why lingered. The memory of severing his third brother's head with a sword caused Yi Xiaochuan unbearable agony, with every inch of his blood-stained skin lamenting. He was the one who had killed his own brother. Even at his most inept, he would never harm his own flesh and blood. If he hadn't acted then, the entire Rue's Chess Academy would have been implicated, resulting in even greater casualties. Even with your transmigration to this world, possessing unfathomable chess skills and the aid of a human-like AI, you still cannot attain what you desire. I've already stated that I have done everything within my power. No, there's still one thing you have yet to accomplish. What is it? The young master, Yi Xiaochuan, reflected in the mirror, appeared both dashing and carefree, embodying the spirit of the body's previous owner, who now loudly berated himself. Yi Xiaochuan wished to explain, but facts were facts. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how desperately he struggled, the guilt of slaying his own brother was inescapable. He strained to recall his past actions, yet no matter how much he pondered, he could find no way out of his predicament, forced to ask the other, "What have I failed to do?" As the folding fan snapped open, the reflection in the mirror showed a face full of mockery, its features twisted with derision, as if waiting to laugh at his misfortune. "Why didn't you die then?" Yi Xiaochuan suddenly remembered, if not for Duan Liang's rescue, or if he had been more decisive, perhaps being killed by his corrupted third brother would have spared him all this trouble. "How about it? Still dare to claim you've done everything?" Yi Xiaochuan frantically tried to retreat, but the mirror before him shattered abruptly, the figure within stepping through the shards, advancing directly towards him. The folding fan in his hand had somehow transformed into a broken longsword, the very weapon Yi Xiaochuan had used to behead his third brother. Exactly. Why didn't you die then? It's not too late to die now. The figure in the mirror thrust the broken blade directly into Yi Xiaochuan's hand, declaring, "As long as you perish, neither your father nor your sister Yi will hold you accountable, for you have already paid the price." Family ties were Yi Xiaochuan's Achilles heel. Despite their fleeting interactions, he had come to regard his father, elder brother, and sister as blood relatives. Tragically, it was his beloved elder brother who had met his demise at Yi Xiaochuan's own hands. Indeed, if he were to die, all his sins would vanish without a trace, and no one would pursue him any longer. The tremulous voice grew more intense as Yi Xiaochuan accepted the mirror from the figure, channeling his chest power into the broken blade. Under the influence of this energy, the once dilapidated blade became astonishingly sharp. If he were to die, all transgressions would dissipate. Resolute in his determination, the prospect of obtaining forgiveness from his father and sister dulled the blade's terror, compelling him to press the broken blade against his throat without hesitation. It was akin to the moment he was poised to sever his brother's head. A mere exertion of force would suffice. Crack, 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 crack. D, give it to me. The grotesquely mangled visage of his elder brother resurfaced, his mouth stretched nearly to his ears, grinning maniacally while displaying palpable impatience, urging Yi Xiaochuan onward. Gathering his resolve, he tightened his muscles, applying in that pivotal moment. A sharp pain shot through his hand, and the broken blade slipped from his grasp. Yi Xiaochuan, you utter buffoon. The crude, vernacular invective was a long unheard sound. Before him stood a maiden of breathtaking beauty, yet she wielded a coarse, authentic northeastern accent, berating him with unrestrained vulgarity and delivering a savage blow that sent Yi Xiaochuan sprawling. Upon opening his eyes once more, the figure in the mirror shed its disguise, revealing itself to be the blood mask. Another vicious kick sent the gore-stained head flying, followed by the utter obliteration of the blood mask itself. The newcomer, none other than Ling ER, made a grand entrance like a veritable matriarch, a cigarette dangling from her lips, a baseball bat in hand, and her entourage in tow. With a single swing, she sent the leering head soaring. Witnessing Ling ER's attire, the gloom in Yi Xiaochuan's heart dissipated, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why are you dressed like that? Yi Xiaochuan couldn't resist remarking. If you hadn't spoken, you could have passed for a classical beauty. But now you're decked out like a hooligan. For what I recall of your memories, girls of this age are all dolled up like this. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiaochuan found himself at a loss for words and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suddenly, he recalled a time in his youth when he was infatuated with the attire of JK and delinquent girls. It seemed that Ling ER must have glimpsed that memory, leading to this misunderstanding. Setting that aside, he inquired about the presence of these peculiar entities in his chess realm. This is not your chess realm. Ling ER promptly clarified to Yi Xiaochuan. Only by falling into a normal slumber can one enter the chess realm. You simply fainted. This is your subconscious space. I had to exert considerable effort to bring you here. With this explanation, Yi Xiaochuan realized that the ring given to him by Bloodface was flawed. Should he ever experience such profound unconsciousness again, that ring would wreak havoc, infiltrating his subconscious and conjuring various illusions to dismantle his will. What would have happened if I had truly ended my own life? He pondered, the thought of consciousness fading away, becoming a mere puppet of that so-called evil deity, sent a chill through him. Recovering his composure, Yi Xiaochuan instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. While it was indeed a fact that he had severed his brother's head, the truth was that once the dark mist had invaded Yi2O's body, Yi2O had, in a true sense, already perished. The culprit was undoubtedly Bloodface. Wait, did you say I fainted? How could you just now realize that? What is going on here? I implore you to awaken swiftly. The events that transpired during your unconsciousness were far too numerous, and should you delay any longer, your very life may be at stake. What? Yi Xiaochuan endeavored to recollect the circumstances of his fainting, but could not ascertain how he had succumbed to such a state. Chapter 87. Imprisonment. As Xiaochuan reopened his eyes, he was nearly overwhelmed by a wave of pain that threatened to render him unconscious once more. A sharp ache radiated from both shoulders, while his hands and arms were devoid of sensation, utterly numb, to the point where he scarcely felt their existence. Had he not witnessed his arms still attached to his shoulders, he might have believed they had been severed. Even more alarming was the sight of several dark iron spikes piercing through the gaping wounds on his arms. These could only be described as handcuffs designed specifically to target heretical practitioners. The peculiar iron spikes were CA. It was Duan Liang's voice that echoed in his ears, and Yi Xiaochuan finally recalled that in the moment before his unconsciousness. It was Duan Liang who had struck him down. This miserable state was also Duan Liang's doing. A glance revealed that the surroundings were crowded with figures beyond the Yi family, including representatives from the Rue family, the Changhua Alliance, and influential figures from various factions within Chengdu City. It could be said that all the powerful and influential individuals who held sway in Chengdu City were gathered here, scrutinizing and reevaluating him. Such gazes made Yi Xiaochuan extremely uncomfortable. Fear, anger, hatred, without exception, everyone's face was filled with animosity towards him, as if Yi Xiaochuan were some heinous criminal. The Yi family's demonic cultivators have wreaked havoc. Do you have any explanation? TSK. Surveying the assembled dignitaries, Yi Xiaochuan couldn't help but sneer. The demonic cultivator disturbance erupted after the competition's conclusion, with the majority of casualties being the ace chess players from various factions who had participated. This was bound to incite panic among the chess players in Chengdu City. For such an incident to occur during a crucial competition with the strictest security measures, the outside world must have been in an uproar while Yi Xiaochuan was unconscious. Moreover, Yi